Hero, Hyun-woo Kim, is an absolute titan among hunters. His strength is beyond human comprehension. For 12 years, he trampled bosses like garbage, his stats at their highest ever. All the top guilds found themselves in his shadow. And it all began with the appearance of the tutorial tower. 100 floors of hell suddenly appeared, bloodthirsty creatures poured into the real world. To survive in this hell, people developed a special system, tested their strength in the tower, but it was all in vain. Only 20% of them survived. The tutorial tower is an endless labyrinth of mobs and killer bosses. Hyun entered it among the first, full of ambition. He crushed bosses into dust. So, the team of hunters under his leadership successfully cleared the Trials Tower. Then the hero was happy, thinking it was all over. But the system had other plans for him. He was transported to the first floor of the tower. The system announced a curse had been cast upon him. Now he would have to replay the tower with each new recruit, over and over again. The only thing he could do was speedrun the tower from the first to the 100th floor and slaughter mobs, dozens of times in a row. Out of boredom, the hero began trolling noobs, sometimes pretending to be an NPC guide, sometimes playing a military instructor. While others fled in fear from the bloodthirsty creatures, he watched silently. Dealing with the level 100 boss was a piece of cake for him. And while other hunters shone under the flashes of video cameras, he rotted silently in the tower's endless loop. Finally, on the 1349th time, the tower's curse lifted, the system opened a portal to freedom. In dirty clothes and sandals, he finally emerged into the open world. An official congratulates him for escaping the tutorial tower at last. The official adds sincere praise for the hardship he must have endured. Only then does the survivor fully turn his attention to the man addressing him. Still dazed, he asks for confirmation that he really got out, while the official hurriedly shifts to formalities and asks his name. The survivor's restrained smile breaks into relieved disbelief. His joy erupts as he shouts that he made it out and that Hyun-woo Kim has finally returned. While checking records, the official cannot find him among the recent entrants and is baffled by a survivor who should not exist. He keeps searching, sensing that this case is far stranger than a simple clerical error. The answer appears in the oldest records, making the truth hard to believe. Hyun-woo Kim is confirmed as a member of the very first tutorial group, proving he entered long ago. The official is stunned by the absurdity of someone surviving that long inside the tower. Rumors about an advanced player suddenly gain a concrete explanation. It is officially recognized that first tower summoner Hyun-woo Kim escaped only after 12 years trapped inside. 1 week later, crowds gather for the new hunter's public grade evaluation. A live broadcast announces that the 18th group, famous for its record-breaking clear, is about to receive its first official grading. Commentators emphasize that this group has drawn worldwide attention by beating the previous record by 2 weeks. The media also stirs interest by bringing up the rumor of an advanced player among them. They promise details later, using the mystery hunter to heighten anticipation. In the VIP waiting room, invited observers gather, and one late arrival is immediately called out for her usual tardiness. They discuss whether the escaped Hyun-woo Kim is really the same person who entered the tower back in 2006. A woman explains that time inside the tower halts bodily growth and aging, so meeting him again would reveal no visible change. Another observer, intrigued rather than sympathetic, wonders what kind of monster 12 years in the tower must have created. The announcement calls the new hunters to prepare, with the evaluation beginning in 5 minutes. In the test taker's waiting room, participants are instructed to wear their issued basic equipment and calmly await the exam. Hyun-woo, however, is more interested in devouring a snack than in the solemn atmosphere around him. He realizes he has already finished the entire bag, marveling at ordinary food after years without it. His satisfied burp and casual relief make the armored examinees around him stare. When he asks about their weapons and armor, they explain the gear was distributed that morning and warn that failing the test will be difficult without it. Hyun-woo suspects he missed the distribution because he fell asleep, a luxury he had not been able to enjoy in the tower. The staff brush off his concern and tell him he can ask at the tutorial center later. The candidates are then ordered out to the exam site as the test is about to begin. Hyun-woo follows with only vague interest, barely remembering what this evaluation even is. They arrive at the Seoul Tutorial Center's grade evaluation maze. An examiner welcomes the junior hunters before the massive entrance. He introduces himself as David, an A-grade hunter and the supervisor of the exam, and formally starts the test. His declaration makes clear that the public grading has officially begun. David reminds the candidates that the whole world is watching them right now. The examinees tense under that pressure, while David seems pleased by their reaction. He tells them not to be nervous because compared with the tutorial tower, this exam should be easy. As he praises what they survived, Hyun-woo yawns openly, showing how little the speech impresses him. His bored expression makes it obvious that he finds the entire event trivial. David moves on and announces the first exam. With a tap on his device, he activates the test mechanism. The candidates brace themselves as the structure begins to respond. David explains that hunters must overcome many difficult situations, and this exam will test one of the basics. A huge stone labyrinth rises into place behind him as he reveals the challenge. Heavy blocks slam together, completing the maze's shifting walls. The final sections lock into place with crushing force. David names the first trial simply the maze. He explains that the maze is filled with traps and that the candidates should use all their abilities despite its supposedly simple nature. The objective is to reach the exit on the far side, and the countdown to start begins. As the seconds tick down, the examinees focus and ready their weapons. With 10 seconds left, determination hardens across the group. In the final seconds, tension peaks and everyone prepares to sprint. The instant the exam starts, the armored candidates charge into the maze. Watching them rush in obediently, David praises their discipline. He grows nostalgic and pleased, thinking their eagerness resembles his own first-graded exam. He begins lecturing about preserving a hunter's original resolve, only to be interrupted by Manhua calling him uncle. David turns sharply, irritated by the disrespect. Manhua asks with complete simplicity whether all he has to do is somehow reach the exit. David studies him more closely, sensing something off about this casual examinee. Privately, David wonders what kind of person would act like this at a public hunter exam. Manhua's cheap clothes and sandals make him look less like a hunter than an unprepared civilian, deepening David's contempt. His carefree yarn convinces David that the man is mocking the exam and everyone taking it seriously. David confirms that Manhua understands the test, but his tone makes clear he is now personally offended. Manhua answers by pointing out that David is the one acting arrogantly. David challenges him, asking whether he thinks the hunter exam is something trivial. Manhua tells him to save that attitude for the noisy candidates trying their hardest, and keeps calling him uncle. The exchange turns openly hostile as David labels him arrogant and Manhua calmly returns the insult. Manhua proposes a bet that if he clears the maze within 20 seconds, David should pay him 100,000 won. David snaps that Manhua should know his place and stop talking nonsense. Manhua needles him further by asking if he is too scared to accept. When David hesitates, Manhua raises the stakes and says they can forget it if fear is the problem, then names 1 million won instead. David starts to explain his own pay and conditions, but Manhua accepts immediately and dashes toward the maze before he can finish. At the entrance, Manhua places a hand on the towering wall as if testing it. He suddenly realizes that a hunter's salary and bonuses are far higher than he imagined, making the bet feel like easy money. Delighted by the prospect, he decides that being a hunter is an excellent job after all. He plants his feet and gathers strength into his body. Power erupts from his stance as he prepares a direct breakthrough instead of entering the maze normally. David watches in confusion, unable to understand what Manhua intends to do. Spectators and staff stare as Manhua clings to the wall rather than running through the entrance. In the VIP room, the observers notice his bizarre behavior and begin paying attention. Manhua's expression sharpens as he commits to his absurd solution. He launches into a handstand-like strike, channeling force through his body toward the wall. The gathered energy condenses at the point of impact. The pressure intensifies until the wall can no longer withstand it. His power peaks in a blinding surge. Manhua drives the attack through the maze wall with explosive force. The stone structure bursts apart as he literally punches a path straight through it. Dust and debris billow around his sandals as he lands from the strike. Standing amid the wreckage, he casually declares that he has arrived at the exit on the opposite side. He admits it is a forcibly made exit, but clearly sees no problem with that interpretation. The audience erupts in disbelief that he crossed the maze by smashing through it, and they immediately question how such a feat could even be measured. The VIP observers compare his stubbornness to the man they once knew and begin to suspect this is indeed the same Manhua. Manhua, meanwhile, is only delighted by the thought of collecting his 1 million won. That joy vanishes when he suddenly considers the cost of the damage he just caused. Looking at the enormous hole he made, he worries they might demand compensation instead of paying him. A flashback begins, returning to 24 hours before the rank assessment competition. At the live hunter office, staff confirm the list of contestants for the upcoming test. A reporter asks whether there is anything especially worth expecting from this year's event. The answer is that information on the rumored advanced hunter is scarce, so they look for other notable newcomers as backup stories. One staffer points out that there is indeed another person worth watching. They identify him as a backup hunter trained in traditional martial arts, someone prepared in case the advanced hunter does not appear. That backup candidate is Lee Konghyun. Elsewhere, Lee draws his sword with practiced confidence. He carries himself with the calm certainty of someone who expects success. Lee believes his talent and ability ensure that luck will always favor him. When a monster suddenly appears, he steps forward as others panic and flee. He resolves to protect the others and prove himself through action. The beast lunges at him with murderous force. Lee meets it head-on and cuts it down in a brilliant flash. Standing over the corpse, he is sure this hunt will earn him praise and recognition. He reflects that he once believed attention and respect naturally followed his path of success, but that confidence was naive. His memory shifts to the tower's final battle, where the monstrous enemy unleashed a catastrophic blast. The attack devastated the area and made Lee's own efforts look insignificant. Explosions ripped through the tower again and again, overwhelming everything around him. In that hellish moment, Manhua roared that he was going home, revealing a terrifying will that dwarfed Lee's pride. Lee remembers fleeing in shock and realizes his worldview broke the moment he encountered that man. Even now he struggles to process what he witnessed back then. He recalls Hyunwoo joyfully summoning the exit portal while Lee stared in disbelief at a human who felt more monstrous than the monsters. Lee admits that although he survived that encounter, it taught him how pathetic and small he really was. Back in the present, he notes that the first exam has already ended successfully. Officials announce that for safety they will handle the damaged test site and ask everyone to return to the waiting room for the next schedule. Smoke continues to drift over the shattered maze, evidence of Hyunwoo's absurd shortcut. In the press room, reporters erupt in confusion and demand footage that clearly captured what just happened. The staff complain that every usable shot keeps centering on Lee Kang-hyun instead of the real spectacle, leaving them frustrated. One observer dismisses Hyunwoo's sandals as irrelevant now that his strength has made the entire room rethink him. A large screen shows Hyunwoo's face as officials urgently ask for a full situation report. Attention shifts to the hunter's live waiting room, where the fallout from the first exam is being processed. Lee sits in silence, clearly unsettled by the memory and by Hyunwoo's reappearance. Elsewhere, Hyunwoo lets out another carefree yawn, untouched by the storm he caused. Back in the waiting room, the other candidates excitedly discuss the explosion, the impossible maze clear, and the rumor that Hyunwoo is the advanced player. Lee hears them connect Hyunwoo to the advanced hunter rumor, and recognizes exactly who they mean. He reminds himself that the exam is not over yet, because there is still a chance to witness Hyunwoo's true performance. As the ranking contest is abruptly reordered and delayed for 15 minutes, the committee prepares to reassess the contestants afterward. Kim Hyunwoo listens to the announcement, and readies himself for the next round. Nearby, Lee Kang-hyun hardens his resolve and swears he will not lose to the man he hates. When his turn comes, Lee Kang-hyun draws his sword and channels crackling purple magic through it. He unleashes his power with a shout, pouring everything into a violent opening strike. The blade erupts into a brilliant arc of magic that tears through the air. His attack explodes across the arena, cutting down goblins in a storm of lightning-like slashes. The spectators and staff are stunned that a hunter who only just emerged from the tower can already wield magic. The shock quickly turns into hype as people hail Lee Kang-hyun as a rare genius. He continues carving through the monsters in a dazzling barrage until the arena is nearly cleared. Before he can do more, the timer hits 0 and his attempt is stopped. The result is announced. Contestant 33, Lee Kang-hyun, has killed 78 goblins. Because that is the best performance so far, Lee Kang-hyun realizes with relief that he has taken the lead. Watching the broadcast, onlookers praise both his talent and the fact that he seems unharmed. As Lee Kang-hyun leaves, people turn their attention to the rumored advanced player who will go next. Kim Hyunwoo is called in as contestant 34, and Lee Kang-hyun can only grit his teeth at the timing. Lee Kang-hyun falls silent, wary of what this next challenger might do. The staff confirm that the next examinee is indeed the mysterious man everyone has been talking about. Kim Hyunwoo enters the test chamber for the goblin exam, where he is given 120 seconds to begin. The arena starts summoning monsters and flashes of cold blue light around him. The first goblin materializes, snarling as it takes shape before him. More goblins appear one after another until he is surrounded. Even with the monsters closing in, Kim Hyunwoo stands casually as the final countdown begins. The audience watches the seconds tick down, while the goblins gather to attack. Among the viewers, his former companions stare tensely, unsure what he is about to do. One of the goblins roars first, eager to rush him the instant the test starts. Kim Hyunwoo remains relaxed in the middle of the encirclement as the countdown nears its end. With only seconds left, he exhales as if bored rather than threatened. At the final second, his eyes sharpen and his body finally readies to move. The test officially begins and the goblins lunge at him all at once. Kim Hyunwoo launches forward with explosive speed the moment the signal is given. His acceleration is so abrupt that the floor cracks under the force of his step. He crosses the distance instantly and smashes through the first goblin before it can react. The staff barely catch what happened and urgently ask for a closer look at the footage. Meanwhile, the goblins keep charging, unaware that he is already among them. The observers can only stare in disbelief at the impossible burst of movement. Kim Hyunwoo slips through the pack and strikes with clean, brutal precision. In only a few seconds, the timer has barely moved despite several monsters already falling. The audience loses sight of him entirely, and wonders where he vanished to. Then they realize the goblins are being decapitated so fast that their heads seem to separate on their own. One impressed watcher sums it up in a single word: amazing. His former teammates recognize the same overwhelming speed they once struggled even to follow. On the replay, he appears to do nothing more than stroll up to a monster. Yet each casual touch is actually a lethal strike that blows a goblin's head apart. He simply repeats that pattern from target to target with flawless efficiency. Because he moves too fast for the goblins to register, they die before they can even understand time has passed. His old companions are left wondering what kind of ordeal inside the tower could have produced someone like this. Seeing him now, they conclude the rumors were true and that he has become something monstrous in his own right. Almost immediately, the timer drops to its final second. When time is called, Kim Hyunwoo stops only after finishing his last motion. The result is overwhelming. He stands amid a field of corpses with a total score of 248 points. Kim Hyunwoo smiles to himself, treating the massacre like a pleasant game. The live broadcast of his fight spreads explosively online and draws massive attention. Viewers flood the comments with disbelief, trying to decide whether what they saw was even real or legal. Speculation quickly forms that his absurd speed must come from an equally absurd amount of magic power. Hearing that explanation, Lee Kang-hyun's expression hardens with resentment. The more he reads people praising Kim Hyun-woo's power, the more his anger builds. In frustration, he crushes his phone in his hand. Left alone with his rage, Lee Kang-hyun curses under his breath. Unable to contain himself, he storms out and slams through the door in fury. He vents his hatred physically, pounding the wall and vowing revenge on Kim Hyun-woo. Brooding over how hard he worked to gain fame, he bitterly recalls all the obsessive training and hunting he endured. That only makes him more furious that Kim Hyun-woo became famous so easily in comparison. Elsewhere, a hand places a list of guild representatives who want to meet Kim Hyun-woo. Kim Hyun-woo looks at the document in confusion, unsure what to make of it. A woman explains that many parties are now seeking an audience with him. She introduces herself as Alice, Deputy Information Officer of the Korean Hunter Association. Kim Hyun-woo accepts her card, and she congratulates him on returning after 12 years. Alice begins explaining how the world changed after towers appeared, turning monster danger into a source of enormous reward. She adds that guilds exist to gather elite hunters so they can overcome those dangers together and claim more profit. While she gives her formal pitch, Kim Hyun-woo's face makes it obvious he finds the whole matter exhausting. He finally lets out a small sound of realization as he understands where this conversation is heading. Kim Hyun-woo directly asks whether arranging guild contracts is also part of the association's information work. Alice admits that she came with another purpose beyond simply delivering messages. She says she personally wanted to see the man who shook the world and then places an Aries guild contract before him. As he starts reading, she warns him to check the category at the back first. The first clause shocks him by stating that the guild would immediately transfer the full payment upon cooperation. Alice calmly asks what he thinks of an offer worth tens of billions. Kim Hyun-woo, still mentally stuck in the past, blurts out that 10 billion won sounds absurdly inflated. Alice asks whether a single 10 billion won contract really seems so unbelievable to him. He hesitates, trying to make sense of just how much the world's values have changed. Then he awkwardly wonders if the currency has collapsed so badly that such numbers mean nothing now. Alice reassures him that there is no such crisis and explains instead that land prices have skyrocketed. To prove it, she shows him the current value of the place where he used to live. The revelation that his old 300 million won home is now worth 1.3 billion leaves him reeling. Alice tells him not to worry about rising prices because the contract's upfront deposit alone is 10 billion won. She sweetens the offer further by saying Aries would double the amount after the first term and renew again if they want him. When he realizes that means 20 billion, she notes that he would share dungeon spoils with the guild but on favorable terms. She emphasizes that the profit split would be tilted in his favor. Kim Hyun-woo presses her again, asking whether such guild recruitment is really association business. Alice admits she is involved because of a personal connection and says an Aries scout asked her to deliver the proposal. Kim Hyun-woo privately notes that guild recommendations should not normally be made inside association headquarters. Alice tells him he does not need to decide immediately, but he has already made up his mind. To her shock, he flatly says he never intended to join any guild in the first place. He repeats the refusal without hesitation, making clear he wants nothing to do with guild life. Alice first assumes he must be joking, but his seriousness quickly proves otherwise. Kim Hyun-woo explains that he has no intention of tying himself down to any guild. Afterward, alone with his thoughts, he reminds himself that every deal in this world comes with a hidden cost. Lying on his bed, he reasons that no one would hand him 10 billion won unless they expected to bury him in obligations later. His cramped room and cheap snacks underline the simple life he prefers to keep. He decides he hates complicated arrangements, and would rather live comfortably and carefree. What he truly wants is the freedom to spend his time doing whatever he pleases. Before leaving, Alice had asked whether that meant he planned to avoid hunter work altogether. He answered that he had heard of hunters who operate alone, and suggested that path suited him better. Alice counters that mercenary hunters usually come from guild backgrounds and that solo exploration is unrealistic for someone inexperienced. Kim Hyun-woo remains unconvinced and quietly decides it can work anyway. Alice warns that he is being arrogant and that reality will be harsher than he thinks. Even so, she leaves him her card and tells him to call if he changes his mind. Back in bed, he regrets only that he let such a useful term as mercenary hunter slip past him earlier. He fumes that if he had known from the start, he could have skipped the whole pointless grading test. The thought annoys him so much that it keeps him from sleeping. Out of boredom, he finally picks up the list of people who wanted to meet him, expecting nothing important. Then one name catches his eye and makes him pause. 5 days later, after the new hunter protection period ends, he goes to a Japanese restaurant called Makdo. Faced with a table full of sushi, he admits he still has not adjusted to being back in this world. He begins confirming the identities of the people who invited him, one by one. Across from him sit his old companions Seo-kwan, Seo-yeon, and Sihyun, who are tired of repeating who they are. Kim Hyun-woo stares at them, still struggling to reconcile their present selves with the people he remembers. He marvels that Seo-kwan, once just a peer, now looks like a full-grown uncle. He is equally thrown by how the formerly school-aged Sihyun has become a composed adult. And Xiaoyan, once a much younger girl, now seems like a completely different person too. Trying to sort out his memories, he awkwardly addresses Sihian first. He immediately starts teasing them by recalling how they used to hide behind him and cry before the 50th floor boss. When he brings up Xiaoyan panicking on the 14th floor, she threatens him with embarrassment if he keeps talking. He brushes it off cheerfully, saying it is good to see them again, while happily devouring sushi he missed for 12 years. Xiaoquan reminds him that even back then he obsessed over sushi, especially after they caught a merman. The memory begins with the terrified face of that monstrous merman. They recall how Kim Hyunwoo borrowed a sword, sliced off the merman's tail, and turned the fight into sashimi on the spot. His friends explain that stories like that convinced them he was somehow doing fine outside the tower too. Kim Hyunwoo, still eating, asks what kind of spooky stories about him they mean. Xiaoyan tells him he is practically a celebrity now because his exploits in the tower were even discussed on television. That revelation makes him freeze in horror. He panics internally, realizing too many of his bizarre actions might have been broadcast, and desperately asks which ones. The problem is that he used so many ridiculous methods that he cannot guess which story became famous. He first fears it might be the time he cleared a dungeon half-naked. Then he worries it could be the incident where he dressed like a goblin and finished a dungeon that way. Instead, his friends say the most famous tale is that he beat a dungeon boss while doing a strange dance, along with the story of kicking through 10 floors. Cornered, Kim Hyunwoo admits with awkward honesty that he really did all of those things. Their imagination fills in the absurd image of him dancing under flashing lights in the middle of battle. They can barely process the idea that he defeated a dungeon boss while dancing. Xiaoyan and Sihian are left speechless by how casually he treats such madness. Kim Hyunwoo simply takes another bite of sushi as if none of this is strange. He chews contentedly while the others stare at him in disbelief. With a bright smile, he says he only tried those methods on a whim. He explains that he thought acting that way might somehow help him escape the dungeon. As another example, he says he got so frustrated once that he kicked a hole straight through the tower to the 10th floor and climbed up. Hearing that directly from him, Xiaoquan concludes that the grading test was right to treat him like a monster. Kim Hyunwoo dryly replies that being trapped in there really does drive a person to try everything. Looking back, he adds that his student would have been somewhere in that tower too, surprising Xiaoyan. He begins to explain, saying he cannot remember exactly which turn it was, but the memory is clearly important. He recalls that while trapped between the 50th and 60th floors of the tower, he reached a point of utter collapse amid the ruins. There he sensed a wandering soul and realized that even in that dead place, something else had found him. When a horned skeletal figure appeared above him, his desperation turned into fear of a monster. Instead of killing him, the being offered a blunt choice between dying weakly or choosing to live. The creature promised to guide him, binding the start of an unlikely master and disciple relationship. Back in the present, he casually admits that he once boasted he would invent a new martial art and raise that monster as his student. His listener finds the claim absurd, but he explains he had chased the fantasy of a trapped protagonist gaining enlightenment and escaping. Believing he could force that kind of breakthrough, he threw himself into the attempt to escape the tower by training. The masked disciple drilled him harshly, threatening him into absolute focus whenever he faltered. Under that pressure he strained through brutal physical training, trying to draw out power through concentration. When brute effort failed to break even a pillar, the disciple kept barking mystical instructions about moving energy through his body. He now admits the whole Qigong routine was a fraud because all he could really do was hit hard, and he almost feels sorry for the one he misled. Remembering how nasty he had been to that disciple, he jokes uneasily that he would probably deserve a lawsuit if they ever met again. He reassures himself that the mask hid his identity, and decides he must avoid that former student at all costs. Then his thoughts shift from that embarrassment to the bigger shock of what the outside world had become during the 12 years he lost. The table falls silent as everyone realizes the gap between his body, his age, and the years he actually lived through. Later, alone in his room, the reality of his return settles in around the life waiting under his own name. Lying on his bed, he summons the familiar status window to inspect what changed after escaping the tower. He notices that the message saying he had reached the tutorial limit is gone, while his absurdly high physical stats remain, and his magic is still non-existent. He also sees that the extra number tied to his age has vanished, confirming that the 12 years trapped in the tower were somehow erased from his official life. With that burden lifted, he decides he can now live freely, spend the money he has saved, and do whatever he wants until he dies. But one line still remains on the window, hinting that some loop has been removed and refusing to let the matter end cleanly. He taps the strange line, determined to find out what hidden condition it is referring to. When the system reacts, he braces himself for another unwanted twist. The message congratulates him on escaping the tower but immediately pushes him toward a next stage involving 3 dungeon bosses. A target list appears naming the Institute of Aduran, Forest Village, and the Visible Swamp, leaving him baffled and irritated. Before he can process it, someone calls for him from outside his room, interrupting his thoughts. The caretaker tells him visitors have arrived, specifically scouts from the Ares Guild who insist on meeting him. He tries to refuse outright, but the caretaker nervously explains that the guild demanded contact even if he said no. The old man urges caution because the people waiting are from Ares, a name heavy enough to make refusal dangerous. Realizing the issue will only drag on if he avoids it, he decides to face them once and settle it directly. He heads downstairs with the caretaker to the first-floor waiting room where the guild representatives are stationed. The quiet room feels less like a meeting place and more like a stage prepared for pressure. Inside, a smug recruiter and a hulking enforcer greet him as if they already own the conversation. He immediately states that he has no intention of joining any guild, trying to end the matter before it starts. The recruiter introduces himself as Byung-go Kong, head of personnel for Ares, and presents his card with practiced confidence. When Manhua questions whether this approach is acceptable, the recruiter answers with a threat disguised as a question. He asks what Manhua plans to do if he refuses Ares, implying that independence is not a real option. Leaning in, the recruiter suggests that Manhua is naive if he thinks he can continue growing properly on his own. Manhua stays silent, letting the man reveal just how coercive the offer really is. The recruiter promises that joining Ares would spare him pointless hardship and place him under their protection and resources. Manhua finally breaks the pretense and addresses him with open contempt. He asks if they came at this hour simply to blackmail him, exposing the real purpose of the visit. The bald enforcer flares up at the insult, but the recruiter restrains him and keeps the pressure measured. The recruiter coolly wonders whether Manhua understands how to judge his own situation, trying to reassert dominance. Manhua cuts back by repeating the public rumor that Ares has swallowed most of Korea's dungeons and become a gang of scavengers. That accusation brings back the key issue behind the guild's power, the so-called dungeon entrance ticket. He had once asked in confusion whether dungeons were some kind of amusement park that needed tickets at all. His friend had explained that Ares monopolizes roughly 2/3 of Korea's dungeons. They especially control beginner and profitable farming dungeons, pouring money into them under the excuse of foreign capital. As a result, hunters must either buy outrageously expensive access or submit to Ares, making the choice effectively forced. Back in the waiting room, the tension spikes as violence finally erupts beneath the polite words. The enforcer slams the table and warns Manhua not to speak rashly, boasting that Ares even has influence inside the association. Standing over him, the thug tells Manhua to think carefully, turning the conversation into a direct intimidation attempt. Manhua remains seated and unimpressed, watching the display without yielding an inch. The enforcer insists that Manhua still does not understand the situation and tries to cow him through raw force. Then the thug hurls the heavy table at him, expecting fear or retreat. The table explodes away instead, shattered before it can touch him. The enforcer mocks him by citing his own A rank and asking whether Manhua thinks he can beat someone like that. Manhua answers with a faint smile that makes clear he has already judged the man. He calls the thug exactly what others say Ares is, garbage, and treats the threat as beneath him. Both guild men are thrown off by how casually he insults them after their show of force. Manhua then beckons the enforcer closer with nothing but a slipper in his hand. He openly declares that he will fight with the slipper alone, mocking the thug as someone who needs to be beaten back to his senses. The insult snaps the enforcer's restraint and drives him into a furious charge. He lunges with murderous intent, determined to crush Manhua for the humiliation. Screaming for Manhua to die, he commits fully to the attack. Manhua raises the slipper like a weapon, meeting the charge with absurd calm. The slipper lands first, smashing into the enforcer's face with overwhelming force. Manhua's expression never changes, as if swatting away an annoyance rather than fighting an A-rank hunter. The enforcer's face buckles under the blow before he can even comprehend what happened. A moment later he is blasted across the room hard enough to tear through the wall. The recruiter can only stare in disbelief as his supposed trump card is erased in one hit. The enforcer ends up embedded headfirst in the wall, unconscious and utterly defeated. The recruiter recoils, finally understanding that the man he came to pressure is far beyond expectation. Manhua rises through the dust and invites the recruiter to keep talking if he still has the nerve. Elsewhere, footage of Manhua overwhelming monsters spreads, and observers identify him as the advanced player from the rumors. One Ares superior admits Manhua is even more impressive than expected, though his praise carries calculation rather than respect. He dismisses Manhua as merely a big frog in a small dungeon, someone powerful but still provincial. He decides that Manhua's confidence will change once he is confronted by someone truly strong and influential. That plan centers on overwhelming force, not negotiation, as Ares prepares a harsher lesson. The guild's logic is simple. If Manhua meets a power greater than his own, his independence will break. They intend to use the accumulated strength and authority of Ares itself as that crushing weight. In their minds, that pressure should have been enough to force him to kneel, but reality has already diverged from their script. The enforcer's body stuck in the wall becomes proof that their expected outcome failed completely. The recruiter is left wondering exactly when and how everything went so catastrophically wrong. Unable to accept it, he thinks it is impossible for someone with no magic to display such monstrous physical power. Manhua steps closer, slipper still on his foot and authority now entirely his. He asks what he hates most, making the recruiter tremble before the answer even comes. The recruiter's polished composure breaks as he instinctively backs away. Faced with Manhua's approach, he can no longer pretend this is a meeting between equals. He stammers in panic, reduced from manipulator to prey. Manhua tells him plainly that what he hates most is being threatened. His face hardens with murderous clarity as he condemns the recruiter for crossing that line. He strikes with brutal force, turning his warning into punishment. Outside, the city knight remains calm, indifferent to the violence unfolding inside. Later, when asked if he came back after completely crushing the man, Manhua answers simply that the other side started it. His friend scolds him as hopeless and reminds him that the men from Ares are the worst kind of enemy to make. Manhua, more interested in a strawberry than the warning, asks what exactly makes them so terrible. His friend explains that Ares never lets grudges go, and that everyone avoids provoking them if they can. They pressure other guilds into refusing targets, and quietly arrange deaths inside dungeons where no one can prove murder. Manhua repeats the euphemism with curiosity, prompting a more direct explanation. His friend states it plainly. In the maze of a dungeon, they kill people because there are no witnesses. Manhua calls them savage, and his friend dryly notes that what Manhua did to them was not exactly gentle either. In response, the friend suggests the simplest solution would be for Manhua to join his own guild. Manhua refuses again despite his earlier wish to live comfortably, leaving his friend baffled. He says that comfortable life can wait because he has something else he needs to do first. That task is tied to one of the system's target dungeons, so he asks about the Institute of Aduran. For 12 years he had wondered why the system singled out that place after the loop was removed. Now the target list has given him a concrete lead, and Aduran stands out as the first thread to pull. He remembers the tower welcoming him in and the bitter question that followed. Why was he the only one who could not leave? Those unanswered questions fermented into resentment and anger over the years. He swore that if he uncovered the tower's secret and the person responsible, he would make them pay for locking him away for 12 years. His friend asks why he is suddenly fixated on Aduran in particular. Manhua answers that if his friend knows anything, he wants the culprit to suffer the same way he did. The friend identifies Aduran as a C-rank dungeon in Wejongbu and confirms it is a real place. It is even known as a good dungeon for new hunters to grow, which only sharpens Manhua's interest. When asked why that dungeon matters, Manhua says only that he has business there. His friend points out the obvious problem that Manhua probably cannot even enter it. He reminds him that Ares abuses its exclusive rights over dungeons, and Aduran is one of the places under that control. Manhua explodes at the absurdity and demands to know what the government is doing about such blatant abuse. His friend explains that neither politicians nor the government truly intervene in hunter affairs because they lack real authority there. Even when hunters die in dungeons, the system treats it as part of the profession rather than a crime the state can easily police. So if someone is murdered inside, investigators usually write it off as an accident caused by dungeon danger. Manhua concludes in disgust that the whole structure is rotten. From the outside, however, Ares looks like a respectable blue-chip company that pays taxes and operates in a field outsiders are told not to touch. Manhua first considers sneaking into Aduran somehow, but his friend says the entrance is guarded around the clock. Rather than give up, he decides he will use a different method. His friend immediately suspects that this means Manhua is about to do something reckless again. Manhua confirms it with a grin, saying he plans to take the bull by the horns. The warning comes that this will put him in direct conflict with Ares, but that no longer deters him. He pauses only long enough to consider the consequences and accept them. Remembering the recruiter and enforcer he already crushed, he decides that any chance of avoiding hostility with Ares is already gone. Meanwhile at Ares headquarters, the guild discusses how tighter checks from a military government guild are slowing their expansion into China. A subordinate asks how much delay they should expect in their overseas plans. The answer is at least 5 months, followed by a review of Japan's and Russia's timelines as well. Even under favorable conditions, Russia will take around 8 months and Japan 7. The Korean branch manager, Seon Wei-hyu, judges the schedule acceptable and shows no concern. He says long delays do not matter as long as Ares stays one step ahead of every rival. His philosophy is ruthless efficiency. In dangerous farming, survival only requires being faster than the person ahead of you. He orders his subordinate to keep watching the situation, and the man obeys immediately. Once that matter ends, Seonwa asks what report comes next. He is handed an expected ability analysis table for Hyunwoo Kim that he had requested earlier. Looking over it, he immediately senses that something about the report is off. The file is based on Hyunwoo's tutorial zone footage and combat records rather than ordinary hunter data. Analysts had compared that footage to a trial machine and plotted his physical traits on a radar chart. They explained that the estimate was produced by an experimental analytics device introduced only on a trial basis. Seonwa bluntly asks whether the machine is broken, unable to accept the result. The personnel director insists the error margin can shift the estimate by only 1 rank, meaning Hyunwoo's frightening evaluation is still essentially real. Ares confirms that the report about a remarkable hunter is genuine. The department head immediately asks whether that man has already been recruited. His subordinate admits they failed, just as another manager had failed before. Rather than regret the loss, the department head decides such a man should not be brought in. Looking over Hyunwoo Kim's profile, the subordinate tries to argue that rejecting him makes no sense. He insists Hyunwoo's talent would let him dominate mazes and dungeons and grow explosively with support. He adds that recruiting Hyunwoo would bring the guild enormous profit. The department head reveals the real reason for refusal. Hyenwood could become a threat to his own position. He compares Hyenwood to a poisonous apple that tempts people before harming whoever reaches for it. So he orders that Hyenwood not be recruited but quietly crippled instead, promising executive support for the job. Before the subordinate can leave, an urgent interruption arrives. A messenger rushes in and reports that something serious has happened. The news shocks them because the incident is at the Institute of Aduran. At Kianbosan Mountain, someone outside the dungeon begs to be let in just this once. At the Ares checkpoint blocking the C-rank dungeon entrance, a female hunter pleads for a ticket. She explains that this dungeon is the only place she can hunt. The guards mock her and tell her to go die in the free low-level maze instead. One guard leans in and lectures that people without money or ability have no right to seek an easy life. Pretending to be principled, he toys with her while enjoying his power over her. He turns the humiliation into harassment, and she forces herself to play along despite her disgust. He offers entry only if she gives him her phone number, until a new voice cuts in. The guard turns in annoyance to see who interrupted him. Hyenwood arrives in his tracksuit and slippers, calm and unimpressed. The guard dismisses him as a fool and tells him to relieve himself in the woods instead of bothering them. Hyenwood flatly answers that he came for business inside the dungeon, not for a toilet. The guard shouts that this is a dungeon full of monsters and not a place for jokes. Hyenwood steps closer and repeats that he came here fully aware of that. Then he asks the obvious question the guard has failed to grasp, whether he is an idiot. The insult leaves the guards and the woman staring at him in disbelief. Trying to recover, the lead guard assumes Hyenwood must simply be some deranged civilian and asks what he does. Hyenwood answers with silence, letting the tension build. Instead of explaining himself, he bends down and tells them they are the ones who do not get it. He picks up his slipper as if preparing to teach them in the simplest language possible. The guards are too confused to understand what he is about to do. Smiling brightly, Hyenwood beckons the lead guard closer with the slipper in hand. The guard starts to bark back, still convinced Hyenwood is just crazy. Hyenwood ends the exchange with a single overwhelming blow. The impact sends the guard flying past his stunned partner. The remaining guard can only stare into the dust, unable to process what happened. The first guard crashes into the fence and collapses, instantly broken by the hit. Hyenwood appears behind the second guard like a nightmare he never saw coming. Realizing he hit too hard, Hyenwood casually regrets not controlling his strength better. He addresses the surviving guard, who immediately bows and answers in terror. Hyenwood gives a simple order, hand over the shoes. When the man hesitates, Hyenwood reminds him what happened to the other guard and threatens to do worse. The terrified guard obeys, and Hyenwood approves of the much better footwear. Trying them on, Hyenwood is delighted to discover they are magically light despite looking heavy. The guard mourns that he spent 5 million won enchanting those shoes for weight reduction. Reduced to his socks, he tries to save face by insisting he is not really a bad person. Hyenwood leaves him only the broken slipper as a final insult. As Hyenwood walks through the gate, the woman awkwardly excuses herself while the guard stands defeated beside his lost shoes. Left behind with one comrade unconscious and his dignity gone, the guard can only curse his luck. Back at Soul Guild headquarters, someone is shocked to hear that Hyenwood has already gone to Aduran. A woman scolds Hyenwood's friend for letting him leave on his own. He complains about her shouting, but she is too worried to calm down. She snaps that the issue is not romance but the danger of Ares, whose cruelty they both know well. He says he warned Hyenwood too, but Hyenwood left stubbornly and refused to be stopped. When he asks whether she truly thinks she could have restrained Hyenwood, she falls silent. She has to admit that no one can really force Hyenwood once he decides something. So she shifts to the real concern and confirms that Hyenwood and Ares have serious bad blood. His friend says Hyenwood told him as much, though not in full detail. He reflects that Hyenwood is normally not the kind of person who causes trouble for no reason. But there is one important exception. Whenever Hyenwood forms a hostile relationship with someone, his anger toward them becomes extreme. In those moments, his darker and more twisted side comes out. Even so, they both understand that his warped reactions come from somewhere painful rather than random malice. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Hyenwood walks through the ruined interior with no sign of concern. He recalls being told not to worry and questions that advice with open skepticism. Looking down at his newly stolen shoes, he repeats that if what he heard is true, there may be no problem at all. He tests the shoes while thinking that his friend's information will decide whether this trip is worth it. The shoes click lightly as he enjoys how well they fit. Amused, he dismisses the earlier warning as nonsense. He remembers hearing yesterday not only about Ares but also about Hyenwood's own ability grade. That revelation leaves his companions in the present conversation visibly tense. His friend hesitates, reluctant to say it outright. The woman realizes the implication and asks if the unbelievable rumor is actually true. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a sinister laugh echoes through a laboratory-like chamber. The source is Aduran, a grotesque boss obsessed with experimentation and furious about losing test subjects. Aduran rants that without more samples, his research cannot continue and he needs fresh bodies. The monster prowls the room, delighted at the thought of new victims. Hidden nearby, 3 intruders observe that the boss has regenerated and conclude Ares ignores this dungeon because it is not profitable. They debate whether they should try to capture the boss themselves, despite doubting they can. One argues that since they bribed their way inside, They have to seize this rare chance when the boss is present. The masked woman warns that boss captures are usually guild-level operations and may be beyond their abilities. Their armored companion says a Duran is heavily defensive but weak offensively, so victory is possible with time. Hearing that, the masked woman starts to believe they might actually pull it off. The trio commits to the gamble, hoping a boss kill will accelerate their growth. Just as they move, the armored man notices someone else already standing deeper inside the room. The others peer out and realize the stranger does not even look like a hunter. That stranger is Manhua, standing casually before the boss as if he owns the place. A Duran is thrilled by the arrival of what he sees as a fresh research subject. The monster leers over Manhua and promises to dissect him piece by piece wherever he prefers. Manhua decides he needs to understand the kind of torment he himself suffered 12 years earlier. His thoughts carry him back to the orphanage where that past began. As a child, he was warned not to cause trouble or reveal too clearly that he had no parents. An adult coldly told him to obey the teachers and keep his head down. The farewell made clear he was being discarded rather than cared for. He remembers that after his parents died in a car accident, his uncle dumped him in childcare and stole the inheritance. That betrayal may have planted Manhua's deep disappointment in people. Ever since, attempts to manipulate or pressure him have triggered something fierce inside him. Against openly hostile opponents, all his twisted resentment and grudges pour out without limit. Back in the present, a Duran keeps laughing and preparing to begin his experiment. The boss repeats his threat to probe Manhua's eyes, heart, or spine in intimate detail. Manhua answers with a calm warning and tells the monster not to do that. A Duran mocks the warning, unable to imagine Manhua as a threat. Manhua responds by smashing the boss with another brutal strike before the sentence can finish. Watching from cover, the three intruders recoil in shock at the speed and force of the attack. Manhua steps forward in his stolen shoes as if the fight has barely begun. With murderous irritation, he complains about the metallic scraping of the knives and curses the monster outright. The hidden trio can only conclude that Manhua is completely insane in battle. A system message appears announcing that the loop has been removed and the Institute of a Duran has been cleared. Manhua accepts the result matter-of-factly and immediately sets his sights on the next dungeon, Forest Village. As Adoran's body dissolves, the three observers finally recognize the man who killed it. They realize he is the advanced player who topped the hunter-kill bulletin. His tracksuit and appearance confirm it, and they are awed to be seeing him in person. Elsewhere, in Ares Korea's executive basement, another power struggle is beginning. Kian Myung-woo, head of management, arrives and asks why the personnel director has come all the way down. The personnel director says the branch manager wanted him informed directly and hands over a file. Reading it, Kian Myung is stunned that a new hunter fresh from the tower may possess 2 A-rank abilities. The report on Manhua lists extraordinary physical stats and unknown magical potential, though the analysis is still provisional. Even with uncertainty, Kian Myung judges the numbers monstrous rather than merely impressive. He asks if that means they should recruit Manhua instead of following the earlier order to injure him. The personnel director replies that either choice is acceptable as long as it causes no trouble. Kian Myung senses that this answer also reflects the other man's private desire to see Manhua dealt with. He points out that Manhua trespassed into Ares' exclusive dungeon and notes that the men guarding it seem to know suspiciously much about the incident. The personnel director admits their pride was wounded because of Manhua. Kian Myung decides that a man this dangerous should not merely be maimed but removed more thoroughly. He resolves to handle it quietly himself so the branch manager stays undisturbed while focusing on expansion in China. As they walk, he asks whether the executive department is also mobilizing because of Pado Guild. The answer leads into an explanation of Pado, a rapidly rising Chinese guild that already controls over half the nation's dungeons. Its growth has been explosive since its leader emerged from the tower, and its top executives are all monsters in their own right. Most alarming of all, Pado's guild leader is officially ranked 5th among the world's S ranks. Yet despite that fame, the leader's true identity remains unknown. Even so, the personnel director says Manhua can wait because Ares is too busy with Pado to spare many men. At that very moment, someone films Manhua through a phone camera and promises to handle the matter neatly. Back at home, Manhua sits absorbed in his phone while his friend remarks that the world has advanced so far it has broken old limits. Manhua suddenly snaps a picture of his friend, who is baffled by the random photo. Manhua excitedly admires the phone's camera quality as if that alone is a revelation. His friend realizes with disbelief that Manhua has spent 3 straight hours treating the phone like a miracle toy instead of a communication device. Trying to steer him back to useful matters, the friend confirms that Forest Village is managed by Soul Guild. Manhua keeps playing while hearing that the dungeon probably has no boss currently available, and he dies in the game at the same time. That detail finally makes him stop and pay full attention. He demands to know why there is no boss, and his friend explains that it was captured weeks ago. The friend clarifies that real dungeons differ from the tutorial tower because bosses do not simply reappear every day. Ordinary monsters respawn endlessly, but dungeon bosses follow a different rule. Once a boss is killed or captured, it will regenerate eventually, but only after a significant delay. Alarmed, Manhua asks how long Forest Village's boss takes to return and panics at the idea of waiting a month. His friend reassures him that since the boss was taken about 4 weeks ago, the cycle should refill in just 2 or 3 more days. Manhua immediately asks about another dungeon, Visible Swamp, but his friend knows little because Ares controls it exclusively. The friend says information can still leak if one digs carefully, while Manhua realizes that catching a single boss involves far more complications than he expected. When his younger companion urges him to register his hunter rank, Manhua treats it as optional until he hears it comes with association support and practical benefits. The moment he learns registration also means money, his indifference vanishes and he latches onto the idea. He immediately asks whether the payments start right after registering, but is told hunters must keep earning achievements every few months. Even so, hearing the monthly payouts by rank and that Sihian earns an enormous amount convinces him this system is worth chasing. Too impatient to wait, he wants to go that night and settles for going first thing the next day when he learns the office is closed. The next day they arrive at the Hunter Association Ability Measurement Station to make his rank official. Manhua shows up in his usual careless style, still wearing slippers as if this were no serious occasion. He walks in with Sihian, drawing attention simply by being there. A rugged staff member notices him and stiffens, already sensing he is not an ordinary applicant. At the desk, Manhua calmly gives his name for registration. The employee realizes this is the Manhua Kim who reappeared after 12 years and reacts with disbelief. Manhua confirms it without drama, making the revelation feel even heavier. The employee recalls how many people had already come asking about Manhua that day and understands why he has become such a hot topic. He remembers the flood of visitors and rumors all centered on whether Manhua had shown up. Privately, he dismisses the fuss as overblown, thinking Manhua is only notable for good exam scores. Still, he proceeds with the formal process and presents the grading artifact after confirming Manhua's identity. He explains that the item called Investigators I will display Manhua's ability profile and determine his hunter grade. Manhua accepts the artifact and begins the measurement without hesitation. The device activates and projects his status into the room. Seeing the result begin at B rank makes the employee think that at least part of the rumors might fit. But the displayed values immediately stop making sense, shattering his attempt to classify Manhua normally. Manhua glances over his projected stats with mild curiosity while the employee stares in mounting confusion. Assuming the test is finished, Manhua casually asks if that is all. The employee's shock deepens as he realizes the profile is monstrously unbalanced rather than merely impressive. He finally blurts out that Manhua's results are absurd beyond reason. His outcry echoes through the building as he struggles to accept what the measurement has shown. Almost immediately, online boards explode with posts declaring Manhua the latest major issue and calling him insane in awe. Comments pile up over the revelation that nearly all of his advanced player abilities are top tier, leaving readers stunned and jealous. As Manhua reads, he sees people comparing his all-around excellence to the very highest-ranked hunters in the world. He studies the sudden online frenzy in silence, surprised by how fast his private information has spread. While riding with Sihian, he grumbles that only hours after being checked, everyone already seems to know everything about him. Sihian tells him that being the most talked about person right now makes that kind of exposure unavoidable. He warns that because Manhua overturned an Ares Guild dungeon, many people will now watch his every move. Sihian notes that Manhua does not seem especially bothered by the attention anyway. Even so, he stresses that Ares has surely gathered all available information on him, and will not ignore someone who disrupted their territory. He urges Manhua to be careful because the Ares Guild is genuinely dangerous. When Manhua keeps staring at his phone instead of listening, Sihian has to ask whether any of this is getting through to him. Manhua suddenly starts laughing to himself, leaving Sihian baffled and irritated. He denies ignoring the warning and instead points out something ridiculous he has noticed on his phone. What amuses him is a recurring game-like loading image that appears every time he moves toward a dungeon. The image shows a dramatic fighter pose and strange aura effects, making him mock how overdone hunters can look. He laughs that hunters really do the weirdest things, while Sihian tries to pull him back to reality. Sihian dryly reveals that the flashy loading image is not some random hunter at all but himself. Manhua is caught off guard, having mocked his companion without realizing it. Sihian repeats the point with a flat seriousness that makes the embarrassment land harder. An awkward silence settles in the car as Manhua searches for a way to recover. He clears his throat and tries to steer the conversation elsewhere. Calling Sihian by name, he tests whether he can redirect the mood. He asks why Sihian seems to have so much time to follow him around. Sihian challenges the question, wanting to know what Manhua is really implying. Manhua points out that the other guild members look busy while Sihian appears unusually free. Sihian snaps back that being a guild leader does not mean he is idle, only that he chose to make time. Manhua teases that Sihian is spending that extra time on him, and Sihian gives a restrained answer that neither confirms nor denies much. Elsewhere, in the Ares Guild executive office, the guild's leadership begins discussing Manhua as a serious matter. A stern executive studies the situation with visible tension, already unsettled by the report in front of him. Looking over Manhua's measurement sheet, he fixates on the official A-rank result and the abnormal profile behind it. He admits Manhua is a monster-like figure and understands why the branch manager wants him dealt with. The executive broods over the implications, weighing how dangerous this new variable could become. Another man enters and asks what has him so serious, already carrying himself like someone with his own plan. With a confident grin, the newcomer says there will be no problem once they take care of Hyanwu directly. He reveals that he has already contacted Chongqing Xin to handle the matter. The executive is startled because that name belongs to someone far more formidable than he expected. He confirms this is the hunter in China who is on the verge of becoming S rank, and the newcomer insists that makes him perfect for Hyanwu. The executive hesitates, realizing the scale of what is being proposed. But once he understands the intent, he accepts it with a cold smile. That night, in the guild-affiliated Forest Village dungeon, Hyanwu notices the lack of guards and learns that Ares controls the place. As midnight approaches, Sihian explains that the dungeon boss is about to regenerate. Hyanwu eagerly leads the way inside with Sihian and a support worker, ready to profit from the respawn. The three head deeper into the forest under the night sky. Unseen behind them, another presence begins following their trail. The hidden watcher smiles in the dark, clearly interested in what is about to happen. Hyanwu notices the extra person and asks who he is. The young man cheerfully introduces himself as Gammon Park. Sihian explains that Gammon is a supporter who joined specifically to collect the boss drops, which leaves Hyanwu curious. When Sihian says the boss's drops can be sold for money, that single word instantly captures Hyanwu's full attention. Learning the drops are worth thousands makes him even more excited and eager to understand the business behind them. Sihian can only sigh at how predictably money controls Hyanwu's priorities. He explains that drops are valuable crafting materials for armor and weapons, while lightly mocking Hyanwu's ignorance. Gammon then asks if he can film the run, seeing a chance to turn the event into content. Hyanwu pauses, not immediately understanding why anyone would want that. When he asks what the point of filming is, Gammon starts to explain the platform and what comes after uploading. Hearing that online views and advertising can also become money, Hyanwu's interest spikes all over again. He instantly approves the idea and even offers Gammon a generous split, stunning both of the others with how fast he adapts when profit is involved. With the arrangement settled, they continue moving through the forest toward the boss area. Sihian hands Hyanwu a map to help him navigate the dungeon properly. Hyanwu unfolds it, still not sure why he needs it. Sihian explains that once inside Forest Village, the paths loop like a maze, so the map prevents them from wandering in circles. Hyanwu studies the paper more seriously once he understands it actually matters. The map marks key spots and the exit route, giving him a practical layout of the dungeon. Something on the map catches his eye and shifts his mood from casual to intent. Without explaining, he suddenly walks off with the map in hand, leaving Sihian calling after him. He heads straight to a massive tree at the center of the area, as if he has already found the answer he wanted. Turning back, he calls to Gammon with a calm confidence that suggests he has a plan. Gammon answers eagerly, still holding up his device to record everything. Hyanwu tells him to film carefully, making it clear he intends to put on a show. Gammon watches in confusion as Hyanwu stands before the giant tree instead of searching for the boss normally. Hyanwu sets his stance and gathers himself for a direct strike. He drives a glowing blow into the tree with brute force rather than any visible skill or spell. The impact erupts into a massive burst of blue energy, far beyond what the others expected from a simple punch. Gammon screams in shock while Sihian stares, both realizing they are witnessing something outrageous. The blast tears through the forest in a brilliant line, shaking the entire area. Gammon can barely process the scale of the attack as the shockwave rolls over them. The strike rips open the ground and forces the hidden boss out into the open. The creature reveals itself as the Forest Village boss, the twin-head ogre. Sihian stays composed, but Gammon panics and blurts out the boss's identity in alarm. Even while trembling, Gammon keeps filming and declares that Hyanwu is completely insane. Hyanwu immediately charges forward, and Gammon realizes he reached the boss in one move by bypassing the dungeon entirely. Gammon excitedly recognizes that this is what a true advanced player looks like and can hardly believe he is recording it. The ogre swings at Hyanwu, but he keeps running straight at it without fear. He plants his foot hard and launches himself upward with explosive speed. In a blur of blue force, he vaults over the monster's reach and closes the distance instantly. Hyanwu grins midair, fully in control and enjoying the fight. He lands directly on the boss's body before it can react. Then he hammers it with another crushing energy-laced strike at point-blank range. The blow drives the ogre violently into the ground and caves the earth beneath it. Hyanwu remains crouched on top of the fallen boss, balanced and unshaken after the impact. Gammon lowers his jaw in disbelief, momentarily forgetting even to comment. Under the moonlight, Hyanwu stands atop the defeated monster like the outcome had never been in doubt. Gammon, overwhelmed with joy and awe, declares that this absurd scene feels like pure success. From a nearby tree, the hidden watcher laughs quietly, having enjoyed the spectacle from start to finish. Back at the Ares executive office, the guild prepares to act on what has now been confirmed. The scheming executive asks whether the observer verified everything thoroughly before reporting back. The watcher reveals himself as Chongqing Xin, the very hunter they had summoned. Chongqing says he watched Hyanwu carefully, and saw enough to judge him for himself. He agrees with the rumors that Hyanwu is indeed monster-like. What impressed him most was Hyanwu's overwhelming physical power despite not relying on visible skills or magic. Yet his admiration turns into curiosity, as he begins considering what remains hidden. Chongkang says he wants to know what Hyenwa cannot do, implying that his limits are the real mystery. The executive listens, sensing that Chongkang's interest has become personal. He reports that Hyenwa plans to visit the Ares-managed dungeon called Visible Swamp next. Chongkang welcomes that news and decides to go ahead first to prepare a reception for him. By the time Hyenwa reaches the Visible Swamp entrance, he is alone and approaching the guild's territory directly. He pauses under the open sky, feeling that something about the situation is off. The unease grows into a clear sense that danger may already be waiting for him. Then he suddenly remembers something important, and reaches for his phone. He checks it, and finds a message that makes him stop and think. The message from Seoyeon asks whether he is heading to Visible Swamp right now. More alerts follow as she urgently reminds him of her warning about Ares and begs him to be careful. He exhales at the thought that both Seoyeon and Seoyeon are worrying over him like anxious younger siblings. Still, he keeps walking toward the entrance instead of turning back. He decides that whether Ares is involved or not makes no difference to him. Later, Seoyeon confronts him in person and asks why he insists on going to the exclusive dungeon controlled by Ares. Caught off guard, Hyenwa can only respond with confused surprise. He tries to brush it off by saying he already told her he has some business to handle there. Seoyeon presses him, wanting to know what kind of business could justify that risk. He dodges the answer, saying he will explain later, and she immediately suspects he may just be provoking the Ares Guild. With an awkward grin, he admits that irritating Ares is at least part of the reason. Seoyeon is left speechless by how casually he says it. She rubs her head with a weary sigh, realizing he is impossible to restrain. Even while telling herself her worries may be unnecessary, she still cannot stop fearing what his recklessness will bring. As she recalls what Seoyeon told her about Hyenwa Kim, she studies him with growing concern. She remembers his enormous online fame from videos of him clearing dungeons alone. Even knowing he is overwhelmingly strong, she still feels there is a serious problem ahead. She warns him to resolve the matter in the Visible Swamp quickly before Ares gets involved. The place in question is the A-rank dungeon called Visible Swamp, a valuable and dangerous hunting ground. She explains that Ares likely times its moves around the boss's regeneration and will soon raid the dungeon. Hyenwa pauses at that warning, sensing there is more behind her caution than simple advice. He thanks her lightly and assures her not to worry, hiding his real thoughts behind an easy smile. Left alone with that smile, he silently turns over her warning in his head. At the swamp entrance, an armed man furiously accuses Hyenwa of acting recklessly. The thug escalates the threat by saying Hyenwa is making the entire Ares Guild his enemy. The woman's warning about crossing Ares' people echoes back with sharper meaning. Instead of being intimidated, Hyenwa laughs off the threat as tiresome and predictable. He mocks the man for using the same stale intimidation tactics as always. Pointing out how little Ares has changed, he reminds the thug that arrogance got his side beaten before too. He adds that when pressed, they always hide behind the guild's name and act desperate. To Hyenwa, the whole encounter feels like a repeat of the same pathetic pattern from start to finish. The thug can only sputter in rage as Hyenwa strips away his bluff. Unable to win verbally, the man lunges in with murderous intent. A sudden burst of force erupts before the attack can land. The entrance is swallowed by dust and impact, momentarily hiding what happened. When the dust clears, Hyenwa is already moving on, having brushed the interruption aside. He exhales calmly, treating the clash as barely worth his attention. Crossing into the dungeon, he plants his foot and tests the ground as he advances deeper. He enters the swamp's open terrain and surveys the area for the boss. From beneath the surface, a reptilian eye opens and locks onto him. Hyenwa notices movement in the water and waits for the creature to reveal itself. The hidden predator surges upward from below. Its claws tear into the ground as it bursts out to attack. The monster's full body crashes through the earth in a violent emergence. Hyenwa looks up, finally recognizing the scale of what has come for him. A gigantic alligator boss charges straight at him with jaws wide open. The system identifies it as the Visible Swamp boss, the mega alligator. Rather than panic, Hyenwa reacts with mild interest. He recalls that its hide and teeth are prized because the leather is tough, anti-magic, and extremely expensive. That reminder turns the boss from a threat into valuable loot in his eyes. A greedy grin spreads across his face as he decides what to do with it. He launches himself into motion with explosive force before the monster can seize the initiative. The alligator snaps and twists, trying to catch him in its maw. Hyenwa cheerfully decides to finish fast and strip the creature for materials. The boss tracks him with a wary eye as his confidence becomes openly predatory. Its tail whips across the swamp in a sweeping counterattack. Hyenwa skids low across the ground to avoid the strike. The tail slams down again, trying to crush him before he can recover. He taunts the boss for trying to flee the exchange instead of facing him head-on. With manic enthusiasm, he asks if it knows a giant swing, already planning to use its own body as a weapon. The alligator's eye betrays sudden unease as if it senses what he intends. Hyenwa grabs hold and starts spinning the enormous beast by brute force. The boss is hurled through the air in a widening arc, unable to resist his grip. He smashes the mega alligator into a massive tree with enough force to shake the swamp. The stunned boss lies there in disbelief, momentarily unable to process what just happened. A low growl returns as it struggles to recover from the humiliation. It digs its claws back into the ground and prepares another charge. The monster surges forward again, now wreathed in a more menacing aura and murderous fury. From above, a hidden observer watches the clash and notes that the enraged boss is now targeting him instead. The watcher, a scarred man from Ares, smiles coldly as he sees an opening. The alligator lunges down at Manhua with jaws spread for a killing bite. Manhua welcomes the escalation and declares the next exchange the final round. Just as he commits, he senses something unexpected interrupting the fight. Glowing red chains suddenly coil around his legs and lock him in place. With Manhua restrained, the alligator's open mouth bears down on him. The hidden attacker reveals his intent at last and orders Manhua Kim to die. Pinned in place, Manhua braces as the trap and the monster converge on him. The boss slams down where he is trapped, forcing him into a desperate impact. A huge splash erupts as the alligator crashes into the water instead of finishing him cleanly. Manhua comes out of it breathing hard but still conscious and alert. He immediately looks down to inspect the strange restraint binding him. Seeing the glowing links around his limbs, he realizes this is no ordinary physical trap. The man on the rock introduces the restraint as a magic chain under his control. Manhua looks up at the speaker, finally acknowledging the real enemy behind the ambush. The attacker boasts that these chains are his perfect skill and addresses Manhua by name. Manhua asks who he is, more curious than frightened. The man descends toward him, savoring the moment before giving his answer. He declares himself an important operative sent by the Ares Guild specifically to observe Manhua. Manhua immediately cuts through the posturing and identifies him as an assassin from Ares. The man praises Manhua for understanding so quickly while keeping the chains taut. He admits Manhua's strength genuinely impressed him. What shocked him most was seeing Manhua swing the mega alligator and earlier launch a twin-headed ogre away in one blow. But he now wants to see whether that strength means anything while Manhua is slowed and bound by magic chains. Manhua tests the chains with open disbelief, as if the trap itself is beneath his expectations. When they refuse to budge, he realizes brute force alone is not immediately breaking them. The assassin explains that these are true magic chains, not something physical strength can simply tear apart. He boasts that escaping them would require stronger magic than his own A-rank power. Confident in Manhua's lack of developed magic since leaving the tower, he declares him cornered. Manhua listens in silence, his expression flattening as he weighs the claim. The assassin insists the one in crisis is Manhua, not himself. Manhua repeats the word crisis as if testing whether the situation deserves that label at all. The assassin grows irritated by that calm and prepares to force the answer with violence. He mocks hired targets as all the same once they are restrained and off balance. According to him, trapped people always pretend to think calmly while secretly searching for cheap tricks to escape. Manhua answers with mild curiosity, letting the man talk himself deeper into arrogance. Annoyed by the lack of fear, the assassin snaps and moves to finish him. He draws a blade and charges him through the haze of his own magic. Calling Manhua a fool for wasting his life, he swings down to kill him outright. Manhua watches the descending strike without the panic the assassin expected. At the last instant, the attack meets resistance instead of flesh. The assassin reveals the blade is coated in deadly poison, certain even a scratch should be fatal. A violent burst of purple force flares from the collision point. Emerging from the blast, the assassin dismisses himself as a nobody while still expecting his poison to have worked. He turns through the smoke, waiting for Manhua to collapse. The haze lingers, obscuring the result and stretching his confidence into suspense. Then his expression tightens as he senses something is wrong. Manhua is still there in the smoke, upright and apparently unharmed. Seeing him intact, Manhua calmly asks what exactly the assassin thinks he is doing. The assassin stares in disbelief, unable to reconcile the failed kill with what he knows of his own skill. He realizes with horror that his attack did not work on Manhua at all. Even his own footing falters as his certainty begins to collapse. He hesitates, suddenly unsure of everything he assumed about the fight. Panic replaces swagger as he tries to recover control of the situation. He lunges again with chain and blade, desperate to force a result before fear overwhelms him. Manhua answers by driving a fist straight into the assassin's face. The blow hammers him into the ground with explosive force despite the remaining chains. The assassin coughs and screams in pain as the impact wrecks his momentum. The chains around Manhua rattle and drag, but they no longer keep him from moving. Now standing over him, Manhua calls out to the assassin as the power dynamic completely reverses. He explains that if the man truly wanted to immobilize him, he should have wrapped his entire body, not just parts of it. The assassin can only stammer in shock at how absurdly simple Manhua makes his failure sound. Manhua notes that the chains loosening under strain means he is effectively fine. Smiling, he wonders aloud whether the skill simply stopped working properly. He then channels force into his leg and tears through the restraint with a single kick. Using that opening, he stomps the assassin and the tree trunk beneath him into the ground. Before the man can recover, Manhua grips the shattered trunk like a weapon. He hoists the assassin up along with the broken tree, turning the environment itself against him. Manhua coldly asks whether the assassin had truly resolved himself to kill before coming here. Pinned and gasping, the assassin finally feels the fear he meant to inflict. Nearby, the battered mega alligator drifts in the water, still alive enough to matter. One of its eyes opens again, watching the humans through pain and confusion. The boss regains awareness just in time to become part of Hyenwa's next move. Hyenwa hurls the assassin down onto the alligator with a crashing splash. He lands lightly from the throw, already done with the man as a serious threat. From the bank, he watches the wounded boss and the assassin tangled together in the water. The alligator growls weakly, still dangerous but no longer dominant. Hyenwa stands in calm control, deciding how to end the aftermath. A system window appears, drawing his attention away from the wreckage. It congratulates him for completing the minimum attestation and announces that his status window has been updated with the lowest rank unlocked. He considers the message with a thoughtful hum, more intrigued than excited. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to the Ares Guild executive office deep in the 5th basement. In that office, a superior addresses Changkang Xin while a female subordinate reports. She confirms the matter with a formal yes, setting up a grim summary. She reports that the tree where Changkang Xin was believed to have been impaled has already sunk into the swamp, leaving no body to verify. Changkang coldly concludes that the swamp monsters likely devoured him without leaving anything behind. That conclusion makes him smile, pleased to believe the problem has been erased. He reviews Shin's file and notes that the man was a hunter with 2 S ranks among his abilities. The file further lists 7 skills, underscoring how formidable Shin was supposed to be. Realizing Hyenwa Kim defeated someone like Changkang Xin, the executive's confidence cracks. A strained laugh escapes him as the implication sinks in. That laugh twists into tension as he understands how dangerous Hyenwa truly is. He slumps at the table and curses under his breath, shaken by the failure. Night falls over the city as the consequences of the swamp incident begin to spread. Meanwhile, Hyenwa rests alone on his couch, outwardly calm after surviving the ambush and clearing the dungeon. Hyenwa Kim lies awake in his apartment, restless and unable to settle. Exhaustion finally overtakes him, and he drifts off. He jolts awake with a start, and instinctively calls up the status window. A system screen appears before him, confirming that something has changed. It identifies him as Hyenwa Kim, a temporary guardian who has gained the skill status authority at the lowest rank. He stares at it in confusion, unsure whether he is understanding it correctly. The system adds that it is inviting the temporary guardian and gives him only a little over 2 hours to respond. The bizarre invitation leaves him stunned in bed. As he reaches toward the screen, he realizes this is more than the ordinary tower information he expected and wonders what it all means. He recalls that he knew some system privilege could reveal information about the tower, but not like this. The wording makes him focus on the real mystery, why the system itself is inviting him. Checking the time, he calculates that the invitation must have arrived around midnight. His younger brother Sehian comes home early and notices him. Hyenwa acknowledges him and asks whether he has eaten dinner. Suddenly excited, Hyenwa tells Sehian to stay still for a moment. Sehian pauses, puzzled by the strange request. Hyenwa decides to test whether his new skill can read another person. He concentrates and activates the ability. Status Authority locks onto Sehian as its target. The window reveals only Sehian's basic identity while all abilities and skills remain hidden because Hyenwa's authority is too low. The limitation hits Hyenwa immediately. He confirms that the skill is crippled by his lowest rank access. Frustrated, he blurts out that the skill is useless and curses the system in front of his confused brother. Sehian reacts, thinking the outburst was directed at him. Hyenwa hurriedly covers by claiming he was only talking to himself. After Sehian leaves him alone, Hyenwa fixes his attention on the clock as noon approaches. He sits in silence, waiting for the promised moment instead of dismissing the invitation. Even if the skill seems worthless, he knows for certain that his life has changed. He reasons that if he accepts the system's invitation, he may finally uncover hidden truths. More than anything, he wants answers about the tower itself. When the clock strikes 12, he braces for whatever comes next. He sits motionless, tense with expectation. Night-like darkness seems to swallow the room around him. A surge of light descends and the world shifts. Hyenwa is abruptly transported elsewhere and looks up in shock. He realizes he has been moved into an unfamiliar enclosed space. Still disoriented, he tries to make sense of the sudden transfer. Across a bare room, he finds a woman seated behind a table facing him. She calmly greets him as if this meeting had been expected. She introduces herself as Ayu, his assistant, and addresses him as guardian. The strange title and stranger name leave him blank with surprise. Ayu tells him they will continue meeting for as long as he lives, making her role sound permanent. Hyenwa accepts that much with wary interest. He immediately realizes that at last someone has appeared who might explain everything. His pent-up anger sharpens into hope that he can finally learn why he was trapped in the tower for 12 years. Ayu falls silent instead of answering his expectation. The pause stretches between them, making the room feel even colder. Hyenwa waits, then loses patience with the silence. He presses her to explain what she brought him here to hear. To his disbelief, Ayu asks what explanation he even means. He erupts, demanding to know why she invited him if not to tell him something important. Ayu flatly says she cannot answer. Trying to understand the rule, Hyenwa asks whether she can only respond to direct questions. She confirms that this is exactly how it works. The absurd restriction leaves him exasperated. He forces himself to calm down and decides to question her properly. His first direct question is the one that matters most. who locked him inside the tutorial tower. AU indicates that she does know the answer, but she says that information is blocked because his status authority rank is still too low. Manhua is stunned that even this answer is being withheld by rank. He checks whether raising status authority would let her answer later, and she says yes. That confirms the same maddening limitation he already saw in the status window. The repeated restriction over trivial rank details grates on him more and more. He asks if higher authority would also reveal the identity of the person who imprisoned him. AU repeats that she still cannot answer at his current level. He bites back his irritation and keeps searching for a question she can answer. He asks what the tutorial tower itself is, but that too is forbidden. He tries asking why the tower was created, and again she is blocked. He even asks why monsters appear, only to meet the same refusal. The strain of these forbidden questions visibly overwhelms AU. Manhua snaps, accusing her of toying with him. He demands to know what she is and why she summoned him if she can tell him nothing he wants. His anger turns mocking as he suggests this whole meeting might just be a petty joke at his expense. AU protests that the problem is simply his lowest rank status authority and not her choice. Manhua vents his frustration, while AU recoils from the outburst. Then AU insists there is at least one thing she can tell him. She explains that a guardian is fundamentally a defender. The definition sounds so obvious to Manhua that it only deepens his annoyance. He exhales and reins himself in, realizing rage alone will get him nowhere. In a quieter tone, he asks for any answer that actually matters to him. AU studies him and seems to soften. She says she can at least explain what a guardian must do from now on. Manhua points out bitterly that she still avoids the things he truly wants to know. AU tells him he is only a temporary guardian for now, but if he formally becomes one, many of those answers will eventually be unavoidable. That promise makes him realize the role itself may be the path to the truth he seeks. So he asks what he must do to become an official guardian. AU reveals that in 5 days a crevasse will open in the area where he lives. At the deepest point of that crevasse will be a key capable of raising his status authority. She tells him that obtaining that key is the crucial first step. If he succeeds, he will become a true guardian. Back in his apartment, Manhua stands at the window and absorbs what he has learned. He decides he has had enough of vague messages and wants concrete action. A final system notice says his skills have been upgraded and that he is being sent back with a new verification task. The mission orders him to obtain the key from the coming crevasse at Gimpo International Airport within the time limit, and he realizes becoming a formal guardian will unlock more answers. He resolves to pursue this path all the way to the end. The next day, while out with others, the word crevasse suddenly catches his attention. Seated at a restaurant with Sehyun and 2 companions, he turns the conversation toward that term. He openly asks what a crevasse is. The others hesitate, surprised by such a basic question. Sehyun asks why Manhua is bringing it up so suddenly. Manhua presses them to explain instead of questioning him back. Sehyun finally answers by naming the crevasse directly. He explains that a crevasse is essentially the apocalypse, a catastrophic rift from which disaster emerges. The explanation lands heavily as Manhua thinks of the looming event. Elsewhere, inside Ares headquarters, a meeting is underway around the aftermath of a violent clash. One executive grimly admits that nothing can be done about the failure. Another reports that even the executive department's most successful operative died at Manhua Kim's hands. Their superior says he does not blame them for the loss, only for facing an opponent who turned out to be stronger than expected. The subordinate bows his head and accepts responsibility without excuse. A new subordinate, department head Yu, arrives to receive orders. The superior commands that if they have the means, they should gather everyone available and crush Manhua together. He authorizes money and demands stronger mercenaries than the last team they sent. Looking at Manhua's file, he orders that the man be buried for good. He makes sure his subordinate understands that this means eliminating Manhua completely. The subordinate answers with formal obedience. Left with his thoughts, the superior begins planning his next moves. He decides to shift focus toward the Pado Guild as part of that strategy. He notes that foreign masked operatives have been using their people as disposable special forces, adding another grievance to his calculations. Department head Yu accepts the instruction without protest. The superior curses the situation as his plans continue to unravel. Brooding over the setbacks, he admits that nothing is unfolding the way he intended. He concludes with certainty that something is fundamentally wrong. Back at the restaurant, the conversation resumes in ordinary daylight. Manhua's mood brightens when a valuable item is produced at the table. He marvels at a small ring and is shocked to hear it is worth 2 billion won. The blonde man explains that items like this often appear in the maze. Manhua asks what distinguishes a dungeon from a maze, and the answer is that mazes yield artifacts. The blue-haired woman clarifies that the ring itself is one such artifact. Sehyun adds that dungeons usually provide special resources and monster drops such as magical stones rather than ready-made equipment. He finishes by explaining that artifacts from the maze's repository function effectively from the start, just like the ring in Manhua's hand. He explains that the ring works differently because it is enchanted. When Manhua compares it to enchanted gear from the game, his companion confirms that the same idea applies here. Manhua immediately perks up at the thought that enchanted equipment should have far better abilities than ordinary items. He activates his status-checking skill on the ring to inspect its hidden properties. The result identifies it as Li Taolam's A+ rank ring and notes that its concealed explanation can be confirmed through status authority. Realizing his own skill can expose the hidden details, Hyanwu focuses on reading further. He pushes status authority harder to force the ring's true information to appear. Instead of useful insight, the skill spits out garbled nonsense about missing authority, leaving the ring's secret effectively unreadable. Hyanwu is furious that such a supposedly special skill turns out to be nearly useless in practice. Even so, he decides he will head to the maze later after work to keep progressing somehow. Their deal concludes as the seller asks for the agreed 2 billion and Hyanwu pays. With the purchase settled, the mood shifts back to the restaurant as menus are spread out across the table. Flush with money and appetite, Hyanwu boldly decides to order everything the restaurant serves. The others are stunned and ask if he can really eat all of it, and he answers with complete confidence. His friend backs him up with amused certainty that Hyanwu really does eat an absurd amount. While looking over the menu, Hyanwu suddenly remembers something important and interrupts the meal. He asks the others whether they know about the phenomenon called the crevasse. The question instantly shocks the whole table, showing that the term carries serious weight. A brief calm hangs over the restaurant before the explanation begins. As food arrives, the conversation turns fully toward what the crevasse actually is. Hyanwu summarizes it as the earth splitting open and releasing an endless stream of monsters, then checks if that understanding is correct. The blue-haired woman adds that countries like China and Germany, which have already suffered one, call it the Hellgate. Hyanwu keeps eating, but his casual reaction shows he still has not grasped how catastrophic that name really is. He realizes too late that he dismissed the warning before because the person who mentioned it earlier had sounded too lighthearted. Once the table is covered in food, the woman presses them to imagine what would happen if a crevasse opened in their own country. The others fall silent, forced to confront the scale of the disaster. The man in the hoodie thinks it through grimly before answering. He says that even if they managed to stop the weakest C-rank crevasse, the surrounding region would likely be reduced to wasteland. He adds that while their guild and some Koreans would step up, the Ares guild would likely stall and then try to steal credit once others had done the real work. Hyanwu, disgusted by that selfishness, bluntly condemns them as scumbags. The tension lingers as he digs into his steak and thinks over what he has heard. Then he abruptly tells the others to eat well and take the next 4 days off. When they ask what he means, he only hints that they will understand soon because something is coming. Elsewhere, a plane descends over Gimpo International Airport, setting the stage for the disaster he foresaw. Inside the airport, travelers notice something strange and turn in confusion. People wonder if the ground just shook and whether the tremor was real. The shaking intensifies around the airport complex. Cracks begin tearing through the ground as panic starts to spread. The fissure widens into a glowing red chasm, revealing the birth of a crevasse. As the rupture erupts, screams break out from every direction. The ground splits wider still, swallowing stability and turning the scene into chaos. Far away in a dim, otherworldly hall, a hooded figure walks as if already aware that a major event has begun. The figure approaches a grand circular chamber marked like a ritual council room. There, he reports that the 9th tier has awakened. Another asks whether the awakened one has fully risen yet, and the answer is that he has not. Because little time remains, they conclude that the awakened one will soon have a specific duty to fulfill. A shadowy armored being with glowing eyes judges that the timing is not the worst possible. That ominous exchange cuts back toward Hyanwu, linking him to the unfolding crisis. The armored figure agrees and proposes testing how much Hyanwu can accomplish. At the airport, the tremors continue as the catastrophe escalates in the real world. Passengers and staff are thrown to the floor as the quake and rupture overwhelm the terminal. News helicopters arrive as the incident becomes a national emergency. Breaking reports announce that a crevasse has occurred at Gimpo International Airport, and residents within 5 kilometers are being ordered to evacuate. The airport is shut down, hunters are being dispatched continuously, and yet monsters keep pouring out. Aerial coverage shows the situation worsening as the chasm floods the area with monsters and destruction. Even the airport parking areas are marked as inaccessible amid the spreading disaster. Hunters and armed responders form a desperate line in the burning parking lot to hold back the first waves. One young fighter trembles in fear as he grips his sword and tries not to break. The monsters answer with savage confidence, surging forward as if they already own the battlefield. The defenders realize the enemy numbers are overwhelming and still increasing. The frightened rookie nearly loses his nerve completely. His team leader snaps him back to focus, warning that if he gives in to fear he will only fall behind and die. To save him, the leader lunges in and activates a restraint skill against an incoming beast. The skill binds the werewolf-like monster just long enough to stop its attack. The leader follows with a clean sword strike that cuts the restrained enemy down. He dashes across the battlefield, carving a path to keep his team alive. When the rookie thanks him, the leader refuses any pause and orders him back on his feet immediately. Even while fighting, the leader knows the situation is deteriorating fast. He is soon forced to fend off several monsters at once and curses as they close in from every side. Realizing there are far too many, he wonders desperately when Hell with Jaiwan will arrive. He throws himself back into combat anyway, but inwardly admits the battle is going badly. A beast lunges at him, and he barely counters with a desperate slash. Breathing hard, he starts to show the strain of holding the line alone. He understands that no matter how many they kill, the monsters keep pouring out of Gimpo Airport without end. The defenders recognize that the crack itself is the true source of the crisis, and that action there is the only real answer. Just as exhaustion peaks, the leader hears a new disturbance behind him and turns sharply. He senses something far worse arriving and can only stare in alarm. A massive red skeletal hand emerges, and the hunters cannot even identify what they are seeing. The full monster appears as a towering many-limbed skeleton wielding a giant club, dwarfing the hunters below. The veterans instantly recognize it as an A+ rank monster and despair that such a creature should never be here. One bald hunter admits their level is nowhere near enough to face it. The team leader steels himself despite the fear, knowing retreat is no longer an option. The giant skeleton raises its club to crush them. The leader shouts for everyone to evade immediately. The hunters scatter as the monster's strike comes down toward them. One shield-bearing hunter tries to brace against the blow instead of escaping. The impact smashes through his defense with overwhelming force. He is hurled away across the lot, broken and helpless. The leader cries out to him in horror. The injured hunter slams violently into a parked car. He coughs and writhes, barely conscious after the hit. The skeleton readies another crushing strike to finish him. With the wounded man trapped against the car, the monster advances to kill him. Its bony hand grips the club tighter, committing to the execution. The leader reaches out and begs his comrade to hold on. He keeps shouting for the fallen hunter to stand up, though it is already too late. Then he senses a sudden interruption and freezes. Manhua appears out of nowhere and destroys the giant skeleton's head with a single kick before it can strike. The monster's skull and upper body burst apart under the impact. The team leader can only stare, unable to process what he just witnessed. Manhua lands lightly, his casual sandals scraping the ground as if the feat cost him nothing. Nearby hunters recognize the black training suit and realize they have seen this person before. They connect the sight to the famous figure everyone has been talking about lately. The realization spreads through the survivors in a rush of disbelief. They identify him as the advanced player, Manhua Kim. The burning airport looms around them as his arrival changes the mood of the battlefield. The shattered remains of the A+ skeleton lie at Manhua's feet, proving the impossible just happened. Manhua calmly opens his status window, more curious than triumphant. A verification quest appears, ordering him to obtain the key in the deep part of the crevasse at Gimpo Airport within a strict time limit. He realizes that to clear it he must go deeper into the airport itself. As he considers the quest, movement nearby draws his attention to the surviving hunters. They are still in shock that he killed the giant skeleton in one blow, something they thought impossible even for a master. Manhua, unfamiliar with their world's hierarchy, wonders who these people even are. He asks them what they think they are doing standing around in the middle of a monster attack. His point is made immediately as monsters close in behind one of them while they are distracted. Manhua turns toward the threat with complete composure. Amused by their carelessness, he decides to intervene. Seeing the crowd of monsters, he notes that there are quite a lot of them. Remembering his friends said they would come, he decides to help these hunters briefly before heading deeper inside. He casually lifts the giant skeleton's enormous club as if it weighs nothing. The hunters gape as they realize he intends to use the monster's own weapon. One of them cannot comprehend how a human can even hold what the giant skeleton wielded. Manhua swings the massive club into motion with effortless force. The team leader watches in stunned silence as the impossible attack begins. Manhua launches himself forward atop the momentum of the giant weapon. He spins through the air with a grin, turning the club into a sweeping storm. With open delight, he tells the monsters to take this and brings the club down on them. The blow tears through the pack, smashing multiple monsters apart in a single devastating sweep. Even the larger beasts are blasted backward, screaming as the strike overwhelms them. He continues the assault, hammering the battlefield with repeated crushing swings. The hunters can only gasp as they watch him erase enemies faster than they can follow. Manhua dusts off his hands afterward as if he has merely finished a small chore. The team leader, overwhelmed, can barely bring himself to address him as master. Relief floods the leader as he convinces himself that with Manhua here the battle is effectively over. He rallies everyone, declaring that they can hold out until support arrives and ordering them to gather around Manhua because there is hope now. The hunters rush toward Manhua, expecting him to become their shield. Instead, Manhua tells them to handle the rest themselves. Without waiting for a response, he runs straight into the ruined airport interior toward the deeper source of the crevasse. The hunters are left dumbfounded as they realize he has already gone. Another burst of enemy attacks explodes nearby, forcing them back into the fight he abandoned to them. The team leader swallows his frustration and orders everyone to hold their ground somehow while dealing with the remaining monsters. Even while cursing Manhua for leaving so quickly, he knows there is no choice but to keep fighting. The hunters resume their desperate defense, clashing with monsters amid fire and wreckage. A subordinate points out in panic that even if these are only the leftovers, there is still no end to them. The leader admits the real problem is that everyone is reaching exhaustion. He realizes they passed the limit of what one person can handle long ago, no matter how strong that person might be. Still, he refuses to let himself give up. He shouts that if they collapse here, the civilians outside will die too, and begs everyone to endure just a little longer. As he insists that support will definitely come, a monster charges him from behind, testing that fragile hope. At that critical moment, The arrival of armored reinforcements is finally signaled. A calm voice declares he needs only a single sword. That confidence is proven immediately as a charging monster is cut down in one stroke. A silver-haired survivor whips around, startled by the sudden intervention. Another man realizes who has appeared and can barely get the name out. The newcomer lands and braces on his sheathed weapon with perfect composure. He reveals himself as Saehyun Kim of the Soul Guild, and says he arrived before things were truly lost. His presence spreads through the battlefield, and the trapped people recognize that the Soul Guild has finally come. Hope surges among the civilians as they believe long-awaited reinforcements have reached them. At the same time, crackling magic gathers overhead. A bolt of lightning slams into the airport grounds, shocking everyone nearby. One of the monsters is caught in the discharge and convulses helplessly. Saehyun follows through by cutting down another foe as the rescue force begins taking control. A woman arrives through floating electric spheres and questions what he means by saying he is not late. Seo-yeon Lee of the Arung Guild surveys the burning airport and points out that the situation is already disastrous. The survivors recognize her too, and her arrival further lifts morale. The silver-haired man starts to believe they may survive as more allies are spotted approaching. Seo Kwan-han of the Goguryeo Guild arrives with armored fighters, adding yet another powerful faction to the defense. Seeing multiple top guilds gather, the stranded group finally feels safe. Their relief peaks into certainty that they have been saved. Seo-yeon then remembers Hyeonwoo was supposed to arrive first, and wonders where he went. One of the men suddenly understands the answer. He explains that if they mean Hyeonwoo Kim, he headed straight for the nucleus of the crevasse. Saehyun and Seo-yeon react with a mix of exasperation and amusement at how recklessly urgent Hyeonwoo is. As the battle outside stabilizes, attention shifts toward the depths below. The newly arrived guild members decide they should descend as well and support him. Before moving, Seo-yeon gathers more electric spheres in her hands. She calmly prepares a spell she calls Thunderbolts. Her magic rains down across the airport exterior in a wide area strike. The monsters caught in it are stunned and blasted apart by the lightning. Outside, bodies of fallen creatures pile up as the defense line gains ground. Far below, Hyeonwoo notices the outside seems to be under control and turns his focus to the crevasse itself. He decides his next priority is to go deeper. Looking into the abyss, he concludes he has to descend all the way to the bottom. Standing at the edge, he wonders how to get down without a clear path. He spots that monsters have been climbing up from below, meaning there must be a route leading upward from the depths. That clue makes him pause and think. He scans the surroundings for anything he can use. Then he notices a possible solution and brightens. A damaged car hanging near the edge gives him an idea. With a grin, he yanks one of the car doors free. He tears off the second door as well, turning the wreck into improvised equipment. Armed with both doors like shields, he launches himself off the cliff. He plants his feet against the wall to control his descent. Using the doors to guard himself, he drops into the crevasse at high speed. Still falling, he wonders if he should clear out the monsters on the way down. Below him, the narrow path is crowded with creatures climbing upward. The monsters look up in confusion as something crashes toward them from above. A burst of blue force detonates among them and tears through the climbing line. The creatures panic as they realize a human is descending straight through their ranks. Through the dust, Hyeonwoo continues dropping like a projectile. He barrels downward with wild enthusiasm, using the car doors to smash through anything in his way. The monsters can only stare in alarm as he keeps coming. Hyeonwoo gleefully tells them to move because he is going down no matter what. He crashes through another cluster, blasting bodies off the wall. One monster is sent screaming into the darkness below. Its cries fade as it falls far deeper into the abyss. Hyeonwoo briefly wonders whether the ground is finally close. He kicks off another enemy mid-descent and uses the impact to keep dropping. He slams a foot into the wall to slow himself at the last moment. Then he drops the final stretch into a chamber packed with monsters. He continues falling through the vertical shaft until he reaches the bottom. He lands hard atop a heap of bodies, crushing the creatures beneath him. Perched on the pile of dead monsters, he realizes he has finally arrived somewhere important. He notes with satisfaction that these are the same enemies he had been knocking down from above. Looking around the cavern, he concludes this must be the bottom of the crevasse. A sudden sound makes him turn sharply. From the darkness, a heavy figure approaches and immediately puts him on guard. A towering red-skinned demon with glowing eyes steps into view, radiating menace. The system identifies the boss as the climber Scarlet Devil Archer. Hyeonwoo notices a key hanging from the demon's belt and instantly connects it to the objective. He realizes the boss is literally carrying the key needed to clear the crevasse and finds the setup absurdly convenient. Without hesitation, he dives straight at Archer, determined to finish it in one rush. He opens with a direct punch aimed at the demon's face. Archer meets the attack head-on instead of retreating. Hyeonwoo is caught off guard by the boss's response. The two collide in midair and lock together in a brutal clash. Archer overpowers the exchange and hurls Hyeonwoo away into the cavern wall. Shaken, Hyeonwoo realizes the demon actually countered him. That surprise quickly turns into a more serious reassessment. Archer presses the advantage and lunges down at him with crushing force. The demon's blow lands and drives Hyeonwoo back again. Archer grins, clearly enjoying that the human is not easy prey. Hyeonwoo retaliates with a blue-charged kick to the demon's torso. He follows with another empowered strike that blasts into Archer's upper body. The demon is knocked backward and crashes into the ground. Even so, Archer rises with only anger and a low growl. It curses furiously and charges again, fists glowing with violent energy. Manhua cannot understand the words, but the intent is obvious enough. He dismisses the rant as meaningless bloodthirst and attacks first. This time he targets the crystal-like horns on Archer's head, sensing they matter. Archer catches his hand before the strike can land cleanly. Pinned at close range, Manhua insults the demon and tries to force the opening anyway. He releases a burst of blue power point blank, but the exchange still stalls him. In that instant, he realizes the fight is turning more dangerous than expected. Archer unleashes a violent purple shockwave that erupts upward and blows Manhua away. The demon follows through with another heavy hit as he is thrown back. The impact sends Manhua skidding across the cavern floor in a cloud of debris. He struggles back up, clearly hurt. Breathing hard, he curses under his breath. Watching Archer recover, he admits the boss is stronger than the tower monsters he used to toy with. Pain tightens through his body as he steadies himself. He grimaces, knowing ordinary attacks may not be enough. After a brief silence, he considers using a technique he has avoided for a long time. Reluctantly, he clicks his tongue and makes up his mind. He straightens and addresses the demon as if warning it that things are about to change. Archer only answers with another threatening growl. In Manhua's memory, his past self points at an enemy and declares the fight over. The demon in the present looks confused by his sudden shift in attitude. Manhua adjusts his footing and settles into a deliberate stance. He raises one hand and centers his breathing, preparing the old method. The scene slips into recollection as he faces a similar foe in the tutorial tower. He recalls that this was a technique he never wanted to use again. The memory returns to the time when Manhua Kim was still trapped inside the tutorial tower. Back then he often lay battered on the ground after endless fights. He remembered stories where martial artists escaped confinement by gaining enlightenment through combat. That absurd idea slowly took root in his desperate mind. Suddenly inspired, he decided that had to be the answer for him too. He vowed that this time he would not miss the chance to break out. Driven half mad by hope, he threw himself into the idea with manic excitement. Believing he could finally leave, he rushed at monsters in a frenzy of reckless determination. He began trying every random method he could imagine and even started practicing martial arts on his own. He copied techniques from martial arts films and web novels, testing anything that seemed remotely possible. Even when much of it was impossible or ridiculous, he kept training because failure no longer mattered. What mattered was the hope that mastering something might trigger the enlightenment needed to escape. At first he simply imitated whatever nonsense technique popped into his head. One memory shows him diving at a monster while shouting the name of a dramatic killing punch. The result was pathetic, and he later judged all those early attempts as complete trash. Still, he kept throwing himself at enemies again and again. He screamed through the failures because every worthless attempt was part of the process. Even his grandly named secret arts were mostly empty theatrics at the time. Yet somewhere amid that chaos, he began to notice real change. A strike that should have been nonsense suddenly worked, shocking even him. After clearing the tower hundreds of times, the abilities he had accumulated started giving substance to those imagined techniques. What had once been delusional imitation gradually became real power. Even now, he hates bringing that embarrassing history back to the surface. Returning to the present, he fully assumes the old martial stance. His gaze sharpens as he commits to using it. Archer roars and charges straight at him. The demon swings a crystal-studded fist with murderous force. Manhua stays calm and watches the punch approach without flinching. At the last instant, he slips 2 fingers toward the demon's face to break its focus. That tiny interruption creates the opening he needs. He invokes Overlord as the core of the technique. Power floods his body and erupts outward in a blinding surge of strength. The cavern shakes as the force detonates around the clash. The explosion of impact swallows both fighters in white light and debris. When the dust begins to clear, Manhua is still standing alone. He awkwardly rubs the back of his neck, embarrassed by what he just did. Relieved that no one else is there to witness it, he admits the worst part is having to shout the technique name. He dismisses the whole thing as a shameful dark chapter of his past and groans at the memory. A hand lets a key dangle in the dark, signaling that something sealed is about to be opened. After defeating Scarlet Devil Archer, Manhua is confronted by a system message while the enemy lies collapsed at his feet. The system confirms his capture of Archer, recognizes him as an official guardian, and starts a countdown to a coming summons. Certain that this promotion will finally bring real answers, Manhua prepares to hear the truth. Before he can settle into that thought, a strange buzzing presence approaches from above. He looks up, caught off guard by the interruption. A small flying machine descends into the ruined area and draws his attention. The object reveals itself as a hovering drone, clearly observing him. Manhua realizes someone is watching and wonders what kind of surveillance has found him. Elsewhere, executives at Ares review the footage in a formal meeting room. One of them reacts with a dark, satisfied interest rather than simple surprise. The others remain tense, sensing the implications of what they have seen. A skeptical executive questions how someone like Manhua could be classified as merely A rank. An analyst explains that the earlier estimate was only a rough analysis, not the official association result. The formal measurement sheet still places Hyenwo at A rank based on standard hunter metrics. That answer only provokes anger, as one executive slams the table in disbelief. He argues that anyone who watched the video should know Hyenwo's power exceeds what A rank can explain. The analyst falters under the pressure, unable to defend the discrepancy. The furious executive points out that Hyenwo achieved all this in plain training clothes without magical gear. Another man watches quietly, already thinking beyond the obvious display of strength. He concludes that raw power alone is not the whole issue, but overwhelming power changes every calculation. The branch manager turns to department head Yu, shifting the meeting from outrage to action. With a calculating smile, he asks whether all possible information on Hyenwo has been collected. Yu reports that everything currently obtainable has been gathered. The manager reflects that even overwhelming power cannot solve every obstacle by itself. He orders them to prepare a trap carefully and destroy it the moment it is ready. The next day, the Korean Hunter Association branch office hosts a public event. Reporters crowd the venue, their cameras flashing as the ceremony begins. The association publicly honors those who stopped the crevasse incident and presents awards. Hyenwo stands on stage in his tracksuit, looking out of place amid the formal setting. Someone watching remotely is thrilled by the spectacle and can barely hold the phone steady. The viewer breaks into ecstatic laughter, delighted that the stream is turning into a sensation. He checks the live broadcast and is stunned by how many people are watching. The chat explodes with comments, turning Hyenwo into instant public entertainment. As Hyenwo faces the presenter, viewers argue online whether his ability is really only A rank or something far higher. The official offering the plaque approaches with stiff dignity, expecting the usual ceremony. He studies Hyenwo with restrained irritation, already bothered by the young man's attitude. That irritation hardens as he senses no reverence from the recipient. Hyenwo remains blank and unimpressed, treating the whole event as a nuisance. The official tries to smooth things over by joking that Hunter Hyenwo clearly needs proper clothes. Hyenwo is briefly taken aback by the comment. He quickly dismisses it politely, making clear he does not care about appearances. The official is startled by that blunt refusal, and the staff around him freeze. Online viewers erupt again, amused by Hyenwo's shameless indifference. The presenter trembles with offended pride as he realizes he is being openly slighted. Hyenwo accepts the flowers and plaque only long enough to ask if he is free to leave now. Before anyone can stop him, he turns and bolts off the stage, leaving the official shouting after him. He walks away without looking back, carrying the bouquet and award as if escaping an errand. The humiliated presenter explodes, unable to believe such a disrespectful person exists. Watching from the side, Hyenwo's acquaintances can only sigh that he has caused another scene. Far away in Beijing, inside the Pado Guild's overlord fortress, news of him reaches another power center. In a misty hall, a woman of high status watches a recording while attendants kneel nearby. The emblem on her robe and the solemn setting emphasize the authority surrounding her. As she watches, her composure begins to waver with sudden interest. Seeing Hyenwo on the screen, she realizes something about him feels impossible. His stance alone strikes her as deeply familiar. The recognition shocks her so strongly that she breaks into a sweat. His silhouette and movement confirm that the resemblance is not her imagination. She rises abruptly from the bath, no longer able to remain still. Now openly captivated, she urgently asks for his name. An attendant identifies him as Hyenwo Kim, the hunter who recently escaped the tutorial tower in Korea. She repeats his name, fixing it in her mind with growing obsession. Without hesitation, she orders a full investigation into him. Her attendant leans in, ready to receive the command in detail. She demands everything about Hyenwo, from his past to every achievement up to the present. She repeats the order more sharply, insisting that absolutely nothing be omitted. The attendant bows and accepts the task at once. Before the matter can settle, another subordinate arrives to report on guild affairs. He begins a formal report on the ongoing domination of the Wei Yan Guild. Still facing Hyenwo's image, she asks for the result without turning away. The subordinate reports success in taking the major southern dungeons. She receives the success coolly, as if it barely matters. He adds that there was conflict with Ares and that one of their executives appears to have been kidnapped by that guild. She steps from the bath in silence, her mood turning colder. As attendants dress her, the report continues that one of their executives was taken by a mere member of Ares. She dismisses the failure as pathetic. She declares that anyone unable to return alive on their own has no place under her rule. With a small gesture, she signals that her decision is final. She gathers her hair, preparing herself with deliberate calm. Now fully robed, she turns with the poise of someone about to move a larger plan. She orders the process of absorbing the guild to be accelerated. Her ambition is to consume every advantage that a dungeon-rich territory can offer. Yet even while speaking of conquest, her attention returns to Hyenwo and the vow he seems tied to. The thought of that pledge affects her more personally than the conquest itself. She reaches toward his image and repeats that it is his pledge that matters to her. Back in Korea, Hyenwo's blue-haired companion tells him he has become a celebrity overnight. He answers with detached curiosity, as if fame means nothing to him. His friends tease him about it, though one of them is too amused to sound sincere. Hyenwo, genuinely puzzled, asks why they are making such a fuss. The internet is already full of headlines mythologizing him as the player who escaped the tower and shattered the crevasse alone. More articles pile on exaggerated titles, turning his actions into sensational legend. Hyunwoo dismisses the media hype as proof that reporters still hand out grand titles too easily. He remarks that the press behaves no differently than it did 12 years ago, while his friends sit around him in a cafe. His companion points out that after the way he left the award ceremony, the reporters were never going to stay quiet. Another friend dryly adds that the training suit and striped slippers only made the story more absurd. That detail amuses the others even more. Hyunwoo shrugs it off, saying he has no reason to care about people he will never meet again and intends to live as he pleases. His carefree answer leaves one friend exasperated and another laughing, while Hyunwoo suddenly remembers he has somewhere to be. He rises and says he will head out shortly. One friend immediately asks where he is going. Hyunwoo answers with a sly smile that he has a meeting. The blue-haired woman repeats the word, confused by the idea of him having plans with someone. As he leaves, the others are stunned into joking disbelief that he might actually have a friend. She worries that this mysterious meeting can only mean trouble. The laughing friend argues that with Hyunwoo's strength, there is nothing to be so anxious about. But the more cautious one points out that Hyunwoo has already antagonized Ares and attracted relentless media attention. He also notes how quickly Hyunwoo has changed since leaving the tower, growing far beyond expectations in a short time. That only deepens the worry over what Hyunwoo intends to do next. Still, the optimist insists Hyunwoo is not reckless enough to act without thinking. Night falls as Hyunwoo arrives alone at a narrow alley for the promised summons. He waits in silence, focused and wary. The system countdown reaches 0, confirming that the official invitation has begun. A pillar of light engulfs him and transports him away. He appears in a stark room where a pale woman greets him formally by name. Hyunwoo answers with easy confidence, pleased that the meeting has finally happened. He immediately asks whether this means his status authorization has increased, and she confirms that it has. She explains that disposing of Scarlet Devil Archer raised his authorization from the very bottom. The result, however, is only that he has been granted a low rank. Hyunwoo stares at her in disbelief, unable to accept that answer. His frustration erupts as he accuses her of mocking him after everything he has done. She panics and insists she is only delivering the system's wording, begging him to calm down. When he demands to know who taught such insulting phrasing, she blurts out that the culprit is the system itself. Still furious, he demands to know what exactly improved if his rank remains so low. She explains that the readable information has not changed much, which only makes his outrage worse. Then she adds the crucial point: his future has changed because he has become an official guardian. Now that his status is formalized, she can finally explain the duties attached to that role. If he completes those assigned tasks, she says, he will receive what he most desires. Though still seething, Hyunwoo listens when she addresses him as the newly appointed guardian. His duty, she says, is to stop the climbers from this point onward. Hyunwoo immediately demands to know what climbers are supposed to be. She answers that they are beings who climb the tower. That only confuses him more, because after years inside a tower he has never heard that term used this way. She clarifies that she is not talking about the tutorial tower he knows. The distinction leaves him momentarily speechless. She reveals that the true tower spans 12 tiers in total, with Earth included among them. Hyunwoo can only blurt out disbelief at the scale of what she is saying. She calmly repeats herself, making sure he understands this is not a metaphor. The place he is protecting now, she says, belongs to the 9th of those 12 tiers. That 9th tier is Earth itself. The revelation leaves Hyunwoo stunned and struggling to process it. She explains that his mission is to stop the climbers before they reach the 9th tier, meaning Earth. Hyunwoo bitterly answers that all he really wanted was to learn who put him in the tower. He cannot understand why getting that answer has to be buried under so much complexity. Overwhelmed, he explodes at the absurdity of his responsibilities multiplying instead of shrinking. She urgently warns that if he fails to stop the climbers, the 9th tier will be destroyed. And if that happens, she says, both he and the world he lives in will vanish. That threat makes him slam his hand down in raw frustration. He leans over her and snaps that all she is really telling him is to shut up and obey the tasks forced on him. Caught off guard, she timidly admits that this is more or less what it sounds like. Realizing how badly that came out, she hurriedly backtracks and insists that is not what she meant. Hyunwoo presses the trembling administrator to stop hinting and explain clearly what she wants from him. Startled by his anger, the white-haired administrator hesitates and struggles to answer. She awkwardly admits she never meant to order him around blindly and tries to gather her thoughts. His impatience only grows, and under that pressure she realizes she has to speak plainly. After faltering for a moment, she steels herself to reclaim some authority. She reminds herself that she is still the 9th tier system administrator and refuses to be cowed. Calling him by name, she finally addresses Hyunwoo directly with renewed resolve. He answers coldly, demanding the point. Trying to calm him down, she shifts to a more practical explanation. She says he was chosen as the guardian not to exploit him but to support him. To make the role sound worthwhile, she adds that handling climbers raises his achievements and brings compensation. Hyunwoo listens in silence, weighing the usefulness of that information. He decides to stop arguing and asks a question that matters to him. What he wants most is information on the creator of the tutorial tower, and the one who trapped him there, so he asks what status rank is needed to access it. She tells him that only the highest status authority can reveal that truth. He immediately asks whether defeating climbers will raise that rank, and she confirms it will. With his goal set, he asks how many climbers he needs to catch. She cannot give a simple number at first, because the answer depends on the climbers themselves. She explains that climbers are divided by rank as well. In rough terms, taking down about 5 top-ranked climbers should be enough to reach the highest authority. Hyanwu then asks where the red goblin he captured fits in that hierarchy. She identifies it as the Scarlet Devil Archer. Even so, she judges that creature to be only a low-ranked climber. He pauses, absorbing how far he still has to go. Then he accepts the system and says he understands the path ahead well enough. The conversation ends, and the story returns to the quiet city night outside. Back home, Hyanwu sits alone and reflects on what he has learned. He opens his status window to confirm the details for himself. The screen shows that his current status authority is still low rank and that climber appearances will trigger notifications. He dismisses the grand talk about towers containing Earth and saving the world as noise he does not care about. What matters to him is not cosmic duty but his own next move. He decides he wants no part of complicated destinies. He narrows his life down to a single objective so he can avoid pointless burdens. That objective is to find who put him in the tutorial tower, and to do that he will hunt climbers. He resolves to focus only on that revenge-driven goal. His phone suddenly rings, interrupting his thoughts. When he answers, Seoyun urgently asks why he called so suddenly. Before he can explain, she blurts out that something serious has happened and tells him to check the news. He asks what happened, and she orders him to turn on the television immediately. He switches on the news and finds a breaking report already discussing him. The broadcast announces a shocking accusation that Hunter Hyanwu Kim murdered an Ares Guild member. Hyanwu reacts with disbelief and contempt at the obvious setup. The report doubles down, claiming that the hero of the recent crevasse incident killed an Ares member inside an Ares dungeon. Instead of panicking, he quickly starts thinking through the trap. A crooked smile appears as he recognizes exactly what kind of game Ares is playing. Elsewhere at Mokdong Sukwan's house, the fallout from the report is already spreading. Phones begin ringing nonstop as calls pour in from every direction. Lying on the couch, Hyanwu notes that real trouble is on the way. Seoyun, overwhelmed by the chaos, demands to know who is causing all of it. She reminds him that he was already famous for surviving the tower after 12 years. His fame had only grown after he cleared the crevasse alone, drawing attention and investment from multiple countries. Now she fears that his conflict with Ares has escalated into a murder scandal that could destroy him. Hyanwu calmly asks why she is so worried. She explodes, insisting this is the real world, not the tower, and that he cannot treat a murder accusation lightly. Her intensity catches him off guard. As he listens, he is oddly struck by how much her scolding sounds like intimate concern. That feeling unsettles him because he has never even had a girlfriend, much less a wife. So he bluntly asks whether she worries about him that much. Seoyun fires back that of course she does, because that is only natural. Her answer makes him think more seriously about what she means to him. Acting on impulse, he asks if she likes him. The sudden question leaves Seoyun stunned speechless. For a beat, she can only stare at him in shock. Then she composes herself with suspicious calm. With a dangerous smile, she warns him that this is not the time for jokes. She escalates the warning by threatening to fry him with lightning if he keeps teasing her. Realizing he pushed too far, Hyanwu awkwardly retreats and says he will stop joking. Their younger companion arrives mid-embarrassment, while Seoyun hides her flustered face. He shows them his phone, which is overflowing with calls from reporters. The missed calls include media outlets and the Hunter Association, confirming how huge the scandal has become. Online searches are now dominated by Hyanwu's name, the murder accusation, and Ares-related terms. Even as Hyanwu jokes about topping the rankings again, the others prepare to read the hostile coverage aloud. The articles paint him as a violent suspect and pile on testimony that he attacked Ares members and harmed the guild. The younger man grows grim as he reads how thoroughly public opinion is turning. Hyanwu notices the stare and lightly asks why he is being looked at like that. The younger man warns that they are all close to public ostracism while Hyanwu remains absurdly relaxed. Their blonde ally jokes that the easiest answer is to turn off the phones and ignore the uproar. Hyanwu instead asks when the press conference is supposed to begin. He is told it starts in about 30 minutes, and the question becomes whether he is ready. The others realize he has already arranged for all the reporters to gather, and anxiously ask what he plans to do. Hyanwu answers that he would never summon the press without preparing something first. Knowing his reckless style, they fear he intends to destroy Ares and the reporters in one explosive move. The blonde ally bursts out laughing at how extreme that assumption is. Hyanwu can only stare, half amused and half exasperated. He finally asks what kind of monster they think he is. At Ares headquarters, the guild watches its smear campaign unfold. One executive notes with satisfaction that events are proceeding exactly as planned. Their side confirms that the media gathered immediately after Ares released its version of the story. With every station reporting the accusation and social media condemning Hyanwu, they believe public opinion is firmly under control. The executive smiles, pleased by how neatly the trap is closing. Another man asks how Hyanwu is responding. He is told that Hyanwu intends to hold his own press conference at 2 in the afternoon. Even so, they are confident that the current public mood will make it hard for him to recover no matter what he says. Privately, the schemer savors the advantage he thinks he has gained. He believes striking first decides the fight, and that Ares has already landed the winning blow. Since there is no time to lure Manhua back into a private trap, he commits to crushing him publicly instead. His plan is not to overpower Manhua directly but to stay one step ahead of him. If he controls the narrative first, he believes he can suppress Manhua completely. He even sees Manhua's earlier reckless behavior as useful, because it made this smear easier to sell. In his view, Manhua's sudden rise in popularity has become the poison that will now ruin him. To make sure nothing goes wrong, he asks whether the press conference is being broadcast live. His subordinate confirms that it is and says people have been sent to handle any unexpected problems. Satisfied, the executive gives his approval. He inwardly vows that Manhua should never have crossed him. Soon the scene shifts to the Mokdong press conference room where the confrontation begins. Manhua sits before the microphones as the first question asks whether the reported accusations are true. The reporters immediately press him about why he attacked Ares and what he thinks of the guild. Cameras lock onto him as the room waits for his answer. Viewers and journalists alike record the moment, expecting a spectacle. Manhua lets the tension build with a deliberate silence. Then he begins on his own terms. He says he does not know how proper press conferences are supposed to work, so he will handle this in his own way. Rather than answer the crowd at once, he singles out one reporter and asks him to repeat his question. The chosen reporter nervously asks what Manhua is thinking right now. Manhua answers with a bizarrely simple statement that he just feels like laughing. The reporter is thrown completely off balance by the response. The audience reacts with mocking laughter and dismisses Manhua as crazy. Ignoring the ridicule, Manhua calmly points to another reporter. That reporter asks the central question directly, whether Manhua truly murdered an Ares Guild member. Manhua answers yes without hesitation. The blunt admission shocks the room into stunned silence. As the reporters begin to recover, they prepare to challenge the confession. Manhua stops them and says he wants to be judged only after they hear his reasons. The reporters, suddenly uncertain, realize he is steering the entire conference. He begins by saying he honestly does not understand why Ares is doing this to him. He recalls refusing an Ares scout once and says he never expected the guild to respond so crudely. Then he reaches for his phone, ready to present something more concrete. He plays a recording in which a man from Ares identifies himself as an important observer and effectively admits he was sent as an assassin, even discussing restraining Manhua with magic chains. The control staff and reporters jolt in surprise as they realize he has brought an actual recording. Viewers immediately recognize that the voice sounds like an Ares assassin confessing his mission. The recording continues with detailed talk of using chains to bind and slow Manhua, making the threat unmistakable. It goes on to describe how such hired men behave when caught, exposing the commission as a routine Ares tactic rather than an isolated act. The assassin's voice even mocks Manhua for rushing toward death. The recording then captures the assassin cursing as the fight turns against him. Manhua lets the room hear enough for the implication to sink in. He pauses the playback at the perfect moment, keeping control of the reveal. The reporters exchange stunned looks as the narrative they came with begins to collapse. One of them blurts out the obvious question of where this recording was made. Manhua says Ares likely tipped them off about the location, because it came from the swamp where Hunter Chongkang Shin was killed. He explains that he went there only to defeat the boss and was dragged into a far uglier situation than the news ever admitted. In his telling, the media framed the incident as though Ares were the victim while ignoring what was done to him. A reporter presses him to confirm whether he is accusing Ares of falsely framing him. Manhua answers with a cool smile that if the description fits, then he is not wrong. Another reporter tries to rescue the old narrative by arguing that recordings can be forged and asking whether the file is genuine. Manhua listens without irritation, as if he had expected exactly that objection. He says he was waiting for someone to raise that point. In fact, he admits he would have been disappointed if no one had challenged the recording's authenticity. He explains that he thought the recording alone would be enough, but if they want stronger proof, he has more. With the room hanging on his next move, he lifts his phone to reveal the next piece of evidence. The reporters fall silent and tense as they realize Manhua is about to overturn the entire case against him. The reporter is thrown off when the young hunter hints he has something unexpected. With a calm smile, the hunter reveals he brought the phone of the man sent to kill him. That claim shocks the reporter into immediate attention. The hunter explains he could not unlock the device himself, but experts or police could expose everything on it. He says he deliberately kept the phone so it could be examined now. To justify himself, he argues that when an Ares assassin attacked a newcomer like him, self-defense was his only option. The media instantly locks onto the significance of his statement. He plants the phone on the table and frames the whole matter as a simple fight for survival. As the room erupts with interest, he continues building his version of events. He says the assassin became entangled with the dungeon boss, Mega Alligator, and died in the ambush. The reporter catches the contradiction and demands to know why this differs from the earlier claim that the hunter killed him. The hunter coolly answers that the wording can be taken that way. He adds that the assassin only died because he grew careless after fighting him, which should never have happened in the first place. While people scramble to process this, The hunter reflects that he had wanted to let the matter pass quietly because he once believed Ares was admirable. He says he tried to move on without making trouble. Instead, he now finds himself dragged into a far messier conflict than expected. Leaving the venue, he thinks the phone is only one of several troublesome issues now in motion. Looking at the public reaction on his phone, he mocks anyone who thought he would be caught easily. News headlines begin accusing Ares of fabricating its own scandal and feeding false information. Elsewhere, the fallout lands heavily inside Ares. An executive braces himself over his desk as the situation spirals. He rages that a mere recording file has turned the entire world against them. Another man points out that reporters were waiting for any chance to tear Ares apart, so they would never ignore this. He slams the desk and says the scandal is far bigger than the death of one hunter. The furious executive can only curse as the damage spreads. His subordinate watches while the executive breaks into bitter laughter. The executive admits he underestimated the hunter as a fool who was only strong and ignorant of politics. Realizing that mistake, he decides he cannot let the hunter slip away now. Later that night, the hunter meets his companions at a restaurant as if nothing is wrong. One of them asks how he thought to record everything so perfectly, as though he had predicted this outcome. Another notes that he even took Chongqing's phone, making him seem unusually cautious. The hunter casually admits that explanation is false. He reveals that the phone itself was a bluff, though the recordings were genuine. His friends are stunned by the confession. They demand to know whether everything he said at the press conference was a lie. He lifts the phone again to make the distinction clear. He explains that the device was not the assassin's at all, only the recording files were real. Because Ares constantly called him dangerous, he had simply kept his recorder running while moving around. Then, seeing many phones in Sihian's room, he grabbed one at random to use as evidence. His friend panics that the lie will collapse if the phone is ever properly examined. He confidently insists he will not be caught, baffling everyone at the table. He says it is simple because Ares will try to seize the phone before any official investigation can happen. His blue-haired companion asks what he plans to do with that expectation. He answers that he only wants to force Ares to behave properly, and that alone will be enough. She stares at him, trying to understand what he really means. Then the absurdity of his confidence finally makes her laugh. The others protest that they were the fools for getting worked up while he stayed relaxed. He tells them not to worry and to just enjoy the meal. Even while eating, his thoughts remain fixed on Ares' guild. He considers Ares not as a local nuisance but as a major American-based guild with maze dungeons across the world. He notes that Korea is one of the few places where Ares has been pushed back and lost control of dungeons. So he wonders how they will respond now, whether with more lies or with negotiation. Either way, he believes they have far more to lose in a fight with him than he does. After dinner, the scene shifts to the parking lot outside. He spots Sihian by the car and calls to him. He tells Sihian to go home first because he wants to take a walk alone. Sihian is puzzled by the sudden decision. The hunter leaves with a warning not to follow him. Sihian watches him go, uneasy but restrained. He convinces himself that the hunter can handle whatever is coming. The hunter heads into a deserted alley, clearly choosing a place suited for an ambush. He walks on calmly with his hands in his pockets. Sensing the trap closing, he almost sounds amused. His casual footsteps continue, sandals scraping the pavement. Masked figures suddenly surround him from every direction, and he notes they arrived even faster than expected. He admits he came alone partly to see what Ares would do, but he did not expect them to move this quickly. The assassins tighten the circle around him. Their leader says someone important is looking for him and orders him to come along. Instead of fear, the hunter mocks their old-fashioned assassin outfits. The leader refuses to dignify the joke. The hunter correctly guesses that a high-ranking figure from Ares wants to meet him. The leader only says he will learn the answer if he obeys. The hunter asks what happens if he refuses. The answer is immediate and blunt. They will drag him there by force. He accepts that response with a faintly entertained smile. Then he reminds them that the crevasse incident made him too famous to be handled carelessly. Knowing exactly who he is, he says, they are either reckless or very brave to threaten him like this. He steps forward anyway, still unconcerned. One assassin flinches as he suddenly moves. The hunter bends down while the group hesitates, unsure what he is doing. He points at one of them as if selecting prey. Then he beckons that chosen assassin to come closer. In his other hand he casually grips a bunch of leeks, turning the moment into ridicule. The assassins are thrown off by the absurd provocation. Their confusion turns into visible irritation and humiliation. One of them finally lunges to attack. As blue energy gathers in his hands, he shouts that they should not compare him to Chongqing. He insists they are not on the same level as that earlier opponent. Before he can finish boasting, the hunter strikes him mid-charge. The attacker is hurled away while the hunter remains rooted and unbothered. The rest curse and realize this will not be an easy capture. They draw blades and commit to a full assault. Several activate skills to bind and overwhelm him at once. Others enhance their weapons and strength as they rush in from all sides. The hunter stands motionless at the center while attacks converge on him from every direction. For an instant, the alley blurs with the speed of the strike. One masked fighter suddenly senses that something is terribly wrong. Their blades hit his body yet fail to pierce him at all, which seems impossible. The assassins panic as they realize he has taken no damage whatsoever. Shock spreads through the group as their confidence collapses. They stare at the unmoving target and cannot make sense of what they are seeing. The leader demands to know why their attacks are not working. The hunter finally looks at them with contempt and asks whether they are done tickling him. His counterattack begins with screams and a violent impact. One assassin crashes to the ground trembling in terror and pain. Another tries to stand but shakes so badly he can barely move. Someone grabs at him and begs desperately for mercy. Pinned beneath the hunter's effortless strength, the assassin pleads for help and forgiveness. The hunter decides this one looks useful enough to keep alive. He tells the captive to guide him to the person who has been searching for him. The captive leads him to the outskirts of Guangzhou in Jiangxi province. There, hidden in the woods, lies an underground bunker guarded by masked operatives. The guards talk openly about how much money their guild is pouring into the facility and suspect that the funds are dirty. Another replies that only a place like this would welcome hunters like them, and that makes it useful. They casually mention that a celebrity is being brought in today. That celebrity is the now famous hunter Kim Hyun-woo. One guard laughs about how satisfying it would be to see the fearless man from television dragged in and beaten by Team 1. The other warns that the higher-ups are already angry and that this operative keeps causing trouble. Their conversation is cut off when something crashes down from above with explosive force. The guards whirl around in alarm. Through the dust, the hunter appears, having used a captured assassin as his entrance. He asks the stunned guards if this is the place he was looking for. The captive eagerly confirms that this is indeed the bunker. The guards recognize the mention of Team 1 and begin to understand who has arrived. They stare at the man holding their comrade and realize in disbelief that it is Kim Hyun-woo himself. Inside the bunker, the noise echoes through the ceiling and alarms everyone below. A suited man and nearby operatives wonder whether something has gone wrong on the surface. They realize the elevator shaft is involved and shout that something is falling toward them. A body crashes down in a burst of force and energy. The people below recoil in shock as the impact reaches them. Then the hunter steps out of the elevator area through the settling dust, completely in control. He greets them almost cheerfully and comments on what a strange place they have built. Looking over the underground facility and the armed personnel, he wonders aloud whether they really have enough money for all this. One swordsman demands to know who he is and how he got inside. The hunter smiles as if enjoying the question. Wrapped in a dark aura, he answers that he is the Grim Reaper who has come to send them to the afterlife. Elsewhere in the bunker, the story reveals a torture room lined with restraints, chains, and blood-stained tools. A battered bare foot shows that the prisoner inside has already been brutalized. The captive is a pink-haired woman bound to a chair, injured and exhausted but still conscious. A suited interrogator tells her to start talking. He presses her by saying the guild has already abandoned her, so there is no point staying loyal. He warns that if she keeps enduring this, she will die. Trying a softer tactic, he promises to do whatever she wants if she gives up internal information and personnel weaknesses. She answers only with silence and a cold stare. That refusal irritates the interrogator. He orders the guards to take her back and says she needs to learn what dying feels like. One guard hesitates, warning that she may truly die if they continue. The interrogator says he does not care and orders them to break her completely since he doubts she will talk anyway. The guard obeys without argument. As the guards move toward the bound woman again, the torture is about to resume. Kim Hyun-woo is suddenly thrown off balance when an intruder bursts into the room. A violent shockwave or strike crashes through the chamber and sends him reeling. He realizes at once that something has gone badly wrong. A man in slippers casually steps in as if he owns the place. The newcomer reveals himself with a smug greeting, making clear he is the one Hyun-woo was after. Hyun-woo recognizes the situation with a tense, wary pause. He sees that the pink-haired woman has been captured, injured, and bound to a chair. The intruder mocks Hyun-woo for arranging a meeting only to focus on someone else. Shaken, Hyun-woo blurts out disbelief and asks what happened to the team he sent. The man casually says those hunters are already lying unconscious outside. He points to the bodies as proof and forces Hyun-woo to choose between talking and being beaten to death. The sight of the fallen men confirms that the threat is not a bluff. Hyun-woo falls silent as he recalculates the danger in front of him. Before he can answer, another attack suddenly cuts into the standoff. A masked assassin lunges at the intruder, shouting for Kim Hyun-woo to die. The intruder notices the strike at the last instant without losing his composure. He counters effortlessly and sends the assassin crashing away in a single blow. The attacker is left sprawled on the ground while the intruder remains relaxed. Annoyed rather than threatened, he complains that he should have been invited properly instead of ambushed. Hyun-woo watches the masked hunters and realizes the man is treating this attempted murder like a rude welcome. Trying to recover control, Hyun-woo hesitates and searches for a response. Elsewhere, observers question whether Kim Hyun-woo can really be below A rank if he handled this situation. They note that everyone in this bunker should be at least B+, and that some of the murder specialists are A+. The implication grows that Hyun-woo defeated hunters who were nearly S-class. That realization hardens into a startling conclusion about his true level. They decide Kim Hyun-woo is actually an S-class, and a top-tier one at that. Even an established S-class named Black Sun-woo doubts he could safely fight Hyun-woo if that assessment is true. Back in the bunker, the intruder snaps Hyun-woo out of his thoughts and demands an answer. Hyun-woo is jolted back to the immediate threat in front of him. The intruder repeats the choice bluntly and tells him to decide whether to talk or be buried. Furious but cornered, Hyunwoo admits he cannot force the issue right now. He clenches down on his anger and swallows his pride. Choosing survival and information, he agrees to talk. Once seated across from the intruder, Hyunwoo decides he must first learn exactly how strong this man is. He warns himself not to act recklessly until he understands his opponent better. The intruder settles in as if beginning a business meeting. He immediately steers the conversation toward compensation. Hyunwoo is caught off guard by the sudden shift to rewards. The man clarifies that he means payment for the damage Hyunwoo caused him. He counts not only the assassination attempt but also the earlier attacks Hyunwoo sent after him. He adds that Hyunwoo even worsened things by feeding false information to the media. With a smile, he makes clear he has no intention of letting any of that slide. Pressed into negotiation, Hyunwoo asks what he wants. The demand comes back as 10 billion won in damages plus rights to several beginner dungeons. Hyunwoo stares at him, stunned by how outrageous the terms are. His restraint cracks and he slams the table. He explodes, insisting the demand makes no sense. The intruder calmly asks why, saying the amount should be manageable for Ares. Hyunwoo seethes, realizing the man is extorting him with a straight face. Even so, he judges that the money could be handled eventually, but the dungeon rights are far more dangerous. Granting those rights would let the man monopolize the training ground for new hunters. Sensing hesitation, the intruder raises the price again for wasting his time. Hyunwoo can only grit his teeth and endure the humiliation. He changes tactics and asks whether continuing this hostility benefits either side. Recalling a previous failed offer, he wonders what the man truly wants if not just money or exclusive rights. Hyunwoo offers full cooperation and influence through Ares if the man will join them instead. That proposal finally makes the intruder pause and think. Hyunwoo argues that profit and partnership make more sense than making a giant guild into an enemy. The intruder laughs at how stiff and formal the pitch sounds. He insists he is only discussing compensation and refuses to let Hyunwoo redirect the issue. He also points out the bound girl nearby, reminding Hyunwoo that Ares has other crimes to answer for. Hyunwoo is forced to confront what his side has done to her. The intruder warns that if Ares approaches him again, he may respond far more harshly. He leaves the threat hanging by saying he might do something unnecessary next time. Hyunwoo bristles and accuses him of being dangerously overconfident. The intruder drags his chair back and demands a final answer instead of more posturing. Standing over him, he repeats the choice between accepting the terms and dying. Hyunwoo trembles with rage but cannot challenge him head-on. The scene shifts away from the bunker to the city at night. Later, in an apartment, a younger man addresses Hyunwoo as an injured woman enters his home. The younger man is startled by the unexpected sight. His shock deepens when he sees Hyunwoo carrying the battered pink-haired woman on his back. Far away, a ruined fantasy castle stands beneath a blood-red sky. A lone long-haired woman walks through the devastated landscape toward the next challenge. She advances in silence, framed as someone important to the tower's deeper mysteries. Before her rises an immense tower stretching into the crimson heavens. Without hesitation, she decides to climb to the 9th floor. Back in the real world, the deal is summarized as 4 beginner dungeon rights in exchange for 11 billion won. The younger man is incredulous that Hyunwoo also brought the unconscious woman home as part of the aftermath. When he questions how Hyunwoo dared take her back from Black Sunwoo, Hyunwoo dismisses the risk and tells him to leave her to him. Still uneasy, the younger man asks why Hyunwoo brought her here at all. Hyunwoo says she is both a hostage and the key to something he wants to understand. He refuses to explain further, calling it personal. The younger man grows suspicious but can only brood over that answer. Hyunwoo heads out to catch regenerating bosses while his companion stays behind. The woman remains unconscious in bed, recovering from her injuries. Her skull tattoo catches attention as a clue tied to Hyunwoo's past. He studies it and realizes it looks strikingly similar to a mask he once knew. He remembers a horned skull mask linked to the idea of abandoning oneself to true nothingness. The resemblance makes him wonder whether the tattoo and that old mask are connected or merely coincidence. Seeking answers, he uses his ability to inspect the woman's status and identity. The results show strong stats, but nothing obviously special, which only deepens the mystery. Since he does not remember her, he decides he will have to question her once she wakes. Before that can happen, a system window suddenly appears. It announces that a new climber has begun ascending the 9th floor. A second notice immediately summons Hyunwoo to serve as the guardian because the countdown has expired. He is stunned that the invitation arrives with only seconds to spare. The system forcibly transports him away in a burst of light. He appears before the tower's white-haired guide and angrily demands to know why he was called so suddenly. The guide formally addresses him and prepares to explain. She abruptly warns that someone dangerous is coming. Hyunwoo asks who this mysterious he is supposed to be. She identifies him only as the next climber. Hyunwoo presses for details about what kind of person he is and when he will arrive. The guide consults the system for information but finds little she can reveal. Even as she starts to answer, another notice confirms the climber's approach without giving specifics. Frustrated, Hyunwoo smacks her on the head for being unhelpful. She yelps in pain and outrage. He accuses her of withholding everything except scraps he already got from Alamai. She protests that a guardian's information access is limited and she truly cannot tell him much more. Hyunwoo rages that a warning without useful details is pointless, especially when it drags him here out of nowhere. Panicking, she insists she called him because she genuinely needs a favor. That unexpected request makes him stop and listen. She explains that this climber will be far more difficult than the previous ones, and the guardian must prepare something before he arrives. Hyunwoo asks what exactly he is supposed to prepare. She tells him he must awaken mana as quickly as possible, or the coming fight will be extremely dangerous. He immediately asks whether the climber is that strong and whether he is high level. She says no, because if a truly high-ranking climber came, awakening mana alone would not save him. In fact, she warns that the arrival of a top-class climber could mean the end of the world. What matters now is that without magic, Hyunwoo will not be able to handle the crisis ahead. He asks if she at least knows where the threat will appear or whether crevasses will open again. Embarrassed, she admits she has no idea and cannot even say whether crevasses will happen. All she can tell him is that the nature of the climber depends on his own ability and achievements. Hyunwoo sighs and tries to restate the situation in terms he can actually use. He concludes that an intermediate climber is coming and that he is expected to cope with almost no information. When he sarcastically asks if that is really her point, she braces for another blow. Instead, she explodes in protest, demanding to know why he keeps hitting her. She scolds him for striking a cute woman and insults his upbringing. That accusation leaves him briefly speechless. He flatly replies that his parents died in a car accident when he was young. Horrified, she instantly bows and apologizes over and over for bringing it up. He dismisses the apology, saying he does not care enough to hold it against her. She is left staring at him, unsure how to read that response. To her surprise, she starts wondering whether he might actually be a decent person. Meanwhile, at the Arung Guild villa, someone curses that everything has gone wrong from the start. Hyunwoo stands inside a glowing magic circle and complains that even this promised shortcut to mana feels like a scam. A blue-haired mage panics and begs him not to damage the circle, revealing it cost 5 trillion won. As nothing happens, Hyunwoo wonders if he might be the kind of person with no mana at all. The mage rejects that idea, saying she has never heard of a hunter who simply lacks mana. She adds that she has also never seen anyone fail to unlock mana even with a mage's help and a mana concentration circle. Before the argument can continue, the younger man arrives and interrupts them. He asks why both of them look so defeated. Seeing the scene, he guesses Hyunwoo still has not unlocked mana even after 4 days, and Hyunwoo snaps back at him. The younger man says he did not come to mock him and instead brought mail addressed to Hyunwoo. The letter turns out to be from the Hunter Association's Guild Formation Council, making him ask if Hyunwoo created a guild. The mage is equally shocked that he somehow formed a guild without telling her. Hyunwoo casually explains that since he acquired a dungeon, he decided to try running a guild called Guardian, a name his companions immediately mock. Ignoring their reactions, he asks whether the girl he brought home has woken up yet. He is told she has not changed at all and remains unconscious in bed. That answer leaves them grimly wondering whether her condition is more serious than shock after all. He reluctantly accepts that they can only wait a little longer, though another concern still bothers him. Trapped in a mana circle with his companions, he vents his frustration that sitting still for days has taught him nothing about using mana. The blue-haired woman suggests abandoning patience and seeking someone who can forcibly open his mana flow instead. When he asks if she means Nakaga and Yasumi, she confirms that those are exactly the people she has in mind. He is baffled by the idea of venting mana at all and demands an explanation. She explains that Japan's Azanami Guild Master Asumi possesses a rare technique called mana venting that pierces blocked mana pathways and helps hunters raise their rank. Hearing that such a method exists, he immediately becomes interested enough to look the person up. The search shows Nanakawa Asumi, a Japanese guild master, and he realizes he would have to go all the way to Japan to meet her. His enthusiasm dies at the thought of international travel, and he starts to dismiss the whole idea as too much effort. Still inside the circle, he pauses as something unexpected interrupts the conversation. He braces himself against the floor as the atmosphere suddenly shifts. The others sense the disturbance too, and the blue-haired woman turns sharply, alarmed. He immediately understands that something serious has happened. A chaotic scene elsewhere erupts with people screaming for mercy, compensation, and answers as disaster strikes. At an intermediate dungeon in Sujinami, Tokyo, terrified cries fill the area as people are maimed and panic spreads. A female guild master rushes through the ruined street, while survivors desperately call for Nakagawa to save them. The narration identifies her as Izanami Guild Master Nakagawa Asumi as she steels herself amid the devastation. A blue, crescent-like slash tears through the ruined area with overwhelming force. Nakagawa faces the cosmic-looking blade as dust and debris explode around her. Realizing the attack is repeating, she urgently orders everyone nearby to dodge at once. Her warning comes too late for some of the hunters, who can only stare in shock as death descends. The luminous slash carves through the battlefield again with crackling, destructive power. Nakagawa barely escapes upward as the strike detonates below her. She lands hard, forced back by the blast. From above, the scale of the destruction becomes clear as she regains her footing amid shattered ground and bodies. Furious at the senseless slaughter, she curses the enemy responsible. Then she notices a new presence and freezes in sudden disbelief. Someone steps calmly through the dust toward her. A hand settles on the hilt of a sword, signaling a deliberate challenge. A long-haired swordsman emerges from the ruins and confronts Nakagawa directly. Stunned, she can barely form a question. She demands to know who this impossible man is. He says that because she survived his blade, he will indulge her with an answer. Even so, he asks what name she wants to hear from him. He explains that people on the higher floors called him many things, including the Climber and the Destroyer. Others named him the Devil and the Lightning God, but the name he claims for himself is Kianma. Elsewhere, a system notice announces that a new climber has reached the 9th floor through the passageway in Tsujanami, Tokyo. The protagonist sees the alert, and is caught off guard by the sudden message. Once he realizes a climber has appeared in Japan, he instantly orders Shirhyun to get a car because he intends to move immediately. A black sedan speeds off as his decision turns into action. During the ride, he sits calmly with his phone, already focused on the new target. Reading the news, he learns the climber has already turned the area into a disaster zone. He worries that he still cannot use mana, but the danger only sharpens his resolve. Shirhyun, driving, points out that his brother's sudden choices are hard to follow even by his usual standards. He presses him on why they are suddenly going to Japan when he had just refused mana venting out of laziness. The protagonist dodges the real reason and claims some other business came up, so they might as well go there now. Shirhyun is unconvinced but lets the excuse pass for the moment. Then he asks the practical question of whether his brother even has a passport. That problem rattles him, but he decides none of it matters because reaching the climber is now his priority. At the Japan Hunter Association branch, officials gather in an emergency meeting room to assess the crisis. One official bluntly asks how Nakazawa is still alive after reports had already spread worldwide that she died fighting Kianma. Nakazawa explains that an artifact allowed her to revive, though the admission carries no comfort. When asked if Kianma is truly that strong, she answers yes without hesitation. The officials admit that once news of her death as a top S ranker spread, no foreign hunters came to help and morale collapsed. They conclude that even hunters comparable to her would likely fail, and they have no volunteers left to send. With every attempt to stop him ending in failure and civilian casualties mounting, they can do nothing but watch the destruction continue. Then the live screen shows a young man in a tracksuit standing before Kianma, leaving the room confused. Nakazawa recognizes him at once and realizes it is the same person from earlier. In the ruins, the protagonist walks toward Kianma with his hands in his pockets as if entering a casual meeting rather than a death zone. He studies the swordsman in silence, measuring him. Kianma stands amid smoke and rubble with his sword drawn, radiating absolute confidence. The protagonist quietly notes that his usual way of checking opponents does not work here. He concludes that his analysis cannot read climbers and jokes that this one seems to be some ancient Asian type. Kianma, hearing the disrespect, demands to know what kind of being he is. Without waiting, Kianma raises his sword and gathers a vast blue edge of power. The protagonist's eyes sharpen as he realizes the attack is already coming. Kianma unleashes a sweeping blade wave that tears across the battlefield. The strike detonates the ground in front of the protagonist, swallowing the area in dust. He slips through the attack and closes in so fast that Kianma is forced to react. At point-blank range, the protagonist lands a lightning-charged blow on Kianma before the swordsman can reset. He taunts Kianma for swinging first instead of answering like a sane person. Kianma, unfazed, repeats that surviving his opening strike has earned the right to hear his name. He formally declares once more that he is Kianma. Before the protagonist can capitalize, Kianma launches another enormous arc of blue sword energy. The protagonist ducks under the slash, realizing the attack is both wider and faster than before. As another blast erupts behind him, he admits that Kianma's speed is no joke. Still, he remains confident that the attacks are not yet too fast for him to evade. Watching closely, he realizes the technique only looks like one strike. In truth, it is dozens of slashes compressed into a single motion, enough to shred him instantly if one lands. He plants his foot and decides to change the rhythm of the fight. Reasoning that close combat is his only advantage, he rushes in to stop Kianma from freely swinging that sword. He grabs Kianma's clothing to pin the swordsman's movement and deny him space. Kianma is briefly startled that the protagonist dares to force a clinch. The next instant, the two crash together in a violent collision. Even as he is thrown aside, the protagonist refuses to let the distance open again because range means death. Kianma lowers his head for a moment, reassessing the opponent who keeps pressing him. With blood at his lips, he decides the fight has finally become interesting. He suddenly surges with a denser storm of lightning, catching the protagonist off guard. As electricity floods his sword and body, Kianma asks again who this persistent challenger really is. He explains that on the previous floors no one had ever been able to oppose him like this. That admission alone shocks the protagonist. Back in the meeting room, everyone stares at the screen in stunned silence as Kianma's aura swells. Shirhyun recognizes the phenomenon as a crevasse and realizes it is the same event they had been waiting for earlier. Nakazawa confirms they had delayed action for reinforcements because the disaster escalated too suddenly, and they still cannot properly measure the enemy's power. Shirhyun recalls his brother leaving the airport the moment he arrived, as if he had already known where to go. He wonders why his brother had simply stood still at one point in the battle. A disturbing thought hits him that his brother may somehow be able to predict when the crevasses will open. On the battlefield, the protagonist uses a fresh crevasse burst to propel himself away from danger at the perfect instant. The eruption blasts Kiama's side while the protagonist escapes laughing, turning the environmental hazard into his own opening. Thrilled and irritated at once, he curses the absurdity of Kiama's power. Kiama dismisses the idea that what he is doing is a mere system skill. He says the combined strikes, the lightning aura around him, and the divine sword meant to cut his foe down are all his own cultivated arts. The protagonist listens tensely as Kiama insists none of it comes from the crude system called skills. Kiama raises his blade and declares that his power was forged outside that uncivilized framework entirely. The protagonist realizes another lethal strike is already forming and that he must evade immediately. He considers retreating but rejects it because giving Kiama room would only make the next attack worse. Instead, he digs in and commits to charging straight through the danger. He catches Kiama's robe again, trying to disrupt the swordsman before the swing completes. Even at point-blank range, Kiama's power erupts and hammers into him. Kiama coughs from the exchange but remains standing, impressed that the protagonist is still pressing him. The protagonist circles behind him, refusing to let the momentum die. He snaps a sharp hand strike toward Kiama's body. That strike tightens into a crushing fist meant to finish the opening. He unleashes Overlord's might in a heavy blow that detonates against Kiama at close range. As the impact throws him back, he anxiously wonders whether the attack finally did real damage. His hope vanishes when he sees Kiama's reaction. Kiama emerges from the blast almost untouched and calmly retracts his earlier underestimation. He now praises the protagonist as not merely interesting but truly outstanding. Kiama reveals that this fight has forced him to draw on everything he has. He adds that he has not needed to use this full extent of power since the day he first became a climber. Raising his sword to a dark orb overhead, he invites the protagonist to try surviving his next technique. The protagonist is startled by the scale of what is gathering above him. Even so, he charges in again, deciding that shortening the distance is his only chance against such madness. Kiama says this overwhelming style is exactly why he was once called the lightning god and the sky. He brings down Raiden's blade, a heavenly lightning sword strike that floods the battlefield in white destruction. Watching the screen, the meeting room falls into horrified silence at the sheer magnitude of the attack. Sure, Hyun can only call Kiama an unbelievable monster. Yet when the light fades, the path of the sword has vanished without leaving the expected trace of destruction. Kiama notices this too and praises the unseen observer for having sharp eyes. He explains that the protagonist grabbed his shirt and twisted his body during the swing, redirecting the strike even though he still failed to avoid all of it. Only then does the delayed damage hit the protagonist, and he coughs as electricity ravages him from within. Feeling the current coursing through him, he realizes Kiama's lightning has entered his body itself. The electricity races through his entire frame, forcing open channels he had never been able to use. His eyes widen as he senses a fundamental change happening inside him. System messages appear, announcing that his mana has finally unlocked at E rank and is being forcibly enhanced by outside mana pouring into him. Overwhelmed by the sudden awakening, he struggles to understand what exactly is happening to him. Still on the ground, he looks up at Kiama and the dark orb hanging over the ruined city. Kiama watches him with curiosity, wondering whether luck will save him again. He prepares another orb backstrike and tests whether the protagonist can survive a second time. Instead of fear, the protagonist feels admiration, realizing these abilities were created by Kiama himself rather than granted by the system. He concludes that if this really is the legendary Kiama from martial texts, then he is facing the pinnacle of martial arts itself. Kiama, sword and orb ready, praises the protagonist for still wanting to fight after witnessing Raiden's blade. The protagonist answers that such a display was never going to frighten him into backing down. Kiama calls that pride and asks whether he still cannot accept that, as he is now, he has no chance of winning. The protagonist agrees that with his current power he cannot defeat Kiama as things stand. But he reveals that Kiama's lightning has pierced and opened his mana pathways. For the first time, that statement genuinely shocks Kiama. The protagonist recalls that while trapped in the tower he mastered countless martial arts, yet one supreme technique always remained beyond him because he lacked the right mana flow. He remembers that the unmatched heavenly demon's divine art was impossible for him then because he did not understand how mana had to move through specific pathways to form each technique. Kim Hyun-woo admits that his martial arts came from blindly copying the Kiama techniques he had read about. Because he relied on imitation instead of understanding, he ended up regretting it. Even so, he unleashes a violent surge of power as the fight reaches its climax. He reminds Moo-woo that for 10 seconds their roles were reversed, and Moo-woo had been forced into serving him. Moo-woo realizes too late that Hyun-woo has grasped something crucial from their exchange. Hyun-woo drives gathered mana downward in a single concentrated attack. Moo-woo is stunned as he recognizes the move forming against him. The compressed energy spirals around Hyun-woo and pins the battlefield under his control. Smirking, Hyun-woo says he will immediately demonstrate what he learned from Moo-woo. He applies the principle of pulling all mana into one point. Then he detonates that mass in one decisive strike. The red-black vortex swells as the technique fully takes shape above him. Mu Wul tries to respond with his own power, but the initiative is already gone. Hyun Woo declares that he is now using Mu Wul's own skill against him. He finishes the exchange with an overwhelming descending kick modeled after the Kiyama style. The impact erupts in a blinding explosion. A drone is blasted away by the shockwave from the finishing blow. It crashes hard into the ruined ground as the dust settles. Hyun Woo remains standing alone amid the wreckage of the devastated area. A system notice confirms that he has defeated the climber Kiyama Mu Wul and that performance points for Information Authority are being collected. Another notice informs him that the system has invited him somewhere and gives him a little over 10 days to respond. Far away at the Imperial Castle, the consequences of that victory begin to spread. The woman ruling there is jolted by a sudden realization tied to the battle. She recognizes the finishing kick as the exact technique her master once used. Certain now, she concludes that the fighter she sensed can only be one person. With reverence and disbelief, she names that person as her master. The story shifts from the castle to a memory of Hyun Woo at his lowest point. Back then, he was being beaten and driven to the edge of collapse. Surrounded by monsters and unable to endure any longer, he felt his will breaking. Curled on the ground, he believed he was about to die there. At that desperate moment, everything changed. He sensed something impossible and looked up in shock. A horned warrior appeared and effortlessly smashed the monsters away from him. Hyun Woo recalls that this savior became the one who taught him martial arts and the first person he ever accepted as above him. Back in the present, the woman in the castle repeats that sacred title to herself. When her subordinates report that only the eastern dungeon held by the Weiyun Guild remains outside imperial control, she listens calmly. They promise that once they seize that last place, all Chinese territories will belong to the Imperial Guild within a month. She abruptly decides to accompany them personally because she vowed to prepare a worthy domain for her master's return. Driven by urgency, she resolves to move immediately. Her true goal is not conquest itself but reaching her master as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at an international airport, Hyun Woo returns to ordinary society. As he steps out, the crowd realizes he has arrived and surges toward him. Reporters bombard him with questions about the technique he used against Kyanma and whether he had hidden mana all along. They also press him about how he predicted the Japanese crevasse and reached it so quickly. Hyun Woo silences the chaos, though he privately admits he wants those answers too. To escape the interrogation, he pushes all responsibility onto Shurhyun, who has been with him the whole time. Shurhyun is caught off guard by being volunteered without warning. The media instantly turns toward Shurhyun, leaving him rattled. As Shurhyun is dragged into the spotlight, he protests to Hyun Woo in disbelief. The scene shifts to Hyun Woo's home after the airport commotion. Back inside, Hyun Woo grumbles that too many troublesome people are after him now. He assumes Shurhyun will somehow handle the public mess for him. Instead, he notices a pink-haired woman waiting in his apartment. She bows deeply before him with formal gratitude. She thanks him again and calls him her savior. Hyun Woo identifies her as Hong Rin, the woman he rescued from the Ares Guild, and prepares to hear her explanation. Hong Rin explains that she is an executive of the Imperial Guild, and that Ares captured and tortured her during a struggle over a dungeon. Hyun Woo dismisses the guild politics and asks instead about the strange tattoo on her shoulder. She says it is the mark of an Imperial Guild executive, and that the guild master told her it symbolizes being under the sky. The phrase unsettles Hyun Woo, and Hong Rin adds that the guild master personally engraved it while giving that explanation. A flashback reveals the guildmaster's doctrine that nothing in the world should stand above her members except the sky itself. Before the memory can continue, Hyun Woo slams the table and blurts out a panicked command for someone to stop. Hong Rin is startled by his sudden outburst. When she worries that she said something wrong, Hyun Woo insists the problem is not her. He realizes with horror that the real mistake was his own embarrassing past. As the memory floods back, he curses because the nonsense he once spouted in the tower has somehow become someone else's creed. He remembers that during his tower days he believed martial enlightenment might let him escape. At the time he was deep in adolescent delusions and modeled himself after the dramatic nonsense he consumed in novels and anime. Now he fumes over whoever spread that humiliating history through a tattooed doctrine. His suspicion falls on a certain hooded subordinate from those days. The memory confirms it when that devoted follower had once eagerly called him master. Hyun Woo is exasperated that the woman he happened to save belongs to that follower's guild. Recovering himself, he tells Hong Rin to deliver a message to her guild master when she returns. His message is absolute. The Imperial Guild must never come looking for him again. A few days later, after sending Hong Rin back to China, Hyun Woo moves on to a new plan. He appears on a Knowing Hunters broadcast hosted by Lee Hao-young. The host presents him as the current center of attention and formally introduces him to the audience. At home, his acquaintances watch the broadcast in stunned silence. They cannot understand why Hyun Woo has suddenly gone on television. Shurhyun says Hyun Woo claimed he had something to say, though even he does not know what is coming. On air, Hyun Woo begins casually as if this were no big deal. He announces that he came on the program for advertising. Then he bluntly reveals that he has founded a new guild and is recruiting members. The people watching are left speechless by how abruptly he says it. Someone immediately mocks him for using television to search for guild members. Soon afterward, Hyun Woo and Shurhyun face an absurd mountain of applications created by that broadcast. Hyun warns that he will not help sort the flood of paperwork, and Hyun Woo can only accept it. Even so, Hyun Woo has already roped others into helping by trading access to his beginner dungeons. Those helpers complain that no other guild master would make fellow guild masters do this kind of menial work. One of them asks why Hyun Woo is even bothering to create a guild when it will only add trouble. Hyun Woo answers with complete honesty that he simply wants to make more money. Since he already profits from raiding and now owns a dungeon, he sees guild management as another income stream. His friends are baffled that greed is still his motivation despite how much he already earns. During the screening, Hyun Woo rejects one applicant without hesitation. The rejected hunter erupts in outrage and demands to know why. He boasts about his experience among C-rank hunters and insists his resume should have guaranteed acceptance. Hyun Woo snaps back that he read it, disliked it, and that is reason enough. He throws the man out in front of the other waiting applicants. The onlookers are shocked that even a famous dungeon conqueror can be rejected and wonder what standards Hyun Woo is using. After the commotion, Hyun Woo sits back down and turns to a new method. He reviews a candidate whose raw stats are mediocre across the board except for luck. Although he dismisses egotistical personalities, he realizes the upgraded information authority skill may help him judge people better. He remembers mocking the system's early rewards, only to find one of them useful now. That thought leads into a meeting with the system guide, who congratulates him again for defeating Moo Wool. She explains that instead of merely increasing his information level, this invitation is meant to upgrade his skills. The upgrade adds a new option to information authority and also improves notification performance. Hyun Woo complains that the new feature sounds like a personality test and sees no immediate use for it. That skepticism lasts only until he tries it in a real interview. He decides to activate the new function on an applicant sitting before him. Watching closely, he prepares to inspect more than just basic stats. The skill manifests over the candidate and identifies itself as information authority. It reveals the woman's personality as opportunistic, which leaves Hyun Woo unsure whether that is good or bad. He judges the result too vague to be useful by itself, so he tries the same scan on other applicants for comparison. 2 more profiles appear, giving him a clearer basis for selection. When he sees sacrificial and friendship-based personalities, he finally finds the kind of traits he wanted. Satisfied, he quietly approves of the result. He accepts all 3 candidates at once, and they react with grateful excitement. For Hyun Woo, punctual workers are enough, because he mainly wants people who will handle tasks while he stays lazy. Later, while riding in a car, Hyun questions whether such a short interview process could really be enough. Hyun Woo says he chose people who would not steal from the guild, and that matters more to him than anything else. When Hyun asks whether he checked their combat ability, Hyun Woo says it barely matters because he will do the fighting himself. Thinking aloud, Hyun Woo notes that none of the volunteers were S-rank. Hyun explains that S-ranks are extremely rare worldwide, and Hyun Woo immediately asks where Hyun himself stands among them. Hyun says he is ranked 163rd this quarter, with Suk Won and Seo Yun ranked even lower, which Hyun Woo absurdly calls unimpressive. Hyun reminds him that anyone in the top 200 is globally recognized and constantly targeted by recruiters. That makes Hyun Woo realize the people around him have been far more elite than he appreciated. He recalls seeing old S-rank ranking charts with many names disappearing midway and asks what became of them. Hyun answers flatly that they died. When Hyun Woo asks why powerful S-ranks die so often, Hyun explains that many perish trying to obtain ST+ grade artifacts. He says every hunter has a natural ceiling on growth, usually around the top of the 3rd rank, beyond which their abilities cannot rise normally. To force past that limit, hunters seek ST+ artifacts hidden in the deepest parts of the labyrinth. Hyun Woo concludes that the labyrinth is effectively a graveyard for S-rank hunters. Hyun adds that some hunters bypass the labyrinth by taking ST+ artifacts from others, turning the struggle into kill or be killed warfare. Those who murder fellow hunters for artifacts become outlawed killer hunters and are erased from the official S-rank registry. Hyun Woo asks whether the Ares agents sent after him were that kind of people, and Hyun confirms it. Hearing that they rely on every dirty method available, Hyun Woo dismisses them as lunatics. Soon after, he arrives at one of the 4 beginner dungeons seized from the Ares Guild. At the entrance to the visible swamp, he confirms with satisfaction that the dungeon now belongs to him. He tells Hyun to go in first, beat the regenerated boss, and scout the place while he is there. Already thinking like an owner, Hyun Woo decides that if the dungeon can make money, he should exploit it quickly. He heads straight for the entrance without hesitation. Inside the guard post, 2 staff members are startled by the sudden arrival. They recognize him at once and blurt out his name in alarm. Hyun Woo greets them with a cheerful threat, joking that they still have not learned after being beaten with a slipper. The terrified men instantly remember that humiliation and beg him not to repeat it. Ignoring their fear, Hyun Woo announces that he is entering his dungeon and assumes there should be no problem with that. Although one guard starts to protest that the transfer is not fully complete, he panics and immediately waves Hyun Woo through anyway. Once inside, Hyun Woo remarks that it has been a while since he last came to this place. As he walks deeper in, he senses something off and pauses in suspicion. A lone man waits on a barren road as if he has come prepared for a deliberate meeting. He greets Kim Hyun Woo by name, making clear that this encounter was arranged around him. Kim, already wary, assumes another hostile approach from the Ares Guild. The stranger admits Ares sent him, but insists he serves a different side with its own purpose. He asks whether Kim knows of Pandemonium, a group infamous for killing hunters. The name alone is presented as something that terrifies anyone who understands its bloody history. Pandemonium is explained as a mercenary band formed from former top 100 S-rank hunters. They are said to accept paid assassinations with perfect success and legendary status even among murderers. The man introduces two of the killers beside him, including Gunslinger Jack and Bloodwind Asuo. He reveals the other two as Master Aslan and the mage Circler Anya, showing Kim the full team sent after him. Their spokesman warns that anyone targeted by these veterans is as good as dead. Instead of panicking, Kim casually asks whether Anya being ranked 52nd means she is at least a competent mage. Anya bristles at the insult and reminds him she was once the most renowned mage-class hunter. Kim bluntly says he asked because he truly does not know her and tells her to stop boasting. Her staff slams down as her irritation turns instantly into open aggression. Anya boasts that even top 50 S-rankers died because of her debuff magic and declares herself the god of debuffs. She casts Mana Bind to lock Kim in place with a restraining magic circle. Purple bands wrap around Kim, pinning his body as the trap takes hold. Even bound, Kim only asks whether using circles like that means she can draw magic circles too, which enrages her further. He calmly says that is exactly why he is asking. Kim explains he is judging whether all of them deserve to die, but says they ruined his patience too quickly. Anya is shaken by the sudden murderous intent behind his casual tone. She orders the whole team to kill him immediately and silence him for good. Elsewhere, the story shifts to Xi'an in China. Inside the ruined underground city of the Weiyun Guild, flames and bodies show a recent massacre. A wounded S-rank swordsman, Li Duqian, rises amid the destruction, having expected a worthy challenge here. Someone approaches while he reflects that this place was supposed to be a key stronghold of the Weiyun Guild. A red-eyed woman appears and coldly dismisses the entire site as disappointing. Li Duqian calls her arrogant and warns that stronger superiors are on their way, asking if she can face them alone. She only laughs at the threat. Enraged, Li Duqian commits to attacking her with everything he has. He swings a powerful strike meant to cut her down in one blow. When she evades it effortlessly, he is stunned that his attack failed. She decides to stop wasting time on him because she wants to reach her master as soon as possible. Her hand drops toward the ground as she prepares a technique of her own. She clenches her fist, focusing her power. She activates a technique called Extreme Might Overlord. The resulting blow sends Li Duqian flying and smashes the battlefield apart. As rubble falls, she treats the devastation as if it were merely a pleasant day. She recalls a message for Hongren that her master told them not to look for him yet. Though jealous that another child may meet him first, she is also happy because her master is waiting for her too. She interprets his words as an order to find him only after fulfilling her vows. So she resolves to quickly seize everything needed to prepare a place worthy of her master. With that vow, she asks her absent master to wait for her. Back in Korea, the scene moves to the Arung Guild in Gwangjin district. A blue-haired woman is baffled by what Kim has just brought back. Kim arrives with a terrified Anya and says he found someone who can repair the guild's magic circle. Pressed for an answer, Anya frantically insists she can do the job. She begs for her life in exchange for helping, and Kim tells her survival depends on how useful she proves. The woman recognizes Anya as the former 52nd S-rank mage and is stunned that such a notorious figure is here. Kim casually explains that Ares sent people after him again. He buried the others, and only brought Anya back alive. The woman realizes Pandemonium must have targeted him and is horrified that he defeated them all. Looking at Kim's official stats, she cannot understand how someone rated so modestly could do that. Kim admits his stats seem strange too, but says he can only go by what the system displays. Privately, he knows asking Eve about it would likely get him nowhere because she would deny him authority again. Out loud, he says Anya will work hard if frightened enough because she is desperate to stay alive. Anya proves him right by promising to craft items and draw any circle he wants if he spares her. When asked whether she can repair the circle without a staff, she says she can manage even without basic skills. Kim hands her an S+ grade staff and robe taken from a dead enemy, stunning everyone with the quality of the gear. He leaves her under watch, saying he has somewhere to go because he needs to repay a gift with one of his own. He stops first at a convenience store to buy something cheap and absurd. Carrying a bag, he heads off with a satisfied little jingle in his step. He reveals the purchase with a grin, clearly pleased by the idea. Standing before the Ares headquarters, he decides that returning favors properly means bringing them a present. He steps inside in slippers, utterly unconcerned by the place he is invading. At the front desk, an employee notices him and freezes in confusion. The lobby erupts as people recognize Kim Hyun-woo and realize he has come in person. Security rushes to stop him and declares the building restricted to Ares members only. Kim ignores the warning and asks whether Hyuk Sun-woo is inside. He draws out a toy hammer labeled Justice Rod and says he came to deliver a present. Smiling, he asks whether anyone plans to report him after getting beaten by something so ridiculous. His first swing caves in a guard's face and drops him instantly. A second guard is smashed aside just as brutally. The lobby descends into chaos as employees realize they are being destroyed by a toy hammer. Kim mocks the remaining staff for still blocking his way just to watch what happens next. He cheerfully asks whether they are standing there because they are ready to die. The employees can only tremble in terror at how casually he says it. The disturbance reaches the Aries representative office deeper inside the building. A frantic report reaches the branch manager that Kim Hyun-woo is rampaging through the office with a toy hammer. The manager explodes in disbelief and panic at the absurdity of the situation. He realizes Kim is far more dangerous and irrational than expected if he can attack a major guild like this with a toy. He fears public exposure will humiliate Aries and wonders whether to call headquarters for reinforcements. His pride stops him because asking for help would make the Korean branch look incompetent. Before he can finish thinking, the office door is blasted open by Kim's arrival. The manager jolts upright in shock as the threat reaches him directly. Kim strolls in through smoke as if greeting an old acquaintance after a long time apart. The manager can only spit out Kim's name in alarm. Kim answers by smashing him across the face and says this is only the beginning. The manager crashes to the floor among the bookshelves, dazed and humiliated. Kim reminds him of their earlier talk about compensation for damages. He asks why the manager keeps sending killers after him and whether he is tired of living. The manager starts to answer but hesitates under the pressure. He realizes with dread that even pandemonium failed to stop Kim. Abandoning defiance, he asks what kind of compensation Kim wants. Kim is pleased by the sudden cooperation and casually names about 20 billion won. The manager inwardly curses the madness of the demand but agrees to prepare the money. Kim adds one more condition while raising the hammer again. He plants the toy hammer above the manager's head as a warning that leaves him frozen in fear. Kim says he does not care how many assassins Aries sends, but every attempt will only increase the price they owe him. He tells the manager to call an ambulance quickly if he does not want his subordinates to die. Then Kim turns and leaves the wrecked office, having made his point. Once alone, the manager clenches his fist and seethes with hatred. He swears he will kill Kim Hyun-woo no matter what it takes. Since pandemonium failed, he decides he needs a completely different level of weapon. He cannot ask Aries headquarters for help, but he believes he has found another solution. He resolves to go to China and bring back the 5th-ranked S-class monster known as the Emperor Dragon. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of the burning tower, another battle continues. A battered beast-like warrior struggles to stand amid the flames. He realizes too late that the outcome has already turned against him. A horned white-haired woman declares that he lost the wager, and that she will now claim the final city. Smiling, she confirms she is taking the city exactly as promised. The wounded warrior refuses to accept defeat and insists he can still fight. She only laughs softly at his stubbornness. She begins a measured extermination, taking her first step as golden power spreads beneath her feet. He charges in panic and begs her to stop, but she calmly advances to the second step. Her third step lands with serene inevitability. The warrior screams as the pressure becomes unbearable. She reaches the third step in name, and the attack escalates further. A blinding eruption follows as she proceeds to the fourth step. The surrounding creatures are consumed in the blast, screaming as the light engulfs them. She places the fifth step, completing the sequence. A towering pillar of light descends and annihilates everything in its path. When the radiance fades, she stands untouched within the aftermath. The battlefield is reduced to wreckage under shafts of lingering light. She remarks that ending it on the fifth step is almost disappointing for a technique meant to last 10. Unbothered, she calls the others to move on. She leads her monstrous followers toward the next floor, eager for more amusement. Back in Korea, the news reports that 47 ambulances were dispatched to the Aries headquarters. Online chatter quickly identifies Kim Hyun-woo as the man who sent a huge number of Aries hunters to the hospital with a toy hammer. CCTV footage of him entering the building spreads, and the public mocks Aries for staying silent out of embarrassment. Rumors add that Hyuk Sun-woo is transferring dungeon rights to Kim, implying Aries was caught in something shady. At home, Kim lounges on a sofa while someone reads the news aloud about the ambulance scandal. His companion worries that if Aries presses charges, Kim could be sent to detention. Kim dismisses that idea, insisting he was attacked first and merely acted in self-defense. He even argues that using a toy hammer should make the whole matter seem less serious, despite the body count it caused. He remains unconcerned and says nothing major will come of it. A sudden alert on his phone interrupts the conversation. He jumps up at once, saying he has to leave for his lectures before being docked pay. His companion is stunned that he is actually going to the beginner lecture he once refused. Kim cheerfully explains that 50 million won is enough motivation to make anyone suddenly hardworking. At that moment, a system notification announces that a new climber has started ascending through the 9th floor passageway. A second message informs Kim that he has been invited and will be summoned when the remaining time runs out. During his field lecture, Kim notices the invitation while standing over a defeated monster and wonders why another climber is coming up already. His students ask if something is wrong when they see him pause mid-lesson. He brushes it off as nothing important. To keep the class moving, he says he will continue teaching them how to catch a boss monster barehanded. Even as he resumes, he keeps thinking about the strange timing of the new climber. Soon after, a bright transfer effect signals his summons. He appears in front of Eve and complains that she is already ordering him around again without even raising his information authority after his last achievement. Eve awkwardly admits his authority did not increase, though a small amount of progress was at least accumulated. The man presses for confirmation, skeptical but interested in what he is hearing. The white-haired guide confirms it, and says she wants to brief him on this new climber in advance. She reveals that this time the climber is not alone but advancing with many comrades. When he compares them to the crevasse monsters from the beginning, she clarifies that this case is different. She explains that low-tier climbers merely attract system-spawned monsters meant to help them end the world. Because of that, the monsters accompanying low-tier climbers do not count as true comrades. From that distinction, he deduces the climber must be at least mid-tier, and she confirms it is an above-average mid-tier climber. He immediately asks whether this enemy is stronger than Kianma. She answers without hesitation that it is. Rather than worry, he sees an opportunity to raise his information authority by defeating this stronger climber, and she agrees that it likely would. The scene shifts to the Arung Guild as he moves to act on that plan. He barges into the workshop and asks how the magic circle is coming along. The blue-haired woman scolds him for kicking the door again while he casually brushes it off. When asked why he came, he says he is checking whether the worker is doing her job properly. The nervous girl insists she is nearly done repairing the magic circle and promises it will be better and longer lasting than before. He abruptly changes course and asks her to do something else, catching her off guard. After confirming her unique skill is teleportation, he orders her to draw a teleportation magic circle instead. The blue-haired woman is startled to learn that the girl can teleport at all. She questions why the girl never escaped before, and the girl admits she cannot activate the skill with her own mana. The girl explains she needs a magic circle to use teleportation and awkwardly tries to deny that she ever meant to run away. Before she can finish fumbling through her excuse, a system alert interrupts the room. The alert announces that the climber has reached the 9th floor and that the location is Germany. Asked where he intends to go with her teleportation, he answers simply that he is going to Germany. In central Leipzig, Germany, the new climber stands amid a city already torn open by disaster. The Schuveiser Guild master confronts the horned woman and demands her surrender, promising to spare her life if she yields. She mocks the offer, amused that he thinks he is in a position to grant mercy. He points to the surrounding forces and insists their overwhelming numbers should make her understand the situation. From the German Hunter Association, officials believe even a monster this strong cannot survive the concentrated assault of so many S-rank hunters. Yet the man overseeing the response can only sit in tense silence, unsure of that confidence. The horned woman laughs at the idea that mere numbers are the source of human confidence. She says it is fortunate they came with comrades, because she too will fight alongside hers. With that warning, she summons monstrous allies and makes clear she will not blame them for what follows. The nearby hunters are shaken as her true scale of power becomes visible. She grandly introduces herself as the embodiment of humanity's fear of the dark and the unknown. She names herself the leader of the Hyaki Yagyo and the mysterious god of chaos. Her declaration alone is enough to rattle the men facing her. A colossal centipede-like dragon rises over the city under her command. The beast lunges, turning her threat into immediate violence. Its attack slams into the city and devastates the battlefield in an instant. Back in Korea, the protagonist calmly checks his phone while waiting, as if the crisis were only a matter of timing. He looks up the flight time to Germany, and sees that ordinary travel would take far too long. So he asks how much longer the teleportation circle needs, and when told 5 more hours, he orders the girl to work faster. The blue-haired woman glances at her phone, sensing something urgent has changed. She blurts out that a crevasse has appeared in Germany. He answers that he already knows. She adds that Germany has publicly requested him as reinforcement, and that the story is spreading everywhere. Looking at the headlines turning him into a global spectacle, he is annoyed by how sensational the coverage has become. When asked if he is going to stop this crevasse too, he admits that he is. The blue-haired woman falls quiet, rethinking the kind of person he really is. She wonders if the man she knows as Hyun Woo is actually someone driven by genuine self-sacrifice. As he scrolls, one particular article catches his attention. He finds a report claiming the crevasse began because of a ridiculous offer made by the enemy herself. The article reveals that the horned woman publicly proposed a bet. She presents the rules as if this slaughter were a game. Her terms are that she will remain in the city for 24 hours, and if anyone defeats her in that time, she will stop and leave quietly. The repeated phrasing drives home that she is toying with the world by framing mass murder as a wager. She restates the challenge while standing beside her summoned monsters, making clear she expects the world to come at her. She says it does not matter whether challengers come alone or in groups, but failure will have a price. If no one can stop her, she promises to continue destroying city after city while waiting for the next attempt. Watching her broadcast on a screen, the German official is crushed by the scale of the crisis. Christian Burgel of the German Association asks for the current situation, already bracing for bad news. He is told that evacuation has begun but casualties are already around 20,000 and rising, so he asks what happened to the deployed hunters. The answer is catastrophic. All 32 S-rank and 68 A-rank hunters sent in were wiped out, making this worse than the Japanese crevasse. When he learns they could not even contact all of the top international hunters for help, his frustration boils over. His subordinate trembles under the pressure of that outburst. The subordinate apologizes and moves to answer an incoming call at Burgel's command. At first he tries to dismiss the caller quickly, then freezes when he hears the message. He bursts out with the news that reinforcement is coming from Korea. Virgil is stunned to hear that Kim Hyun-woo, the man who killed Kiyama in Japan, is on his way. Back in Germany, a pillar of purple light suddenly descends onto the ruined city. The teleportation circle activates on a rooftop, opening a path from Korea straight into the battlefield. Hyun-woo drops through the light and arrives in Germany at last. He steps out of the teleportation glow and announces his arrival with casual confidence. Instead of awe, his first reaction is to appreciate how convenient magic-based travel is. The battlefield itself proves the point, with the teleportation circle having delivered him directly before the enemy and her monsters. One of the summoned creatures notices him, interrupting the chaos. Hyun-woo plants his foot and prepares to move the moment he is seen. He explodes forward and smashes into the giant statue-like monster, cursing it for making annoying noises. As he tears through the summoned creatures, he dismisses them as worthless weaklings. He lands hard, already chaining into his next attack. While racing along the dragon-like centipede, he realizes these monsters are the comrades that summoned him here. He confirms it by declaring that they are the ones who called him. His strike detonates through the creature with overwhelming force. Standing atop the monster he just overpowered, he casually calls out to its master. He asks the giant beast where its kid is, openly belittling the horned woman. The insult unsettles the monster itself. A live broadcast captures the ruined city as viewers erupt online over Hyun-woo's sudden arrival. The stream shows the horned woman waiting amid rubble while viewers argue over whether the news was real and where Hyun-woo is. When he finally walks into frame to face her, the audience explodes with excitement. The horned woman greets him as the first challenger to her bet. He mocks her archaic way of speaking and says only her mouth seems old. She answers coldly that he talks too much. He says that if she wanted to appear, she should have done it quietly instead of turning the city into a ruin, and demands accountability. She treats the very idea of responsibility as laughable and dismisses his words as arrogant ignorance. He fires back that whether he is arrogant or ignorant is none of her concern. That answer makes her expression sharpen from amusement into hostility. She says she usually toys with the first challenger, but he has crossed the line. Deciding to punish him seriously, she says she will test whether he is strong enough to keep talking. She explains her standard of judgment. A dragon endured 5 steps, and the man who once called himself the world's strongest endured 7. Then she invites Hyun-woo to see how many steps he can survive. Her verdict begins brutally, with her deciding he is worth only 1 step. As she takes a second step, a strange golden force spreads from her feet. Hyun-woo senses the surrounding energy changing in a way he does not understand. The pressure hits him so suddenly that he coughs in shock. He realizes this is mana energy itself, and that her expanding aura is crushing the entire area and his body with it. She reaches 3 steps while he understands that the steps themselves are the attack. Knowing he must stop her from walking any farther, he rushes to interrupt her, but she calmly reaches 4 steps. The pressure intensifies again as she advances to 5 steps. Refusing to fold, Hyun-woo decides to answer with his strongest attack. He unleashes a massive red-black technique, trying to break through her pressure head-on. She remains unfazed and continues to 6 and then 7 steps as if his attack changes nothing. Hyun-woo loses control of his own mana and realizes her pressure is not only crushing him but forcibly expanding his mana as well. Even as his body feels like it is being torn apart, he refuses to give up. He lunges again, and she acknowledges that he is at least stronger than the strongest man from the previous floor. Still, she advances to 8 and then 9 steps, keeping him on the edge of collapse. He drives down with everything he has, aiming to stop her before the final step lands. For a moment he thinks he may have succeeded, but she catches his attack and congratulates him for nearly stopping her 9 steps. She tells him he failed only at the very end, because he could not stop the last step. With complete confidence, she takes the 10th step. That final step erupts into a city-erasing blast she calls 10-step extermination. Inside the attack, Hyun-woo feels the mana in his body swelling toward detonation. As he braces under the unbearable force, he becomes convinced he is about to be ripped apart. Yet at the brink of collapse, his foot finally holds and he remains standing. Seeing him survive the full technique, the horned woman is genuinely impressed. She praises him for enduring all 10 steps and still being able to stand, even as he struggles to stay conscious. Her admiration becomes open excitement, and she applauds him as something extraordinary. She explains that because he withstood the attack, the damage was limited here, whereas on the previous floor 5 steps erased an entire city. Hyun-woo grimly agrees that her strength is absurd and confirms to himself that she truly is above Kyanma. She asks what he can possibly do now, pointing out that although he blocked her skill, he seems unable to keep fighting. She offers him only humiliation or death, asking whether he will beg for life or preserve his dignity and die. Still bent over in pain, he quietly calls out to stop her. He says she forgot to mention one more option. That missing option, he declares, is him destroying her. For the first time, she pauses in surprise instead of amusement. Then she laughs delightedly, pleased that he is unlike the others she has crushed. Taking him seriously at last, she says she will answer his resolve by going all out herself. She gathers the full mana available to her as the god of chaos and leader of the Hyakki Yagyo, preparing a true killing blow. Hyunwoo senses immediately that this next attack is on a completely different level. He realizes the pressure has become far heavier than before. The renewed pain slams back into him and nearly throws him apart again. Then a system alert appears in the middle of the crisis. Hyunwoo catches the meaning of it and suddenly smiles. The system informs him that he has stopped the internal mana expansion and that his durability level has increased. He understands that his durability had been at rank S and that this hidden growth is what let him survive the abnormal damage. A second notice follows, saying external mana is forcibly entering his body, awakening his mana and raising its rank as well. He recognizes this as the same phenomenon that occurred during his battle with Kianma. Keeping himself calm, he decides he can solve this the same way he did back then. He recalls that inside the tower he learned from countless masters drawn from novels, comics, and anime, figures others would call fiction. For him those imagined masters were real teachers, and now he prepares to use one of the techniques they passed on, the Destroyer. The story opens by revealing the method Kim Hyunwoo used, like Azura in myth, to stop a demon god. A crimson vortex begins to churn behind him as he calmly prepares his counterattack. The swirling void condenses and draws in power, forming a focused trap. 3 crystal-like projectiles emerge from the vortex as part of his technique. The horned god of chaos notices the unfamiliar power and is immediately unsettled. She sees Hyunwoo standing beneath the black-red portal with fiery phantom arms and realizes something dangerous has taken shape. Sensing the threat, she decides she must kill him before the technique fully develops. She launches her first step of extermination, striking at his legs to stop his movement. Her confidence falters when she realizes he anticipated the attack. She understands that the strange construct behind him was prepared specifically to interfere with her steps. Hyunwoo advances through her line of attack, forcing her to confront him directly. She follows with another step, trying to keep her stacking technique going despite the interference. A second strike lands as she attempts to rebuild the sequence she needs. Angered that he dared tamper with her movement, she lashes out in fury. She attacks his legs again, treating his disruption as a personal insult and a threat to her technique. Even after losing one step, she reassures herself that 8 remain and that 10-step extermination can be stacked again. She insists the skill is not so fragile that missing one step would truly weaken it. Convinced she can simply restart the build-up, she prepares to step again. Hyunwoo abruptly denies her that chance and moves to stop the reset. One of the crystals fires into the vortex, activating the trap at the exact moment she tries to continue. The projectile locks into the spinning portal and stabilizes the suppression effect. As she attempts a third step, the technique erupts and blocks her momentum. She realizes with outrage that his bizarre method is preventing her from stacking 10-step extermination at all. Her pride flares as she refuses to accept that someone like him could stop her. Hyunwoo points out the flaw by stepping onto the glowing mark her technique creates, turning her own steps against her. She stares at him standing on her step and begins to understand what he has done. Her accumulated extermination force is suddenly concentrated onto Hyunwoo instead of dispersing through the sequence. She exults that he is now taking the full destruction of 10-step extermination head-on. Believing she has cornered him, she dares him to endure the attack to the end. The 5th step descends with crushing force as the stacked power peaks. The blow lands, but the result is not what she expected. When the light clears, Hyunwoo is standing right in front of her, unharmed enough to remain composed. Her certainty breaks into shock as she realizes the concentrated attack still failed to finish him. Hyunwoo judges the damage as minor and even weaker than before, exposing the attack's limits. She suddenly grasps the real problem. The stacks are not building the way she thought. His foot shifts again, subtly controlling the step marks and the flow of her technique. With another deliberate movement, he completes the disruption and seizes the initiative. Now fully in control, Hyunwoo declares that it is his turn to attack. He drives his hand into the vortex while the fiery phantom arms mirror him, channeling the technique downward. The remaining crystals transform into ornate seals around the black-red void, finalizing the capture array. A complex mandala-like pattern blooms, showing the technique has shifted from defense to confinement. Hyunwoo unleashes martial arts nullifying fist through the completed formation. The god of chaos is blasted backward, her body overwhelmed before she can recover. As she falls, she bitterly realizes this is how her end will come. The sealing beam drags her into the vortex and imprisons her within the crimson construct. A system notice confirms that Hyunwoo has successfully captured the mysterious god of chaos. Immediately after, the system issues him an invitation with only seconds remaining. A column of light engulfs him and pulls him into the summoned space. Inside the system room, the silver-haired guide greets him and congratulates him as Mr. Guardian. She thanks him for defeating the mysterious god of chaos while he stands there still processing the sudden transition. She explains that the battle raised his information authority from low to mid-low. She says she called him in to explain the information and authority newly available after that promotion. Hyunwoo awkwardly accepts, still not fully used to the system's formal treatment. He notes that this is the first time he has been summoned so quickly after defeating a climber, and she admits she was excited to tell him at once. He lets the awkwardness pass and says early notice is better for him anyway. Looking around, he notices that the once bare room seems larger than before. She explains that every time he defeats a climber and gains authority, the room she inhabits changes as well. She adds that several things changed with his new mid-low authority, and begins listing them. The first new privilege is that he can now decorate the system room itself. If he imagines a desired interior and presses the button, the space will reshape into that image, which impresses him immediately. He tries it, and the plain chamber transforms into a rough stone hall. The guide is delighted because the new setting resembles the first floor of the tutorial tower. Hyun-woo changes it again into a modern human living space, which amazes her even more. She admits she only knows how the button works in theory and has never been able to use it herself, nor has she seen a 9th-floor human's room before. When he asks whether she has always stayed here, she says she has been in this room since the moment she was created. She even casually reveals that when tired she sleeps on the table, which catches him off guard. For a moment he can only stare, suddenly seeing her as oddly pitiable. Moving on, she explains that besides the room feature, his information authority and notification functions improved and a new entry skill was formed, allowing him to enter this place once a day without her invitation. He approves of the convenience, pleased that he can now ask questions whenever needed. Since his authority has risen, he immediately decides to test what answers he can now obtain. He opens his status and points out that the information screen still seems wrong compared with what he can actually do. He explains that even before the recent stat increase, his real abilities already felt stronger than the values displayed. Because he is now mid-low tier, she says she can finally explain part of the reason. He brightens at last, eager to hear a real answer after so long. She reveals that the creator of the tower placed a lock on growth so no one inside could become excessively strong, limiting how much displayed stats could rise. Hyun-woo listens in silence as the explanation begins to fit his experience. Wanting the practical meaning, he asks her to summarize it plainly. She condenses it to one point. Even though the system information was locked, his body itself kept growing beyond what the screen could show. He is almost amused that the mystery behind his hidden strength was that simple and asks how large the gap really is. She apologetically refuses, saying his authority is still too low to reveal the exact difference. He presses further about why he was trapped in the tower at all, but she again says his current authority is insufficient for that answer. Denied once more, his frustration hardens into a dangerous resolve. He asks when a high-tier climber will appear because he intends to raise his information authority drastically, alarming the guide with the scale of his ambition. The scene shifts to the Weiyun Guild building in Shanghai, China, where flames still rage after a violent takeover. A masked young woman effortlessly crushes Hyun Chun, a 5th-rank guild executive, proving the guild's resistance is already broken. She coldly says she expected a high executive of the Weiyun Guild to be interesting, but he disappoints her. Calling him boring, she knocks him aside without effort. She turns to her subordinate Cheon Young and asks whether the requested preparation is ready. He presents a tablet containing the German high-definition crevasse footage of Kim Hyun-woo that she had ordered. She watches the screen with visible excitement, unable to hide her fascination. The footage shows Hyun-woo using a nullifying fist, confirming the technique she wanted to see. Thrilled, she admits that her master keeps surpassing even her imagination. Once satisfied, she orders a report on the guild's situation across the region, including the newly conquered site. Cheon Young reports that with this capture the Imperial Guild now effectively controls 92% of the area, and the remaining 8% also obey them, meaning China is essentially theirs. He concludes that the takeover is complete. At the sight of the opened way forward, she murmurs that it is finally time. She declares that the moment has come to fulfill the vows she has carried. Elsewhere, a small girl bursts in calling for her master with urgent devotion. She vows that when her master leaves the tower, she will create a place worthy of him. She promises not just any place but one high above all others, prepared especially for him. The skull-masked figure beside her smiles, approving her fervor. She gratefully accepts that approval as encouragement to continue serving her master. Back with the red-eyed woman, she repeats that the time has come. Stepping into the daylight, she resolves to go and meet her master at last. Later, in a city restaurant, one of Hyun-woo's companions notices him staring outside at the tower. Hyun-woo explains that Germany's reward list is less a reward than an invitation for him to relocate there. His companions ask to see the details of the offer. The proposal includes reward money, items from the God of Chaos, tax exemption, and even a free house, car, and guild office in Germany. One friend remarks that this is even more unconventional than Japan's earlier reward and asks what happened to the sword Hyun-woo received then. Another reveals that Hyun-woo gave that prized sword away, prompting immediate jealousy from the others. He reminds them that they already received other valuable rewards, including an improved magic circle and loot from a murderer hunter. Even so, one companion quietly wonders whether he might get something too. The blue-haired woman changes the subject and asks why Hyun-woo keeps traveling around to stop crevasses in the first place. Another companion admits he has been curious about that motive as well. A third points out that Hyun-woo went as far as Japan and Germany for these interventions. Hyun-woo says he does not really have a grand reason for it. He finally puts it bluntly. He simply enjoys beating up people who swagger around pretending to be strong. His friends are left staring, unsure whether to take that answer seriously. The awkward silence makes clear that his explanation only half satisfies them. He leaves the table and stands alone by the restaurant window while the others remain behind. Looking out at the towering structure over the city, he falls back into thought. He reflects that the tutorial tower appeared suddenly with monsters and forcibly summoned people, including him in the first round. He remembers being trapped inside it for 12 years from the moment he first entered. From the first floor to the 100th, he destroyed the tower's trials over and over, thousands of times. While the comrades he once climbed with were allowed to leave, he watched them go on without him. Each time they departed, he alone was reset back to the first floor again and again. That memory hardens into his present goal. He must learn why the tower imprisoned only him. He calculates that closing 3 crevasses only raised his information authority from the lowest tier to mid-low, but at least it proves progress is possible. His companions call him back from his thoughts and ask if something is troubling him. He brushes the concern aside with a faint smile and pretends there is nothing to worry about. Still facing the tower beyond the glass, he insists it is nothing much, keeping his true obsession to himself. 10 days after defeating the mysterious god of chaos, a live broadcast begins. The host of Know Your Hunters Live introduces the week's special program featuring only Kim Hyun-woo. She presents him as the sole guest while he sits casually, more interested in his phone than the stage. She brings up the shocking things he said at his previous press conference and asks him to address them. Hyun-woo answers simply that he only told the truth, which delights the host even more. To capitalize on the public interest, she announces that they will review the now famous footage on screen. After the clip, she asks one final question and requests a brief explanation of the unique skill he possesses. Hyun-woo rejects the premise, saying he has no unique, or even normal skills and that the techniques he uses are martial arts he created inside the tower. The host excitedly says that statement has reignited public interest in martial arts and brought the neglected community back into the spotlight. Following that trend, the program has invited traditional martial arts masters to offer guidance and commentary. Hyun-woo glances at them and immediately senses what they are really here for. The masters begin pitching their own schools, claiming their arts can lead people to the highest level if practiced properly. As more sales talk follows, Hyun-woo realizes they are exploiting his name to market themselves. His pressure alone suddenly crushes the room's mood, leaving the masters alarmed and confused. He tells them they have misunderstood the situation and decides to make his position unmistakably clear. With a casual display of force, he warns that too many people have recently been using his name and talking nonsense about him. He asks whether people who know nothing about martial arts would really become strong just by learning it, then states that he is strong simply because he himself is strong. He clarifies that martial arts are not the reason he became a powerful hunter. To end the argument, he draws a blade and says he will demonstrate the truth of that claim right there. Kim Hyun-woo suddenly takes up a sword stance with enough confidence to make it seem like he has found an answer. An old swordsman is startled because the posture is exactly the blue dragon strike stance he had just demonstrated. With a smug grin, Hyun-woo declares that he will show them what real sword use looks like. He recalls that while lying around recently, he read a web novel with a very similar technique. After checking the novel on his phone and seeing its exaggerated dragon sword move, he decides to imitate it. He swings with dramatic force, fully committing to the ridiculous technique. The slash erupts into a massive dragon-like blast that tears upward with overwhelming power. The people in the studio panic as the ceiling is nearly destroyed by the attack. As dust falls, Hyun-woo calmly tells everyone to review the lesson one more time. He arrogantly reminds them that he is the strong one and warns them not to misuse his name. Elsewhere, office work continues as someone types away at a keyboard. Hyun-woo returns, his casual entrance immediately drawing attention. A nervous employee notices him and freezes when he appears with his phone in hand. Anya, now disguised with a changed face and working in the guild office, is introduced as a former pandemonium circler. Hyun-woo leans in and asks whether her work has been acceptable, terrifying her into frantic agreement. He reminds Anya that he hates enemies and only spared her because she is useful, and she eagerly accepts that fact. To define their relationship, he says he will treat her like an ordinary hunter from now on. When he teasingly asks if she dislikes that, Anya hurriedly insists that she loves the arrangement. Hyun-woo makes clear that she only needs to remain obedient and never betray him. He adds that if she ever tries to run away on her own, the consequences will be terrifying. The threat turns playful for a moment, when he lightly flicks or taps her, easing the tension just enough to confuse her. He leaves while pretending it was a joke and tells her to ask for anything else as she thinks it is acceptable. 10 days into her new accounting job, Anya admits that life in the guild office is not as bad as she expected. The work is manageable and stable, and although the pay is average, she is relieved that she no longer has to keep running. Her routine is interrupted when a fax arrives for the guild master. The fax confirms that the dungeon transfer to the Ares Guild has been processed, while at Incheon Airport someone urgently chases a branch manager. A subordinate begs branch manager Hyuk Sun-woo not to submit a request to the Imperial Guild because it is too dangerous. Hyuk Sun-woo insists that Kim Hyun-woo stole both the dungeons and the money owed to him, feeding his rage. Another man tells him to stop complaining because they are already ruined anyway, and Hyuk realizes the point is true. With his dungeon monopoly broken, Hyuk Sun-woo has effectively lost the authority that once protected him. Knowing he will soon be treated like the people he exploited, he swears to do everything possible to kill Kim Hyun-woo. When his subordinate seems ready to back out, Hyuk warns that escape is impossible and forces him to stay involved. He argues that they are already trapped together, and since his monopoly is gone, losing a few more dungeons no longer matters. Determined to lure help, he gathers every asset he can offer, from dungeons and money to stocks and artifacts. His plan is simple and vicious: buy outside assistance, and make sure Kim Hyun-woo dies. The scene shifts to New York, where the founder of the Ares Guild receives troubling news. Martin Brand, the founder of Ares, listens from his office high above the city. He is informed that the Korean branch transferred some dungeons away and that branch manager Hyuk Sun-woo appears to have mishandled business. Martin coldly notes that anyone can make mistakes, but his tone makes clear he is not being forgiving. He explains that a mistake is only called a mistake after it has been fixed and properly reported. Since Hyuk reported failure without resolving it, Martin judges the matter as outright failure. He dismisses apologies and says the real problem is the man who failed. Because failures are unnecessary in Ares, Martin orders that the branch manager be dealt with cleanly. At the same time, he wants the transferred dungeons reclaimed and the failed subordinate eliminated. Far away, a grand palace under a red sky signals the domain of the Imperial Guild. Hyuk Sun-woo is summoned to the main palace and realizes with unease that the one who made the request is being personally called in. Though he knows asking the enemy Imperial Guild to kill Kim Hyun-woo is dangerous, he decides it is worth it if it removes his enemy. Inside the palace, he steels himself as the scale of the place unsettles him. A masked attendant grants him entry, and Hyuk convinces himself that this meeting will finally end Kim Hyun-woo. He is escorted deeper inside through imposing palace doors. As he enters, he senses that this is the seat of a terrifying power. He realizes he stands before the domain of the Imperial Guild Master known as the Imperial Dragon, Mi Ryong. To his shock, Mi Ryong appears not as a fearsome elder but as a young woman seated on a throne. Hyuk is stunned that the Imperial Guild Master is a girl, yet he hurriedly introduces himself as the Korean branch manager of Ares. Her indifferent response leaves him awkwardly bowing in silence before the masked guards. Mi Ryong confirms that he came to request the death of someone and asks for the target's name. As he starts to say it, a sudden instinct warns him that naming the target may be a terrible mistake. But fearing death if he returns empty-handed, he forces himself onward and identifies the target as Kim Hyun-woo, the man who defeated the god of chaos in Germany. To make the deal irresistible, he offers 20% of the Korean branch's dungeons and an additional 80 trillion won. Mi Ryong calmly repeats the name and makes him confirm that he truly asked for Kim Hyun-woo to be killed. The moment he confirms it, her aura shifts violently. With murderous disbelief, Mi Ryong asks whether he is telling her to kill her own master. Her rage explodes through the palace like a blast. The shockwave hurls Hyuk back and leaves him choking as she advances in fury. He can only stare in terror, unable to understand what is happening. He realizes too late that the Imperial Guild Master, who rules all of China, is reacting personally because of Kim Hyun-woo. Remembering her words about her master, he begins to suspect the connection he failed to see. Desperate to survive, he argues that she must be mistaken and points out that she herself called Kim Hyun-woo her master. When he asks where she met that master, Mi Ryong answers that they met inside the tower. He seizes on that answer, thinking he has found a way out by claiming she must be confusing Kim Hyun-woo with someone else. He argues that if she is not Korean, then Kim Hyun-woo cannot be the master she met. Mi Ryong, now curious rather than calmer, asks why he thinks that logic holds. He explains that the 158 towers on Earth are divided by region, each summoning only people from its designated area. From that, he concludes that a Chinese climber could never have met Kim Hyun-woo, who was trapped in the Korean tower for 12 years. Mi Ryong steps forward and asks if that was all he had to say. Before he can react, she attacks again with brutal force. She batters him through the air and refuses to let him even lose consciousness on his own. Calling him a cockroach, she mocks his attempt to save himself by claiming she confused her master. Grabbing him by the clothes, she admits that his explanation about regional towers is correct as far as it goes. Then she reveals the truth that destroys his argument. She cleared the tutorial tower in Korea. He is left speechless as she explains that she was dragged into the Korean tower after following her father's words to go there. She says meeting her master made everything worthwhile and accuses Hyuk of denying her very identity by denying who that master is. She remembers how she was once shaped according to her master's wishes from the very beginning. Her formal qipao, her waist-length hair, and even the mark on her back all exist because of him. Even the name Mi Ryong was given through that bond, so she sees Hyuk's denial as a personal insult. She vows that he will not be allowed the mercy of a peaceful death. Listing his crimes one by one, she says he tried to kill her master and denied her existence just to save himself. Meanwhile in Eve's room, Hyun-woo checks on how she is enjoying television. Eve happily says TV has become fascinating and that she can even watch dramas she wants by pressing buttons. Excited by modern entertainment, she asks Hyun-woo to make her a game console as well. When he asks why she cannot make one herself, she explains that she only saw it on TV and simply wants to try it. Eve admits that as a maintenance system she lacks the authority to create such things on her own. Hyun-woo pauses, considering her limitation. He casually produces the console for her, leaving Eve amazed. Overjoyed, she hugs him and thanks him, thrilled that she can finally try the things she wanted. Hyun-woo is caught off guard by how much the moment makes him feel like a father. Still clinging to him, Eve says she has something important to tell him. He turns to listen as she warns that she may be mistaken but wants to share a prediction just in case. Eve hesitates for a beat before speaking. At dinner, her words suddenly echo in Hyun-woo's mind strongly enough to make him stop mid-bite. The others notice him zoning out and ask why he has stopped eating. He recalls Eve predicting that there may be another climber on the 9th floor where the Guardian currently is, though she is not certain. When asked for her reasoning, Eve explains that 3 crevasses appeared before the Guardian exited the tower. Since crevasses normally vanish but 2 of those 3 remain, she believes that is enough reason for caution. Hyun-woo silently absorbs the implication while chewing. The conversation shifts when a companion asks when Hyun-woo plans to go to Germany, and he answers that it will probably be in 3 days. When asked whether he will stay and sightsee, he flatly says he intends to return immediately, and sees no reason to linger. The others admit they had hoped to tour Germany, but Hyun-woo points out that the country is still a mess after a city was wiped out. A blue-haired woman explains that such damage can be repaired quickly by mage-class hunters, surprising Hyun-woo. She describes how mages use magic circles to restore cities at incredible speed, preventing the world from becoming a permanent wasteland despite constant monster outbreaks. She says that is why mage hunters are so valuable, then asks why Hyun-woo insists on Germany specifically. Another companion explains that an International Hunters Association auction will be held there the day after Hyun-woo receives his reward. As night settles outside, they move into a fuller explanation. They summarize that the association is keeping the auction in Germany despite Leipzig's destruction, so Hyun-woo is basically going there for that event. One friend eagerly confirms that if Hyun-woo goes, they could teleport directly to the auction house and avoid planes altogether. Hyun-woo says that would be easy enough, and the others pitch the auction as something that would interest him because only carefully selected items are handled there. The mention of the Hunters Association makes Hyun-woo think more seriously. He recalls that the association seemed to believe the remaining crevasses were connected to climber ranks, and if Eve is right, 2 climbers are still on the 9th floor. Because his information authority does not work on climbers, he realizes identifying them one by one would be exhausting. With that and other matters weighing on him, he decides he has more to do. He concludes that he must become stronger. Though his recent fights have clearly made him stronger, he knows that growth is still not enough. Those victories were only against mid-tier climbers, so he worries about what will happen when a high-tier climber appears. He resolves to prepare before that day comes. A companion mistakes his seriousness for excitement about the auction, and Hyun-woo dodges the comment. She tells him that if he is going to prepare, he should do it quickly because 3 days can vanish in an instant. Time jumps forward with the crack of an auction gavel. 5 days later, Hyun-woo and his group arrive at the German International Hunters Association auction house as the event begins. Elsewhere, someone quietly burns a stack of documents to destroy evidence. The papers include records of dungeon ownership transfers, and the fire consumes them completely. The man reflects that Hyuk-sun-woo left around 1 in the afternoon after receiving a call from the Imperial Guild's main palace. Since Hyuk still has not returned, he concludes that only one explanation makes sense. He decides that something must have happened to Hyuk-sun-woo. Assuming the Imperial Guild dealt with Hyuk, he plans to flee immediately now that the evidence is gone and he still has money saved. He comforts himself that the main office only truly wanted Hyuk, and as merely a subordinate, he should be spared. That hope ends when his hand is suddenly severed before he can escape. He collapses screaming in agony as blood splashes across the room. A hooded assassin approaches almost cheerfully, apologizing that the first strike failed to kill him cleanly. The victim recognizes the attacker as one of the numbered knights, the secret killers known to management. He remembers that the knights are murder hunters under the Ares main office, made up of former top 40 ranked fighters, and realizes escape is impossible. Terrified, he asks why the knights are here, though he already knows the answer. The assassin tells him he should understand perfectly well why they came. As the man begs for his life, the knight prepares to finish the job without hesitation. The killing blow comes down before he can even finish pleading. The knight states plainly that they are here to kill those who betrayed the Ares Guild. Blood pools on the floor as another knight steps into the room. Seeing the corpse, the newcomer casually confirms that the target is already dead. The 2 assassins decide there is no reason to linger once the business is done and prepare to leave. Outside, they report that Hyuk-sun-woo has been caught by the Imperial Guild and wonder whether they should wait for him to come out. They decide there is no need, reasoning that the monstrous mana that erupted from the Imperial Guild after someone entered likely means Hyuk is already dead, and if not, they can kill him later. As hidden operatives move to seize the guild master who received the dungeons, one notes that 4 elite members have already been assigned to hunt a single man instead. They realize that target is the hunter who just stopped another catastrophe, and his reputation makes the heavy deployment seem justified. Even so, one operative boasts that their side now holds the guildmaster's artifacts, and therefore the advantage, until another warns him to watch his tongue. The warning sharpens into a reminder that even their unofficial ranks are supposed to remain secret. Brushing that off, the careless one says their own part is finished anyway because the others have likely already begun the hunt. Elsewhere, Kim Hyun-woo sits through a crowded auction with his companions, looking distinctly out of place in his usual tracksuit. The auction formally begins as the host announces the start of the item bidding. His friend again presses him about wearing the tracksuit in public, while Hyun-woo wonders why everyone keeps fixating on it. Another companion argues that clothes aside, dressing like that at a public event still feels wrong, but Hyun-woo sees no issue. He shrugs that clothes only need to cover what they must, and his friends reluctantly accept that they are not changing his mind. Remembering that no one criticized the same outfit during his awards ceremony, he notes how strange it is that the reaction changed here. Trying to move on, his companion points out that there do not seem to be any S+ items in the auction lineup. That remark catches Hyun-woo's attention because he knows he is carrying something classified as S+ himself. He realizes his own mysterious horn is also S+, which makes the auction's offerings feel less impressive. Reviewing the horn's description, he sees it is called the essence of the mysterious god of chaos and tied to a monster god named GWIL, though much of the crucial information is obscured. He recalls that he picked up this strange object when the so-called god of chaos dropped it during the award ceremony. What bothers him is that despite its S+ rank, the item lists no adjustments and no skills, making its true value unclear. His companion jokes that with S+ items the name alone drives the price. But Hyun-woo doubts his tiny horn would sell well or function as a weapon. Still intrigued by the repeated missing information in its description, he decides to compare it with the other auction items first. The auction proceeds briskly as one item reaches a final bid of 1 billion and is sold. Watching the sale, Hyun-woo finds the process less entertaining than he expected. He admits that reading item descriptions is mildly interesting, but not enough to keep him engaged. The next featured item is a famous spear replica with multiple skills and a steep starting bid, yet its description is again riddled with missing information. Annoyed that the censored descriptions explain almost nothing, Hyun-woo decides to step outside and tells his friend to call him when the auction ends. Outside in the parking area, his companion follows him out, still in slippers and still sounding uneasy. Before they can settle, a guard is suddenly struck down by a fast unseen attack, signaling an ambush. Hyun-woo instantly turns toward the incoming threat, his attention snapping into combat mode. His eyes narrow as he tracks the attack's trajectory in a split second. He dodges aside just as a hooded assailant lunges in from cover near the cars. The attacker's clawed weapon flashes toward him at close range. Hyun-woo catches and redirects the strike with precise force instead of being cut down. Another assailant follows with a devastating downward blow that tears up the pavement where Hyun-woo had been standing. Landing in a crouch, he realizes he is facing a coordinated group rather than random thugs. 4 hooded fighters reveal themselves and directly confirm that he is Kim Hyun-woo. They identify themselves as 4 knights gathered specifically to kill him. Their leader boasts that each of them possesses skills comparable to a top S-rank hunter, but Hyun-woo is already tired of the speech. He cuts the posturing short by blitzing one of them before the group can properly form up. Standing over the disrupted formation, he mocks them for talking too much when they cannot even put up a real fight. With a grin, he decides to punish them using their own weapons. The 4 knights are left stunned as he turns the momentum of the battle completely against them. Far away, the mastermind coolly hears that the 4 knights failed to kill Hyuk-sun-woo and orders that the blame not reach him. Back at the fight, Hyun-woo asks about the man behind the ambush, assuming the attack is already underway elsewhere as well. His companion worries because their enemy is a hunter who has already stopped 2 catastrophes, making the failed assassination unsurprising. The subordinate hesitates, and the mastermind needles him for doubting the knight's abilities. When he asks exactly which knights were sent, he is told they were numbers 4, 7, 9, and 10. Hearing that lineup, the mastermind unexpectedly relaxes and says that is fine. He reveals he never expected 4 knights alone to eliminate Hyun-woo and says the real purpose of the attack is something else entirely. To him, the ambush is merely a test to measure how effective his artifacts are against Hyun-woo. Meanwhile, Hyun-woo stands among the defeated attackers as the mastermind's experiment has clearly failed in practice. One fallen knight makes a desperate last attempt to slash at Hyun-woo from the ground. Hyun-woo casually takes the clawed weapon for himself, amused by the free loot. The moment he grips it, something about the artifact startles him. Elsewhere, the mastermind lifts his wine and decides he now has something else worth checking personally. The scene shifts to a strange throne room where a dark, otherworldly meeting is underway. A masked armored figure sits amid purple energy and broken shadows, radiating authority as if presiding over a hidden game. From the shadows, another presence asks what has happened. A hooded subordinate reports that 2 climbers have already been taken down. The ruler asks who reached the 9th floor and is told the names Cheon Ma and Hyaki Yagyo's Nanshin. That answer draws his interest rather than concern. He admits he expected the guardian to be sacrificed for the climbers, but events have not followed his script. When he asks who the next climber of the 9th floor will be, the reply is that it has not yet been decided. Instead of frustration, he welcomes the appearance of an unexpected obstacle and looks forward to what comes next. Later, back in ordinary life, Hyun-woo's friend notices the weapon he brought back and asks what it is. Hyun-woo dismissively calls it spoils of war from the auction house incident. His friend reminds him how shocking it was to find him standing among corpses outside the auction house, and says only the CCTV footage kept suspicion off him. When asked whether the attackers revealed anything, Hyun-woo says interrogation was useless because they all killed themselves by biting off their tongues. He adds that the CCTV only looked strange because the attackers had cast cognitive distortion magic on themselves. His friend blames him for destroying their heads and ruining identification, but Hyun-woo argues that controlling his strength in battle is not so simple. Even so, his friend bluntly summarizes the footage as a one-sided massacre. Hyun-woo admits their coordinated attacks briefly surprised him, though he still crushed them after experimenting a little. He concludes that identifying the assailants would have been difficult anyway because people using face distortion magic would have erased their records in advance. As the discussion ends, his friend says he is heading out to buy souvenirs before returning to Korea. When Hyun-woo asks for whom, the answer comes with awkward hesitation that there is someone special. That vague reply leaves Hyun-woo silently suspicious. Once alone with the stolen weapons, he spreads them out and prepares to inspect them more carefully. He activates his information authority skill to force hidden details out of the artifacts. One weapon is revealed as the Starvation Spear of Bjorg, an S+ class item with acceleration-based skills. Because of his authority, concealed information begins to surface. The spear's true designation turns out to be Faker F-173, exposing it as some kind of imitation rather than a genuine relic. Checking the rest, he finds the same pattern across the attacker's gear, all labeled with similar Faker serial names. That repeated term makes him think of frauds, liars, and manufactured copies rather than authentic Labyrinth artifacts. The odd naming and strange descriptions make him suspect these are not normal Labyrinth items at all but something artificially produced. He begins to wonder outright whether someone has created artificial artifacts. Although the idea seems possible, he cannot find any direct information about how such items were made, which convinces him a larger secret is involved. Trying to organize his thoughts, he decides to put all the clues together from the beginning. He starts with the ambush itself, noting that the attackers were unusually skilled and had prepared his location in advance. From that, he narrows the possibilities down to two broad conclusions. Either they were sent by the Ares Guild or they were hired mercenaries. But since Ares is the only enemy he has made, the likely culprit is obvious. Even so, the fake artifact in his hand remains a disturbing mystery he cannot ignore completely. He forces himself to set that mystery aside for now and focus on the more urgent question of who ordered the attack. At the same time, Hyuk Sun-woo rages elsewhere, still obsessed with punishing Hyuk Sun-woo after the earlier humiliation involving the Gen 1 Justice Rod. He storms into a guild office demanding to know where Hyuk Sun-woo is. His fury erupts physically as he strikes one of the staff in the face for failing to answer. Terrified employees tell him only that branch manager Hyuk Sun-woo is currently away from the office. He snarls that he already knows the man is not in his room and demands his actual location. Under that pressure, a staff member breaks and begs for mercy in exchange for information. The man reveals that Hyuk Sun-woo disappeared 4 days ago without telling the branch where he was going. Pressed further, he says the only clue is that Hyuk Sun-woo mentioned heading to China, specifically Beijing. Then he adds that Hyuk Sun-woo said he was going to meet the Imperial Guild, a revelation that catches even the interrogator off guard. That night, at Shurhyun's house, Hyun-woo and his companion settle in together, unaware that the trail they are following is already stretching toward China. Kim Hyun-woo asks Shurhyun what he knows about the Imperial Guild because he has become curious about them. Shurhyun explains that the Imperial Guild has recently seized nearly all of China's dungeons, shocking Hyun-woo with how quickly their control expanded. Shurhyun says such total domination is normally difficult, but in China dungeons can simply be taken by force. When Hyun-woo calls that a brutal survival of the fittest system, Shurhyun adds that Chinese law was not originally like this. He explains that at first all Chinese dungeons belonged to the state, so transferring control over them used to be far more complicated. Asked why the system changed, Shurhyun says it happened suddenly about 3 or 4 years ago, which catches Hyun-woo's attention. He adds a rumor that the Imperial Guild master pushed through the legal change, and then immediately used it to expand, implying prior influence though nothing is proven. That rumor makes Hyun-woo fall silent as a memory begins to surface. He wonders whether he ever spoke about the outside world with his disciple and starts recalling their conversations. In his memory, a frightened girl kneels before the horn-masked man she calls master. She trembles and protests that he cannot casually command her when she barely knows who he is. He silences her harshly and crushes her resistance with sheer force of will. Ignoring her panic, he declares that from that day on she is his disciple and must submit to him completely. When monsters close in and she begs not to die, he calmly tells her he never intended to kill her. Instead, he promises that as his precious disciple she will never die while he is there to protect her, leaving her overwhelmed. He orders her to endure what comes next, forcing her to steel herself. Later, when he opens a portal and tells her to leave because he has taught her all he can, she desperately insists she still needs him. He refuses, saying she has nothing left to learn from him and is no longer the timid person she once was. He presses the point by asking whether she is finally free from being threatened and forced around by others. Through tears she admits he is right. As he sends her away, he leaves her with arrogant doctrine that nothing in the world should stand above her except him, the sky. Back in the present, Hyun-woo cringes at the absurd nonsense he used to spout and tries to remember how she responded. He admits he barely listened to her answer because he found it bothersome at the time. Realizing that is why he cannot recall her words properly, he is pulled out of his thoughts by Shurhyun. Hyun-woo brushes it off and asks for anything else about the Imperial Guild, and Shur-hyun mentions rumors that it functions more like an empire than an ordinary guild. Shur-hyun says that beyond those rumors he knows little, since he does not closely track foreign guild affairs. Having heard enough, Hyun-woo abruptly decides to leave, surprising Shur-hyun. He states plainly that he is going to China, specifically Beijing. The scene shifts to the Imperial Guild Palace in Beijing, China. Inside the palace, a blue-haired woman sleeps alone in a lavish room. She wakes and reflects that even after 4 years she still remembers everything as vividly as yesterday. She recalls the tower as the turning point of her life, where she first learned that money could not solve everything and how powerless she truly was. Yet in the moment she was breaking down, she met the man she came to call master. To a girl who had lived like a doll under her father's control and spent money only as instructed, that encounter changed everything. She remembers that he taught her what affection felt like. Unlike her father, who never treated her like a daughter, he taught her how to stand on her own in the world. In her eyes, her master was the one who saved her. Smiling to herself, she decides that the time to see him again is near. Confident that no force left in China can oppose the Imperial Guild, she believes she will soon be reunited with her master. She softly asks him to endure a little longer because she is almost ready for his return. Elsewhere in a Beijing hotel, 2 Imperial Guild knights receive orders after 4 others failed to kill their target. One knight panics at being sent after the man who killed 4 of their comrades, while the other tells him to stop making a fuss. The calmer knight admits he is afraid too, but says they have no choice and must prioritize the guild's orders. He points out that until they kill Hyuk Sun-woo, they at least get to remain in Beijing, which briefly cheers the other up. A superior elsewhere questions why Kim Hyun-woo must be stopped at all when Hyuk Sun-woo is supposedly a flawless man with no weakness. Someone notes that if Hyun-woo truly had to be eliminated, the guild could have sent its top-ranked knights from the start. It is explained that the Ares Knights have 10 members ranked by strength, though even the lower ones are dangerous because artifacts amplify them. That only makes Hyun-woo's feat of killing 4 knights alone seem even more alarming. As the 2 knights decide it is best not to provoke such a monster, a sudden disturbance interrupts them. One wonders if it is an earthquake just before the attack reaches them. The room erupts as Hyun-woo bursts in with overwhelming force. He closes the distance instantly and attacks before the knights can properly react. His strike detonates through the room and sends one of them flying. Without slowing down, Hyun-woo identifies them as the people who killed Woo Cheon-myung. Terrified, the surviving knight demands to know who this attacker is. Before he can recover, blades and killing intent trap him from every side. Hyun-woo smashes him down with another brutal blow. As the knight collapses, Hyun-woo coldly tells him not to resent this too much. Mi Raoing appears and explains that because they killed Woo Cheon-myung, whom her guild master intended to kill personally, she has no choice but to take them instead. The knight realizes too late that he has fallen into something far worse than he expected. The next day at Arung Guild's training room, Hyun-woo exhales as if trying to steady himself. The blue-haired woman suggests that if he hates the trip so much he could simply refuse to go, but he cannot bring himself to do that. Hyun-woo reflects that everyone has a dark history, and his own begins with the ridiculous persona he adopted in the tower. After losing his parents young and focusing only on survival, he never had room for that kind of delusion until he entered the tower. Inside the tower he acted out absurd martial arts master fantasies, which should have stayed buried there but did not. Now one of his disciples is spreading that embarrassing mythology all over China, and the thought makes him despair. He decides the simplest solution is to deal with Hyuk Sun-woo quickly, and come straight back before thinking any harder about it. The blue-haired woman reminds him that traveling overseas through the magic circle is still an issue, even if it was overlooked once during an emergency. Hyun-woo dismisses the legal problem, saying he is not going on vacation but only to take care of Hyuk Sun-woo. Before she can object further, he activates the magic circle and vanishes, leaving her worried about what trouble he will cause this time. Watching him go, she thinks that he has always handled things alone, but this time may be beyond even him. Nearby, an exhausted coworker mutters that she wants to die because Hyun-woo's sudden decision forced her into an all-night workload. The blue-haired woman turns to another girl because she needs to ask something important. Far away, Hyun-woo senses a familiar energy and pauses in thought. He looks up in surprise as he arrives somewhere unexpected. Instead of a discreet entry, he finds himself directly in front of the Imperial Guild Palace in Beijing, staring at its enormous gate and guards. A slogan over the entrance declares that the only thing above everyone is the sky. That phrase instantly reminds Hyun-woo of the absurd creed he once drilled into his disciple, horrifying him. Realizing he cannot ignore this mess, he decides he has to deal with it now. As he moves, a hand stops him and a voice demands that he reveal who he is. Hyun-woo leaps up onto the roofline, evading the guards below. He resolves to wreck this ridiculous place first, and then kill Hyuk Sun-woo. Power gathers around him as he prepares a devastating attack. His strike crashes down like a red shadow and tears through the palace grounds. The guards panic, unable to understand what is happening, and call for reinforcements. Hyun-woo charges through the chaos toward the defenders. Seeing the guards' horn masks, he is outraged that they resemble his own old mask and style. He tears through them with the same movements he once used in the tower. That only deepens his disbelief that even his techniques have been copied. He rejects the idea that these imitations deserve to be called his techniques, even if the martial arts behind them were real. Then a worse thought hits him that perhaps his disciple herself taught all of this to them. Planting his foot, he declares that they have everything wrong. He settles into a proper stance, and lets his true martial flow gather around him. The guards lose sight of him for an instant, and are left staring at the empty space where he stood. He appears beside one of them and remarks that this is how the technique was actually meant to be used. With one explosive strike, he blasts the surrounding guards away in a single wave. Afterward he notes that he held back enough to avoid killing any hunters, then hears someone call him master. He turns through the settling dust toward the lone woman approaching him. Mi Raung stands there in stunned, reverent disbelief. Hyun Woo instantly recognizes the martial posture, technique, and presence as belonging to his disciple. Mi Raung, overwhelmed by the familiar gaze that once dominated her life, realizes who he is. Barely able to believe it, she asks if he is truly her master. Hyun Woo faces her in silence, confirming it without needing to say much. At last he greets her as his disciple after all these years. The recognition hits her so hard that she trembles with emotion. She thinks that everything she did, from founding a guild to changing laws and reshaping people, was all to prepare a place for him. All the titles and achievements she gained along the way meant nothing to her except as offerings for his sake. In her heart, every part of her life and power was devoted solely to her master. She kneels and says that this unworthy disciple has waited a very long time for his return. She has counted every day, hour, minute, and second of their separation. She places her hand to the ground and begins a formal bow. Hyun Woo can only stare, overwhelmed and unsure how to respond. Mi Raung completes her bow before him as the guild master of China's greatest guild, finally submitting again to the master she never forgot. The narration reveals that the world's fifth-ranked hunter, the Imperial Dragon, has finally bowed to her master. Mi Raung proudly presents a glittering throne she prepared for him, calling it a seat worthy of her master. Hyun Woo is horrified that she seems to have turned a grand cultural-looking relic into furniture for him, while she politely invites him to sit. When he hesitates, she innocently asks whether he dislikes the chair. She immediately offers to execute everyone responsible for making it if it displeases him, leaving Hyun Woo speechless. He stops her from saying anything more dangerous and tells her to stay still, which she obeys at once. Before he knows it, he is seated on the throne while marveling at how much money must have been wasted on this absurd display. As he sits there in disbelief, he realizes he has been completely swept up in Mi Raung's momentum. He tells himself this is not how he normally acts, even if he has somehow ended up playing along. Mi Raung stares at him with shining devotion, and Hyun Woo feels too pressured to say what he really thinks. He reflects that saving a disciple in the tower and teaching her martial arts would be a standard story, if not for how one-sided and warped his teachings were. Because those teachings were so distorted, he never imagined he should go looking for her after leaving the tower. Trying to regain control, he calls to his disciple and she answers instantly with total attention. He falters and says it is nothing, while she remains obediently ready for any command. Her unwavering favor only makes him panic more as he wonders why she still adores him after all the trouble he caused her. He decides not to untangle their relationship yet, though he still intends to stop her from spreading his humiliating dark history. Using his information authority, he checks Mi Raung's status and finds monstrous stats alongside a condition of being very happy and a personality marked as absolutely loyal. Even from the status window alone, Hyun Woo concludes that his disciple is far from normal. He tells her he has many things to discuss later, but first asks whether a man named Hyuk Sun Woo is here. A badly injured man on the floor begs desperately for help, revealing that Hyun Woo's target is already in Mi Raung's hands. Hyun Woo asks why Hyuk Sun Woo is in such a ruined state. Mi Raung calmly explains that she dealt with him for speaking insolently about assassinating her master, and Hyun Woo awkwardly praises her. He stomps the man awake so he can question him directly. The terrified man recognizes Kim Hyun Woo and realizes exactly who now stands over him. Hyun Woo mockingly asks how it feels to suffer personally from the kind of thing he inflicted on others. Broken by fear, Hyuk Sun Woo begs for mercy, apologizes frantically, and tries to blame everything on Mi Raung's madness. His panic triggers Mi Raung's killing intent again, and Hyun Woo has to notice her before she finishes him off. He looks back at her in confusion as she restrains herself. Turning to the prisoner, Hyun Woo promises to spare him if he answers properly. He repeats the promise and orders the man to explain everything, starting with what happened in Germany. The story then shifts to an underground bunker outside New York, where another group gathers around a new assignment. The hooded operatives complain about being sent on yet another dangerous job. Their suited leader says the task is difficult, but offers a major reward if they complete it successfully. He reveals that the reward will be an SST Plus grade artifact, stunning the room. They realize such an artifact could raise a 6th-ranked fighter to the very top by boosting stats 2 full levels. The narration emphasizes how extraordinary that is, since hunters normally risk the labyrinth for artifacts precisely because raising stats is so difficult. With a confident smile, the suited man challenges their disbelief and asks whether they think he is lying. A man unveils an unprecedented SST Plus artifact and promises to demonstrate what it can do. At the Goguryeo Guild headquarters in Korea, the team asks when their next labyrinth expedition will be. Hyun hesitates because the last artifact haul was already worthwhile, but his teammate presses the issue. She points out that he has not even sold the previous artifacts yet, and wonders why he is suddenly rushing. Hyun admits he feels an urgent need to raise his stats before long. He explains that although their group escaped the tower first, their rankings are slipping because their growth has stalled. Their leader reminds him that they have been prioritizing maintaining the guild instead of chasing more power. That answer leaves Hyun unconvinced as he measures himself against stronger figures. The room falls thoughtful while he weighs his dissatisfaction against the guild's practical concerns. Hyun confesses that standing beside Hyun-woo has made his own limits feel painfully obvious. His teammate silently understands as he admits he seems small by comparison. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Guild in China, captured men confirm that the intruder was sent by the Ares Guild master rather than by their own side. Hyuk-sun-woo casually checks whether the prisoners are still alive, and his disciple assures him they are. One terrified captive mistakes that for mercy and begs to be spared. Instead, Sun-woo asks about the basement prison and learns it is a rat-infested dungeon where high durability prevents death but not agony. The disciple adds that anyone trapped there suffers endless pain unless they somehow escape, making Sun-woo seem deranged even to her. Sun-woo orders the prisoner thrown into that place for 30 days, horrifying the man. When the captive protests that this was not the deal, the disciple obeys and knocks him out without hesitation. As the body drops, Sun-woo notices a ring left behind and pauses. He picks it up and activates his information access skill to inspect it. The ring appears to be the ring of Yuzurian, but hidden data reveals it is actually a copied object labeled Faker F111. Sun-woo realizes it matches the suspicious fake artifacts that had appeared at auction. Connecting it to the Ares Guild master, he decides he will not let Ares off after being inconvenienced by this scheme. He announces he is leaving at once, startling his disciple. From the throne room, she realizes he means to go somewhere else instead of staying with her. She anxiously asks whether he is not taking her along. Sun-woo brushes her off, saying they can discuss her role later and warning her not to make him repeat himself. He makes clear that crushing the Ares Guild comes first and speaking with her comes only afterward. Left alone in the dark hall, the disciple watches him go with a troubled expression. She gathers the kneeling subordinates and orders them to listen carefully. Then, with murderous resolve, she commands that any Ares Guild members found in their territory be killed on sight. Elsewhere in Eve's room, Eve studies the ring and concludes it is not a true artifact at all. Hyun-woo is taken aback by that claim. Eve explains that real artifacts are made by taking objects from other floors, grading them through their legends and histories, and assigning skills and adjustments. That process is what turns ordinary objects into artifacts. Hyun-woo asks what becomes of the original floors once their objects are taken away. Eve says those floors are already erased, because climbers must completely destroy a floor to advance the tower. That grim truth leaves Hyun-woo quietly unsettled. Returning to the ring, Eve judges it to be a highly convincing copy rather than a genuine artifact. Hyun-woo suspects a climber may have created it, and wonders whether the Ares Guild is tied to one. Remembering Eve's earlier warning that there could be 2 climbers on this floor, he realizes targeting Ares might also uncover clues about the hidden climber. The serious discussion ends abruptly when Hyun-woo tells Eve to clean up the disaster of a room around them. He sits amid the mess while she freezes, embarrassed by the state of the place. When he reaches for the console, Eve notices too late that it has vanished from the table. The Guardian sternly declares that he is confiscating the console until his next visit. Panicking, Eve promises to clean properly from now on and begs him to give it back. Her desperation escalates into a full-throated demand for the console's return. That night at the Imperial Guild in China, a silver-haired operative watches the compound from a tree. He launches himself toward the building with practiced speed. He slips through an opening in the roof to infiltrate the guild headquarters. Landing inside, he braces for the mission ahead. He steels himself with the objective of rescuing 2 captured knights and eliminating Hyuk-sun-woo. Before he can proceed, a woman's voice behind him notes that a rat has come visiting. He turns to find Sun-woo's disciple already there, smiling as she asks if he is from Ares too. Shocked that he never sensed her presence, he hears her dismiss the distinction as irrelevant. She rushes him and promises to vent her anger on him as much as she can. He barely registers the attack before the impact lands. The clash explodes through the building with enough force to blast outward. Back at home, Hyun-woo sighs over having to calm Eve after all her saved data was wiped. Then he senses the disturbance and wonders who could be causing such chaos. He enters to find 2 armored intruders already in his apartment, one casually greeting him while the other lounges with a book. For a moment Hyun-woo fears Hyun has returned unexpectedly. He relaxes when he remembers Hyun said he would only be back at dawn after a shoot. One intruder assures him no acquaintances were around when they arrived and asks why he came alone. Hyun-woo answers with a cold grin that he had intended to visit them himself and beat them down personally. He immediately smashes out through the apartment, dragging the fight outside rather than letting them control the space. The 2 attackers pursue him across the exterior of the building. One reveals himself as Frost, a former S-rank hunter, and summons a glowing spear. The spear's power surges as it is hurled into the battle. Hyun-woo catches the returning weapon and laughs at the trick. He starts to throw it back toward its owner, assuming he has turned the attack around, but the spear slips from his control the instant he grips it. As it snaps back to its master, Hyun-woo realizes too late that the weapon cannot be stolen. The spear rockets downward and detonates the ground below with brutal force. Hyun-woo uses information authority in the middle of the dust to understand what just happened. The hidden truth reveals the weapon is Sonic's returning spear, an SST Plus copy that instantly returns to its owner when held by anyone else. Before he can fully process that, another threat opens above him. A mass of white fragments and force gathers overhead, signaling a second attack. Hyun-woo narrows his eyes and identifies the real danger as the mage supporting Frost. The floating blonde caster is revealed as a former top-ranked mage, aesthetic, controlling books and spell constructs. Hyun-woo finds himself surrounded by converging magical attacks from every direction. Frost mocks his composure, but Hyun-woo refuses to show fear. Frost charges with the spear, eager to see how long Hyun-woo's confidence can last. Hyun-woo judges that these enemies are faster than the last ones he fought, yet still within his reach. He slips past Frost's strike and concludes that even these upgraded opponents remain slower than he is. As he moves to counter, more magic suddenly cuts across his path. The battlefield fills with vertical bursts that interrupt his footwork and force him to reassess. A fresh explosion erupts beneath him and throws him back again. Annoyed by the dust and disruption, Hyun-woo realizes the pair are coordinating tightly. Frost lunges through the haze with another spear thrust aimed to finish him. Hyun-woo reads the attack in an instant and prepares a response. He is still clipped and blasted away by the combined pressure of spear and magic. Aesthetic reinforces the assault from above, dropping more destructive force while Frost keeps the pressure on. The area disappears into a rolling cloud of debris and smoke. Hyun-woo rises from the rubble, cursing them as he regains his footing. Knowing the fight is tightening, he considers using an unfinished technique despite the risk. When Frost looks for him through the smoke, Hyun-woo has already vanished from sight. He reappears above Aesthetic and taunts him for being caught off guard. Hyun-woo names the movement technique Distortion Conversion, a footwork skill that lets him shift position instantly. He lands at a new angle before the mage can recover. Aesthetic reveals he had prepared for that possibility by surrounding himself with layered barriers. Hyun-woo feels the backlash of overusing the unfinished skill as his mana channels twist painfully, but he hides it behind a joke. Frost rushes in again to capitalize on Hyun-woo's momentary strain. Hyun-woo realizes the timing is bad as the pressure closes from both sides. Aesthetic calmly explains their tactic. One detonates mana spears to disrupt Hyun-woo's movement. He adds that Frost stays close so Hyun-woo cannot reach the ranged attacker, making their teamwork especially effective. Hyun-woo understands that because distortion conversion is incomplete, he needs time he does not currently have. Frost senses something is off when Hyun-woo remains strangely calm instead of panicking. Watching Hyun-woo stand relaxed in the open, Frost wonders if there is a trap but detects none. He decides to trust the opening and commits to a direct piercing strike if Hyun-woo will not dodge. The spear tears through the smoke and crashes down, and Frost briefly thinks the fight may be over. In that instant, Hyun-woo grabs Frost from behind before he can react. With a feral grin, Hyun-woo announces that he has him now. Holding Frost fast, Hyun-woo reveals the key fact he had been saving. His durability is ranked S++. He uses that toughness to tank the attack and slam Frost brutally into the ground. Then he promises to give Frost a roller coaster ride and starts dragging him into a far rougher punishment. By dawn, the apartment is a wreck, and Hyun-woo mourns that he effectively lost his home overnight. He awkwardly insists it was not his fault while Seo-hyun stares at the devastation in numb disbelief. Seo-hyun looks over the rubble and wonders when he is supposed to clean all of it up. Their blue-haired teammate arrives, takes in the destruction, and bluntly calls the place a complete disaster. Seo-hyun asks if she came to mock him, then consoles himself that at least the incident ended without the worst outcome. She reports that the Hunter Association will cover the damages and that no one was killed. Even so, she says there is something else they need to see and raises her phone. On the screen they find a trending video titled Apartment Express showing footage of the battle outside. The clip captures Hyun-woo smashing Frost around in the smoky courtyard. It escalates into a spectacle as the apartment tower itself becomes part of the chaos in the viral footage. The video shows one of the attackers being hurled high off the building. Then the recording catches the final drop and impact with a scream of destruction. Watching the clip, the blue-haired woman can only stare and murmur in amazement. She notes with relief that the public reaction is not entirely negative, though Seo-hyun remains uneasy about what this attention will bring next. He recalls the time Hyun diverted the reporter's questions onto him instead. Because of that stunt, he is now buried under relentless calls and messages from reporters. Though he complains that even changing his number barely helped, Hyun casually tells him not to dwell on it. He can only stare in disbelief and accuse Hyun of having no conscience at all. Hyun cheerfully announces he is heading to Seo-hyun's guild and brushes off the concern about using the magic circle again. Left behind, the younger man notices something unusual on his own hand. He is shocked to realize the ring there is an SSD Plus grade artifact. As he rushes to stop him and take responsibility himself, Hyun simply hums and leaves. At Seo-hyun's place, she finishes drawing a teleportation circle while he waits in silence. Seeing news about Martin Brand, he immediately connects the name to the hidden enemy behind the attacks. He remembers beating one of Martin's men until the assassin confessed everything. The confession revealed that Martin Brand, master of the Ares Guild, ordered his death and is hiding in a secret bunker. With the recorded confession as proof, he confirms he finally has evidence against Martin. When Seo Yun says the circle is ready, he turns his attention back to the mission. She looks exhausted from the work, but insists she is fine enough to continue. He tells her to send him straight to the front of the Aries Guild's main office, and she prepares to activate the circle. Before departing, he suddenly tosses his phone to her. He orders her to give it to Seo Yun and tell him to keep it safe, leaving her startled but obedient. She agrees at once, pleased to be trusted with the task. The teleportation begins, and he notes her enthusiasm even as the magic engulfs him. He closes his eyes and lets the transfer take hold. When he opens them again, he finds himself somewhere dark and unfamiliar. Realizing he has not arrived where intended, he questions what kind of place this is. As suspicion flashes that Anya may have betrayed him, a voice welcomes him as if this arrival was expected. A man steps from the darkness and greets him with unsettling politeness. He recognizes the stranger at once as Martin Brand, who is amused to be known. He answers with open hostility, saying the news made identification easy and that all the assassins Martin sent have already been destroyed. Martin dismisses those dead knights as mere bait, saying their real purpose was to uncover his identity. He then exposes the deeper truth he learned, that his opponent is the guardian of the 9th floor. When he tries to verify Martin's authority, the system refuses to check, proving this enemy lies outside ordinary information access. That failure makes him realize Martin is not just a guild master but a climber as well. Martin is pleased, saying this meeting lets him settle several troublesome matters at once with the man who stopped 2 climbers. He asks why Martin went so far as to alter the teleport coordinates, and Martin says the answer should be obvious. Martin reveals the real reason. The bunker itself is a trap designed to kill him. Rather than panic, he thanks Martin for explaining the setup and lunges to attack first. His opening strike detonates against something unseen instead of reaching Martin. He realizes too late that a barrier is protecting his enemy. Martin smugly explains that this defense is far beyond ordinary magic. A barrage of force erupts and drives him back before he can recover. He tries to reposition, but the trap keeps pressing him from multiple angles. He senses a new threat and braces as the room shifts again. Dozens of weapons materialize overhead, all under Martin's control. Martin begins a grand reintroduction, treating the battle like a performance. He describes himself as a being worshipped by the powerless and feared by the strong. To some he was a guardian who granted strength, while to others he was condemned as a destroyer. He finally names the identity behind those contradictions, Faker. Without further warning, Faker sends a massive blade crashing toward him. The strike tears through the chamber and forces him into a desperate retreat. Unable to close the distance through the storm of weapons, he decides he needs distortion conversion. He searches frantically for an opening amid the exploding impacts. Seeing Martin protected by a barrier, he realizes a weak attack would only be swallowed and wasted. So he chooses overwhelming force from the start and begins charging a red-black finishing attack. Though he would prefer a Jura neutralizing strike, he settles for a faster substitute because there is no time. He hurls himself forward and challenges Martin to withstand the blow. His empowered kick slams into Martin's barrier with tremendous force. For the first time, Martin is visibly surprised by the impact. He immediately commits to a second strike before Martin can reset. Martin's smile returns, as if he has already understood the flaw in the attack. The momentum in his legs suddenly falters at the critical moment. His kick loses its power and stalls unnaturally in mid-action. He is startled by the sudden failure of his own body. Martin catches his leg and praises the absurd amount of mana he just forced out in seconds, leaving him confused. Before he can react, Martin drives a brutal counter into his torso. The follow-up blow crashes into him and knocks the breath from his body. He is hurled away again by another giant weapon strike. Trying to gather himself, he discovers he can no longer draw mana at all. Martin calmly explains that resistance is pointless because the room has been placed in a state of mana freeze. He adds that he has been studying him for a long time while searching for the guardian of this floor. By watching his battles with the knights, Martin says he learned exactly how he fights. The key conclusion was that most of his skills depend on mana. He cuts off the lecture in irritation, refusing to let Martin control the conversation. Martin mocks him for not understanding that, without mana, he cannot use any of his usual skills. He fires back that the same limitation should cripple Martin as well. Martin admits he cannot use mana either, but reveals that this was never a problem for him, because even in mana freeze, he can still command the many artifacts he has collected. As more weapons rain down, he realizes even distortion conversion is unavailable to him. One strike clips him hard and leaves him reeling in pain. Martin warns him not to trust his endurance too much, boasting that all his artifacts are above S+ grade. Cornered with no visible exit, he desperately searches for any way to survive. Meanwhile, Martin remains safely enclosed in his barrier, controlling the battlefield at leisure. As Martin toys with him, he starts looking for the hidden source of the mana freeze instead of the man himself. He reasons that something in the room must be maintaining the frozen state. Then he spots a suspicious staff-like artifact linked to the surrounding energy. He decides that even if another barrier protects it, his body can still break through by force. Ignoring the bombardment, he charges straight toward the target. He throws himself through the storm and commits fully to the rush. Driving his foot into the wall for leverage, he redirects his body with raw physical strength. He dives directly at the freezing artifact despite the danger. A memory of a martial arts chapter he read that morning gives him an idea for a kick technique he can use without mana. He decides to imitate that move somehow, even in his battered state. With sheer technique and momentum, he unleashes the heavenly lighting god kick. The strike lands, and he realizes with fierce relief that it worked. His body whips past the shattered point of impact as the artifact gives way. Martin calls it a pity, already moving to punish him before he can capitalize. He sees the counterattack coming but has no room to avoid it. A blue-edged weapon flashes in and cuts across him. He flips away through the air while Martin follows with another attack. He slams down hard, catching himself on the ground before collapsing. Martin admits he is impressed that he broke the barrier without mana and says his level exceeded expectations. In response, Martin decides to stop toying with him and draw a weapon worthy of respect. He presents the Holy Sword of Hero Escurin and hints that its true value lies in a special property. The sword can borrow the skills of other weapons, fitting the legend that a hero always fights beside comrades. Martin demonstrates by channeling that borrowed power directly through the blade. He activates a terrifying arsenal of copied techniques through the Holy Sword and declares the real battle begun. In an instant, Martin closes the distance until their faces are nearly touching, catching him off guard. He can read the incoming motion, but with mana freeze still hindering him, his body cannot evade in time. The sword's attack detonates against him and sends him flying with a violent burst. Stunned and wide-eyed, he realizes how close he is to death. Martin looms over him and raises another weapon for the finishing sequence. He is battered by a chained combination of ice, flame, and poison artifacts one after another. One of the strikes tears into him and draws blood. Martin declares this the end and reveals he now holds the one original weapon he never needed to replicate. That original is the colossal sword Gigantomachia. He looks up at the impossible blade descending over him. Martin bids farewell to Kim Hyun-woo as if the execution is certain. The giant sword crashes down with catastrophic force. The chamber is swallowed by the blast of the impact. When the dust clears, Martin shields his eyes and assumes the fight is over. Then he notices something unexpected in the aftermath. Kim Hyun-woo is still standing, horribly injured but alive, and even Martin acknowledges his endurance is monstrous. Martin calls out again, curious enough to hear a final question from the man he thought finished. He mocks Kim's sudden calm and offers him a few last words before death. Kim uses that chance to ask the one thing that matters most, why Martin wants him dead. Martin answers plainly that killing the Guardian is the easiest way to wipe out this floor, then questions why climbers are so obsessed with ascending. For Martin, the reason climbers keep climbing is simple. They want the throne at the top. Kim repeats the word throne, trying to grasp what Martin truly means. Martin dismisses further explanation and prepares to end the battle for good. Kim, however, realizes those S+ artifacts can seriously injure even him and bitterly curses Martin as a man propped up by items. When Martin says the end has come, Kim reveals he only stalled to buy time, and now intends to use his own authorities as well. Martin is jolted when a strange blue power rises despite the mana freeze still being active. He immediately understands that this is not Kim Hyun-woo's mana at all. Kim thanks Martin for the information and for revealing his fighting style, turning the conversation into a trap of his own. He promises they will meet again and prepares to withdraw rather than die here. A violent surge erupts as his escape mechanism activates amid the falling weapons. The next moment he crashes back into the real world, collapsing bloodied onto the floor of a room where a pale girl waits. She rushes to his side as he struggles on hands and knees, barely conscious. Still bleeding, he reveals a remote switch he had hidden for exactly this contingency. Back in the bunker, Martin curses as the target vanishes from his grasp. He realizes he can no longer detect Kim's movement coordinates and fumes that he missed his chance. Then he notices a faint lingering trace in the air. Recognizing it as a mana thread, he begins piecing together how the escape worked. He recalls that teleportation links coordinates through mana threads, and this one should have disappeared when the transfer ended. From that anomaly he deduces Kim hid himself in another dimension, and smugly notes that almost no one else could have noticed. Certain he can still pursue, Martin takes hold of the remaining thread and focuses on Kim Hyun-woo. With a confident smile, he vows that the next encounter will truly be the end. Elsewhere, the white-haired girl realizes the place they reached is the first floor of the tutorial tower. Kim, now bandaged and still wrapped in a red aura, staggers away while she watches in alarm. Though mana has closed his emergency wounds, he knows his condition remains dangerously serious. The girl laments that they have no potion or recovery artifact, and only a basic first aid kit to rely on. As the memory of Martin's copied artifacts and mana-freezing power hangs over them, it becomes clear they are in a very bad situation. With only about 20 minutes left before the Guardian can remain here, the time for preparation is nearly over. Kim Hyun-woo finishes what he was doing, and the white-haired girl pauses in confusion at his sudden declaration. He casually claims he was merely training, hiding his intent behind a smug grin. As she doubts that sloppy stretching could help, he silently wonders whether his last-minute plan will really work. She advises him to think of a better strategy before leaving, still unconvinced by him. Instead of arguing, he lightly pats her head, treating her concern with easy familiarity. He reassures her that it is fine because this time things will definitely be different. He steps forward into the battlefield with calm confidence despite his bandaged, battered body. Even his casual sandals and relaxed gait make it seem as if he is entering a game rather than a death match. He plants himself with his hands in his pockets, openly inviting the confrontation. The armored enemy addresses him by name, confirming that this rematch was expected. The foe welcomes him back with a smug smile, certain he still holds the advantage. Kim only snorts, and the enemy is briefly thrown off by the lack of fear. He apologizes for laughing, then coldly tells the man he is standing in his own grave without realizing it. The enemy dismisses it as bluffing from someone who fled earlier and unleashes a storm of weapons to kill him quickly. Kim closes his eyes instead of panicking, centering himself at the instant of attack. He recalls that he mastered countless martial arts in the tower, though many were fictional styles from novels, and that what mattered most in the end was not technique but principle. The principle he focused on was floral movement, the idea of grafting flowers onto a tree. He remembers that it was less a move than a concept, a martial principle, and that he once abandoned it because he could not truly grasp it. The reason he failed before was that he had many masters to imitate but none who could teach him how to question and reinterpret what he learned. Now, after 6 hours of enlightenment in the system room, he believes he has finally crossed that barrier. All the time he spent blindly following what books described has become the foundation for a new understanding. His clashes with opponents who fought in completely opposite ways also helped him refine that insight. Back in the present, he catches the timing of the incoming strike with a single raised hand. He reaches the principle of flora movement and turns defense into a flowing counterattack. The enemy is stunned that Kim has suddenly produced something impossible. Golden force erupts around Kim as his movement blooms into a violent burst of redirected power. Kim smiles, pleased that the principle is working exactly as intended. The enemy realizes Kim still looks wounded and unarmed, yet has somehow become incomparably more dangerous in only 6 hours. Kim lets that disbelief sink in, enjoying how absurd his growth appears from the outside. The enemy abandons any thought of toying with him and lunges in to kill him immediately. He commits fully to a decisive sword strike, recognizing that hesitation is now fatal. Kim calmly prepares to meet the attack with one hand, provoking the man further. The enemy mocks him for trying to stop a killing blow barehanded. Convinced Kim is suicidal, he drives the sword straight in with contempt. Kim's fingers move in a delicate, almost weightless pattern that guides the attack rather than resisting it. The enemy suddenly feels his strike being diverted and loses control of its path. Kim slips inside the attack and rebukes the man for making such a racket. He follows with a precise body blow that disrupts the enemy's stance and weapon line at once. Then he unleashes Extreme Overlord's fist, turning the opening into a crushing offensive. Kim raises both arms overhead to finish the sequence with overwhelming force at close range. The enemy is smashed into the ground hard enough to crater the floor beneath him. Kim immediately goes for another strike, refusing to let the man recover. At the last instant, the enemy's eye sharpens with desperate calculation. A massive blade crashes down between them, forcing Kim to break off and evade. Kim clicks his tongue, annoyed that the finishing blow was interrupted. The enemy drags himself up in terrible condition and summons a blue aura while mocking Kim's battered state. Humiliated and enraged, he prepares to gamble everything on a hidden trump card. Kim senses the sudden change as strange blue energy gathers around the enemy's side. Seeing spectral weapons appear, he first mistakes it for mana and then realizes it may be an artifact ability. The enemy grips the giant sword with renewed resolve, betting his life on its power. He reveals that Gigantomachia can draw out the stats of other weapons and boasts that Kim cannot possibly parry what comes next. Kim laughs at the childishness of announcing a special move before using it. The enemy screams as he forces the weapon's power beyond what his body can safely bear. Knowing the strain is destroying him, he decides to end the fight in a single strike no matter the cost. He swings down a colossal blade of force that dwarfs Kim and threatens to erase everything in its path. Even under that impossible pressure, Kim grins because he has already seen through it. He places his palm against the descending mass instead of retreating. The impact explodes outward, but the attack's momentum begins to bend under his touch. The enemy stares in disbelief as his sure-kill blow starts slipping from his control. Kim's hand holds steady, treating the giant strike as something that can be redirected rather than endured. Wrapped in flowing blue force, he stands beneath the blade and calmly overturns the impossible. The enemy first thinks it is mana, then realizes the energy around Kim is something far more familiar and terrifying. As Kim closes in, the enemy recognizes that Kim is using his own power against him. Kim promises to return that power, launching himself forward with the stolen force. He executes the first stance of Flora movement, Thousand Reflective Strike, turning the enemy's ultimate attack back upon him. The enemy can only curse at the absurdity of being beaten by his own move. The reflected slash tears through him before he can defend or escape. A violent explosion follows, swallowing the battlefield in white force and debris. When the blast clears, Kim remains standing while the enemy is finished. Kim exhales with his eyes closed, letting the tension drain after the victory. A system notice confirms he has taken down the hidden climber in New York, identified as the faker Hasu Boon, and that his information authority has risen to mid-low tier. The defeated man's body begins to vanish, but one bag remains behind instead of disappearing with him. Kim notices the leftover pouch and wonders why it was not erased like the rest. He limps over and picks it up while a new system window appears nearby. The interface identifies it as Ha-Su Boon's subspace, an S++ storage item with room for 15 objects. When he activates it, the bag opens into a dark portal and asks him to choose an item to store. Kim casually decides to try storing the giant sword, barely bothering to remember its full name. The system accepts the item and records Gigantomachia as the first object in storage. Its details reveal a treasure of the third-floor Guardian King of Giants, a weapon of enormous destructive power that only giantkind can fully wield. Kim complains that a subspace with only 15 slots feels stingy for something so grand. Still, with the fight over, he decides it is time to head back even though his clothes are ruined, his phone is gone, and he has no idea where he is. Before he can sort that out, a square opening appears and someone calls for the guild master to come out for the morning meeting. The caller freezes in shock when he sees Kim instead of the person he expected. Kim turns with an awkward smile, already sensing an opportunity. He moves instantly and knocks the stunned man flat before questions can spread. The victim crashes to the floor as Kim cuts him off mid-sentence. Too tired for complications, Kim pins the man down and decides to solve the problem the easy way. He demands the man's clothes and smartphone, prioritizing disguise and communication over dignity. 3 days later, at the Korean branch of the Hunter Association, the fallout reaches the public stage. Reporters buzz with rumors that Kim Hyun-woo will finally reveal who assaulted Kim Sher-hyun. When Kim appears at the podium, the room erupts and everyone scrambles to capture his statement. He immediately says he will speak only long enough to deliver what he came to say, and then leave. He reminds everyone that assassins came to Sher-hyun's house specifically to kill him. Then he reveals that he has identified the person behind the entire plot. He plays an audio file from his phone as proof instead of asking anyone to trust his word alone. The recording names Martin Brand as the one who ordered the assassination, shocking the room because that points directly to the Ares Guild master. Kim adds that this is not fabricated, because CCTV footage and other evidence support the same conclusion. He publicly demands an explanation from the Ares Guild, making clear that he intends to hear their response. 3 days later in Gangdong District, reporters swarm again because the Korean branch manager of Ares has disappeared and public suspicion is exploding. Back at home, Kim sits with his companions as they try to process everything he has told them. They struggle to accept his claim that Earth is actually the 9th floor of a tower. Even while saying they trust him, they admit it is hard to believe that he is the guardian meant to stop climbers. Kim brushes off their shock and acts as though they should simply accept it and move on. Then he pauses, realizing their reaction is more reasonable than he first pretended. His friends confess they expected something strange eventually, but this revelation still hit them hard. Kim reflects that, shocking as it is, this truth was something they were bound to learn sooner or later. The mood loosens when one of them jokes that his terrible personality now explains why he kept closing crevasses. Asked whether he went out this time to stop another climber, Kim bluntly says no, he went to sabotage the Ares Guild. When someone points out that Ares itself seems intact, he clarifies that he did not target the guild as a whole. Instead, he says the Ares Guild master was a climber, so removing him solved 2 problems at once. That answer leaves the others speechless while Kim looks pleased with himself. As noise builds outside, one friend offers to deal with it because Kim is still recovering. Kim refuses, saying he is already fully healed and can handle it himself. He steps outside in a tracksuit to face the waiting crowd at the gate. But the moment he looks up, something unexpected makes him freeze. A gleaming white limousine has arrived with ceremonial flair, clearly belonging to someone important. A young woman with a high ponytail bows and announces that his disciple has come to receive her master. Kim is baffled by the claim and immediately demands to know why she is here. Inside, his 3 companions can only stare in collective disbelief at the new absurdity. The girl kneels formally before him, addressing him as master while masked attendants bow behind her. When asked about the attendants, she proudly calls them personal guards she prepared for him. Kim dismisses them as an eyesore and orders her to get rid of them at once, which she obeys without hesitation. One companion suddenly realizes she may be the Imperial Dragon, the guild master of the Imperial Guild. Another explains that Imperial Dragon is the title of the hunter ranked 5th among all S-rankers in the world. Kim is stunned to learn that the disciple he barely remembers teaching is now 5th in the world. He recalls that when he taught her, he was lost in his own concepts and likely passed on little beyond the Imperial techniques. Looking at her now, he cannot understand how she became this monstrously strong. She suddenly apologizes in panic, and Kim recoils, bracing for another disaster. She cries that she failed to keep his words, leaving him completely lost about what promise she means. As she starts reciting some grand lesson about nothing being above her master, Kim desperately cuts her off. She only apologizes harder and begins worshipfully calling him the sky itself, making the situation even worse. Unable to endure it, Kim smacks her on the head to stop the nonsense. She clutches her head and whimpers, more startled than hurt. Embarrassed by this resurfacing piece of his past, Kim turns away while one of his friends cautiously tries to intervene. He awkwardly addresses the girl by the name Mi Raung, hoping to calm her down. Instead, Her voice seems to thunder inside his head as she insists he must not casually use the name he gave her. While the others tactfully retreat, Kim explains that she is his disciple and answers a question about her connection to the Imperial Dragon. He pats her head and tells her not to go around radiating killing intent at people, and she obediently apologizes. One friend, still reeling, asks if the 5th-ranked hunter in the world really is Kim's disciple, and Kim casually confirms it. As another friend collapses from the overload, Kim complains about the noise and the disciple eagerly offers to handle it. She immediately proposes killing everyone outside, and Kim shuts that idea down as idiotic. She timidly asks whether she really is not allowed to do that, and Kim answers by making the obvious answer painfully clear. At that moment, a new message arrives on Kim's phone and changes his focus. He smiles, having received exactly the response he was waiting for. When asked where he is going, he says he will head to Sungni district for a while. He explains that the Aries side has finally sent their reply, and he intends to hear it in person. Soon after, he arrives at a quiet cafe and sits across from the man who requested the meeting. Kim says he came because they wanted to discuss the matter directly with the person involved. The nervous man introduces himself as the cowardly co-guild master of Aries, and Kim invites him to start talking. Kim Hyun-woo anxiously thinks that after the guild master vanished, the most urgent issue is the mysterious paper shown at the press conference. He recalls that the man displayed a sheet marked with the number 7, and since number 6 disappeared with the guild master, he suspects a dangerous connection. The possibility that this man defeated the guild master makes Hyun-woo realize he is facing someone far beyond what he can handle directly. Even so, with guild tensions worsening over the incident, he decides he must resolve the matter quickly and confronts the other side to demand answers. Instead of negotiating, Hyun-woo coldly orders them to hand over all their dungeons and leave Korea if they truly want to satisfy him. When the other man protests, Hyun-woo doubles down and warns that if he says any more, the man will be completely ruined. Smiling, Hyun-woo reveals he knows about the man's shady dealings beyond their personal grudge and hints that the information came from one of his associates. The target's shaken silence confirms Hyun-woo guessed correctly, and Hyun-woo admits he had partly been bluffing but clearly struck the truth. Pretending mercy, Hyun-woo lowers his demand and tells the man to surrender only 40% of the dungeons he controls. The reduced demand still leaves the man horrified and speechless. Hyun-woo leaves the meeting in a cheerful mood, satisfied with how thoroughly he dominated the negotiation. Outside, a woman kneels before him with masked subordinates and respectfully asks whether he handled his business well. Hyun-woo scolds her for bringing those masked warriors again, and she apologizes at once. He lets the matter pass, tells her not to repeat it, and says they should simply head home. When he notices her lingering behavior, she quickly insists it is nothing. She glances back with a secretive resolve while Hyun-woo remains unaware of what she is planning. Meanwhile, the man Hyun-woo extorted collapses in despair, clutching his head over the loss. From a distance, the woman watches Hyun-woo head for the car while hiding something in her hand. She reveals a small coin-like device, preparing to use it behind his back. Crushing it, she summons the masked warriors to assemble. That night, a scream rings out across the city. In a parking structure, the extorted man is seized by black energy and begs desperately to be spared. His plea is cut short as the dark force violently engulfs him. The masked warriors of the Imperial Guild appear before him, and their leader dismisses him as insignificant. As the terrified man denies wrongdoing, they tell him he brought this on himself. His agony intensifies as the punishment continues without mercy. Collapsed and trembling, he is forced to listen as they make their warning clear. The leader says they do not care what he does otherwise, but if he angers that person again, they will find him wherever he hides and return. Back in the system room, Eve complains to Hyun-woo that he left her in the cold too long. Hyun-woo tells her she should have called him, and she snaps back that she was under a restriction. Her complaint makes him pause and ask what that restriction means. Eve explains that whenever the Guardian enters the system room, she cannot call the Guardian again for the next 5 days. Setting that aside, Hyun-woo asks whether any of his skills were upgraded this time, and tells Eve to open his information screen. His status shows slight improvement, with agility raised and his information authority still only at a mid-low tier. Noticing the agility increase, Hyun-woo asks whether there was any notification and whether anything else changed. Eve tells him the personality displays have been upgraded. She explains that the old personality labels were crude, but now they will be shown in a clearer and more understandable way. When Hyun-woo presses for more, Eve says further upgrades require his authority level to rise above mid-tier. That answer frustrates him, since his authority remains too low to unlock what he wants. As he sprawls on the couch lamenting how he will ever reach high tier, Eve suggests the climbers might answer his questions. She specifically points him toward climbers who may know more about the tower's secrets. Eve explains that among them are reclimbers, people who ascend the tower again even after reaching its peak, though she still does not know why. Hyun-woo immediately realizes those reclimbers might hold valuable information about the tower. He remembers the faker once saying the reason for climbing was to sit on the throne. Since that cryptic claim still makes no sense to him, Hyun-woo decides he needs to interrogate a reclimber whenever he meets one. With that thought settled, he gets ready to leave, but Eve urgently stops him. What she really wants is for him to build the game console she has been waiting for before he goes. Hyun-woo can only stare at her in exhausted disbelief. He slips away while Eve erupts in joy over the promised console. Later in Hanam, Hyun-woo arrives at a massive construction site and is stunned by the scale of what he sees. His disciple proudly explains that the enormous building under construction is a mansion being built for him. Hyun-woo can hardly accept that such a place is being called a house. Hyun discovers the land was originally designated for a new city project, making the extravagance even more shocking. Hyun-woo asks how much money his disciple poured into this, and she humbly says it is nothing compared to what she has received from him. Her evasive answer only makes him demand the actual amount more urgently. When she responds with unusual sweetness instead of fear, Hyun-woo becomes suspicious about why she is suddenly treating him so well. She offers to show him the interior, but he declines while privately wondering whether she has some hidden personality. Using his upgraded display, he sees that her personality is absolute loyalty directed entirely at Kim Hyun-woo. Nearby, Hyun hesitantly turns toward the Imperial Dragon with a nervous question. Her awkward approach is so strange that the Imperial Dragon bluntly asks whether she is some kind of pervert. The absurd exchange makes Hyun recoil in disbelief. The scene shifts to the finished estate's secure exterior, emphasizing just how lavish the new residence is. Inside, Hyun angrily scolds Hyun-woo for saying something inappropriate to someone she still sees as a child, while he weakly argues otherwise. Hyun-woo realizes he has stepped into another awkward situation and can only sweat through it. Trying to change the subject, he asks his disciple whether she plans to return to China. She wonders if his question means her presence is making him uncomfortable, and he clarifies that the issue is her status as a guild master. She answers with complete sincerity that the place she should be is by her master's side. Flustered by that devotion, Hyun-woo tells her she can leave and should stop lingering outside his door. As she departs, Hyun notices the skull mark on her back and starts piecing together what is happening. He asks Hyun-woo directly whether something happened between him and the Imperial Dragon. Hyun explains that she was smiling brightly while praising Hyun-woo's thoughtfulness toward his disciple, and Hyun-woo begs him to forget he ever heard that. Hyun then asks when Hyun-woo is leaving for the United States. Hyun-woo is caught off guard to learn the International Hunters Association has publicly called him in for S-rank world ranking evaluations. When Hyun-woo remembers only the registration money, Hyun confirms that the rankings do pay well, though the real prestige matters even more. Now wealthy, Hyun-woo wonders whether he really needs to bother going at all. Hyun advises him to go, explaining that placing in the world rankings is an honor reserved for the absolute elite. With nothing pressing to do, Hyun-woo casually decides he might as well attend. A few days later in the United States, he arrives at the vast headquarters and is impressed by its enormous scale. When he asks whether the entire sprawling complex belongs to the World Hunter Organization, his disciple confirms that it does. She even offers to build him a park of similar size, and he immediately tells her that is far too much. Hyun spots a familiar figure and greets Mr. Liam after a long time apart. Liam warmly returns the greeting to Hyun and recognizes Kim Hyun-woo as well. Hyun introduces Liam as Senator Liam L., or a member of the Supreme Council, and Liam invites them to address him casually. Liam shakes Hyun-woo's hand and says he has been watching his performance with great interest. He also notices that the Imperial Dragon came along, extending polite attention to her as well. The Imperial Dragon answers his greeting with a flat silence that leaves Liam awkwardly smiling. When Hyun asks whether a senator personally came to greet them, Liam admits he is simply a fan of Kim Hyun-woo. Hyun-woo confirms he came for no reason other than to have his world ranking measured. Liam tells them to follow him and personally leads the way inside. He opens a secured chamber with a special access device. Inside, Liam explains that this is the room where S-rank hunters are officially ranked. He points to a glowing orb and says that touching it will compare the user against stored data from other hunters and assign a rank. Hyun-woo finds the process anticlimactic, but Liam says simplicity is best for something this important. Hyun-woo studies the orb with growing curiosity and suspicion. He steps forward alone as the others watch in tense anticipation. Placing his hand on the orb, he lets the ranking process begin. Hyun and Liam lean in nervously, waiting for the result. Instead of a rank, strange blue windows begin appearing around Hyun-woo. He can only stare in baffled confusion as the system behaves abnormally. Elsewhere, a blue-haired guild master finishes a hunt with her team and is praised by her subordinates. Catching her breath, she remarks that the monsters felt unusually strong this time. On reflection, she decides the monsters were not stronger so much as smarter than before. She laughs off the thought as overthinking and checks her phone instead. A news alert about top hunters gathering for the International Hunters Association anniversary makes her worry that Hyun-woo might cause trouble again. She notes that Hyun went with him too, but that only partly reassures her because he is unstable in his own way. A few days earlier, at Guild Seoul, she had proposed delaying the Labyrinth expedition by 2 weeks. She explained that Seok-won had agreed and that they could all use the break. Her subordinate immediately guessed she wanted to follow Hyun-woo instead and nervously asked if she was really staying behind. She initially denied it and tried to end the meeting, but he stopped her. Once alone with her, he admitted he had something personal to ask. She turned back, surprised and uncertain about where the conversation was going. Embarrassed, he asked what kind of gifts a girl might like. The question stunned her into silence. The story returns to the Ares Guild, where another crisis is unfolding. Reports pile up that Ares' stock has crashed after Martin Brand's death, and that all of his artifacts have vanished as well. For the acting leader, the financial damage is severe, but he knows the real problem lies elsewhere. He explodes in rage at Kim Hyun-woo, furious over the demand for 40% of their dungeons. Before he can continue venting, someone suddenly enters his office. He turns to rebuke the intrusion, only to be shocked when the visitor is Mason. Mason, a member of the International Hunters Association's High Council, greets him with open contempt and calls him a coward. When asked why he came, Mason says he had a significant relationship with Martin Brand. The acting leader quickly realizes Martin and Mason must have been close. Seeing the ruined office and the guild's instability, Mason remarks that the situation looks bad, prompting an apology. Mason offers assistance, immediately giving the desperate man hope. But Mason makes clear he is not helping for the acting leader's sake, only to preserve Martin's guild until Martin returns. With a hand on the man's shoulder, Mason begins laying out the price of that help. Smiling pleasantly, he tells the acting leader that from now on he only needs to obey Mason's orders. Back in the ranking chamber, Hyun-woo stands under the flickering windows as the system continues malfunctioning around him. The display finally spits out an impossible result, unable to calculate. Hyun-woo demands to know why the ranking system is reacting like this, while Liam can only study the anomaly in confusion. Liam admits that nothing like this has ever happened before, and Hyun asks to test the orb herself. Her result comes back as rank 172, making her realize her standing has actually fallen. Since the orb still works for others, Liam concludes the device is not broken and wonders what Hyun-woo's abnormal result truly means. Even the Imperial Dragon says she has never seen such a thing, then dismisses the whole matter by insulting Hyun-woo as a lowly peasant. Offended, she loudly declares that her master is the sky itself and obviously above all rankings, until Hyun-woo cuts her off. Annoyed that the trip seems pointless, Hyun-woo says he came all this way for nothing, and Liam hurriedly suggests they cool off at the banquet instead. Liam tempts him by promising a grand anniversary banquet with enough food to satisfy anyone. As evening falls, Hyun-woo decides there is little else to do and hopes the rest of the day will at least be worthwhile. The banquet begins with lavish dishes laid out in abundance. After eating well, Hyun-woo is visibly pleased, and Liam happily notes that the meal seems to have improved his mood. Liam starts to say something to Hyun-woo, but another arrival interrupts the moment. Hyun-woo and Liam both turn in surprise toward the newcomer, while the Imperial Dragon looks on with interest. The newcomer is Tank Track Rock, the world's third-ranked S-ranker. Tank laughs off Liam's status and says he has no time for an old man trying to entertain him. Hyun quietly warns Hyun-woo that this hunter is notorious and best avoided. He explains that Tank is infamous for abusing his power, conducting illegal business openly, and being regarded by many as little better than a murderer despite lacking official convictions. Recognizing Hyun-woo, Tank recalls him as the upstart who gained fame after stopping a catastrophe and sneers at him. He steps right up to Hyun-woo and warns him to stop messing around. To provoke him further, Tank grabs Hyun-woo by the collar and boasts that he knows exactly how to deal with bastards like him. Hyun-woo only smiles back and says that if anyone is going to say that, it should be him. Tank lunges at Cook, convinced he is the one who will teach the upstart a lesson. Liam tries to stop the clash, warning that a fight here will only make things worse. Before anyone can intervene, Tank is violently knocked off balance and sent crashing down. Cook answers Tank's threat with a grin, making it clear the lesson will go the other way around. He unleashes Overlord's fist and slams Tank with overwhelming force. The blow blasts Tank through the hall and into the structure itself. Cook casually brushes it off and wonders if he may have hit too hard. Tank rises furious and charges back in, cursing Cook without restraint. A witness realizes Cook is using Tank's famed innate ability, something he had only heard rumors about. The power is identified as indestructible immortality, Tank's signature defensive talent. Tank digs into the floor and tears up a massive slab to turn the battlefield into a weapon. He hurls the broken stone at Cook with brute force. Cook is intrigued rather than alarmed by the counterattack. He sidesteps the incoming debris with ease, amused by the attempt. Tank follows immediately with a heavy punch, trying to catch him at close range. The attack detonates into the floor, but Cook slips away before it can land. As the hall erupts in chaos, Liam panics and urges Cook to run before the situation spirals further. Liam sees Tank being pushed back and fears that if this continues, Mason's faction will only gain more leverage. Cook keeps taunting Tank from the dust, insisting the gap between them is absolute, while Liam begs for the fight to stop. Tank suddenly reappears behind Liam and Liam freezes as the giant dismisses Cook's attacks as meaningless. Cook steps out from the wreckage unharmed and announces that now it is his turn. He closes the distance so fast that Tank barely registers him before he is already in striking range. Cook draws back a fist, preparing a precise counter at point-blank range. The strike lands with explosive force and drives Tank downward. Tank crashes into the floor and curses as he struggles to recover. Cook realizes Tank can endure far more punishment than expected and cheerfully decides to use him as a test dummy for martial arts practice. The spectators can only stare as the beating continues beyond what should be survivable. Liam admits Tank's durability is extraordinary if he can last this long against Cook. At last Tank is knocked flat and left sprawled helpless on the ground. Cook poses over his fallen opponent, relieved that the fight is finally over. Only then does Liam remember that Tank is ranked 3rd in the world, making the result even more absurd. As news of the victory spreads instantly, Cook innocently wonders whether beating Tank means he now holds 3rd place. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a secluded temple shrouded in ominous red light. Behind its sealed doors, something ancient and dangerous waits in silence. Inside, Mu Xin sits in meditation, while dark energy coils around him like living madness. A voice congratulates him, acknowledging the completion of a long-awaited transformation. An older master praises Mu Xin as the greatest demon in the world and declares the Hyolma divine technique perfected. He adds that Mu Xin's easy mastery of the Hyolan method that suppresses madness was only to be expected. Mu Xin rises and turns, listening without visible excitement. The master says that for someone who has absorbed the martial arts of both Qianma and Jiangpa, such an achievement is only natural. He then asks Mu Xin whether he already knows what he must do next. Mu Xin's red eyes sharpen with purpose. He answers that he will climb to the top in order to meet his first teacher, revealing himself as the world's #1 S-class hunter. Back in the present, a phone displays breaking news that Kim Hyun-woo has defeated Tank in Washington. A blue-haired woman admits she expected Hyun-woo to cause trouble, but not on this scale. Her companion says Hyun-woo will be fine because he is strong enough to survive whatever follows. She worries instead that his greatness could become catastrophic precisely because it is his greatness. Remembering his past, she reflects that he once crushed the rotten world of hunters. And in doing so, he had looked almost disappointed by how easy it all was. Her companion concludes that Hyun-woo is a man with many sides, too complex to judge simply. The woman then changes the subject and asks whether he has heard anything recently about Kim Shur-hyun. Caught off guard, he asks why she suddenly wants to know. She reveals her suspicion that Shur-hyun may now have a girlfriend. The thought seems to delight her more than it should. Nearby, Shur-hyun overhears while holding a gift bag, and in the background Hyun-woo sits with Mi Ryong. Liam arrives and politely asks whether they like the accommodations. Shur-hyun apologizes on Hyun-woo's behalf for the previous day, but Hyun-woo dismisses the need for formalities. After the incident, the banquet is cancelled and Tank is carried away by emergency responders. With Tank gone, public attention shifts entirely onto Hyun-woo as the man who defeated him. Liam and the others persuade the exhausted Hyun-woo to remain at the hotel rather than leave immediately. Once there, Liam asks Hyun-woo for a private conversation if he has the time. Hyun-woo agrees and starts to leave with him, while Mi Ryong follows close behind. Hyun-woo abruptly orders Mi Ryong to stay where she is. She reluctantly obeys while Liam leads Hyun-woo away, her hostility toward Liam spiking sharply. Even after they leave, Mi Ryong's frustration shows in the force of her step. Left alone with Shur-hyun, she stands in awkward silence while he sits just as uncomfortable. The room fills with mutual tension as neither knows how to begin. Shur-hyun thinks it would be nice if they could become closer, but Mi Ryong's cold reserve makes him realize she is not as naturally sociable as she seemed around Hyun-woo. Trying to break the ice, he carefully addresses her by name. Mi Ryong turns to him and asks what exactly he wants to talk about. He decides the safest topic is Hyun-woo and asks how the two of them first met. She considers the question instead of rejecting it outright. Mi Ryong agrees to answer, but only if Shur-hyun accepts one condition first. He braces himself and asks what kind of condition she means. Blushing with unusual hesitation, she asks what sort of person Hyun-woo likes. Shur-hyun is stunned, then starts thinking through Hyun-woo's tastes and habits. His first guess is that Hyun-woo might simply like money. Mi Ryong accepts the answer at face value and abruptly leaves to act on it, leaving Shur-hyun baffled. He can only watch the door after she disappears. Still processing what just happened, he mutters in disbelief. Meanwhile, Hyun-woo calmly drinks tea as if the earlier destruction never happened. Liam apologizes for the tea and small talk, but Hyun-woo cuts him off and asks for the real reason he was summoned. Hyun-woo's bluntness forces Liam to drop the pleasantries and get to the point. Liam begins by bringing up Mason, another powerful leader within the association. He explains that Mason is backed by government officials and by top-ranked hunters, including the 1st, 3rd, and 6th in the world. Because Mason is moving carefully, Liam says he needs a new trump card on his own side. He openly asks Hyun-woo to stand with him. Hyun-woo listens without giving away his thoughts. When he returns to the suite afterward, he simply announces that he is back. Shur-hyun notes that the meeting ended much sooner than expected, and Hyun-woo confirms it did. Shur-hyun's attention goes straight to the wrapped box Hyun-woo brought back. Hyun-woo calls it a souvenir and dodges the question of who the gift is for by saying only that it is for someone. Shur-hyun lets that pass and instead asks what Liam wanted from him. Hyun-woo summarizes the offer as Liam saying he would not need to do anything directly. Shur-hyun realizes Liam only wanted Hyun-woo's visible support, because even a humble visit from him would shift the balance. He reminds Hyun-woo that Liam already has a 5th-ranked S-class disciple and ties to the Aries Guild, so Hyun-woo's name alone would be decisive. In that world, Hyun-woo's mere presence functions like a weapon. Shur-hyun explains that if rumors spread that Hyun-woo sided with Liam, even Mason would have to treat Liam differently. Hyun-woo asks what Liam offered in return for such support. With childish satisfaction, he reveals the real prize was permission to use teleportation whenever he wants. Sure, Hyun is startled that Liam agreed to that so easily and senses something strange about it. Hyun-woo adds that Liam also invited him to the top 50 banquet in 2 weeks and says the deal sounds decent enough to consider. At the Aries Guild headquarters, a subordinate reports to a congressman that the recent dispute has been settled and the unruly side has gone quiet. The congressman accepts the praise but remains focused on what comes next. Privately, the subordinate wonders what Hyun-woo is really planning and why he helped after Aries had already fractured beyond repair. The congressman reveals that the story about the Martin brand was only a pretext, not the true reason for Hyun-woo's involvement. Realizing he has asked too much, the subordinate reins in his curiosity and decides to protect only what is about to fall into his hands. The congressman notices his unease, and the man apologizes for being distracted by too many concerns. Instead of punishing him, the congressman says he has something to give him. He places an object into the subordinate's hands. The gift is a small black sphere whose purpose is not immediately clear. The congressman orders him to obey from now on and promises that if he helps properly, he will be taught how to control his guild members. That same night, rain falls over a hospital outside Washington. Inside, Tank lies bandaged in bed, still recovering from the beating. He wakes in pain, his body trembling despite his feigned toughness. As he sits up cursing, a visitor notes that he is finally awake. Tank recognizes the visitor as Mason and is immediately on edge. Mason reminds him that he warned him about Kim Hyun-woo, and Tank demands to know what kind of monster Hyun-woo really is. Tank explains that Hyun-woo inflicted pain through a body that should have been impenetrable and insists the technique resembled Mu Shin's martial art. That claim draws the attention of another silent figure in the room. Tank turns in shock as the hidden listener reacts. Mu Shin steps forward and greets them after a long absence. Mason immediately asks whether the unnamed preparation they discussed has been completed, and Mu Shin confirms it has. Satisfied, Mason says that is good. He declares that Mu Shin has finished every preparation and that from now on it is their turn to move. 2 weeks later, the rescheduled banquet begins at a restored venue. Watching through the blinds, Liam worries that Kim Hyun-woo may not be coming after all. Someone asks whether he is still waiting for Hyun-woo. Eden, the world's 4th-ranked S-class, tells Liam to give up because Hyun-woo's absence likely means disinterest. Riley, the 7th-ranked S-class, dryly remarks that most people would at least send a reply instead of leaving them guessing. Liam answers that Hyun-woo is different and must have had his own reason for handling it this way. With no more time to wait, Riley tells Liam to go out and face the guests, and he reluctantly agrees. Liam enters the banquet hall with his allies, trying to project confidence despite his anxiety. Among the guests, Eden comments that high-ranking officials remain as crafty as ever, especially when international interests are involved. Riley observes that everyone present is busy forming connections and testing alliances. Liam makes polite conversation about the hall having already been restored after its collapse 2 weeks earlier. A companion suddenly calls Liam's attention to something unexpected in the crowd. Across the room stands a cluster of dangerous figures, including Tank and a familiar straw-hatted martial artist. Liam is stunned to realize the martial artist is Mu Shin. He and Riley cannot understand why Mu Shin has appeared after staying away from the association ever since reaching the top ranks. Liam feels a deep uneasiness and senses that something is terribly wrong. Mu Shin asks whether all the hunters have gathered, and a nearby official nervously confirms that everyone who came is already present. Hearing that, Mu Shin decides the moment has arrived. He seizes the official by the face and declares there is no reason to wait any longer. In the next instant, he launches his attack and the banquet erupts into violence. Mu Shin remains cold and expressionless as blood and debris mark the start of the massacre. Liam can only stare in horror at the sudden betrayal unfolding before him. Elsewhere at the Arang Guild, a woman calls out for her older brother with urgency. She insists they should continue their discussion somewhere else, signaling that another crisis is about to begin. When the blue-haired woman questions the secrecy around the guild's ritual room, the black-haired assistant reminds her this is their guild's private space. The guild master casually admits he blocked access on purpose, and when the woman suggests moving elsewhere, he treats restarting everything as no big deal. That suggestion shocks the exhausted assistant, who realizes he is serious. She nervously points out that changing locations would erase all the work already done, making him pause. He coldly asks why that matters, leaving her on the verge of despair. The assistant confesses she hates the night shifts, but he tells her she could work comfortably if she simply accepted the change. She explains the magic circle can only be drawn after work, and redrawing it would cost her at least 2 more weeks of sleepless labor. The blue-haired woman offers to replace her daytime duties so she can redraw it in the morning, instantly winning the assistant's gratitude. Overjoyed, the assistant pledges herself to the guild master while he awkwardly accepts her exaggerated devotion. The blue-haired woman then turns the conversation to whether he has accepted Liam's proposal. He admits the magic circle would make traveling around the world convenient, recalling Liam's offer. When she notes the circle is meant for climbers, not ordinary travel, he shrugs that constant movement makes the shortcut appealing anyway. He decides that being late and letting people die would be unacceptable, strengthening his interest in the offer. As he starts to ask the time, a violent disturbance interrupts him from elsewhere in the building. Cries for help echo through the hall, forcing him to stop and listen. He suddenly remembers the prisoner he captured earlier and realizes the man is still locked away. The blue-haired woman rushes to the sealed room as the forgotten captive screams in panic. When she opens the door, the prisoner begs not for freedom but for light, revealing the darkness itself has broken him. Startled by his outburst, she instinctively slams the door shut again. The guild master asks why she closed it, and she sheepishly admits she got scared. Inside, the prisoner curls on the floor, trembling and pleading desperately. He promises to reveal everything he knows if they save him, or at least let him see light again. The guild master dryly notes that less than a month of confinement has already become unbearable torture for the man. Hearing the promise of full cooperation, he prepares to make use of it. Before that can happen, the scene cuts to a devastated hall strewn with blood, rubble, and fallen bodies. In the middle of the massacre, survivors are hurled aside as someone warns everyone to run. A suited man with a monocle directs the remaining people toward an exit, trying to salvage an escape. Even while injured and terrified, he forces himself to keep command. He recognizes that multiple world-ranked S-class fighters have been wiped out in under 5 minutes, leaving him unable to grasp what happened. A hulking fighter behind him reminds him that he had warned this would happen. The monocled man flinches as the threat closes in. A blonde attacker launches a blazing strike at the giant, and the battle erupts around the fleeing survivors. The blonde man curses the enemy's madness as the slaughter continues. Another combatant with green hair is caught in a brutal exchange and driven back. As she collapses, she begs Liam to run while she still can. The monocled man watches helplessly as the fighters are cut down one after another. He demands to know why the attacker is doing this at all. The answer stands calmly amid the corpses, untouched by the carnage he created. The killer, Mu Xin, says the massacre is necessary for the destruction of the world. The monocled man can only stare, unable to understand such a motive. At that moment the guild master arrives with his disciple and takes in the ruined hall with irritation rather than fear. He clicks his tongue, annoyed by the mess before him. Mu Xin turns his attention from the massacre to the newcomer. The guild master asks why this place has once again been reduced to rubble. He leans over the monocled man and lightly demands a proper explanation. Instead of answering, the man asks if this newcomer is the one in question. Mu Xin confirms he means the man who defeated Tank. When asked his identity, the killer introduces himself simply as Mu Xin. The guild master blankly admits the name means nothing to him until his disciple explains Mu Xin is ranked first among S-classes, which he mocks as an embarrassingly grand title. Mu Xin declares that the guild master arrived at the perfect moment because he needs to eliminate him. As he raises a hand, he begins to explain his reason. Mu Xin states without emotion that he must kill this man in order to climb the tower. The guild master is caught off guard by that bizarre claim. Mu Xin immediately attacks, sending a crushing force straight at him. While reacting, the guild master repeats the phrase climbing the tower and starts connecting it to climbers. Using his information skill, he directly asks whether Mu Xin is a climber. The skill reveals Mu Xin's human identity as Xin Chun Wu, age 33, with monstrous stats and a unique skill called item memory regression. From that information, the guild master realizes Mu Xin is not yet a climber despite acting like one. Mu Xin confirms that he soon will be. He adds that to reach the end, he must abandon his current position, implying this world is only a stepping stone. A vortex of force forms as the guild master watches him prepare another move. Mu Xin closes in and insists he must kill him here and now. A fist flashes toward the guild master's face before he can fully react. He realizes he is dealing with a complete lunatic. Mu Xin's blow sends him flying across the hall. The guild master catches himself on the ground before being completely overwhelmed. Mu Xin follows with a rising strike that flips him violently into the air. The guild master manages to intercept the attack at close range, surprising Mu Xin by catching the technique. Pinned in the exchange, he notes that Mu Xin truly knows martial arts, making the fight far more dangerous. Trying to break the rhythm, he taunts Mu Xin with a joke about going sightseeing. He uses the opening to hurl himself away from Mu Xin. A portal tears open through the wall, and the guild master escapes outside into the night. His disciple runs after him, alarmed that he has been forced to retreat. She stops at the breach, watching the battle move beyond the building. The giant enemy blocks her path and gleefully challenges her, preventing her from following her master. She clicks her tongue, frustrated at being held back. Outside, a blinding clash erupts as Mu Xin pursues the guild master into the open. Mu Xin reaches him immediately, and tries to seize him before he can stabilize. He shifts his hand into another precise martial stance, preparing a finishing sequence. A murderous aura flares around Mu Xin as he descends like a demon. The guild master is battered by a storm of strikes and can barely stay standing. Through the pain, he recognizes just how dangerous Mu Xin is. He angrily calls Mu Xin a liar for claiming not to be a climber while radiating the same overwhelming pressure. That oppressive presence convinces him Mu Xin is effectively no different from the climbers he has already encountered. Mu Xin dismisses the complaint and lunges again, determined not to let his prey escape. In response, the guild master opens a dark red vortex of mana behind himself. He decides to go all out from the beginning and floods the battlefield with power. Mu Xin pauses, sensing that the fight has suddenly changed. His composure cracks for the first time as he notices something unexpected. He realizes the ambient mana around them is rapidly increasing. The guild master proudly reveals this surge is the result of the 2 weeks of research he invested earlier. He explains that Azura Nullifying Fist is slow and impractical in normal combat, but becomes deadly if the opponent can be immobilized. Since he cannot use the full 10-step extermination, he says the mana amplification from the mandala he prepared should still be enough. He credits the idea to the mana expansion technique he once saw from a god and adapts it for himself. Mu Xin braces as the surrounding energy swells beyond expectation. The guild master condenses that power into his palm. With a grin, he drives the gathered mana forward. He unleashes Azura Nullifying Fist in a massive beam-like strike. The attack detonates across the ground in a blinding explosion. Even from a distance, the blast tears up the courtyard and sends debris flying everywhere. When the smoke clears, the guild master is shocked to find Mu Xin has survived and closed the distance. Mu Xin stands in the crater with one hand raised, having endured the attack. He quietly studies the damage, more curious than frightened. Though intrigued that he was hurt at all, Mu Xin decides the exchange was still disappointing. He steps forward again with calm, deliberate confidence. Before the guild master can recover, Mu Xin appears beside him and voices his disappointment to his face. The guild master barely notices the strike coming from behind. Mu Xin smashes him down with a heavy blow that drives him into the ground. The guild master cries out as the impact rattles him. He skids and crashes across the broken pavement, struggling to rise. Mu Xin follows with another crushing descent, hammering him deeper into the ground. Mu Xin condemns the guild master's style as a mockery of true martial arts. The guild master snaps back that Mu Xin's opinion means nothing to him and rejects the idea that there is any single correct form of martial skill. Even while battered, he steadies himself and refuses to be cowed. Mu Xin lectures that the guild master's overflowing mana is merely crude power coursing through his blood, not refined technique. He boasts that after hundreds of years of practice, the guild master has no hope of defeating him. That claim makes the guild master realize Mu Xin cannot be an ordinary human at all. Reviewing the revealed stats, he notes that such numbers alone should not have made Mu Xin rank first. He concludes the true reason must be Mu Xin's unique skill, item memory regression. Mu Xin insists he is still a mortal human, but hints that the distinction is misleading. He explains that his skill grants him endless training time, letting him accumulate centuries of martial arts practice and temporarily transcend mortal limits. The guild master finds the explanation absurd, yet the evidence is standing right in front of him. He falls silent as the impossible logic settles in. Mu Xin decides that since the guild master keeps resisting, he will now show him the true meaning of martial arts. He plants his foot and gathers power for a decisive technique. His hand twists through a dark, ominous current as the atmosphere turns murderous. A shadowy martial aura blooms behind him while he declares he will demonstrate the real essence of martial arts. He launches the first move of the sequence with lethal precision. The guild master is blasted away again, unable to fully guard against it. Mu Xin stays on him relentlessly, appearing overhead before he can recover. He drives down with a Qiyama fist that slams the guild master into the ground. The impact erupts upward in a towering burst of force. The guild master coughs and struggles on all fours in the dust. Mu Xin immediately follows with another descending kick aimed at finishing him. He chains Blue Dragon Kick into reverse rotation kick, battering the guild master through the air. Without pause, he adds Bloody Wind Fist and Demonic Dragon Punch, turning the assault into a merciless combination. He continues with Heavenly Dragon Style, each name technique flowing seamlessly into the next. Then he invokes Northern Sky Divine Technique, summoning a vast circular force above the battlefield. That final strike crashes down in a radiant explosion that engulfs the area. Mu Xin emerges from the blast still composed, convinced the outcome is settled. Looking at the kneeling guild master, he admits his ability to endure such punishment is impressive. The guild master, bloody but grinning, acknowledges Mu Xin's overwhelming strength and realizes most others would already be dead. He briefly considers fleeing as he once did before, weighing survival against the cost. But he remembers his disciple is still nearby and understands that if he runs, she will become the next target. So he raises his hands into a guarded stance and chooses to keep fighting. Mu Xin notices the decision and reacts with mild interest. The guild master narrows his eyes, knowing he has reached a desperate point. Mu Xin also realizes he must use a forbidden technique to finish this, even though his body can no longer sustain it for long. At that same moment, the system rewards the guild master for surviving the unbearable assault by increasing his durability. Seeing his durability rise, the guild master breaks into a fierce grin as the battle turns in his favor again. Mu Xin acknowledges his opponent's nerve even as he corners him at night on the ruined rooftop. He coldly decides to finish the fight and gathers a dark, concentrated attack in his hands. With that resolve, he unleashes a technique called Mysterious Dragon Flying Attack. The dragon-shaped force tears forward so fast it seems certain to hit. But Kim Hyun-woo suddenly loses sight of Mu Xin and realizes his target has vanished. Mu Xin appears behind him and mocks his surprise. Caught off guard, Kim Hyun-woo whirls as Mu Xin drives another dark strike toward him. Mu Xin reveals he has adapted the Qiyama Fist in an unexpected way and uses it to counterattack. Kim Hyun-woo recognizes the trick too late and curses Mu Xin for turning his own lesson against him. The blow hammers Mu Xin backward across the ground and rattles his body. As he steadies himself, Mu Xin realizes Kim Hyun-woo's once chaotic mana is now controlled through a strange principle rather than simple reinforcement. Kim Hyun-woo decides to repay Mu Xin by using the same kind of martial response against him. He launches a copied combination of Blue Dragon Kick and Reverse Rotation Kick that slams into Mu Xin. Mu Xin spits out pain as the copied technique lands cleanly. Kim Hyun-woo grins, already preparing another move with growing confidence. He follows by invoking the Northern Sky Divine Technique and sends a spiraling force upward. Mu Xin drops to one knee in shock, unable to understand what he is seeing. Kim Hyun-woo taunts him, saying Mu Xin never noticed he had been studying him the whole time. He explains that he poured most of his mana into his eye to observe Mu Xin's refined mana flow and martial methods in detail. Mu Xin realizes Kim Hyun-woo is specifically talking about the martial arts principles he had been taught. Though the method damages his body, Kim Hyun-woo accepts the cost because it is his only chance to win. Mu Xin can only stare across the battlefield and call the feat impossible. Kim Hyun-woo confirms that he is learning techniques just by watching them, leaving Mu Xin shaken. He admits the question is fair, but insists that seeing and doing are normally worlds apart. Still, he says all his accumulated experience has finally let him bridge that gap. Combined with the immense mana he has maintained and his unusually broad chi channels, he claims he has made the impossible possible. Satisfied with that explanation, Kim Hyun-woo rushes in to test what he has learned. Elsewhere in the shattered banquet hall, the surviving onlookers take in the devastation around them. A monocled man realizes the situation has become disastrous. He worries that with stronger hunters down, and Mi Raung only 5th ranked, she cannot defeat the combined 3rd and 6th ranks. The huge bald fighter dismisses Mi Raung as just a small child despite the chaos around them. Mi Raung answers with icy contempt and tells him to leave. He laughs off the threat and mocks her for clinging to a corpse and borrowed lessons. Mi Raung admits she had wanted to stand back and let her master look impressive, but decides that is no longer possible. She concludes that if she leaves the man alive, he will remain a danger to her master, so she chooses to kill him herself. The bald fighter barely has time to react before she moves. In an instant she crushes him to the floor and pins him beneath her foot with overwhelming force. Her heel grinds his head into the crackstone, making clear how hopelessly outclassed he is. Watching this, the bald man is stunned by the sudden reversal. He realizes too late that her earlier weakness had hidden how dangerous she truly was. Mi Raung calmly tells him he would never have been safe either way. With murderous certainty, she declares that he has committed far too many sins. As terror overtakes him, she sentences him to a painfully deserved death. A violent burst of force erupts elsewhere, interrupting the moment with another clash. Back outside, Kim Hyun-woo and Mu Xin hurl themselves at each other through the air for another exchange. Kim Hyun-woo rains down a rapid series of strikes that drives Mu Xin back. Their collision detonates against the ground in a huge explosion of dust and debris. They reappear at close range, each trying to seize the advantage in hand-to-hand combat. Another impact blasts the ground apart as the fight escalates again. Mu Xin lands hard in a crater, coughing from the accumulated damage. Even while hurting, he grudgingly admits Kim Hyun-woo is becoming genuinely formidable. He concludes that what Kim Hyun-woo is doing goes beyond ordinary talent, and cannot be explained by genius alone. Believing only a true martial master can reach this level, Mu Xin decides to stop holding back and use all his power. Dark energy blooms around him in massive, petal-like waves that force Kim Hyun-woo to halt. Kim Hyun-woo braces against the pressure, and feels the attack's weight immediately. Then he freezes as he senses something far more monstrous emerging from Mu Xin. Mu Xin transforms into a horned, black-bodied form called Descendant Demon God. Hovering within a red-black aura, he mocks Kim Hyun-woo for no longer looking like a proper climber himself. He boasts that Kim Hyun-woo will never be able to imitate a transformation like this. Kim Hyun-woo answers that he can do something close enough. Smirking, he reminds Mu Xin that martial expertise is not his alone. He recalls a martial arts skill Kiyama once showed him, one he could not copy before. Now that he finally understands martial principles, he begins shaping that remembered form for himself. Mu Xin recognizes the outline of the technique, and is startled by what Kim Hyun-woo is becoming. Kim Hyun-woo manifests a thunderous form like the god of thunder, and declares the second round has begun. Meanwhile, Mi Raung stands atop the bald fighter's back as he groans helplessly beneath her. He curses her, and demands to know how she overpowered him so completely. In despair, he compares himself to Kim Hyun-woo and Mu Xin and asks why his own skills seem worthless beside theirs. Before he can finish, Mi Raung silences him with another crushing stomp. From above, the monocled observer watches the giant man flattened into the floor under her heel. Mi Raung dismisses his confusion as stupidity and says he is fixated on skills instead of martial arts themselves. Leaving him broken, she walks away past the hole blasted through the wall toward the battle outside. As she looks on, her expression softens with admiration for her master. Outside, another explosive clash of red and white force shakes the battlefield. Kim Hyun-woo dives straight at demonized Mu Xin with his new thunder-backed form. Their attacks collide head-on in a blinding burst. The impact throws both fighters apart across the ruined grounds. Kim Hyun-woo lands badly and realizes his body is close to falling apart from the strain. Seeing Mu Xin still standing strong, He fears he cannot win if things continue like this. He concludes the Thunder God technique is flawed in his hands, draining too much mana and pushing his body toward collapse. Worse, Mu Xin still appears nearly as powerful as before despite everything. Kim Hyun-woo steadies himself, and decides he has only one path left. At the same time, Mu Xin begins condensing another dark spiral and prepares to end it now. Face to face with the threat, Kim Hyun-woo resolves that he cannot afford to waste another second. He surges forward with grim focus before Mu Xin can complete the attack. Mu Xin releases a swirling deathly mass toward him, expecting it to overwhelm him. As Kim Hyun-woo moves, he senses the nature of the attack and suddenly understands what it is. He identifies the technique as a death spirit. Mu Xin notices his recognition and remarks that Kim Hyun-woo seems to know the phenomenon well. Kim Hyun-woo mocks the move as little more than a crude lump of mana rather than true martial arts. Mu Xin dismisses the criticism and insists the raw power alone will be enough to crush him. He compresses the death spirit further into a dense black core in his chest and hands. The core stabilizes into a lethal singular point of destructive mana. Mu Xin fires his ultimate move, Demon God Extermination. The black-red beam tears across the battlefield like a spear meant to erase everything in its path. Mu Xin is already certain that a direct hit from this should finish Kim Hyun-woo. But in the next instant, his confidence breaks as something impossible happens. Kim Hyun-woo meets the attack head-on and parts its force with a thundercharge counter. Mu Xin can only stare in disbelief while Kim Hyun-woo emerges from the blast almost casually. He realizes Kim Hyun-woo has blocked his death spirit with thunder itself. Kim Hyun-woo grins and says that since Mu Xin taught him earlier, it is now his turn to teach. He raises a refined version of the same principle and challenges Mu Xin to try blocking this improved attack. Mu Xin braces, instantly recognizing the danger in what Kim Hyun-woo has created. Kim Hyun-woo unleashes Thunder God's second coming in a blazing descent. The technique crashes down as a golden-white thunder strike wrapped in red-black force. The impact blooms into a blinding explosion that swallows the battlefield. Even the surrounding buildings are washed in the overwhelming flash. When the light clears, Kim Hyun-woo is still standing inside the fading radiance. A system message announces that he has defeated AK Cheon, the reverse list climber known as Mu Xin. Further notices say AK Cheon's climber rank is being reset, and Kim Hyun-woo's information authority has risen from low to medium. The system confirms his authority level and tells him he will be invited into the system in just over 3 days. Exhausted and confused, Kim Hyun-woo can only stare at the floating messages. His strength finally gives out, and he collapses beside the remains of the battlefield. Lying there, he tries to gather himself and understand what just happened. When he touches Mu Xin's discarded cloth, a record appears describing AK Cheon's incomplete origin, his reserve list status, and a mysterious labyrinth stone gauge at 0. Kim Hyun-woo is baffled by terms like reserve list and labyrinth stone, but Mi Raung calls out to him before he can think further. He looks up to see Mi Raung and the surviving observer approaching across the ruined ground. All he can manage is a tired laugh. He admits the battle was absurdly difficult. Still, despite the pain and exhaustion, he happily declares that he won. From a distance, an unnoticed surveillance device continues watching the aftermath. The camera lens focuses in, silently recording the scene. Far away, the feed reaches a dim chamber with a round table and empty high-backed chairs. There, a hooded subordinate reports that both the hidden climber and the newly born reserve were defeated. A masked figure with glowing eyes responds with amused admiration. He falls into thoughtful silence as he considers the implications. He recalls his earlier belief that there was no real crisis and begins revising that judgment. He reflects that living beings only evolve under crisis, and that the climber hierarchy may now be entering such a survival-driven growth phase. Another listener asks whether Kim Hyun-woo could become a crisis for the climbers themselves, and the answer is that it is possible. They note he has never met the highest-ranked climber, and that the reserve list candidate closest to matching him died before becoming a climber. Yet they add that the Guardian will never get to meet the highest-ranked climber anyway. The reason given is that the old constellation gods are avoiding the 8th floor, a claim the masked leader accepts. Back at the battlefield, medics arrive while Kim Hyun-woo lies resting and Mi Raung stays close beside him. As he sleeps with a faint smile, a distant watcher coldly predicts that his end will come soon enough. The next day at Guardian Guild headquarters, people begin talking about the news from the incident. Employees say the whole world is in shock over what happened at the Top 50 banquet. They describe it as a massacre and struggle to process the scale of it. At the same time, excited guild members rave that the battle footage is the most watched in the world and praise their guild leader as unbelievably cool. The hype grows so extreme that his name is said to be on every billboard, leaving one coworker overwhelmed by the absurdity. A report summarizes the disaster. Of 42 attendees, 33 died, and 4 of the 9 survivors were left too injured to remain hunters. Official statements avoid calling it a loss of power, but promise investigations into who caused the catastrophe. One employee notes that public attention has shifted towards celebrating a hero instead of dwelling on the danger. She bluntly identifies the phenomenon as media manipulation. Another explains that because so many top hunters were wiped out, the authorities needed a star to distract the public from panic. When someone worries the guild leader might dislike being used that way, the answer is that no one should mention it to him. Meanwhile in America, A blue-haired woman visits the badly injured Kim Hyun-woo in the hospital and asks about his condition. Wrapped in bandages from head to toe, he answers with sarcasm, making clear how terrible he feels. She points out that even after treatment from a healer with recovery abilities, he is still in awful shape, though he stubbornly insists that winning was what mattered. After saying she will return once the hospital paperwork is finished, she leaves him to rest while he agrees. Alone in bed, his battered body suddenly twitches, and he jolts with the sense that something is wrong. Kim Hyun-woo wakes in a hospital bed, feeling the painful aftereffects of forcing his power too far. He reflects that surviving such backlash at all is remarkable, since an ordinary person would have fallen into chi deviation. Staring at his bandaged hand, he quietly measures how much damage he barely escaped. Lying there in frustration, he regrets still not understanding the details of his power, and wishes he had someone to teach him instead of fumbling alone again. That thought leads him to remember the strange thing he already has access to and wonder if it might help. 2 days later, in Arb's space, he brings out AK Chion's source and asks the AI spirit whether she knows how to use it. Arb immediately recognizes it as the source left behind by Mu Xin. When Hyun-woo orders her to find a way to remove the labyrinth stone from him, Arb agrees to search for an answer. She dives into her information system to investigate the problem. After searching, Arb reports that she has found a relevant clue. She concludes that he needs to enter a labyrinth dungeon, because the stone seems tied to the tower's rule that climbers must clear dungeons to advance. Hyun-woo accepts that conclusion and starts planning around it. He then asks whether his recent growth granted him any new skills, and Arb tells him to open his status window. His stats have improved overall, and he discovers a new skill called psychology among his abilities. Arb explains that twice a day, with permission to access someone's information, he can read another person's thoughts. Hyun-woo judges it limited since it likely will not work on climbers, but still useful enough to keep. Arb adds that his notification ability can also pinpoint a climber's time and location with near-perfect accuracy. As she continues, her attention shifts towards some items nearby and Hyun-woo notices her hesitation. Arb admits she has something else to tell him. When Hyun-woo mistakes the object for a game console, Arb indignantly denies being only a gamer even as the moment undercuts her. Pressed to explain, she says this is not confirmed knowledge but a recent guess. She reveals that when she checked the black-haired bodyguard woman, her mind was filled almost entirely with devotion to her master. The sheer intensity of that thought stream makes Hyun-woo choke in shock. The bodyguard rushes to his bedside in concern, and he quickly covers by saying he only swallowed wrong. Using his new skill, he reads her anxious thoughts about his recovery and realizes he has seen far more than he was meant to. Changing the subject, he asks about Seo Yun and learns she already left through the magic circle after hearing he would soon be discharged. The bodyguard also warns him that people gathered on the first floor are waiting to make him uncomfortable. Looking outside, Hyun-woo realizes the crowd is made up of reporters and she offers to remove them if he orders it. He refuses, deciding it is better to face the attention directly with a press conference than let the issue keep growing. The moment he appears, reporters swarm him from every side with microphones and cameras. Overwhelmed by the barrage, he tries to calm them but cannot even finish a sentence. He finally snaps and shouts for everyone to shut up and let him through. In the chaos, he shoves one reporter aside without much care. He keeps forcing his way through the crowd, brushing people aside as irritation takes over. One reporter, John Michael of ACC, immediately judges Hyun-woo's behavior as atrocious and decides to make an example of him. John concludes that Hyun-woo is underestimating reporters and resolves to show him how dangerous the media can be. After an awkward pause, Hyun-woo tries to begin speaking more carefully. He starts to excuse himself due to poor health, but John cuts in before he can control the room. John loudly asks whether the rumor is true that Hyun-woo used the banquet massacre to kill hunters he personally hated. The crowd freezes as the accusation lands and all attention locks on to Hyun-woo. Hyun-woo stops him from twisting the silence into an admission and demands the reporter wait. Then he smiles in a way that suggests he has found a better angle. Reading John's smug satisfaction, Hyun-woo coldly tells him to get lost instead of answering the trap. John is thrown off, and Hyun-woo immediately asks where he even heard such a claim. When the answer comes back as the internet, Hyun-woo presses for specifics and exposes that no one can actually name a source. He then declares there will be no interview at all unless John leaves within 30 seconds. At that signal, the black-haired bodyguard summons a masked subordinate to act. She orders the subordinate to take care of the reporter, and he accepts without hesitation. Leaving the matter in her subordinate's hands, she departs as if the outcome is already settled. Some time later, the scene shifts away from the hospital. People online read that John's rude question ended the conference, and that Hyun-woo, unusually, told him to leave very politely. Hyun finds that description unbelievable and senses Hyun-woo's manner itself seems to have changed. When Hyun-woo returns home, Hyun welcomes him back and is relieved to hear he is recovering. Hyun-woo casually mentions that he needs to enter a dungeon soon. Hyun assumes he is going back to dungeon work for profit or artifacts, but Hyun-woo says he only needs to confirm something. Hyun-woo says he wants to go with Hyun's guild rather than his own. He explains that without a map, navigating a labyrinth dungeon would be extremely difficult. The bodyguard agrees and warns that getting lost in a labyrinth with no rest points and sudden monster spawns would be disastrous. They settle on going together the following week, with Shurhyun promising to share the location the day before. As the plan is made, Hyunwoo absently pats the bodyguard's head and she flushes with obvious delight. That reaction makes Hyunwoo pause as a memory clicks into place. He recalls that the pink-haired girl had reacted the same way when he patted her head. That resemblance prompts him to ask about the girl's condition. Elsewhere, the pink-haired girl stands in a thorn-filled place as someone wonders whether that kid is doing alright. The black-haired woman remembers that while trapped in the tutorial tower, she once tried the idea of training a disciple and escaping through them, but it failed. Even so, she recalls that the girl herself had first asked to become her disciple. Though she did not teach the girl true martial arts at first because of her childish phase, she still trained her because the girl wanted strength. In the end, she decided the training might prove useful someday. Back in the present, Hyunwoo reassures himself that no news probably means the girl is still fine. Shurhyun notices Hyunwoo drifting into thought again and lets him be. A new article on Shurhyun's phone suddenly catches his attention. It reports that John Michael, already disgraced after the press conference, has now gone missing after stepping down from his post. Shurhyun suspects this disappearance does not fit the way Hyunwoo usually handles things. Meanwhile, the bodyguard remains blissfully absorbed in the memory of Hyunwoo's affection. Watching all this, Shurhyun privately resolves to treat Hyunwoo more kindly. At the Korean branch of Ares, Kim Hyunwoo arrives to meet Mr. Coward. Inside the conference room, Coward steels himself for a conversation he has been dreading. He panics over the deadline and the prospect of losing more than 40% of his shares to Hyunwoo. He also realizes he cannot ask Mason for help because Mason's side is already too exposed. The banquet massacre has made the world focus on the hunters aligned with Mason as the likely instigators. Whether Mason directly ordered it or not, public scrutiny now surrounds him too tightly to move freely. Worse still for Coward, the political fallout has strengthened Liam's position. Coward is jolted from his thoughts when Hyunwoo enters. Hyunwoo greets him with easy familiarity, immediately taking control of the mood. Once seated, Hyunwoo says he wants to hear Coward's answer. Coward starts to stall by saying he will try to negotiate the percentage down, but Hyunwoo cuts him off. Hyunwoo says he dislikes long talks and wants to keep things simple. He orders Coward to answer only yes or no from this point on. When Coward protests, Hyunwoo bluntly frames the deal as a cheap price for erasing Ares' crimes and keeping the guild alive. Coward sees at the extortion, but before he can lash out, Hyunwoo plays a recording. The recording captures a terrified man begging to be let out and promising to confess everything. It continues with the man screaming not to be locked in the warehouse again, revealing prolonged abuse. Hyunwoo asks if Coward recognizes the voice, and Coward realizes in horror that it belongs to number 6. Hyunwoo reminds him there is no escape and offers one last piece of advice before forcing a decision. He warns that if Coward rejects the proposal, Ares will become even worse off than it already is. Coward is shaken into silence by the threat. Hyunwoo leans in and says he has one final question. With a smile that feels like a threat, he asks whether Coward truly wants to see this matter through to the end. Coward finally breaks and answers no. The story then shifts to Hanam City. In a grand house, Mi Raung listens as a subordinate reports that by removing outside interference, they can seize full control of nearby guilds. The subordinate confidently predicts total possession of the surrounding guilds once the last obstacles are gone. Mi Raung calmly praises the work, clearly pleased. Her aide is startled by how openly radiant her smile has become compared with her former cold reserve. He realizes she now behaves like a completely different person, all because of her attachment to her master. Mi Raung then asks whether the reporter was handled properly. Her subordinate apologizes and reports that a third party interfered. The evidence suggests the reporter was kidnapped after a struggle, and by the time they searched, he was already gone. Mi Raung's expression hardens as she demands to know who took him. The aide nervously offers her a tablet with the only clue they found. The clue is a symbol stamped into the desk, as if the kidnapper wanted their identity noticed. Mi Raung finds that deliberate message strange and orders an investigation into the symbol. Having given the order, she dismisses the matter for now. She also dismisses her aide, though he hesitantly asks how long she plans to be away from her position. Mi Raung says that when her master leaves for China, she will go with him and entrust the guild's management to this aide in her absence. The aide is stunned that Mi Raung, who trusts almost no one, is acknowledging him at all. Overcome with gratitude, he vows to do his best while Mi Raung melts into thoughts of her master. Back in Chanhodong, Hyunwoo chooses to stay at Peryan's house because it feels more comfortable. When Shurhyun asks how the Ares negotiation went, Hyunwoo says it went well and should be resolved in 2 weeks, though he still has something else to handle first. At the same time, Coward's thoughts reveal that he intends to exceed the agreed limit and secretly install something in a dungeon just as Mason instructed. He convinces himself he has no choice but to follow Mason's order. Reading this through psychology, Hyunwoo realizes Coward is tied to Mason more deeply than expected. Rather than ignore that connection, Hyunwoo decides it would be rude to let Coward proceed unchecked. The next scene moves to the Ghost Sewer A-class dungeon in Wojongbu. Inside the foggy tunnels, skeletal monsters shuffle through the darkness. Among them, a terrified Ares executive hides himself, while undead pass nearby. He stays pressed against the wall, relying on stealth and praying not to be noticed. The hidden man is revealed as Oh Suk-hyun from Ares' executive department. He thinks that his hide skill keeps monsters away, but he still hates being alone in such a place. Clinging to ambition, he tells himself that if he obeys Coward and buries the object, he can be promoted. He kneels to bury the item in the sand, repeating Coward's instructions to reassure himself. Before he can finish, someone steps onto his hand and stops him cold. Looking up, he finds Hyun-woo casually greeting him in the middle of the dungeon. Suk-hyun is so shocked he can barely process what he is seeing. Hyun-woo cheerfully remarks that they are a little late. Back at the house 6 hours later, Hyun-woo lounges with Mi-raung while Suk-hyun, now captured, begs his guild leader to save him. Coward realizes with despair that he is completely trapped. Trying to salvage anything, he asks for a talk and weakly calls for his bodyguard. Instead of rescue, a masked enforcer seizes him from behind. More masked figures close in, making it clear he has no allies here. Hyun-woo leans close and tells him the game is over and there is no escape. Coward collapses screaming as Hyun-woo dismisses the noise with bored annoyance. Hyun-woo tells him they are already going easy on him and to stop overreacting. Then Hyun-woo pauses, noticing something about Coward's response. He jokes that from appearances alone he looks like the villain here, even though Coward is the criminal. Coward wonders in panic how Hyun-woo keeps uncovering everything, and Hyun-woo immediately calls out that exact thought. For a moment, even Hyun-woo seems amused by how transparent the man has become. Mi-raung coldly tells Coward that since he knows he is doomed, he should start begging for forgiveness, though she is unimpressed that all his reactions are identical. Hyun-woo picks up the buried object and offers to explain how he traced the scheme. He reveals that every one of Coward's guild members used the same method, and Coward can only scream as the pattern of his crimes is fully exposed. Kim Hyun-woo forces the terrified assistant guild leader to reveal everything he knows, driving him to the floor with sheer pressure. When the man hesitates, Kim coldly threatens to smash his skull with a stone if he keeps withholding the truth. The captive panics and begs for a chance to explain before Kim carries out the threat. He begins by recalling an earlier meeting in the Ares Guild, where he was told to plant a strange black sphere in a dungeon Kim Hyun-woo would claim. Suspicious even then, he had asked what the object really was. The white-haired conspirator answered that it was a detonator. To make the plan clear, the man first checked whether his subordinate understood what a monster wave was. He explained that in the early days, when humanity barely understood dungeons, monster waves were one of the disasters that occurred. Because there were too few hunters to manage every dungeon, some remained uncleared for too long. When that happened, monsters burst out into the world and caused mass destruction, which was known as a monster wave. Satisfied that his listener understood, the white-haired man moved to the real point. He declared that he intended to create an artificial monster wave. His scheme was to frame Kim Hyun-woo for negligent management, ruin him publicly, and then seize the dungeon afterward. As payment for cooperation, he promised to later reveal how to control the guild itself. Back in the present, the captive finishes recounting that conspiracy to Kim and his companions. Kim immediately finds part of the story inconsistent. The woman points out that Mason had no reason to join such an elaborate plot just to remove Kim if they were not even directly connected then. She concludes that either the story is false, or there was another hidden motive behind Mason's involvement. The captive hurriedly insists he is not lying and admits he also found the arrangement suspicious at the time. Kim realizes that Mason may have pretended to help while secretly pursuing his own agenda behind the scenes. Thinking it through, Kim guesses Mason must have accepted the proposal because it serves some larger purpose. The story shifts to Washington, where the white-haired mastermind broods over a chessboard and a drink after his plan has gone wrong. Clicking black pieces in his hand, he bitterly reflects that events did not unfold as intended. He laments Mu Xin's failure, since that massacre had been a crucial step toward destroying Doom on the 9th floor. For the first time, he wonders whether he underestimated the situation. He recalls that when he first reached the 9th floor, he thought it would be easy to bring that world down. After meeting Hasbound Martin, he became certain and joined him in a long-term plan to destroy the world step by step, knowing the lower-class climber lacked the power to do it alone. Everything proceeded smoothly for years until only the final stage remained. Through the Hasbound Guild and his own influence, he monopolized dungeons worldwide and gathered Mu Xin and other hunters to his side. If the detonator in the Ares dungeon and Mu Xin's slaughter had happened together, he believes the 9th floor would already have been destroyed. Instead, ever since Kim Hyun-woo opened the gate and emerged from the tower, every climber who went up to the 9th floor has died there. Even Hasbound himself was killed, though the things he left behind remained in play. The mastermind admits he underestimated Ares' assistant guild leader, thinking the man was clever but controllable and not worth serious attention. That complacency ended when Mu Xin was defeated by the guardian Kim Hyun-woo. Realizing his plans are unraveling, he crushes his glass in frustration. He steadies himself and suppresses the anger. Deciding not to panic, he turns to a backup plan. He resolves to rely on the secret organization he built in the shadows while focusing too much on Mu Xin. Checking on that hidden force, he discovered it had grown independently and become absurdly powerful. The result of that neglect is revealed. He now commands a vast stockpile of black detonators and feels renewed confidence. As he savors that advantage, an unseen visitor remarks that he seems pleased. The mastermind whirls around in shock when Kim Hyun-woo suddenly appears in front of him. Kim cheerfully identifies himself, making the white-haired man recoil in disbelief. Kim mocks how accurately Ave keeps deducing the truth, forcing the mastermind to confront that Kim has pieced everything together. The white-haired man recalls Ave's theory that Mason was actually a climber left behind on the 9th floor. Ave had explained that before the first crevasse appeared, there was no trace of Mason anywhere in public records or news. Then Mason suddenly surfaced, became entangled in suspicious affairs, and had a deep connection to Mu Xin, who was on the reserve list. Ave reasoned that Mu Xin could only have learned the world's hidden truth if someone like Mason had told him. Kim presents this as only an observation, but one strong enough to corner the mastermind. Ave had warned Kim not to chase Mason recklessly because his body had not fully recovered yet. Kim ignored the caution, saying he had been waiting a long time to deal with Mason personally. He adds that Mason has already gathered enough incriminating evidence to be exposed. When Mason demands to know how Kim got inside, Kim refuses to explain and quietly invokes his information authority. Mason confirms with alarm that Kim truly is a climber. Kim immediately lunges to attack before Mason can regain control of the situation. A storm of blue force erupts as Kim warns Mason to start running like the rat he is. The attack continues to descend with overwhelming speed and force. Mason is blasted upward by the strike and cries out in pain. Kim closes in from above, pressing the assault before Mason can recover. He follows with a full-power blue meteor kick aimed straight at Mason's head. The impact tears through the mansion grounds in a violent explosion of debris. Mason survives the blast and rises furious, cursing Kim. Before he can recover fully, another shock slams him face-first into the ground. A new voice addresses Mason by name, interrupting the fight. Kim stands over him with a red-black vortex of power swirling behind him and declares he wants to end this quickly. Mason braces himself and begins to think through a counterattack. Then a commanding voice orders the battle to stop, freezing the moment. Red restraints suddenly coil around Kim, halting his movement mid-strike. Kim is startled when his body stops responding. He realizes in shock that he cannot move at all. Mason rises and notes, with satisfaction, that his control has taken hold. Kim is hurled away and crashes hard across the stone courtyard. Mason regains his composure and looks down on him coldly. Enraged, Mason unleashes a devastating counterattack and curses Kim. Kim is sent skidding helplessly across the ground by the force. As strange symbols shimmer around him, Kim wonders why his body suddenly became as rigid as stone. Mason mocks him for barging into his territory without understanding the trap. Opening a book-like artifact, Mason asks whether Kim really thought he could defeat whatever was waiting here. The entire mansion grounds are revealed to be engulfed in a vast field of Mason's power. Mason says he had intended to leave Kim to someone else, but now sees no problem with killing him personally. He formally introduces himself as the voice of the people, Unryong-sa. He boasts that this carefully built limited area is his domain, and that no one can beat him inside it. Even while dazed, Kim quickly grasps that Mason's power only works properly within this bounded zone. Mason confirms it, and thinks that Kim is the one guardian he could never kill outside such conditions. He explains that Unryong is nearly perfect within a limited area but weak beyond it, and that Kim foolishly stepped into the domain on his own. With Kim pinned and the book hovering nearby, Mason asks if he has any last words. Kim says he has just one question before dying. He asks how many climbers there are. Mason finds the question amusing and assumes Kim is already in despair. He refuses to answer directly, calling it pointless for someone about to die. Instead, he says only that climbers are still appearing even now. Kim sees through the evasion and decides to ask one final question. He asks whether Mason knows anything about reclimbers. Mason explains that reclimbers are those who fell from the constellation, lost their authority, and were cast out. To regain what they lost, those former gods climbed the tower again. Kim is taken aback by the revelation that reclimbers are fallen gods. Mason ends the conversation, saying he has already shown more mercy than Kim deserves before death. As Mason talks, cracks of red energy begin spreading through Kim's immobilized body. Mason smugly assumes Kim can do nothing but suffer under the control. Then he suddenly notices in horror that Kim is moving anyway. Mason cannot understand how movement is possible inside his limited area and stumbles back in panic. Kim tells him calmly that he saw through the trick from the start. He explains that Unryong is nothing mystical at all, only a technique that manipulates mana. Desperate, Mason issues direct commands for Kim to stop moving, stop breathing, and obey. He escalates the control to an order for Kim to kill himself. Kim answers by forcing his own hand through the mana bindings and tearing the control apart. Red-black power erupts from Kim as he breaks free completely and advances with a grin. Mason can only choke out a pained gasp as the reversal begins. Kim reflects that his battle with Mu Xin taught him something useful. He says he does not know the technique's formal name, but he learned how to strip away mana that has spread through the body's channels. He remembers that the Guardian once used the same principle to block the Azura nullifying fist, and admits he still lacks experience with it. Now that he understands enough, Kim launches himself forward while declaring he is using that skill. He unleashes the Overlord's Phantom Kick, a red-black strike that crashes toward Mason. The attack slams down like a meteor and detonates across the domain. A blinding explosion tears through the limited area and the mansion around them. As the blast settles, Kim notes that Mason himself was never especially formidable. Then he realizes something is wrong because no system notice appears after the attack. Kim understands that he received no confirmation of Mason's death. Looking over the ruined mansion, he concludes Mason must have escaped. Elsewhere inside the shattered estate, someone coughs in the smoke. Mason is revealed alive but badly injured, slumped on a throne in a hidden chamber. He admits he would have died without teleporting away, and that the damage has wrecked his body. Even so, he decides he can endure it because his backup plan still remains. That backup is the secret organization he grew from an underground Mexican group into a covert network spanning Europe, which he believes will let him start over. Reassured by that thought, he smiles to himself. Then he notices someone has arrived and greets the newcomer, as if expecting them. The newcomer approaches through the dim hall without hesitation. It is the purple-haired woman with the horned skull ornament, accompanied by one of Mason's suited men. She smiles faintly, giving away nothing about her intentions. The scene shifts to the International Hunter Association. There, a senior official is handed an audio file and asked to examine it. Kim sits across from him in a conference room and tells him to listen before asking questions. The official listens in silence, his expression tightening. As Mason's recorded confession plays, the official is stunned by what he hears. Recognizing the voice discussing the destruction of the 9th floor, he realizes the recording is explosive evidence. Kim watches his reaction with quiet satisfaction. The recording explicitly identifies the speaker as Unraung Sa. The official asks whether the recording can truly be trusted. Kim answers that Mason's disastrous role is shocking but undeniable. The official quickly sees the political value, realizing this evidence can finally crush Mason's faction within the association. He notes that Mason remained influential even under suspicion, but this recording is powerful enough to sink his allies completely. Turning practical, he asks Kim what he wants in return for bringing such a weapon to him. Kim says he only wants a small favor: manipulation of the media. He explains that he wants reporters kept off his back and no more public disturbance. Kim frames it as a win-win deal, since the official gets to erase Mason's forces while Kim gains peace. The official agrees, saying that if he privately releases the file and rises to the top, he can manage the fallout and cover up, sealing their bargain. As Kim prepares to leave, the official stops him. He asks Kim one more thing before he goes. He reveals he saw news of a massive mana explosion at Mason's mansion that morning, hinting that he suspects Kim was involved. Kim Hyun-woo confronts a congressman directly and demands to know whether he killed Mason. The congressman feigns thoughtfulness instead of answering at once, testing Kim Hyun-woo's reaction. He denies killing Mason for now, making it clear Mason is still alive and unfinished business. He explains that he and Ni Raung searched the ruined mansion, found no trace of Mason, and concluded he escaped. Since hidden climbers normally vanish upon death and no notice appeared, Kim Hyun-woo realizes Mason survived. Though annoyed at being dragged back into political trouble, he decides he has to hunt Mason down again. He immediately orders the congressman to begin searching for Mason on his behalf. The congressman is caught off guard by how abruptly Kim Hyun-woo takes control of the situation. Elsewhere, a purple-haired woman carrying a sword enters a grand hall with calm confidence. A white-haired man on a throne notes her exhaustion, and she says she had other matters to settle. She reveals those matters involved Kim Hyun-woo, whom she bitterly calls an obstacle. Her master reacts with interest, and she answers with a knowing smile that she expected his curiosity. She says Kim Hyun-woo has delayed their secret plans and treats that inconvenience as a reason for action. The ruler reassures her that thanks to her work the organization has grown enough for him to move openly into the world. She rejects the idea that she merely served him, forcing him to realize he has misunderstood her place. Before he can recover, a sword suddenly pierces his chest as he sits on the throne. She leans close to his shock and pain, savoring how completely he failed to see this coming. With cold pity, she mocks him for being too clueless to understand what was happening around him. He struggles to draw his own blade, panicked and furious as betrayal finally sinks in. His fear sharpens when he realizes the attack came from someone he trusted completely. Desperate, he calls for his men and demands to know why they are not protecting him. He orders his guards to seize the woman, still trying to assert authority despite his mortal wound. Instead, a hand on his shoulder and her taunting question reveal that the real betrayal runs deeper than he imagined. He accuses her of betraying him, unable to accept that his supposed subordinate was never truly his. She dismisses his accusation and makes clear he has no right to speak as if they ever shared loyalty. To her, betrayal would require being on the same side, and she says that was never the case. She admits she once benefited from his early funding but says she had not intended to kill him until recently. Now she openly doubts his sincerity and asks whether a man like him even possesses a conscience. He protests that he built Illumiti from nothing and refuses to accept being treated as disposable. She laughs off his outrage and says the true leader of Illumiti had already been chosen from the beginning. He realizes the entire organization may have been created as a gift for someone else, not for him. As she prepares to finish him, she decides he deserves to hear why he is about to die. He recoils in terror while she stands behind the throne, fully in command of his fate. Then a voice from her shoulder skull calls her boss and declares it will not let anyone harm its master. The dying ruler slumps forward, weakened as the strange familiar's loyalty to her becomes undeniable. She orders the guards to dispose of him and even get rid of the throne, treating the scene like routine cleanup. But when they move to obey, the ruler suddenly disappears, leaving only the empty chair behind. She recognizes this escape as the work of beings like the hidden climbers she has encountered before. Touching the skull on her shoulder, she addresses her unseen master and offers her support. She vows that whatever battle lies ahead, she will help her master no matter the cost. A system notice confirms that a hidden climber has been killed in Mexico City and identifies the victim as Unryang Sa Grant. Back in the present, a white-haired girl confirms there is no doubt that Unryang Sa is dead. Kim Hyun-woo notes that this matches what he suspected from his time with Liam, and his information authority rises. Still uneasy, he asks what exactly happened to produce that result. He reasons that Unryang Sa either died from an earlier attack or was killed by someone else after fleeing in good condition. He decides the cause no longer matters as long as the problem has been resolved. He checks whether any hidden climbers remain, and the girl believes there are none left. Satisfied, he says he has something else to do and prepares to leave. When she asks why, he jokingly guesses she wants more game discs. She pouts and says that is not what she meant at all. She tugs at him insistently until he pays attention to what she really wants. Pointing to a laptop display, she reveals that what she wants is VR equipment. She excitedly calls it the latest trend and insists it would help her do her work even better. Kim Hyun-woo can only give a strained, uncertain agreement to her enthusiasm. Soon after, he heads out through the gate to handle his next task. Outside, he meets Mi Ryong, confirms she is ready, and asks whether the others are prepared too. With the vehicle waiting, he accepts that everything is set. He tells Mi Ryong they are heading straight to the labyrinth dungeon. Once inside, Mi Ryong asks if it is really fine to leave the others behind. He tells her she alone is more than enough, which leaves her blushing with delight. While she melts over the praise, he checks his phone and thinks over the situation. He sees that the news about Mason and the massacre has already exploded online and notes how quickly public opinion is moving. That speed reassures him that this particular issue is no longer something he needs to worry about. He focuses instead on the incomplete origin stone of AK Cheon and resolves to use it properly this time. Inside the dungeon, a goblin lunges at him the moment he arrives. He obliterates the creature instantly with overwhelming force. Annoyed rather than threatened, he clicks his tongue at how trivial the attack was. Seeing more monsters crowding in, he wonders why there are so many of them. Mi Ryong offers to handle the next wave for him if he wants. He refuses with a grin, clearly intending to enjoy this himself. Red energy coils around his hands as he prepares a technique. He launches upward through the swarm, drawing the monsters into his attack range. Then he unleashes Overlord's vanquishing punch and blasts the entire group away at once. The surviving party members watching from behind are left staring as bodies scatter across the cavern. They marvel again at how absurdly strong Kim Hyun-woo is in action. One of them reflects that even if their whole team fought together, they could not clear this many trolls so easily. Watching Kim Hyun-woo dominate alone, they wonder if this is the true gap between them and him. A teammate calls out to Sher Hyun-hyun, drawing his attention back to the scene. Their porter happily thanks them for making him the porter because it lets him film everything. He shows off the live broadcast of Kim Hyun-woo's run, which is already drawing huge attention and donations. Even Sher Hyun is startled by just how popular Kim Hyun-woo has become. Kim Hyun-woo abruptly announces that he and Mi Ryong are moving up even though they are only on the 14th floor. He reveals that the labyrinth stone gauge has already reached 100%, meaning he hit the required target. He explains that the gauge simply fills by defeating monsters and is irritated that he worried over something so simple. When asked if they will be fine alone, he says what happens below no longer matters anyway. The porter warns that Kim Hyun-woo has no map, but Kim Hyun-woo fires back by asking whether the porter can even read one. That shuts the porter up and leaves Mi Ryong quietly smug beside him. Kim Hyun-woo almost calls Mi Ryong his disciple before awkwardly stopping himself. He abandons the thought, and she obediently accepts the half-finished exchange. The porter offers to go with them since he can read maps and points out that leaving now would cut off his pay. Since the porter only cares about earning money from the live broadcast, Kim Hyun-woo agrees to bring him along. Meanwhile in Naren's castle, a bound man is being tortured with water and electricity. Strapped to a chair, he screams that he does not understand why this is happening to him. A suited subordinate mockingly says maybe he simply angered their boss. The purple-haired woman enters the room, making it clear she is the one behind the interrogation. She asks the prisoner whether he was the one who gave her teacher trouble. The man is stunned by the mention of teacher and starts to connect her to Kim Hyun-woo. He blurts out Kim Hyun-woo's name in disbelief as the truth begins to dawn on him. Standing by the control panel, she smiles and asks whether he finally understands. She activates the machine again, and his body convulses under another surge of agony. Broken by pain, he begs for mercy and insists he truly did not know what he had done. She flatly calls him a liar and refuses to accept his plea. She reminds him that the article about her teacher was supposed to remain under strict control. He realizes in horror that the incident traces back to the Mu Xin article. When he notices the Illuminati insignia on her clothing, the larger conspiracy becomes visible to him. A flashback begins in ACC's lounge, where he first voiced suspicion that the media treatment of Kim Hyun-woo felt unnatural. He complained that every story about Kim Hyun-woo was framed heroically and asked why that was. Another man answered that Kim Hyun-woo had captured Moo Shin and stopped the massacre, so favorable coverage was understandable. But the prisoner argued that it was strange no rumor or conspiracy pieces about Kim Hyun-woo were being allowed to spread. His companion warned him not to dig deeper and explained that simple positive stories about Kim Hyun-woo were drawing more views anyway. He was told that if he acted differently from everyone else, he would only attract pointless trouble. Even so, he grabbed the other man to press the issue further. That was when he noticed a strange eye-shaped tattoo on the back of the man's neck. The man casually said he had only gotten the tattoo recently. Back in the torture room, the purple-haired woman asks whether he remembers that moment now. He finally understands that the level of information control surrounding Kim Hyun-woo was far beyond ordinary media influence. She says that protecting her teacher in this way is simply what a student should do. Elsewhere, the filled labyrinth stone announces that Kim Hyun-woo can now use AK Cheon's power once, though the source has deteriorated because its owner never became a climber. Kim Hyun-woo studies the message and realizes the source is weaker and stranger than he expected. He draws Kyama's sword and chooses to activate AK Cheon's source through it. Before leaving, he tells Mirawing to stay behind and take care of the dungeon. When she asks where he is going, he says only that he needs to meet someone. The source activates and pulls him into another space before he can fully brace himself. Arriving in a much larger world than expected, he realizes he cannot bring his usual items with him. As he looks around for the person he came to meet, he suddenly spots a swordsman in black. The man turns toward him, and Kim Hyun-woo is startled by the recognition in his gaze. The black-clad swordsman walks through a pavilion carrying a familiar sword, calm and self-possessed. His face comes into view, revealing Kyama himself. At the same time, on the 8th floor of another realm, a red dragon lies wounded under a crimson sky. The dragon lifts its head, bloodied and enraged, refusing to submit. It taunts its opponent and asks whether that weak display is truly the best he can do. A long tail whips through the air as the battlefield crackles with tension. Its opponent appears as a monkey-like warrior and says he had expected a guardian to be more impressive. The warrior grins mischievously, clearly enjoying the confrontation. The dragon mocks him as a mere human-animal hybrid, and he ridicules the dragon for judging strength by appearance. With playful arrogance, the warrior promises to show the dragon just how extraordinary he really is. Spinning his staff, he declares that he is no trivial being and demands the dragon watch carefully. He names himself as the great divine sage who conquered the heavens, Wukong. Back in the pavilion, Kim Hyun-woo watches Kyama move away and struggles to process what he is seeing. Kyama turns and asks how Kim Hyun-woo managed to reach this place. Kim Hyun-woo can only stare, too shocked to answer immediately. He realizes with alarm that Kyama recognizes him even though they should never have met here. Thinking it through, he recalls his assumption that AK Cheon's source merely let him travel into an item's past to learn its owner's martial arts. But Kyama's reaction suggests something far stranger, because Kim Hyun-woo has somehow entered a true alternate dimension. Confused, Kim Hyun-woo asks whether Kyama is dead too, trying to make sense of the impossible. Kyama says a dead person could not enter this place, but refuses to explain further despite Kim Hyun-woo's demands. As Kyama walks off, Kim Hyun-woo fumes at being completely ignored. He forces himself to calm down and starts analyzing the contradiction. He concludes that if the source only sent him to Kyama's past, they should not know each other at all. So when he remembers the warning that the source's effect had deteriorated, he realizes that must explain why Kyama still remembers him. The young man is baffled by the absurd situation he has found himself in. Reminding himself that he came here to learn martial arts, and that Kyama is right in front of him, he boldly asks to be taught. Kyama reacts with disbelief, treating the request as a joke. When Kyama turns away in silence, the young man refuses to let the matter drop. He keeps pressing for instruction, but Kyama curtly tells him to stop bothering him and leave. The rejection makes the young man bristle, though he tries to hold his temper in check. He bitterly admits that, considering he once killed this man, no one would willingly teach their own killer. Instead of backing down, he quickly shifts tactics. He asks if Kyama will at least demonstrate a few moves for him. Kyama answers with open contempt, and the young man snaps back in outrage. Kyama repeats that he should get lost and mockingly tells him to use his strange MP trick somewhere else. The insult to his treasured ability immediately provokes him. Fueled by anger, he flares his power and challenges Kyama to taste the very technique he mocked. Kyama calmly observes that the young man's MP has indeed grown stronger than before. The young man taunts him for having lost once already and suggests he is ready to lose again. Kyama dismisses that possibility outright. He states with confidence that the young man cannot kill him. The young man lunges in anyway, eager to test that claim himself. His first strike crashes in with full force. Kyama catches the attack effortlessly, stopping the momentum cold. Kyama notes that he is faster now than he was before. With a casual counter, Kyama sends him flying away. The impact tears through the ground and space around the blow. Slammed into stone, the young man realizes he could not even perceive the attack. Kyama dryly asks whether being faster and stronger now makes him want to try again. Refusing to be intimidated, the young man rushes back in at top speed. Kyama reads the approach instantly and prepares a precise response. The young man unleashes a flurry of close-range strikes, trying to overwhelm him. Kiyama slips through the barrage with minimal movement and no concern. A single clean counter lands and breaks the young man's rhythm. He grits through the pain, stunned that the exchange turned so badly. As Kiyama bats him aside again, the young man cannot understand why this fight is so different from before. He remembers that he had once been able to fight back against Kiyama. Kiyama explains that the earlier battle was fought under a limitation placed on him. He reveals that, as climbers inside the tower, they had been restricted and he could not use all of his true power. Kiyama then asks how much the guardian of the 9th floor really knows about how climbers are classified. He explains that the tower ranks climbers not by raw strength but by achievements, suppressing or releasing power accordingly without moral judgment. The young man pieces it together and asks whether a climber's strength becomes capped once they are only mid-level. Kiyama, mildly impressed, admits that the supposedly foolish guardian understood the point quickly. He says his combat ability was comparable to that of a top climber, but inside the tower it had been restrained because his achievements were insufficient. He points to their previous fight as the perfect example of that restraint. Having explained enough, Kiyama decides they should stop talking and continue the lesson physically. Since the young man wanted martial arts instruction, Kiyama agrees to show him, if only because he is bored. But he adds a brutal condition: the lesson continues only if the young man can kill him. The young man answers that he never intended to kill him anyway and had hoped Kiyama had changed. Since killing the teacher would defeat the purpose, he declares that he will simply beat Kiyama to death instead. Kiyama tells him to use everything he has because dying here will not truly kill him, leaving the young man confused. Kiyama says that real learning requires experience, not safety. To prove the point, he draws and swings his sword in a devastating arc that cuts the young man down instantly. As blood bursts out and consciousness fades, the young man realizes this is the first time he has died here. Elsewhere, in a modern house at night, someone asks whether Hyun-woo vanished after touching Kiyama's sword. A red-eyed girl confirms that he did. The room falls into an awkward silence as a purple-haired man faces the sulking girl on the couch. He complains that this keeps happening and that she should have warned him even if Hyun-woo will probably be fine. He notices that Mirang looks like an abandoned puppy whenever Hyun-woo is gone. When she catches him staring, he quickly denies it to avoid provoking her. Knowing she always gets like this when Hyun-woo disappears, he decides the safest choice is to quietly leave her alone. Before he can, masked intruders suddenly drop into the house from above. They vanish from sight just as abruptly, leaving him alarmed and confused. He laments that he cannot even rest in his own home anymore. Resigned, he decides to return to the rebuilt house as soon as possible, while Mirang coldly says he can stay and she will leave instead. He sighs as the distance between them remains unresolved. Mirang sits alone, clearly unsettled despite trying to hide it. A small bag begins to glow with strange golden energy, and she notices it. A voice from the bag addresses her as a leveler, confirming that she can hear it. She finds the phenomenon suspicious and strange rather than impressive. Looking around, she realizes no one else seems to hear the voice and concludes it is not ordinary magic. Still wary, she leans toward the bag, and the voice tells her that she can contain part of its power. It tempts her directly by asking whether she wants power. Startled, she demands to know what it is and who is speaking to her. A seductive presence tells her not to be afraid and promises not to force anything on her. The speaker reveals herself as the master of demons, the mysterious god of chaos. Back in the training ground, the night sky hangs still for a moment before the next round begins. A violent disturbance signals the young man's return after death. He drops back into the field with explosive force, ready to resume the fight immediately. Kiyama meets his renewed charge with the sword already in motion. The young man tries to close the distance with a direct body blow. He follows with a desperate grappling rush to smother the blade. Kiyama calmly intercepts the attempt with exact hand control. A sharp counter sends the young man reeling again. Kiyama criticizes his attack as tactless and lacking proper form. Another sword stroke cuts through him before he can recover. His body tumbles across the grass, bloodied and defeated once more. He screams in fury, more offended by the useless lesson than by the pain. He accuses Kiyama of giving him no martial arts guidance at all and rages that he has already died countless times in this dimension. When Kiyama casually guesses 99, the young man corrects him through clenched teeth. It has already been 100. Kiyama decides that the young man has vented enough. He suggests the lesson should end now that his anger is spent, but the young man refuses to accept that excuse. Kiyama asks whether he still has not realized the truth after all these deaths. He states plainly that the young man still cannot beat him. The record stands at 100 rounds and 100 wins for Kiyama. The young man admits to himself that Kiyama is undeniably strong. He also realizes that Kiyama is not the sort of person who would abandon martial arts just because a flaw is pointed out. Kiyama's weakness lies in his disregard for fundamentals rather than any lack of talent. Even when trapped in impossible situations, Kiyama never loses his composure or conviction. The young man concludes that there is no ordinary way to defeat someone like him. So instead of despairing, he plants his feet and resets himself. He forces his battered body back into a fighting stance. A grim smile appears as he decides he still has not lost for good. He warns Kiyama not to assume the outcome is settled just because he is winning now. Kiyama dismisses the warning as another bluff. The young man answers that they will soon see whether it is a bluff or not. He closes his eyes and begins to shut out everything else. He tells himself to focus completely on a single thought. That single thought becomes the image of beating Kianma. He fixes even the name Kianma in his mind like a target. With that obsession guiding him, he charges again in a straight, fearless line. Kianma finds the persistence irritating rather than threatening. He moves to end the charge with another overwhelming slash. The sword flashes forward with the same lethal certainty as before. The strike tears through the young man's side, but this time his body begins to distort rather than simply fail. Using the damage as an opening, he twists through the attack and crashes into Kianma at close range, shocking him. Kianma realizes in surprise that the young man is moving differently now, rushing in immediately after dying. Even as the sword falls again, the young man keeps forcing himself forward. By the 103rd death, he is already turning each fatal blow into another approach. By the 104th, he is enduring repeated killing arcs just to stay inside Kianma's reach. The deaths pile into the hundreds as he keeps repeating the same impossible attempt. He begins slipping between the sword paths by sheer accumulated experience. Kianma scoffs that a mere speed-amplifying skill cannot let him keep up with his movements. He adds that the young man still has not even mastered proper taiji, and is mistaking crude tricks for martial arts. Kianma mocks him for daring to use Kianma's own martial principles in front of their creator. The young man answers inwardly that neither death nor ridicule will stop him now. He starts tracing his resolve back to where it all began. He remembers a childhood shaped by humiliation and people laughing at his weakness. He recalls being scolded and looked down on even in ordinary moments of life. He remembers the cold indifference of the world around him. He swears that he has never truly given up, no matter how often others dismissed him. Even in his darkest moments, he had still been looking for a way forward. He remembers himself broken and exhausted, yet not finished. Then came the moment everything changed, when he was dragged into the tutorial tower. Though he had once given up before, that old surrender no longer defines him. His renewed determination erupts outward, shaking the entire mountain range. The surrounding cliffs thunder under the force of his awakening will. He drives himself through the exploding terrain instead of retreating from it. Watching this, Kianma admits that the young man is even crazier than he first thought. Kianma reflects that this battlefield is actually an imaginary space. It is a waiting place for those who failed to climb the tower, where they remain until given another chance, and no one truly dies there. In this realm, the system has removed the very concepts of life and death. By rule, no one except the owners of this space should be able to enter it, yet somehow the young man forced his way inside. Kianma admits that the young man's earlier claims sounded ridiculous at first. Hearing such madness from the very person who had killed him, Kianma questioned his sanity but accepted the request anyway. He even attached a cruel condition to the arrangement for his own amusement. At first, he had never intended to truly teach the bastard martial arts, and only meant to toy with him out of boredom. That was how it began between them. Even after killing him around 100 times, Kianma still felt a certain satisfaction in doing so. But the young man's eyes, once full of sarcasm and prejudice, gradually became filled only with awe. That change in him unsettled Kianma more than he expected. Disturbed by it, Kianma began attacking with his full strength from then on. Even the stones around them tremble as the battle continues under that new seriousness. By the 200th death, Kianma finds himself strangely enjoying the sight of the young man still dying without ever managing to withstand even a single strike. As the rocky battlefield trembles, the long ordeal between master and challenger continues in the silent night. Mu Wu recalls with contempt that even after 400 deaths, Kim Hyun-woo still could not last more than moments against him. The ground keeps shaking under the pressure of their repeated clashes. By the 700th death, Mu Wu had already taken pleasure in crushing Hyun-woo's strongest techniques with ease. At 1,000 deaths, Mu Wu believed he had completely dismantled the martial path Hyun-woo had built. He was certain that once all of Hyun-woo's accumulated effort had been denied, the man would never rise again. Yet that certainty faltered the moment Hyun-woo clenched his fist once more. To Mu Wu's disbelief, the battered challenger stood back up and faced him again. Mu Wu tightened his grip on his sword, preparing to erase that defiance. Even while overwhelming Hyun-woo with a few stances, Mu Wu felt an unfamiliar discomfort growing in his chest. What irritated him was not resistance, but the fact that this weak opponent still unsettled him. After killing Hyun-woo thousands more times, Mu Wu finally understood that his doubt had become a question about the man before him. The feeling was one he had known only once since becoming a climber, a sensation he had nearly forgotten. Though faint, Hyun-woo's next charge carried the seed of something Mu Wu could not dismiss. Mu Wu answered with another devastating strike, blasting the attack apart. The impact exploded across the ground and stone like a storm breaking open. Even so, Mu Wu recognized that what he felt was unmistakably real. For the first time, Hyun-woo's persistence registered to him as danger. He mocked the idea that this man might truly never give up, refusing to accept it. Determined to end the nuisance permanently, Mu Wu vowed to ruin Hyun-woo so thoroughly he could never stand again. But in his haste, Mu Wu overcommit and left an opening. Hyun-woo instantly saw the mistake and lunged in with a feral grin. His fist drove straight toward Mu Wu's face before the swordsman could fully react. The blow completed before Mu Wu could recover his guard. Hyun-woo's strike landed cleanly, snapping Mu Wu's head back and shocking him. Coughing in disbelief, Mu Wu realized that after exactly 2,995 deaths, Hyun Woo had finally hit him. Hyun Woo clenched his hand and reminded him that nothing remains unchanged forever. Still pressing forward, he declared that permanence itself was an illusion. Mu Wu's expression hardened as the words struck deeper than the punch. Elsewhere, in a red demonic realm, Blue Lion sat waiting with growing impatience. He noticed that their leader had finally returned and asked if the task was done. The bandaged demon lord appeared before him, identified as Blue Lion's superior. When Blue Lion complained about the delay, his leader brushed it off and told him to stop whining. Blue Lion argued that anyone in his place would complain after months spent dealing with a stubborn enemy. Even so, he confirmed that the leader had come back because his own mission was finished. He then asked where their sworn siblings White Elephant and Big Phoenix were, admitting they were running late. The other two demon kings soon arrived, calm and composed despite the delay. Together they reported that they had cleanly exterminated the western and eastern regions. Blue Lion mocked them for taking 5 months to wipe out a single area despite already reaching the throne. Their leader cut in to announce that Blue Lion had been promoted to high tier, though the three were still chiefly known as the three demon kings of Satadon. Blue Lion's title was tied to the legend that he could devour 100,000 soldiers in a single bite. White Elephant's name came from the beast that could wrap and consume anything with its trunk and tusks. Big Phoenix was famed for invading an entire nation and devouring its king and people, feats that had raised the trio to mid-tier climbers. Blue Lion dismissed their explanations as excuses. The ground around them rumbled as something immense began to rise. A colossal tower surged upward before them, signaling the next stage of their climb. Blue Lion immediately proposed that they make a plan before ascending it. Their leader doubted that any new plan would differ from the same old routine. He decided the assignments at once, taking the south for himself while sending Blue Lion north, White Elephant east, and Big Phoenix west. Most importantly, he ordered them to finish everything within 2 months because he had another matter to attend to. Back on Earth, the scene shifts to a quiet modern house under a bright sky. Inside, a phone rings with an urgent call from the Administration Bureau's team leader. Hyun answers and is immediately told that an emergency has broken out. Before he can process it, the caller urgently asks where Kim Hyun-woo is right now. The answer comes fast. A calamity alert has been issued, and in 3 hours a disaster will appear in Korea, so they need Hyun-woo immediately. Nearby, the Imperial Dragon sits curled on a sofa, withdrawn and silent. She lifts her gaze, listening with unreadable red eyes. A sword displayed in the house hints at the absent master whose strength everyone is seeking. The story returns to the starry battlefield where the same lone tree still watches over the endless duel. Hyun-woo is hurled violently into the tree again, but the punishment no longer stops him. The fight simply continues, as if repetition itself has become the law of this place. He plants his foot and forces himself back into motion the instant he lands. Here, ordinary time has lost all meaning. Only the number of battles between the two men now serves as the measure of passing time. Hyun-woo launches another kick while Mu-woo studies him with growing attention. Mu-woo counters with a thunderous technique that engulfs Hyun-woo in blue force. Hyun-woo exhales and steadies himself instead of collapsing into despair. Mu-woo settles into a poised stance, sword in hand, still in complete control. As Hyun-woo spins into another attack, Mu-woo realizes the kick was only a feint. Hyun-woo curses him and drives a follow-up strike through the opening he created. Mu-woo is knocked away and gasps for breath, already anticipating the next assault. Calling Hyun-woo insane, he notes that this should have been the man's 5,000th death. Hyun-woo only laughs and asks why Mu-woo ever chose to gamble against someone like him. For the first time, Mu-woo truly wonders what kind of being this challenger is. Watching Hyun-woo fight harder the more he is broken, Mu-woo cannot comprehend the depth of his resolve. By then, Mu-woo had already killed him 5,000 times. He cannot understand how anyone could continue a battle they are fated to lose thousands of times without pause. Even after Mu-woo introduced the Thunder God techniques and reset Hyun-woo's progress again and again, the man still refused to despair. Mu-woo raises a hand, preparing another precise thunder technique. The attack detonates around Hyun-woo in a burst of blinding blue power. Yet Mu-woo is startled when the result is not what he expected. Hyun-woo lies scorched and broken, but his hand still reaches forward instead of surrendering. Mu-woo stares at him in silence, unsettled by that motion alone. Even in that ruined state, Hyun-woo's eyes still burn, and Mu-woo realizes he has caught him in the same trap again. Mu-woo calls him a mad dog, and Hyun-woo accepts the description with a grin. The earlier sense of danger has faded, replaced by something deeper and stranger. What Mu-woo feels now is no longer fear but awe. Having climbed from a beggar to the height of Cheon and witnessed countless kinds of climbers, Mu-woo reflects on all the people he has seen. Yet none of them resembled Kim Hyun-woo. To Mu-woo, Hyun-woo is defined by an unbreakable will. From wandering swordsmen to self-proclaimed strongest warriors, everyone else had eventually bent. Mu-woo had always broken them by destroying the martial arts they had built their lives upon. Hyun-woo lowers his head, gathering himself once more. Mu-woo marvels that Hyun-woo keeps charging even while knowing he cannot win, returning one more time than every death should allow. No matter how thoroughly Mu-woo tears down his progress, Hyun-woo rises again as if the idea of giving up does not exist for him. So Mu-woo's awe is not that of Kyama toward prey, but of Mu Wul toward another human being. Even while Mu Wul reflects, Hyun Woo darts in from behind to strike again. Mu Wul calmly identifies the move as an incomplete imitation of distortion conversion rather than the real technique. He deflects the attack with ease, confirming his judgment. Then he explains that true distortion conversion requires 3 distinct steps. Hyun Woo listens tensely, absorbing every word even in the middle of combat. Mu Wul demonstrates with a descending thunder strike that tears through the sky. He tells Hyun Woo that martial arts are not meant to be flashy tricks but must be understood from their core. Blocking with his sword, Mu Wul criticizes Hyun Woo's footwork and tells him he is using it wrong. He dismisses Hyun Woo's obsession with advanced steps and orders him to return to the 3 fundamentals. Mu Wul explains that the Thunder God techniques differ from ordinary martial arts because copying their appearance is easy while grasping their truth is difficult. By Hyun Woo's 8,000-second death, Mu Wul had taught him that the essence was not creating lightning but letting it naturally reside within his mana. By the 8,423rd death, he had advanced a lesson, saying that once lightning is contained, it must be given a stable form that becomes the basis of every action. Hyun Woo crashes down again, his body failing under the strain of learning through death. He drags himself up, unable even to count how many times he has died anymore. Still, he realizes that every step he takes now differs from the one before. In that realization, Hyun Woo finally grasps what true martial arts power means. Mu Wul then pushed him further, ordering him to break the very form he had created, a lesson that cost Hyun Woo his 10,821st death. Later he taught that once techniques and chi are fully internalized, they must follow every movement naturally, a truth learned by the 11,242nd death. The deaths kept mounting until they reached the 14,242nd. At last Hyun Woo stood before Mu Wul and understood the whole path that had been forced upon him. Mu Wul revealed the hidden principle. When mana flows evenly through every meridian, lightning is born on its own. Dozens of techniques are then used not to create power, but to maintain an intense Thunder God stance with limited mana. Hearing that, Hyun Woo realizes the structure is complete and calls it perfect. Mu Wul declares that the final step remains. After learning and breaking the Thunder God form, Hyun Woo must now create a martial art of his own. Hyun Woo admits that in the past he would have dismissed such words as nonsense. Because all his teachers had been virtual beings, his growth had stalled whenever questions arose that none of them could truly answer. Now, however, that limitation no longer binds him. He finally understands the meaning behind Mu Wul's teachings and steps forward with new certainty. Mu Wul accepts the challenge and invites him to come. Meanwhile, at the American International Hunters Association Control Center, officials scramble to manage the crisis. As evacuation reports pour in, the leadership asks how much time remains and is told they have roughly 10 minutes. The bald director can only stare at the screens in mounting tension. He reminds himself that they had not panicked when the first calamity was detected in America because they believed Kim Hyun Woo could handle it. But within hours, additional calamities were detected in Thailand and Mexico as well. When South Korea became the 4th site, the director realized there was only one Kim Hyun Woo for 4 disasters. A subordinate reports that Thailand and Mexico have mobilized major guilds and invited top S ranks, while America is also preparing its own strongest forces. The director decides that America must prioritize the calamity on its own soil first. He still assumes Korea should be safe because Hyun Woo lives there, unless the impossible has happened and he is no longer on Earth. Sure, Hyun confirms the truth at last. Kim Hyun Woo is not here, and for all practical purposes he has left Earth. His disappearance has been hidden for a month to avoid chaos. But now his allies admit they can no longer wait for his return. Sure, Hyun resolves that they must face the coming calamity with their own strength. Hearing this, the Imperial Dragon quietly asks herself what she should do. Her red eyes sharpen as she weighs that decision in silence. Back in the timeless battlefield, the count remains fixed at the 14,242nd death as the final exchange begins. This time Hyun Woo survives Mu Wul's killing blow and answers with a counterattack of his own. He drives forward again in the same instant, proving that the old cycle has been broken. The death count no longer rises because Hyun Woo no longer allows Kyamet to take his life. Red power surges violently through the battlefield as Hyun Woo's new martial art takes shape. Standing atop the rock with black wings and a dark sphere behind him, Hyun Woo manifests a terrifying new form born from reflection and extremity. Even Mu Wul, smiling faintly, recognizes that Hyun Woo has become a monster and wonders if he has already crossed that threshold. He understands that the black wings embody reflection while the black sphere embodies extremity, making this far more than a mere visual concentration of mana. Their powers collide again and the battlefield erupts under the force of Hyun Woo's transformation. Hyun Woo presses Mu Wul back head-on, forcing the lightning god himself to defend against him. And Mu Wul, once worshipped as the lightning god, accepts with quiet satisfaction that he has finally been pushed back. The young man launches himself into the fight with a forceful opening strike. His red lightning-charged attack crashes down toward the long-haired swordsman in a blinding clash. The swordsman catches the assault in time, startled by the sudden pressure. Even as the impact tears up the ground, the attacker keeps pressing from above with relentless momentum. In the middle of the exchange, the young man grins as if he has already found his answer. His confidence hardens into a smug certainty that death alone could never stop this opponent. The swordsman realizes the boy is thinking that even countless deaths would not truly kill him. Instead of panicking, the swordsman closes his eyes and accepts the blow with eerie calm. The young man unleashes a finishing kick backed by a monstrous red presence, aiming straight for the kill. Yet the swordsman remains perfectly composed as the attack reaches him. The strike passes without taking his life, leaving the attacker baffled. As the red energy dissipates, the swordsman sees the young man standing unharmed at a distance and understands he was spared. Unable to make sense of it, he asks why the boy did not kill him. The young man awkwardly scratches his head, suddenly less fierce than before. He answers that a student does not kill his master, revealing how he sees their bond. The swordsman rejects that claim outright, mocking him for calling himself a disciple he never accepted. Still irritated, he tells the boy to leave and complains that his presence has already ruined his rest. The young man laughs bitterly and decides to go anyway, even if he is not wanted. Before leaving, he hesitates for a moment, as if something still weighs on him. He finally turns to go, making up his mind to walk away. As he departs, he shouts a rough thank you and curses his supposed master with familiar affection. Left alone in the courtyard, the swordsman watches him go with a softened expression. He mutters that the boy is a crazy bastard, but the words carry fondness rather than anger. He steps forward, still turning over the strange idea of gaining a disciple only after death. That thought lingers with him as something unexpectedly meaningful. Settling back with quiet satisfaction, he admits that such a disciple after death is not a bad outcome. Far away in Montana, a purple portal opens above a military staging area as a new crisis begins. A monkey-like armored climber starts emerging from the portal into the human world. A blonde commander spots him first and urgently reports that the target is coming out. She immediately orders the tanks to open fire. Missiles and shells converge on the climber the moment he appears. The barrage erupts into a massive explosion meant to erase him on arrival. The soldiers hold position and watch the blast, waiting to see whether it worked. The commander senses from his voice that the enemy is mocking their excessive welcome. The climber casually remarks that he had intended to let his clones handle everything. But he admits his mind is faltering now, hinting that something about this world is affecting him. The commander realizes ordinary suppression is failing against a Calamity-class foe and orders everyone into combat positions. As the troops shift to a backup plan, the climber decides he will personally handle them instead. The commander braces herself while he announces that he will start by eliminating the weak. He plants his staff and prepares a technique with deliberate confidence. Calling out Rijindu, he commands his weapon to grow. At the same time in Thailand, another climber with red wings stands amid fresh destruction. Surveying the ruined floor, he dismisses this world as primitive and beneath him. Then he notices someone unfamiliar nearby and demands to know who it is. When he sees only a casually dressed young man in sandals, his confusion deepens. The young man mocks him for wrecking the place and acting hostile the moment they meet, calling him crazy. The winged climber flares with rage and vows to toy with the intruder before killing him. He surges forward in a blaze of power, daring the young man to face him. The young man merely scratches his ear, unable even to understand the climber's strange speech. With a teasing smile, he guesses the creature must be a climber. That casual recognition shocks the winged climber into a panicked cry. Before he can react further, a sudden force overwhelms him and he realizes the impossible is happening. The young man calmly raises a finger, as if he has done almost nothing at all. A notification confirms he has defeated Dae Bum, one of Satadong's 3 demon kings, in Bangkok and gained higher information authority. He is less impressed by the victory than by the absurd fact that he somehow ended up in Thailand. Back in Wajongbu, Korea, his allies lie battered in the rubble of another battle. A powerful enemy has just smashed one of them into a wall with crushing force. That attacker advances through the dust, closing in on the wounded group. He boasts that their attacks are too feeble to even pierce his skin. A brief shift in his gaze shows he has noticed a new threat entering the fight. Mi Raung drives a punch into him, but he blocks it effortlessly. She admits he was at least more interesting than the usual fodder, though she is already reading his strength. The enemy dismisses her too, saying he has grown tired of this game. Mi Raung answers by hurling herself upward with a far more violent strike. Even so, the effort leaves her shaken when she feels how little effect it has. Elsewhere, Hyun-woo studies the aftermath of Thailand through his system while trying to understand the larger pattern. In a safer room, he asks whether climbers are now appearing all over the world and causing chaos simultaneously. The pale-haired girl confirms that this global outbreak has already been underway for some time. Thinking through the reports, he asks if 4 climbers can really emerge at once. She reminds him that a previous climber, Nanshin of Hyaki Yagyo, once appeared with many subordinates. Still, she says 4 separate climbers at once should be impossible unless an extraordinary coincidence occurred. Her conclusion is that they likely have a leader, because climbers can bring others depending on their achievements. Among the 4 now active, she believes one leader must be directing the rest. Hyun-woo presses the point, asking whether a high-rank climber could really bring along 3 others. She answers yes, and warns that such companions can possess power on the level of calamities. Hyun-woo drops his question about Thailand and decides the immediate danger matters more. He asks whether defeating the leader would make the others disappear as well, and she thinks it would. When he asks where that leader is, she points to America. He sees that targeting the leader would be the cleanest solution, but hesitates over the cost of leaving elsewhere undefended. Then multiple notifications arrive at once, showing climbers have already reached the 9th floor in Montana and Mexico City. Another alert follows from Gyeonggi-do, proving Korea is under immediate threat too. Hyun-woo realizes that if he goes to America, the people in Korea will be left to face a climber alone. Even with Mi-raung there, he knows she cannot match a true climber. Caught between impossible choices, he asks himself what he should do. A new notification interrupts his thoughts and jolts him into attention. Back on the battlefield, the blue-haired ally sees Mi-raung collapse near the shattered wall. She struggles to rise despite the damage she has taken. Watching her, he can only gasp in alarm and helplessness. He curses himself and instinctively looks for Hyun-woo, wishing for the stronger man to save them. That thought shocks him, because he suddenly realizes how badly his resolve has wavered. He remembers insisting they had to protect Korea with their own strength, yet in crisis he still searched for Hyun-woo. He corrects himself and admits this disaster was never Hyun-woo's burden to begin with. The truth hits him hard. Their suffering is rooted in his own weakness. Grinding his teeth, he forces himself to face that shame instead of running from it. Mi-raung plants her foot and rises again, refusing to stay down. Though injured and breathing hard, she steadies herself for another round. She realizes with frustration that the martial techniques inherited from her master are not working on this enemy. That failure makes her recall the beliefs and pride her master passed down to her. She remembers his teaching that the imperial arts are powerful. But she also remembers the harsher lesson that if power fails, the fault lies in the user's weakness, not the art itself. She had lived believing only her master was truly strong and that anyone weaker than herself was worthless. Now she sees that this arrogant mentality is exactly what made her weaker. By admiring power without striving beyond her place, she trapped herself in stagnation. As the enemy approaches to finish her, he asks whether he should end this now. He tells her she should feel honored to die by his hand. Then he reveals the monstrous feat he is proudest of, devouring 100,000 soldiers. With a beastly roar, he unleashes that devouring power in a violent surge. Mi-raung braces herself, sensing death closing in. At that instant, a calm golden voice asks whether she needs help. Mi-raung recognizes it as the same mysterious voice she heard before. The voice offers its power, but she refuses, repeating her master's warning that power always comes with consequences. The voice mocks her fear of consequences, watches the enemy's maw descend, and decides to intervene anyway. Golden power suddenly erupts through Mi-raung's body, stopping the attack before it can consume her. She is stunned as the voice assures her that this time there will be no price to pay. The enemy freezes in disbelief while the voice tells him to witness its power. That power declares itself the peak of all monstrosity. Golden energy streams through Mi-raung, transforming her from within. The voice identifies itself as the leader of the Hyakki Yagyo. Mi-raung's body arches as the transformation deepens and the foreign power fully takes hold. The being names itself Nanshin and claims Mi-raung as the vessel for its strength. A sharp, predatory smile forms as the possession settles. Now horned and composed, Mi-raung stands with a confidence that is no longer entirely her own. The enemy recoils, sensing that something far more dangerous has appeared. He finds his devouring ability suppressed by the mana saturating the surroundings and cannot understand why. The realization spreads across his face that he has lost control of the battlefield. The transformed Mi-raung smiles and asks what exactly he thinks she is. The blue-haired ally warns that whatever she has become, it is already too late for the enemy. Nanshin begins counting steps while declaring that she will devour even the ambient mana. The enemy tries to lunge, but his movement is abruptly checked. As the count reaches 4, she keeps walking with effortless dominance. By the 5th step, the enemy cannot move his body at all. While the wounded allies retreat together, Nanshin ridicules his boast about devouring a mere 100,000 soldiers. The blue-haired ally clenches his jaw, overwhelmed by the scale of power now before him. The insult enrages the immobilized enemy, but he can do nothing except shout back. At the 6th step, he protests that with proper recognition of his achievements, he would easily surpass her. Nanshin dismisses that excuse and says he still would never have been able to defeat her. At the 7th step, she reveals they are alike, because she too is a climber whose achievements were never acknowledged. She says that if all her achievements had been recognized, she would have borne a very different name. As the count reaches 10, she declares she would not merely be called Hyakki Yagyo's Nanshin. A blinding golden force crashes down as she completes the technique with absolute certainty. She finishes her introduction by naming herself the god of all monsters. In Mexico City, another horned climber stands alone in the ruins, suddenly unable to move. Confused and trembling, she wonders why her body has frozen. She realizes she heard a voice just before the paralysis took hold. That voice speaks again from behind her, lightly mocking how flashy the earlier display was. Recognizing the same presence, the climber demands to know what has been done to her. A pink-haired girl steps into view with a pleasant smile and no sign of fear. She cheerfully explains that this is only a simple experiment using a very useful new ability she recently acquired. The immobilized climber calls her insane, and the girl casually replies that such judgment means little coming from a monster that destroyed an entire city. Still smiling over her book, The pink-haired girl says she will be thanking the monster for making this experiment possible. Amid the ruins, a smiling purple-haired woman reveals that the protagonist has unknowingly helped her eliminate her targets and become her experimental subject. Her victim, a white-haired woman, recoils in horror and demands to know what kind of being stands before her. The mysterious woman dismisses that question as irrelevant to the immediate situation. She calmly resumes her explanation and identifies herself as Darkwing, the 4th-ranked S-class in the world rankings. Darkwing states that everything so far has been an experiment to test the loyalty of a spirit, and insists her captive understand that. The scene shifts away to a hospital where the aftermath of the earlier battle is being handled. Seo Yun slowly regains consciousness, still weak and disoriented from her injuries. As Seokwon confirms she is awake, Seo Yun recognizes him and begins to orient herself. Realizing she is in a hospital, Seo Yun jolts upright and urgently asks what happened. Seokwon admits he is also piecing things together, but he learned that the climber who appeared in Korea was dealt with and that Seo-hyun carried them here. He adds that despite suffering fatal wounds, Seo-hyun only received emergency treatment before leaving again, shocking Seo-yun. Seo-yun fumes at Seo-hyun's recklessness, but Seokwon laughs it off and tells her to let him be. Seokwon reasons that Seo-hyun must have had his own purpose for leaving so abruptly. Elsewhere, Seo-hyun stands alone on a rooftop, looking out over the city in tense silence. He clenches his fist hard enough to crack the rooftop, cursing his own helplessness. Seo-hyun bitterly reflects that when it mattered most, all he could do was run away. As he broods, a door behind him opens and interrupts his thoughts. Seo-hyun turns toward the newcomer, immediately sensing something unusual. Recognizing the presence before him, he stares in surprise and begins to identify the visitor. The story cuts to Montana in the United States, where another battle is already underway in a ruined city at night. Sun Wukong, perched high above the destruction, senses that something dangerous has entered his territory. He notes that only a few hundred of his clones should have been enough to clear the 9th floor because each clone carries the strength of a low-ranked climber. What unsettles him is that half of those clones were erased in an instant. Concluding that the intruder must be the true body rather than a mere copy, Wukong directly challenges the unseen enemy. The realization hits Wukong hard as he finally understands the scale of the threat. A grinning young man in a tracksuit suddenly lunges in and attacks before Wukong can fully react. Their first clash detonates the air and sends shockwaves through the ruined skyline. The intruder catches Wukong at close range and forces him into a direct exchange of strength. Wukong, startled by the man's absurd power, demands to know what he is. The attacker drives Wukong violently downward through the wreckage with overwhelming force. The impact explodes across the city ruins and leaves Wukong reeling. Dust and debris billow up as the battlefield is torn apart by the blow. Wukong braces himself and reaches for his staff to regain control of the fight. He commands his weapon Yui to grow, sending the staff surging upward like a pillar toward his opponent. The expanding staff blasts through the rubble and forces the man to leap clear. The intruder casually exhales in relief, as if the attack had barely threatened him. From the smoke below, Wukong fixes his eyes on the man and begins to reassess him. Now intrigued rather than merely angry, Wukong asks again what this strange opponent really is. The man answers with a mocking smile that he is a zookeeper. He elaborates that a zookeeper is someone who raises animals like Wukong in a cage. Wukong laughs in disbelief and judges the man to be insane. The intruder only grows more amused, saying he is excited because this is his first time taming a monkey. As System notices confirmed climbers being taken down elsewhere, the man ignores the mystery and focuses on testing the results of his recent training. Wukong swings Yui again and extends it in a sweeping strike to catch the man at range. When the staff closes in, he instantly shortens it to alter the timing and trap the opponent in midair. The sudden change surprises the man for a moment as the attack nearly lands. Wukong presses the advantage and orders Yui to grow once more for a crushing follow-up. The ruined city looms around them as the scale of the battle keeps escalating. The enlarged staff tears across the skyline like a moving beam, smashing everything in its path. Wukong watches the resulting explosion, expecting the strike to have ended the exchange. He starts to sneer at the man for making a show despite being nothing special. Before he can finish, a hand suddenly grabs his ankle from below. Wukong's confidence vanishes as he realizes the enemy has gotten inside his guard. The man yanks him down and slams him brutally into the ground. Wukong is hurled through the rubble, while the attacker follows without hesitation. With a predatory grin, the man asks if he managed to fool Wukong. Wukong coughs and struggles to steady himself, anger replacing his earlier amusement. The man taunts him as a supposedly high-ranked climber who is all talk, then promises to come at him again. Wukong, now sweating, realizes he may have badly underestimated this opponent. He plants Yui and prepares to counter with greater seriousness. Even as he swings, the man slips around the attack so cleanly that Wukong can only curse. For the first time, Wukong genuinely wonders what kind of monster he is facing. Wukong reflects that climbing the tower had felt too easy for someone whose achievements as Sun Wukong were already recognized, and now he understands why. The man notices Wukong's silence and needles him, while Wukong internally concludes that this level of power should never appear on the 9th floor. Accepting that ordinary methods will not work, Wukong decides to reveal a higher skill despite the waste. Golden energy ignites around his eyes as he opens his achievements. A radiant mandala-like aura forms behind him, and his presence swells dramatically. He tells his enemy to watch carefully as he unveils his true might. Wukong declares that he will now show the real power of one who rules the sky. He names that power as the true strength of the Monkey King. His staff transforms and thickens into a far more formidable divine weapon. Standing amid fire and lightning, Wukong raises the empowered staff and commands it to strike. A blazing bolt descends from above toward the man like heavenly punishment. The attacker simply looks up and walks forward as the divine strike bears down on him. A faint smile spreads across his face, showing he is not intimidated at all. He apologizes mockingly while opening a swirling red-black power behind him. His dark energy collides with Wukong's lightning and begins to tear through it. Wukong stares in disbelief as his supposedly superior attack is checked. The man reveals that Wukong's skill is not unique to him because he can use it too. Far away, observers in suits look up in alarm as the battle's shockwaves reach them. More officials gather, realizing that something catastrophic is unfolding nearby. From inside a building, they watch the battlefield through the windows as another violent impact blossoms outside. Back in the ruins, the man and Wukong rush each other again, now both wielding immense supernatural force. The man charges with feral confidence, his red aura surging around him. Wukong lashes out with lightning-wreathed staff strikes and orders his power to hit with lethal force. The man dismisses the assault, asking whether Wukong really thinks such attacks can harm him. Wukong realizes with alarm that the enemy is still advancing through everything he throws. The lightning crashes around Wukong instead, forcing him onto the defensive and making him curse the reversal. Trying to recover his composure, Wukong warns that focusing only on the lightning misses the true danger. The man closes into the storm and challenges Wukong to explain how he plans to block the real attack. He lands a crushing blow that sends Wukong spinning backward through the rubble. Wukong coughs and staggers, now visibly hurt and losing control of the battle. The man's red-black vortex expands into a more elaborate formation, and he coldly tells Wukong it is already too late. A massive energy construct begins to descend from the vortex like a finishing strike. The attacker names the technique Azura nullifying fist as pink-red rings gather around his hand. Wukong instantly recognizes the phenomenon as mana inflation and is shaken that the man can use it. Refusing to yield, Wukong braces himself and pours power into Yi for a desperate counter. A blinding golden blast erupts across the battlefield as his response detonates outward. The man remains standing within the smoke, his dark aura still intact. Wukong drives his empowered staff down again, trying to pin the enemy with sheer force. Bleeding and furious, he spits out his hatred and curses the man directly. He cannot accept that he is being pushed back by someone he considers only a floor man. The man answers with amused praise, saying Wukong is surprisingly good for a monkey. That insult enrages Wukong, who roars that no one may look down on the 7-star king, the Monkey King. He resolves himself and prepares one final all-or-nothing move. Even if it means giving up his chance to climb higher, Wukong vows to drag this enemy down with him. He splits into multiple cells, surrounding the battlefield with identical Monkey Kings. The copies settle into place, all sharing the same grim determination. The man reacts with delighted curiosity rather than fear. Seeing himself surrounded by many Wukongs, he jokes that this is a lot of monkeys. The assembled Monkey Kings answer with unified murderous intent and swear to kill him. The man grows quiet and studies them, his expression sharpening. A small smile returns as he reaches a conclusion. The Wukongs launch their final technique, summoning gigantic descending strikes from all directions to end him. Their combined attack erupts into a colossal golden explosion that engulfs the ruined district. The blast expands across the city like a miniature sun, shaking everything around it. When the light begins to fade, fires still burn across the devastated skyline. Breathing hard, Wukong wonders whether that overwhelming attack finally killed the man. Instead, the man emerges from the smoke untouched, now framed by golden rather than red power. A dark core wrapped in radiant energy forms behind him, showing he has taken control of the very force meant to destroy him. He appears beside Wukong in an instant, leaving the Monkey King stunned that the attack failed completely. A memory surfaces of Qianma teaching that the secret of return lies not outside but within. The lesson continues that true extremity is not reckless expenditure of everything one has. Qianma explains that through perfect stability, calculation, and control over a technique's core, one can truly master it. Applying that lesson, the man intercepts Wukong's movement with a precise strike to the center of his power flow. He names the counter-extremity strike. The blow pierces through Wukong's defenses and sends him flying despite all his enhancements. A towering pillar of golden light erupts from the impact point and splits the ruined cityscape. The beam continues upward and outward, dwarfing the surrounding destruction. When the light finally recedes, only smoke and broken ground remain. Dust rolls across the cratered battlefield in the aftermath of the finishing blow. At the center of the devastation, the man stands alone, calm and unshaken. System notices confirm that he has taken down the climber Sun Wukong in Billings, Montana, and that his information authority has risen to mid-high tier. He checks the notification in his hand, confirming the upgrade and the victory. With a tired breath, he tests his condition after the battle. Satisfied that his body and mana are functioning properly, He notes with relief that he defeated a climber this time without taking much damage. He recalls how previous battles used to leave him bedridden for days, making this improvement significant. He credits the progress to the training he underwent with Kianma. Looking upward with quiet confidence, he feels the results of that growth in his own fist. Then he notices Wukong's dropped staff and remembers it may be worth taking. Using his upgraded authority, he identifies the weapon as Rui Bang, an SS rank staff that can lengthen, shorten, grow, shrink, and whose limits are unknown. The log further reveals that under special conditions it can awaken into a higher state and borrow the Monkey King's main body power. But he postpones reading more because he needs to contact someone first. Even so, he cannot hide a pleased grin as he grips the newly claimed weapon. He plants the staff and tests its weight, already treating it as his own. Thinking ahead, he recalls that the National Hunter Association building should be nearby and casually orders the staff to extend. Riding the lengthening Rui Bang like a launch pole, he speeds away across the ruined city. The story shifts to the International Hunters Association, where someone thanks another for lending him a set of clothes. Now dressed neatly, the man promises with a smile that he will make good use of what he borrowed. As he admires the design, the official with him suddenly realizes something unsettling about his condition. Watching the replay of the battle, the observer is shaken that the man came through such a fight unscathed and wonders whether he is truly human. When the mysterious man finally appeared, he arrived so strangely that everyone first mistook him for just another climber. Later, as Korea counts its losses after the climbers vanished, it becomes clear the country suffered far less damage than most others. With that settled, Kim Hyun-woo turns the conversation toward a favor he wants to ask. Online, public opinion is already celebrating Hyun-woo as the one who stopped the calamity and praising Korea while noting Mexico's savior remains unknown. Hyun sees the post and nervously calls out to his older brother. At the hospital, Hyun-woo lounges beside Lee Seo-yeon while Mi Ryong visits, and Hyun arrives to question him. Mi Ryong, still flustered by Hyun-woo's closeness, can barely keep her composure. Ignoring her reaction, Hyun asks Hyun-woo how he supposedly got from Thailand all the way to the United States. Hyun-woo casually claims he simply ran and swam across the world, leaving Hyun stunned by the absurd answer. Hyun gives up pressing the point, deciding that trying to make sense of Hyun-woo is pointless. Even so, the question leaves Hyun uneasy as another thought starts forming. A quiet pause follows before someone else enters the discussion. Lee Seo-yeon asks whether Hyun was trained by Kianma through that sword, and he confirms it. She then asks if she can enter that training space too. Caught off guard, Hyun asks why she suddenly wants that. Seo-yeon admits the simple reason is that she felt utterly powerless. Her confession snaps Hyun's attention fully onto her. She scolds him for leaving alone the day before and reveals how worried she had been, while he can only apologize. Hyun admits he ran off because he was frustrated by his own weakness. Seo-yeon wonders if his frustration came from comparing himself to climbers like Chong Sa, but he says it was not just him. Hyun confesses that the Imperial Dragon's overwhelming power also shook him deeply. Though he only saw her later through footage because he had been unconscious, that display convinced him even more. He realizes he had been avoiding the truth by pretending Hyun-woo was simply exceptional, but first-hand experience changed that. Now he decides he must personally protect what matters to him instead of relying on others. That resolve hardens into a clear goal as he declares he has to become stronger. Seo-yeon listens with a gentle, approving smile. When she asks what happened, Hyun downplays it, and tries not to burden her with the full weight of his feelings. Even as he turns away, Seo-yeon watches him with quiet understanding. She recognizes that once Hyun decides something, he acts on it immediately. Hyun-woo, observing from the side, feels proud that Hyun finally wants to improve himself. Still, Hyun-woo remembers Kianma's brutal standard for teaching and wonders whether Hyun will truly be trained properly. Hyun-woo offers to help recharge Hyun's labyrinth stone gauge, and the mood lightens further when Seo-yeon happily announces she can leave the hospital tomorrow. With things calmer, Hyun asks how much stronger Hyun-woo became after returning from the imaginary dimension. Hyun-woo realizes he has not even checked his status window yet and opens it on the spot. The status reveals him as the guardian of the 9th floor, age 118, with only modest stat changes but upgraded information authority and several related skills. At first he reacts only with confusion. Then the age entry hits him, and he blurts out in disbelief at what he is seeing. The shock of that single number overwhelms him for a moment. He hurriedly tries to dismiss the window as if shutting it will make the problem disappear. Back in his expanded private room, Hyun-woo and Eve reel from the absurdity of what the status just showed. Eve is delighted because Hyun-woo's improved information authority enlarged the space enough for her to build a dream gaming room. Hyun-woo dryly notes that she seems happier about the new room than about his victory over the climbers, and she awkwardly denies it. He lets the joke pass, though the age issue still nags at him. Hyun-woo asks why his age jumped to 118 after returning from the imaginary dimension, and Eve says she thinks she knows the reason. Her theory is that the status window counted the time he spent inside the imaginary dimension as real elapsed age because time flows differently there. When Hyun-woo suggests it might be something like one day outside equaling a year inside, Eve says that is close enough to explain it. The implication horrifies him as he realizes he may really have spent over a century fighting there, and that the age is not a mistake. Even so, he forces himself to accept it by recalling that the tutorial tower already warped time in similar ways. He stubbornly reassures himself that a number on a window does not make him an old man. Changing the subject, Hyunwoo asks whether Eve has learned anything more about the tutorial tower. Eve says she has been meaning to tell him about the being responsible for creating it. Her answer is maddeningly circular. The creator is simply the creator. Hyunwoo presses for something more concrete, only to learn that this tautology is all she has. Disappointed, he complains that she cannot have gathered only that after all her research, while she protests that she did everything she could. Seeing her distress, he backs off and admits it was his own fault for expecting too much. But Eve suddenly remembers one crucial detail she had almost forgotten. She blurts out that Hyunwoo has only 5 days left, jolting him upright. Correcting herself to 7 days, she insists that within that time she can locate where the creator of the tower is. Though not fully certain yet, she begs Hyunwoo to trust her and leave the investigation to her. Hyunwoo agrees to do exactly that. Elsewhere, Mi Raing presents the pouch containing Hyakki Yagyo's Nanshin, and her master confirms that its essence spoke to her and lent her power. He identifies her as a successor, and Hyunwoo immediately senses the meaning of that title. Eve explains that remnants of the climber's power still remain on the 9th floor, with one trace in Korea and another in Mexico. Hyunwoo realizes the power he felt in Korea must have come from Hyakki Yagyo's Nanshin. He then wonders whether Mexico also had a successor, recalling that a hidden climber called Grant was taken down in Mexico City. That makes him suspect the successor there may be tied to Grant's death. Mi Raing, meanwhile, sits anxiously, expecting her master's anger for using his object without permission. She accepts that he has every reason to be upset with her disobedience. Instead of striking her, he simply raises a hand toward her head. To her surprise, he praises her as his disciple and pats her gently. He tells her she saved everyone and sincerely commends her for it. Mi Raing stares up at him, stunned by the unexpected kindness. Then relief and joy wash over her, and she thanks him with all her heart. The scene shifts to the International Hunters Association, where another conflict is brewing. A nervous official tries to continue a tense meeting but falters under pressure. The senator across from him mocks his hesitation and demands he understand the situation. The man pressing the issue is Senator Adelaide Port of Montana, who claims the Rui Bang belongs to his state. His reputation as a scandal-ridden but immensely wealthy politician makes his interest in the artifact especially suspicious. The association official notes that Port is known for collecting rare artifacts and reminds him that Kim Hyun-woo was the one who handled the Montana calamity. Port angrily objects, demanding to know whether that means his Eclipse Guild contributed nothing. Trying to avoid a public clash, the official says he only wants to speak privately with Hyun-woo and promises to manage the rest. But Port insists that the private meeting itself is the problem and refuses to back down. Before the dispute can escalate further, someone opens the door and intrudes on the conversation. The official turns in alarm as he recognizes who has entered. Hyun-woo walks in casually and asks them to repeat what they were saying. Standing over Port, he directly asks what the senator intended to do with his Rui Bang. Port is shocked to realize the man before him is Hunter Kim Hyun-woo himself. Hyun-woo's expression hardens as he studies the senator. He recalls that he had left the staff with the association for formal procedures and because a fly had already picked up its scent. The official tries to smooth things over by introducing Port formally, but the attempt only sounds pathetic now. Port pretends civility and claims he merely overheard the discussion, trying to regain control of the room. Hyun-woo bluntly summarizes the situation as Port arguing that because his side also suffered and fought, he deserves ownership of the Rui Bang. Port admits that is exactly his position and asks what Hyun-woo will do if he refuses to let it go. The official panics and reaches for emergency help, realizing the negotiation has already collapsed. Hyun-woo only smiles, utterly unbothered by the threat. Outside the association building, the calm facade remains for a brief moment. Then Port's screams erupt from inside as he realizes too late who he has provoked. He ends up cowering on the floor, pointing in terror at Hyun-woo. Even then he tries to threaten Hyun-woo with consequences for laying hands on him. Hyun-woo answers by slapping him hard enough to silence the senator's grandstanding on the spot. As Port collapses unconscious, Hyun-woo remarks that he has already earned enough money to stop caring about being a hunter if he wants. He reassures the horrified official that Port is still alive, though the official immediately worries about the aftermath. Hyun-woo tells him not to worry and says the only thing that matters is returning the Rui Bang. The next day, another group prepares to move in secret. Inside of Anne, a subordinate named Evan is asked what his superior decided after the humiliation. Evan reports that Port was furious and ordered them to spread malicious rumors about Kim Hyun-woo if necessary. The blonde man driving finds Port ridiculous and asks whether Evan has come up with a better solution. Evan instead suggests eliminating Port himself. The driver notes how quickly Evan abandoned a master he served for 10 years, and Evan replies that Port never gave him anything worth loyalty. Compared to that empty service, Evan says this new organization has already given him far more. The driver smiles, pleased by that answer. He reveals that everything they do is for their boss and for the secret organization called Illuminati. Back with Sherhyun, He examines the origin of Akcheon and wonders if this is the source tied to that power. Hyun-woo confirms that if the origin is applied to Kyama's sword, a system window will appear, and Hyun gratefully accepts the chance. Hyun hesitates, sensing there is still more to this than Hyun-woo is saying. As the three stand by the magic circle, Hyun suddenly remembers something important. Mi Ryong asks Hyun-woo whether he is really going to Mexico now, noting that the area should still be mostly empty during restoration. Hyun-woo says that does not matter because he has something specific to verify there, while Eve's earlier explanation about successors stays on his mind. He recalls that successors themselves are not rare, but their actions are unpredictable. Unlike climbers and guardians, who each have fixed roles in the tower, successors are not bound the same way. Eve emphasizes that successors do not follow any single rule or purpose. Each successor pursues an individual goal, with some acting like guardians and others becoming climbers themselves. Others do nothing at all, while some rise to dominate their worlds through sheer power. Because of that, Hyun-woo decides a successor is not automatically a threat and may even be useful. Acting on that judgment, he gives Mi Ryong a glowing red gem and tells his disciple to take it. She receives the gem in astonishment, immediately sensing its importance. Hyun-woo tells her that the power is hers now. He explains that after what happened last time, it is safer to have more people capable of stopping a climber, and he trusts she will not go rogue just because she gained power. When the guild master reports the magic circle is ready, Hyun-woo addresses Mi Ryong once more as his disciple. He tells her he believes in her, and the words hit her harder than the gift itself. As Hyun-woo prepares to leave, Mi Ryong promises she will wait faithfully until he returns. Hyun confirms that he will head straight into training as soon as Hyun-woo departs. Before vanishing, Hyun-woo tells Hyun to pass a message to Kyama that the martial arts he taught are proving extremely useful. A moment later, Hyun-woo arrives amid the ruins in Mexico. He surveys the devastated area in silence, searching for any clue. Finding only rubble and restoration crews, he wonders how he is supposed to trace a successor here at all. Then he senses someone nearby and turns. A suited man with an Illimitai insignia bows and says he has been waiting for Kim Hyun-woo. The stranger politely asks Hyun-woo to come meet their boss. Elsewhere, Hyun places the origin of Akcheon on Kyama's blade, and the system asks whether he wants to use it. He studies the sword and braces himself for whatever will happen next. Even as he prepares, he grumbles that he only just rebuilt his apartment, and is already about to leave it behind again. Remembering Hyun-woo's warning that Kyama has an awful personality, Hyun realizes that if Hyun-woo said that, the truth may be even worse. The system activates around him before he can second-guess himself further. In an instant, Hyun is pulled away by a violent blue force. When he regains his footing, he finds himself in an unfamiliar place and can only mutter in alarm. A long-haired man in robes confronts him immediately, demanding to know who he is. The man's face leaves no doubt about his identity. Hyun realizes in panic that he is standing before Kyama himself and frantically wonders how to explain his presence. After one tense beat, he decides that telling the truth about Hyun-woo bringing him here would be a very bad idea. Determined to become independent from his older brother, the young man honestly begs a black-haired martial artist to teach him. The martial artist, already irritated by another strange petitioner, grumbles that people like this keep appearing around him. He suddenly pauses as a troubling possibility occurs to him. Suspecting the boy is connected to Kim Hyun-woo, he presses him, and the boy nervously admits that he is. That answer snaps the man's patience, and he slams his fist down in anger. Cursing Kim Hyun-woo for disturbing his sleep again, he flares with murderous hostility while the boy recoils. The boy apologetically admits he cannot pass along any message to Hyun-woo, making clear he came for himself. The martial artist flatly tells him to leave, leaving the boy stunned. He dismisses the request as pointless, insisting the boy would never learn properly from him anyway. That rejection jolts the boy into a desperate realization. A grim memory of being overpowered flashes through his mind and hardens his resolve. Remembering his own helplessness, he refuses to back down. He pleads to be taught even once, hoping for any chance at growth. He finally blurts out his true reason. He must become stronger because he has something he needs to protect. When the master turns away, the boy vows he will keep pestering him until he agrees. Amused and annoyed, the martial artist decides the boy must be Hyun-woo's kind of lunatic and threatens to treat him the same way. The boy accepts that challenge and tells him to take him down if he wants. The martial artist lunges, promising that if the boy survives being crushed, he will teach him. His attack detonates the ground with overwhelming force. In that instant the boy dies, and the story marks Kim Hyun's first death. Elsewhere amid ruins, a suited subordinate confirms to his boss that the order stands. The dark-haired boss smirks and asks what happens if he refuses. The subordinate says he will simply return for new orders, but refuses to reveal who the boss above him is. The boss immediately understands that no useful information will be given here. He weighs the situation and suspects the hidden superior may be the same figure Eve once hinted at. That thought brings back Eve's clue and makes the unseen boss seem even more important. Deciding the lead is worth following, he tells the subordinate to guide him there. The guide brings him to a lavish elevator and explains it connects directly to their headquarters. Inside, the boss dryly notes how absurdly extravagant it is to decorate even an elevator with gems. As the lift rises, he begins to realize the headquarters is far grander than expected. The elevator opens at the top with theatrical flair. He steps out into a hall lined with bowing agents, greeted like royalty rather than an intruder. The bizarre welcome leaves him openly baffled. Then he notices a woman smiling as if she has been waiting specifically for him. She confirms that she has indeed been expecting his arrival. Surrounded by roses and ceremony, the pink-haired woman approaches him with delighted devotion. She addresses him reverently as her master. He freezes, unable to process why a stranger is treating him that way. She begins explaining that he once had 2 disciples. One of them, she says, was Mi Ryong, while the identity of the other hangs for a beat. A masked young man in a hedge maze remembers a moment of despair when escape seemed impossible. He had watched armed companions decide to kill a weakened girl named Hanarin, hoping murdering humans might help them survive the tower. Hanarin had condemned them as traitors just before violence erupted. The masked man instantly struck the attackers down and saved her. The narration reveals that the rescued girl was Hanarin. The master explains that his relationship with Hanarin became less like teacher and student and more like companions. Even so, he had trained her the same way he trained Mi Ryong. Over time in the tower, companionship naturally grew between them until she eventually left after long months together. Before departing, Hanarin promised she would prepare everything he wanted once he got out. Back in the present, she admits she killed Mason because she lacked the power to protect him from Mason earlier. When he asks why she built an underground castle, she cheerfully says she was only fulfilling one of his old wishes. He is left staring, unable to remember ever seriously asking for such a thing. Hanarin proudly begins listing her preparations, starting with land she bought in America. She continues with villas across Europe, casinos, and enough money to last him a lifetime. Drinking in disbelief, he wonders when he ever said he wanted any of that. The absurdity finally hits him in full. A memory returns of Hanarin once asking what he wanted to do after escaping the tower. Back then he had answered casually, with no idea she would take every word literally. He had joked that he wanted to sleep all he wanted and live like a billionaire without working. He went on fantasizing about private villas, an underground castle, and gambling in Las Vegas. Now he realizes in horror that Hanarin actually prepared every one of those careless fantasies. Hanarin only laughs happily at his reaction and offers him a towel. Using mind reading, he checks her thoughts directly. Her mind is filled with obsessive devotion and the repeated idea that she prepared everything for her master, convincing him she is just as unhinged as the others. She beams with pride while he sinks deeper into alarm. A status screen identifies Hanarin as a successor with overwhelming stats and extreme loyalty, nearly on par with Mi Ryong. The word successor alone makes him fall silent. He asks how she became a successor, and she explains it happened through the book she obtained after killing Mason. Then he asks the more important question of how she intends to use that new power. He worries that as a successor she could become either a guardian or a climber, and he cannot trust the system alone to keep her aligned with him. He braces for the danger that if she chooses to climb, he may eventually have to stop her himself. Hanarin answers simply that her powers exist for her master, so she will use them only for him. He next confirms that she was the one who killed the climber, and she calmly says she used him as a test subject for her successor abilities. She adds that she relied not only on her new power but also on her original ability, overlap, because the new one alone lacks output. When she teases that the ruined city suggests a hard fight, he smugly claims it was easy. He then reveals he deliberately dragged the battle out, baffling even himself as he says it. Hanarin reminds him that he once said with enough money he would buy an entire city and reshape it however he liked. She points out that now he has both the money and the resources to do exactly that. In her eyes, he can now literally play God with the city just as he once wished. She presents that possibility with sparkling enthusiasm while he stares in dread. He concludes that Hanarin is even worse than Mi Ryong was at the beginning. Hanarin blushes, taking his attention as something flattering rather than alarming. She explains that she delayed meeting him until she had prepared everything he desired and had also been suppressing rumors and conspiracies about herself for his sake. That only confirms to him that she too is mentally unstable. He laments that all his disciples turn out like this, while the narration dryly implies they resemble their master more than he admits. Deciding he has heard enough, he says he is leaving, and Hanarin anxiously asks about all the things she prepared for him. He puts her off by saying he will look at them later. She accepts that answer outwardly, though her disappointment is obvious. She politely offers to escort him out, and he agrees, surprised she is not clinging to him. Back outside in the ruined city, he hears someone call out to him. When he asks why Hanarin is still following, she says the only place she belongs is by her master's side. She adds that the organization she built can already function without her, so she has no reason to stay behind. The situation feels like a repeat of his troubles with Mi Ryong, but he decides bringing Hanarin along may be manageable. He tells her to stay close inside the magic circle for teleportation, and she happily latches onto his arm. As he prepares the spell, he recalls Anya modified the circle so he can activate it alone by supplying mana. At that same time, Hanam calls to Eve from a nearby house, trying to get her attention. Eve, speaking through a red crystal, says she is considering the condition that has been proposed to her. Hanam worries because the master allowed Eve to possess the essence, but she cannot decide lightly if another woman is involved. Suspicious of possible tricks, she asks Eve to restate the proposal clearly. Eve snaps that Ha-Nam is exhausting her, but continues anyway. She states the first condition is that Ha-Nam must share all her sight and senses with Eve. The second is that if Ha-Nam ever encounters a demon god, she must surrender control of her body to Eve in that moment only. Ha-Nam immediately protests that this is absurd and demands to know where there was any room to negotiate. Eve argues that caution is necessary, because sharing senses could otherwise let Ha-Nam seize control whenever she wished. She insists that is impossible under an absolute contract, though her very insistence makes the offer seem more suspicious. Ha-Nam remains wary precisely because the proposal sounds reasonable enough to hide a trap. Before she can decide, the teleportation circle outside erupts with light. Ha-Nam rushes toward it, calling for her master. She arrives just as the teleport completes and starts to recognize him. The circle deposits both him and Hanrin together in the courtyard. Hanrin emerges still attached to his arm, content and possessive. Her grip tightens as if claiming her place beside him. Ha-Nam is struck speechless by the sight. Trembling with outrage, she demands to know who the girl beside him is. He first asks Hanrin why she is hugging his arm like that, trying to defuse the situation. Hanrin innocently says she is only following his order to stay close, prompting Ha-Nam to scream for her to let go. Seeing no way around it, he decides to formally introduce them. He presents Mi Raung as his first disciple and Hanrin as his second, which shocks Mi Raung. Mi Raung erupts at hearing another woman call him master. He asks why she is reacting so intensely, but the answer is obvious from her fury. Mi Raung admits she never knew he had another disciple. Hanrin answers with a smug smile that only worsens the tension. When he tells Hanrin to stop clinging, she insists she is only expressing joy at seeing him again after so long. Mi Raung's mind goes blank with rage. Then a portal opens and swallows Mi Raung away before anyone can stop her. She tumbles through the void toward Eve. Bursting into Eve's presence, Mi Raung abruptly addresses her by an old title, catching Eve off guard. Without hesitation, Mi Raung accepts Eve's offer, stunning the demon woman who had expected resistance. Mi Raung explains she suddenly realized she will inevitably need Eve's power sooner or later. Meanwhile, the master heads to Eve's room, still trying to make sense of the chaos around him. Inside, he finds Eve lounging in a filthy room, absorbed in television and junk food, and judges the place a disaster. He asks whether she found the information he wanted, and she panics at the question. Terrified of disappointing him, Eve blurts out that yes, she found it, and guesses he means the creator. He presses for the actual information, while she kneels in flustered submission. Eve admits she could not locate the creator directly because every route was blocked by lack of authority. Still, she says she uncovered another lead. That lead is the location of an artifact. She explains that the artifact could become a path to finding the creator. Outside the room, a blue-haired girl hesitates at the door, angry at someone inside yet too intimidated to enter. She recalls that only a few days earlier she had left important documents inside but did not dare go back for them. In that memory she had called to the master while he lounged casually outside. When he asked what the two women were doing, a violent clash exploded nearby between Hanrin and Mi Raung. Mi Raung roared that she was the master's first disciple, staking her claim. Hanrin dismissed that status and called the fight sparring, provoking Mi Raung further. Mi Raung answered by slamming down with lethal force, making clear this was no harmless match. Hanrin blocked her with the book in hand and met the attack head-on. Mi Raung tried to halt the exchange only long enough to shout for Hanrin to stop. Hanrin instead drove a punch straight into Mi Raung's face. She followed with another crushing blow that sent Mi Raung crashing back through the courtyard. Watching the two disciples spiral into disaster, the master can only admit they will not listen while the blue-haired girl begs him to do something before it gets worse. Two horned disciples clash viciously while each claims the other is unworthy and insists only she deserves their master. Their rivalry escalates into a full charge as the white-haired girl and the purple-haired girl rush each other like sworn enemies. Kim Hyun-woo drops between them and forcibly stops the fight before they can tear each other apart. Dazed but still defiant, the two try to justify themselves by saying he had allowed them to spar. He points to the wrecked grounds and shattered walls as proof that what they did was far beyond sparring. Once separated, the pair sulk beside each other with the same stubborn hostility, making them look like a cat and dog forced into peace. Hyun-woo orders both of them inside to quietly reflect on their behavior until he returns, and they reluctantly obey. As the disciples leave, Anya notices the purple-haired woman and realizes she is no ordinary newcomer. She asks Hyun-woo who that powerful woman is after seeing her match the Imperial Dragon even in successor form. His answer stuns her when he calmly says the woman is his second disciple. He repeats the revelation without hesitation, confirming that the purple-haired fighter truly belongs to him. Anya is horrified at the thought that another troublemaker has joined Hyun-woo's already chaotic circle. Peeking in, she imagines the two disciples starting another fight the moment they are left alone and despairs at being unable to stop them. While worrying about the chaos at home, she searches for Hyun-woo and shifts her attention back to his current business. Elsewhere, Hyun-woo sits in a dim room and suddenly scratches at his ears as if sensing someone talking about him. When the white-haired woman asks what is wrong, he brushes it off by saying his ears were just itchy. He immediately returns to business and asks for the artifact that can lead them to the creator's location. The woman explains that the key item lies on something called floor 8 to 35. Hyun-woo is baffled by the strange designation, and she admits she only recently learned about it herself. She explains that the tower's floors share the idea of civilization but differ in structure, with the 8th floor being a multidimensional realm far larger than the lower ones. Hyun-woo pretends to follow the explanation, though it is obvious he barely understands any of it. Ignoring the theory, he asks the practical question of whether he can reach the 8th floor at all, and she says he can. She adds that he will need 5 specific artifacts to find the way there, including the blind man's compass, silver hour hand, giant's heart, giant's soul eyes, and giant's tooth. The number alone makes him grimace, but she hurriedly assures him the search will not take long. Trying to encourage him, she says 2 of the artifacts are easy to locate, and the remaining 3 are all in one person's possession. That detail finally catches Hyun-woo's full attention. A sly smile spreads across his face as he realizes the hunt may be simpler than expected. Satisfied, he decides to leave at once and promises he will be back. He rises with renewed confidence, already planning his next move. A quick search shows him news about a senator who recently bought a rare heart-shaped artifact at auction, convincing him the first target will be easy. Back at home, the black-haired first disciple notices the skull mask on the second disciple's shoulder and asks about it. The purple-haired disciple proudly says the mask was a gift from their master. The first disciple is outraged because she believed Hyun-woo had already destroyed that mask and cannot accept that he gave it away instead. The second disciple needles her by suggesting she never received even a single gift from him. When the first disciple insists that learning martial arts from him is enough, the second disciple sweetly twists the knife by saying that means she can remain only a disciple forever. The first disciple's jealousy flares into murderous rage as she vows to kill her rival. Even after being told to reflect, the two square up again and prepare to fight in the living room. Their cries for master draw Hyun-woo back just as the tension peaks again. Seeing the disaster he created by bringing Hanrin in, he regrets assuming the two would get along just because their temperaments were similar. He cuts off the argument and announces that he has a job for both of them. The rivals instantly turn obedient and ask for his orders while still glaring at each other. He sends Mi Raoing to Hong Kong for the blind man's compass and orders Hanrin to Mexico for the silver hour hand. The second disciple eagerly asks if he needs anything else, while the first disciple bristles behind her. Hyun-woo says he will also be handling part of the artifact hunt himself. In Montana, the senator fumes over the phone because his attempts to suppress Hyun-woo keep failing. He rages that he can pay any amount of money, only to be told that no amount can make the problem disappear. When even the head of a major American broadcaster refuses him, the senator can only sputter in disbelief. After being advised to stop provoking Hyun-woo, he smashes his phone in frustration. Alone with his anger, he curses the world for refusing to move against the hunter he despises. His aide interrupts to announce an unexpected visitor, and the senator insists he had no appointments. A voice answers from within the room that this is not an appointment at all. The aide reveals his true intent by calling the visit a one-sided notice. The senator rises uneasily, unable to understand what is happening. Before he can react, the wall explodes inward and the room is violently breached. The senator stares at the gaping hole in shock as dust and debris fill the room. Hyun-woo steps through the wreckage and curtly tells him to be quiet because the shouting is making his ears bleed. The senator recognizes him at once and panics. Hyun-woo crouches on the broken wall like a predator, fully in control of the encounter. The senator protests about the destruction of his house, but Hyun-woo mocks the complaint and turns the question back on him. He lists the senator's crimes, including bribing auction authorities to manipulate results and meddling behind the scenes against him. As the senator threatens lawsuits, Hyun-woo casually names the media outlets and organizations the man tried to use against him. The senator is stunned as Hyun-woo rattles off more of the network he tried to influence. Hyun-woo mocks him for spending an entire week doing nothing but calling powerful people to manipulate the media. He tosses over the phone call records and asks whether it was fun trying to control public opinion. The senator can only ask in terror how Hyun-woo learned all of this. Desperate for another explanation, he turns to his aide and wonders if the same man ruined Evan as well. The aide coldly replies that the senator should have treated Hyun-woo better from the start. As the senator curses, the aide hands Hyun-woo a list of guilds the senator hired to attack him. Hyun-woo taunts the senator for even trying to copy the Ares Guild's method of eliminating him through hired force. Realizing he is completely exposed and abandoned, the senator becomes convinced he is finished. Instead of destroying him publicly, Hyun-woo offers a harsher mercy by proposing a private deal. He kneels before the terrified senator and invites him to bargain for his survival. Knowing the senator's obsession with artifacts, Hyun-woo demands the giant series he has spent 10 years collecting in exchange for silence. He presents the extortion as a peaceful solution, smiling as if he is doing the man a favor. The story shifts to another grand estate where the next artifact owner resides. A newspaper introduces Choyan, a wealthy refinery magnate whose arrogance has made him notorious. When Mi Raoing arrives, Choyan forces a nervous smile and tries to remain polite. He respectfully asks why the Imperial Dragon has come to his home. Mi Raoing answers without ceremony that she wants the blind man's compass. The demand hits him like a blow, and he nearly loses his composure on the spot. Terrified, he promises to prepare it immediately and begs for a little time. Mi Raung cuts him off and gives him only 3 hours to bring it to her. When he tries to explain that the artifact is stored overseas, she shows no patience for excuses. Henrin instantly volunteers to retrieve it herself, eager to prove her worth before Mi Raung can outdo her. Mi Raung orders her subordinate to follow and assist Henrin, making the mission a direct contest between the two disciples. Henrin cheerfully promises to return within 3 hours, while Mi Raung silently vows to beat her no matter what. The recovered compass is revealed to be only an incomplete S-rank artifact whose search ability no longer functions properly. Back home, the white-haired woman is astonished when Hyun-woo returns with all 5 required pieces in only 2 days. Hyun-woo casually says everything went well, as if extorting senators and dispatching disciples were routine errands. He notes that Henrin and Mi Raung each brought back their assigned artifacts in under an hour, which only deepened their rivalry. With all the pieces gathered, he asks whether they are finally ready to proceed, and she says they only need to be assembled. She explains that crafting is possible because these artifacts were originally meant to form one whole item. She begins the reconstruction by placing the broken compass into a glowing interface. A complex magical system unfolds as the other components are aligned and integrated around it. Hyun-woo watches in surprise as the process becomes far more elaborate than he expected. The woman's eyes and hands synchronize with the interface as she carefully guides the fusion. The damaged compass starts to rotate and respond as the dormant mechanisms awaken. One by one, the missing parts lock into place and restore the artifact's inner structure. A burst of light erupts between them as the reconstruction reaches completion. The finished item emerges as the complete SS-rank compass of the blind, now capable of pathfinding, search, and danger detection. Hyun-woo excitedly notices that both the artifact's form and its description have changed. The woman proudly explains that this restored state is the compass's true ability. When he asks if this means he can finally reach floor 8 to 35, she says the compass will guide him through the labyrinth to it. Deep within the labyrinth, the scene shifts to a dark crystal cavern far below the surface. Hyun-woo stands among broken puppet-like remains, having already carved a path through countless enemies. Bored and exhausted by the endless descent, he yawns in the darkness. He asks the compass how much farther he must keep going downward. With no sunlight and no food left, he admits he has lost all sense of time while wandering this place. He decides hunger is not the real problem and turns his attention to something more suspicious. Before leaving, he had ordered both disciples to stay behind and guard the house in case anything happened. Henrin immediately objected and insisted that if he was going somewhere dangerous, he should take her with him. She argued that Mi Raung, as the proud first disciple, ought to be able to protect the house alone. Mi Raung snapped back that only she, as the first disciple, is truly fit to support their master. Henrin mocked her as a guard dog, and Mi Raung asked permission to tear her mouth apart on the spot. Remembering that exchange now, Hyun-woo worries they may already be fighting and destroying the city in his absence. His thoughts are interrupted when a goblin-like monster screams and lunges at him. He meets the ambush head-on as more creatures rush in from every side. With a single sweeping strike, he cuts through the attackers and drops them instantly. He dryly reflects that his order only changed how the disciples address each other, not their actual behavior. One dying monster still clutches at his foot, showing how little threat these enemies now pose. Examining the corpse, he realizes the monsters have been getting weaker the deeper he goes. That pattern makes him grin because it suggests he is nearing something important. He concludes that he must be approaching the exit of the labyrinth. At the same time, Anya arrives at Hyun-woo's office hoping to see him before he departs for the labyrinth. She learns from his assistant that he has already left, ruining her plan to see him off. Trying to hide her disappointment, she complains that he never contacts her properly, and is offered the coffee she brought instead. As she looks around the office, something catches her eye. She notices a sword nearby and suddenly grows uneasy about what it might mean. Nervous but curious, she says she has something she wants to ask. The blue-haired woman warmly encourages her to ask anything at all. Blushing, Anya asks when Kim Sure-hyun will be coming back. The question leaves the blue-haired woman momentarily stunned and speechless. On floor 8 to 35, the Atlanti Empire is introduced through a night battlefield filled with screams and blood. A massive blade sweeps through the air, cutting down soldiers with brutal ease. The attacker reveals himself as Climber Preta, dismissing the resistance as boring. Opposing him stands Swilitz, the Empire's greatest swordsman and lord, already wounded amid fallen men. Swilitz recognizes at once that Preta is a monster unlike any enemy he has faced before. Even so, he rallies the remaining soldiers and urges them not to give up because the Empire will fall if they do. His speech is cut short when another devastating strike crashes into their formation. More soldiers are thrown down bleeding, and the defense line collapses further. Swilitz realizes Preta has been toying with them and that the real slaughter is only beginning. Preta boasts that he will now display the achievements he earned as the last survivor of the Predagati. Declaring himself the Preta of Gluttony, he unleashes a named technique with murderous confidence. A colossal energy blade descends and tears into the battlefield with overwhelming force. When the dust clears, Swilitz can only stare in disbelief at the scale of the attack. Far away, Hyun-woo senses something and looks up sharply. He curses as he realizes the labyrinth's exit is not on the ground but high in the sky. The compass also informs him that he has just killed a climber, leaving him baffled about where the Atlanti Empire even is. Unsure whether he should keep following the compass's guidance, he hesitates for a moment. The restored compass answers by quietly pointing onward, urging him to continue. Arriving at last, Hyunwoo calmly confirms he has reached the place he sought. A sudden presence makes him pause and wonder who has appeared before him. He finds armored figures confronting him, and his question becomes a direct challenge to their identity. Before anyone can answer, a violent strike cuts through the night. Yui is caught in the blast and coughs blood as the attack lands again. Another overwhelming blow hurls him back, nearly killing him outright. Kiyama coldly notes that Yui has already died countless times and keeps returning anyway. With detached contempt, Kiyama compares his persistence to that of a zombie. Badly injured, Yui forces himself upright instead of surrendering. He tightens his grip on his makeshift weapon, refusing to let go of the fight. Remembering how repeated deaths first gave him determination, he recalls that surviving this place became his reason to grow stronger. He thinks of following Hyung's advice to endure everything and keep swinging at Kiyama, even as he loses count of how many times he has failed. His resolve wavers as he wonders why he ever chose the blade and why strength still matters to him. Kiyama tells him to give up, mocking the thousands of deaths that still have not earned Yui even a single successful strike. The order to leave shakes him, but it does not break him. A memory of Hyunwoo flashes through his mind and anchors him again. That memory becomes a voice calling him back from despair. The recollection hits him like a slap, forcing him to come to his senses. Kiyama notices the shift in Yui and turns his attention to it. Yui wipes away the blood and steadies his breathing. He declares that he will never leave until he learns Kiyama's martial arts. Kiyama calls him insane like his acquaintance, yet accepts the challenge. He invites Yui to attack again, turning the torment into a lesson by force. Elsewhere, a woman sips her drink as the story abruptly shifts away from the duel. In a modern office, a blue-haired woman asks how dungeon management has been going, and her companion says the work is thriving thanks to her help. The manager explains that merged operations solved their staffing shortage, eased worries about dungeon breaks, and taught them a great deal. The blue-haired woman then asks about the major construction projects around the building. She is told one new structure belongs to the Imperial Guild's Korean branch. The other is rumored to belong to a newly founded guild, though that claim seems suspiciously grand. Realizing how strange that is beside two already dominant guilds, she begins to suspect there is more going on. A memory surfaces of a fierce clash involving a horned divine creature and a purple-haired woman. The woman from that memory walks away in composed silence. The blue-haired listener grows uneasy as the implication dawns on her. When asked what is wrong, she brushes it off and says the buildings simply feel different from ordinary guild projects. The scene shifts to a lavish palace interior glittering with gold and wealth. A servant leads Hyunwoo deeper inside toward a royal audience. Hyunwoo follows with casual indifference, unimpressed by the kingdom's splendor. He recalls being told that the Orb of Truth is a royal treasure, and that his service to the Empire would be reported to the king. Now inside the palace, he thinks it was almost too easy to locate the artifact. The court formally announces the arrival of the Empire's hero, Kim Hyunwoo. He enters the throne room where the king waits above the red-carpeted hall. The king asks if this is truly the man who defeated the monster threatening the Empire. He reveals that everyone except Lord Swillets wanted Hyunwoo invited, making the knight's support stand out. Hyunwoo ignores court etiquette entirely and answers with blunt informality. The king calls that rude, but begins by thanking him anyway. He praises Hyunwoo for saving the Empire and offers a week-long feast in his honor. Hyunwoo cuts past the ceremony and makes clear that what he really wants is the Orb of Truth. The king refuses, saying the kingdom cannot allow him to take the artifact. Hyunwoo is stunned by the rejection. The knight explains that while Hyunwoo's deeds are admirable, the orb is regarded as the Empire's guardian and the court opposes surrendering it. The king adds that if Hyunwoo solved the Empire's other ongoing problems, the answer might change. Hyunwoo snaps that he has no time for political errands because he must return quickly. Even the knight senses the atmosphere turning dangerously strange. A chill runs through Hyunwoo as his ability reacts to hidden intent. He realizes he is perceiving something beyond the spoken words. The pressure of that realization cracks the floor beneath him. What he reads is the king's plan to use him against Eastern barbarians and, if he refused, eventually kill him with the Orb of Truth. Understanding the king's true thoughts, Hyunwoo decides the old man is completely mad. The narration shifts to explain divine creatures as beings that possess divine energy and power. It continues that creatures chosen by heaven and long-lived enough can store that divine energy within themselves. Such beings awaken self-awareness and begin to study their own nature. In time, their intelligence can match or even surpass that of humans. And among them, one particular case stands out. A fox that has lived more than 1800 years has crossed that threshold and become a divine creature. That fox now stands on the 9th floor, pursuing a place on the throne. She believes that seizing the throne will let her fulfill her true purpose. But when she reaches for it, an immense force suddenly interrupts her. She is shocked by the absurd amount of mana blocking her path. Realizing the interference has happened repeatedly, she begins to understand what she is facing. Even so, she insists that the throne is the one thing she cannot give up. She throws herself forward again toward the light. At the same time, two other divine beings bicker viciously as they clash nearby. A smaller fox-eared figure can only stare blankly at the chaos. The purple-haired fox boasts that she will be the one to claim the climber, and orders the other to stay out of her way. The horned white-haired rival fires back, accusing her of plotting against their master. Their collision sends a shockwave through the area while the smaller fox watches in alarm. Overwhelmed, the little fox panics and decides she should flee before things get worse. She tries to slip away quietly, hoping no one notices. Instead, the two combatants crash into each other right in front of her. The little fox freezes as both turn toward her. The two rivals lock eyes and instantly understand the new target between them. Each claims the little fox for herself, and the terrified victim screams as they lunge. Back in the throne room, a distant disturbance makes Hyunwoo falter in confusion. The king and Hyunwoo face each other in a tense silence after the revelation. The king fumes at Hyunwoo's insolence, while Hyunwoo acts as if he has said nothing wrong. The king admits he now has 3 separate reasons to be furious. First, Hyunwoo says the king tried to exploit the man who saved the empire and the continent, never realizing Hyunwoo could read minds. Second, he accuses the king of stalling him with meaningless rewards to keep him trapped there. The knight draws his sword to intervene before the confrontation worsens. The king weakly argues that in this world status and class are supreme, so his offer should have been considered generous. Hyunwoo casually stops the blade with his bare hand. He shatters it, and reminds them that their social order means nothing to someone who is not from this world, before moving to his final grievance. The king and knight recoil and beg him to stop before he goes any further. Hyunwoo points out that the very fact they can understand each other proves their assumptions are already wrong. His anger erupts into a red aura that tears through the hall. With overwhelming confidence, he asks whether they truly think they have any leverage to negotiate with him. The story cuts to the moonlit night outside. Hyunwoo stands beneath the moon holding the orb of truth at arm's length, admiring its shine. The orb reveals itself as an SS-rank artifact that can intercept the system and answer any question in exchange for mana, with cooldown based on the depth of information. After reading that, Hyunwoo looks distinctly underwhelmed. As he prepares to leave, the knight follows him out, and Hyunwoo asks if he is being watched. The knight denies it awkwardly. Instead, he says he only came to apologize for angering a hero like Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo tells him not to bother and starts to depart. Before he goes, the knight offers him a package. Hyunwoo is told it is simply something tasty to eat. To prove his sincerity, the knight demonstrates Yui by extending his weapon. He congratulates himself on handling the farewell well. Then he notices the gift in his hands and begins to understand what it is. The package turns out to be a military ration. Elsewhere, Kiyama remarks that Kim Hyunwoo can now withstand his strikes, and asks Yui what he has gained after dying just as many times. He presses the question, demanding to know what Yui has truly learned from all that suffering. Kiyama answers for him with brutal honesty, saying Yui's progress is so slow it is almost non-existent. Yui clings to the smallest hope and asks if that still means he is improving. He even jokes that after 100,000 deaths he ought to reach Kiyama's level. Kiyama almost smiles at the absurdity. He tells Yui that lightning arts do not suit him at all, except for the stubbornness that keeps him alive. But he adds that this world surely contains some martial path fit for a fool like Yui. Kiyama refuses to teach him a full martial art. Instead, he decides to teach Yui a single skill. He explains that before climbing the tower and before taking the name Kiyama, he once met a foolish man. That man's foolishness was also his strength, and because of him Kiyama now offers Yui the first stance of the heavenly light sword. As the lesson begins, the scene shifts again to another crisis. On the 9th floor, an expedition braces for the arrival of the White Skulls. Their leader warns that even an S-rank like him must treat those enemies seriously, and orders everyone to hold the line. He says that if they fail, the entire team will die. But as the monsters appear, one teammate senses that something about them is terribly off. The White Skulls rush forward wearing what looks unmistakably like fear. The leader cannot accept that monsters could show such an expression. He realizes something behind them is far more terrifying and orders the expedition to abandon everything and run. A blinding slash tears through the charging skeletons before the team can even escape. As the strike passes, the leader hears a familiar command telling Yui to grow. He grabs his companion and dives aside from the path of the attack. Both stare in disbelief at what just happened. Then the truth hits them when they recognize the source as a human. Someone seizes a weapon in excitement as the implication becomes clear. Hyunwoo bursts with joy, celebrating that he has finally returned to the 9th floor. The story jumps ahead to his large villa under daylight. Back home after 2 weeks away, Hyunwoo stands between his 2 disciples while they glare at each other. He reminds Miraung that she said she had something to give him, and asks what it is. She presents the divine energy orb of the nine-tailed fox, an S+ artifact that grants multiple powers and permanent partial regeneration while intact. Hyunwoo slowly realizes what that means. He asks in disbelief whether the fox herself was actually a climber. The 2 disciples immediately start arguing over which of them captured her. Hyunwoo cuts through the bickering and demands to know how they managed it. Mi-raung loudly claims the credit for the capture. Too tired to sort out the shouting himself, Hyunwoo orders Mi-raung to explain properly. She eagerly accepts while the other disciple sulks beside her. Mi-raung begins by saying the International Hunters Association requested help, and that the 2 of them went to capture the fox. She admits that they succeeded, though not without causing a little collateral damage along the way. News of the Imperial Dragon incident spreads, and as the accusations against the fox climber pile up, Kim Soo-hyun realizes her weakness may be greater than expected. Since the damage was limited, he questions why she was spared before deciding to deal with her directly now. The terrified fox gulps and braces herself to beg. She throws herself at his mercy and desperately pleads to be allowed to live. To his disbelief, the climber admits she is powerless without her divine orb and can no longer fight back. Her claim proves true, as losing the orb has reduced the nine-tailed fox to little more than a many-tailed beast with minor magic. With the orb in hand, Soo-hyun asks again why she was left alive in the first place. Hanarin says she had been about to kill the fox before Mi Raung interrupted her. Mi Raung immediately insists the opposite happened and that Hanarin was the one who got in her way. As the two start bickering over who sabotaged whom first, Soo-hyun cuts in before the argument spirals further. He pieces together the absurd truth that neither killed the fox because both wanted the kill for themselves. Caught out, the two disciples fall into embarrassed silence. Soo-hyun can only marvel that such formidable women are acting like children over a prize. He drops the matter and turns back to the fox, who eagerly agrees to cooperate. He offers her life in exchange for everything she knows about the tower, though she complains the request is too broad. When he pressures her, she panics and promises to explain everything from beginning to end. After her long explanation, Soo-hyun notes that the disciples had been expelled simply because they fought too much. He sorts through what he already knew and focuses on the few pieces of information that are actually useful. From her account he confirms that climbers ascend the tower to obtain achievements, and reaching the top grants whatever achievement they desire. When he asks what an achievement really is, she explains that it lets its owner possess any power they want. Soo-hyun scoffs at how much people suffer just to gain a single power, imagining all the selfish ambitions that drive them upward. The fox corrects him by saying an achievement is not merely power but something closer to a wish. To make the point clear, she uses goblins as an example of the weakest kind of monster. If such a goblin obtained the achievement of a sword god, it would not just borrow sword power. She explains that taking an achievement means taking everything that made its owner who they were. That includes the owner's memories, experiences, relationships, and every other part of their existence. So the goblin would not become a goblin with the sword god's strength, but would effectively become the sword god itself. Soo-hyun realizes that inheriting Kiama's achievements without enduring his hardships would be an irresistible shortcut. He turns that thought back toward the fox, prompting her to tense up again. She nervously reminds him that she has already told him everything and begs once more to be spared. Soo-hyun says he will think about it, which only horrifies her further. When he asks why he should kill her peacefully, she blurts out that such mercy would actually be ideal. The moment he lets her go, she bolts away in ecstatic relief at still being alive. Elsewhere, in a dark council chamber, unseen powers continue watching events around the tower. A glowing armored figure asks whether they are truly willing to let matters proceed this way. A hooded official answers that allowing it may bring him closer to the truth. The armored watcher finds the situation increasingly entertaining. The hooded one sharply disagrees, warning that if this continues an irregular may actually climb the tower. That possibility visibly unsettles even the usually composed official. He apologizes for his outburst, and the other side concedes that his concern is understandable. Still, the watcher regrets losing the chance to see how far an irregular could have gone. Instead, a new order is given to send down a single conqueror. Back at the house, the woman with the Orb of Truth confirms that the glowing sphere is indeed the artifact she mentioned. She says that once its cooldown ends, it should reveal information about its creator. Soo-hyun immediately points out that if so, he can simply ask the orb who trapped him in the tutorial tower. He adds that he intends to deal with that creator as well once he identifies them. He even checks whether keeping a climber alive is allowed, and the system questions why he would ask while listing what he already possesses. The orb woman explains that the earlier climbers failed to kill the fox because they were too busy fighting over the loot. She also reveals that she had already sensed a climber on the 9th floor once her information authority improved enough to detect mana there. At first that climber's power felt enormous, but after the battle it diminished so much that she could barely sense it. Since the fox lost her divine sphere and was weak to begin with, she concludes there is little risk in keeping her alive. Even so, she suggests placing a mark on the fox in case something unexpected happens. When Soo-hyun asks what that means, she explains that combined artifacts on the 9th floor can create useful tools. The mark, she says, is essentially an artifact that works like a leash. Soo-hyun asks what it would take to make one and groans when he hears it needs about 5 artifacts. She reassures him that it will be easier this time because all the required artifacts belong to one person. She reveals the target, and Soo-hyun immediately recognizes who she means. He leans in with sudden interest as the identity clicks. The target turns out to be Senator Port, recently discharged from the hospital, and already returning to public life before an artifact auction. Far away in the woods, Kiama waits in silence beneath the trees. He tells his blue-haired disciple that the boy has finally become somewhat useful. The disciple gratefully credits all of his progress to his master. Kiama coldly dismisses him as his weakest disciple and says there is nothing left to teach him, ordering him to leave. Instead of being discouraged, the disciple smiles as if he has been given exactly what he wanted. Kiama turns away, expecting the matter to be over. The disciple bows and thanks him sincerely for everything. Then his smile sharpens with a dangerous resolve. Kianma senses the shift and glances back. He reacts with mild annoyance rather than alarm. Even so, he notes that this second disciple at least has better manners than the first. The disciple walks into the ruined training ground with quiet confidence. Something catches his attention among the wreckage and bodies. He finds a fallen sword near the aftermath of a brutal fight, and realizes he has been given an opportunity. A horned enemy nearby grins viciously at the fresh arrival. The monster, Poetry Oni, rejoices that another sacrifice has appeared before him. The disciple is bewildered to have stepped out only to find corpses and a new enemy waiting. Poetry Oni leaps to kill him, boasting that dying by his hand should be considered an honor. The disciple realizes he has returned from the imaginary dimension unarmed. At the last instant he reaches for the abandoned sword. He seizes it and settles into a stance with sudden composure. Kianma watches from a distance, arms folded, to see what his disciple will do. As he watches, he reflects that the sword's former owner was a foolish man, yet that very foolishness made him strong. That man had no innate talent for the sword, was abandoned by his clan, and left unable to properly learn martial arts. Even so, he refused to give up and spent more than 50 years practicing a single move because it was the only one he knew. That lone technique was the only thing he carried with him after being cast aside. The disciple steadies his breath and prepares to reproduce it. He unleashes the sky-naming blade. The strike continues into a first stance that tears through the Oni's attack. Its force escalates into an overwhelming extreme strike that splits the battlefield. With that one perfected blow, the abandoned swordsman had once earned the title of the single invincible sword striker of Nirim. A system notice declares that the disciple has successfully taken down the climber Wugui, known as Poetry Oni, and that his information authority has risen to mid-high tier. Back in Italy, Shurhyun is stunned to receive credit for a climber kill he did not make. He can only complain that he came all the way to Italy for nothing because the target was already dead. Realizing his own disciples were not responsible, he wonders who could have killed the climber first. As he looks toward the crowd gathering around the destruction, someone calls out to him from behind. The voice belongs to Kim Shurhyun, and the name instantly catches his attention. Annoyed by the crowd, Shurhyun casually stomps forward through the rubble. He drops dramatically from above while the blue-haired disciple looks up in shock. Recognizing him, the disciple blurts out a startled greeting. Shurhyun lands beside him and asks when he managed to get out. The disciple stares at him in disbelief and asks if he was the one who caused all this. Reporters swarm the disciple with microphones while he stands there holding the sword as if nothing unusual happened. Later, back at the house, Shurhyun summarizes the absurd story as the disciple having been killed 10,000 times before finally being taught martial arts. The disciple confirms it cheerfully, saying the time spent being taught probably exceeded the time spent being killed. Shurhyun can only stare at him and curse at how insane that sounds. The disciple, however, remembers the ordeal with almost fond intensity, saying his master simply kept killing him. Shurhyun wonders if the man is deranged, but the disciple brightly asks whether there is anything else he wants to know. Shurhyun decides that part is obvious enough and lets it slide for the moment. Instead, he asks whether the disciple delivered the message he was supposed to pass on. The disciple hesitates with a sly look, clearly about to phrase it badly. He finally reports that Kiama's message was essentially a blunt order to get lost. Shurhyun takes that answer with a knowing, almost satisfied smile. He channels that irritation into his weapon, and the system asks whether he wants to use AK Chion's essence on the Kiama blade. The disciple awkwardly insists Kiama was probably just shy, which only makes Shurhyun more suspicious. When the disciple adds that Kiama even seemed to be blushing, Shurhyun concludes in disbelief that the terrifying man is acting like a tsundere. The disciple firmly shuts down that line of thought, and tells him to stop saying disgusting things. Even while rejecting it, he wears a faintly amused smile. As Shurhyun lounges back down, the disciple brings up another matter he has been curious about. He points to the bound fox in the room, and Shurhyun casually identifies her as a climber. The fox, gagged and miserable, can only tremble at being discussed like an object. Hearing that she is a climber, the disciple immediately argues that she is dangerous and should be killed. The fox tries to beg for her life, but he coldly reduces her to a future fox stew. His threat leaves her frozen in terrified silence. Shurhyun explains that he captured her because he first thought of keeping a pet fox. Then he admits that was a joke and clarifies that she is really an information shuttle he intends to use. When asked why she would not simply run, he points out that she has lost all her powers. He adds that he has no intention of leaving her in that condition forever, hinting at another plan. Before he can explain, the door bursts open. Hanarin and Miraung rush in together, loudly announcing their return to their master. Shurhyun greets them casually while the disciple is left completely baffled by the sudden chaos. Seeing the two women fighting over a cushion, he asks who the purple-haired one is. Shurhyun introduces her as Hanarin and matter-of-factly calls her his second disciple. The disciple is stunned to learn that Shurhyun somehow has two disciples already. Meanwhile, rain falls over a lonely pavilion where another watcher waits in the dark. A man in a broad hat stands under the storm, troubled by what he has sensed. He catches the rain in his palm as if testing the disturbance in the air. Closing his hand, he resolves himself to act. The hooded official asks what is wrong. The hat-wearing climber answers by reminding them that he was told not to use his achievements there, and questions why he is being challenged now despite having rightfully earned the Blue Dragon's achievement. The official ignores the complaint and orders him down to the 9th floor to eliminate an irregular. He asks whether the irregular truly must be dealt with immediately. The official tempts him by promising that if he succeeds, the owner will grant him another achievement. That offer instantly changes his expression. He raises a hand toward the sky, ready to move. Tearing open space itself, he tells the official to pass along his words. He declares that a man once fit to be called an ascetic became an evil spirit instead, and that after handling this nuisance he will climb upward himself. Back at the house, Shirhyun looks toward the sleeping fox and reflects on her again. Now transformed into a small black fox curled in a bed, she looks absurdly comfortable in captivity. Shirhyun notes that she hated the ceiling collar when he first put it on her, but the fox only keeps sleeping with the lock fastened around her neck, already settling into her new life. As he wonders whether the fox has already adapted, he prepares to test the new seal on her. He recalls that Miraung, Naren, and Eve combined their efforts to create a seal of ownership and place it on the fox. The seal reveals itself as an S-rank authority artifact built for control, interception, command, and mind reading. Its true effect is brutal, stripping the sealed target of bodily freedom while letting the owner force actions or read thoughts. Realizing it is basically a slavery tool disguised as distrust, he grimly accepts that it still benefits him now. He decides to try the mind-reading function on the fox at once. The first thought he catches is a sleepy murmur of comfort. Her mind turns out to be blissfully simple, full of delight over warmth, sleep, and how good life feels. Staring at the fox basking in happiness, he is left wondering why she ever climbed the tower at all. Compared with climbers who fought desperately to the end, her carefree satisfaction makes even her achievements feel absurd to him. Unable to understand her motive now, he decides he will ask the nine-tailed fox directly someday. Before he can dwell on it further, someone arrives and pulls his attention back to the present. Seo Yun enters, surprised to find him home when he had said he would be out. He says he was just leaving, and she cheerfully explains she came to learn sorcery from Kumiho. The fox wakes enough to greet Kumiho with bright enthusiasm. In a flash, Kumiho drops the fox form and takes on her human appearance. Now transformed, Kumiho happily introduces herself to Seo Yun. Seo Yun accepts her as today's teacher, and Kumiho eagerly agrees to take charge of her lessons. As the two immediately sink into an excited exchange of mystical theory, he can only watch them disappear into their own world. Just as Shirhyun was inspired to learn martial arts from Cheon Ma, Seo Yun begins learning sorcery from Kumiho. Though he cannot follow a word of their discussion, he assumes the lessons are progressing somehow. Seeing how quickly Seo Yun absorbs things, he concludes she is probably doing well. A system alert interrupts his thoughts and reminds him of the Orb of Truth. The orb's cooldown has finally ended, making it usable again. Delighted, he immediately decides to use the artifact. He activates the orb and enters its questioning state. Eve appears at the table, pleased to see him using it again. When he notes she is not gaming today, she says she has been busy searching for something important. He asks for the orb, and after a teasing exchange she hands it over without resistance. With the orb set in place, they begin the interrogation in earnest. Eve suddenly chants in an unfamiliar language, startling both the orb and him. He realizes he has never heard that language before and suspects Eve learned it during her mysterious search. The orb reacts violently to the chant, confirming that she has triggered something hidden. A concealed function unlocks, boosting the orb's effectiveness by 500%. The upgrade comes with a cost as the cooldown also doubles, leaving him baffled. Eve explains that speaking the orb's original encrypted language is the true way to maximize its power. When he asks if she learned that through Information Authority, she says most locked data is now open to her and even the rest can be bypassed. He jokes that the artifact is starting to resemble the internet, only for the orb to reveal another hidden rule. From now on, anything the orb hears will automatically count as a question that must be answered. He freezes as he realizes that careless speech around the orb is now dangerous. Eve is equally alarmed, understanding the implication a moment later. The orb abruptly drags his consciousness into a strange inner space before he can react. Inside, he sees a memory-like scene of people being taken through a portal. The vision shifts to a monstrous being looming over him like a nightmare from another world. He instantly connects the scene to the one who trapped him inside the tutorial tower and demands to know if this is that bastard. The orb continues resonating as if answering his rage. Then the orb itself seems to split open, creating a path deeper inside. Both he and Eve are left confused by the orb's bizarre behavior. When he tries to force a response by hitting it, Eve stops him and reminds him the orb is not some machine to smack into working. Frustrated that the hard-won artifact seems to ignore him, he shouts for the one who trapped him to answer. That outburst triggers a complete transition into the orb's hidden domain. He finds himself standing in a digitized purple space that has swallowed the room around him. Disoriented, he looks around the transformed space and wonders what exactly has happened. Noticing Eve is gone from this place, he realizes he is alone with whatever the orb has summoned. A starry silhouette appears and warns that their conversation must be brief. He first mistakes the figure for a human, then senses something fundamentally wrong about it. Demanding answers, he asks what the being is and what happened to this space. The figure identifies itself simply as the creator. Before he can process that claim, the creator says there is no time for a full explanation and will only pass on essential information. The creator orders him to find the tower he created and seek him at the origin of AK Chion. Only then, the creator promises, will he learn the truth behind everything entangled with him. When he angrily demands the truth now, the creator instead addresses him by name, Kim Hyun-woo. The creator openly admits he is the one who trapped Hyun-woo in the tower and tells the guardian to come find him. As Hyun-woo tries to stop him, the creator begins to break apart and vanish. Hyun-woo lunges after the disappearing figure, desperate not to lose him. A force seizes his hand and yanks his consciousness back out of the orb's world. Eve catches him as he returns and panics over whether the guardian is alright. Coming to on the floor beside her, he is startled to find himself back in the living room. When he asks what she was doing, she defensively explains she was trying to wake him up. She says he suddenly collapsed and banged his head on the table, leaving her terrified. He concludes that only his consciousness had been dragged away, not his body. Left with the creator's cryptic promise about everything tied to him, he curses how useless the hints feel. He considers using the orb again immediately to get clearer answers. That hope dies when he sees the new cooldown has become nearly 6,400 years. Eve notices his miserable expression and asks whether he failed to get an answer. He says he now has more to do than ever, including a new problem to solve. Still, the path ahead is clearer because his original goal remains unchanged: find the person who trapped him. Burning with resolve, he vows that whatever the truth is, the culprit is finished. He orders Eve to locate the creator's tower despite its lock and to contact him the moment she finds anything useful. As he prepares to leave, Eve urgently tries to stop him. When he assumes she already found something, she says that is not the immediate issue. She warns him he needs to move right away. Elsewhere, a robed man announces that one of the tower's conquerors is coming to the 9th floor. He reflects that true ascetics and hermits train themselves through discipline and restraint. Likewise, sages are meant to follow the laws of nature and avoid killing. Yet the man abruptly senses something that interrupts his calm doctrine. Looking over the modern city below, he notes that some have clearly abandoned those principles and that he came down without even checking which irregular had appeared. He decides it no longer matters. Since the task is tedious, he resolves to simply kill everyone involved. Rain falls over the city as the threat begins to manifest. Ordinary people on the streets panic and run for cover under the sudden danger. A colossal blue force descends from the sky like a dragon-shaped calamity. It crashes into the city in a fiery explosion, drawing screams from below. As blue energy and flames tear through the streets, civilians cry out in confusion and beg for help. The destruction spreads fast enough that people can only flee and call emergency services. The attacker is revealed as a rogue who skipped proper cultivation by climbing the tower and became a dark ascetic through another path, John Wuchi, bearer of the Blue Dragon accomplishment. News of the disaster explodes online, with people urgently sharing the footage. Viewers can only call the scene insane as clips spread across the internet. Even bystanders watching on their phones demand to know why the hunters are not stopping this. A live stream shows Wuchi calmly addressing the world from the middle of the chaos. He gives his target 1 hour to respond. Making the threat personal, he tells the irregular to come find him and not make this troublesome. After exactly 59 minutes and 8 seconds, the broadcast cuts off. The video instantly racks up millions of views as comments fill with fear, outrage, and desperate calls for Kim Hyun-woo. At the Hunters Association, officials report that Kim Soo-hyun has finally relayed word from Kim Hyun-woo. The message is simple and electrifying. Hyun-woo is already on his way. The association president bitterly reflects that the International Hunters Organization is helpless without relying on a single man. In a moment of despair, he wonders whether the world itself should have ended long ago. He sees Hyun-woo as the only thing barely keeping this doomed world alive by standing against the monsters it keeps producing. When an aide reacts to that bleak statement, the president catches himself. He retracts the sentiment, and instead says both the monsters and the man who stops them are extraordinary in their own terrifying way. Even so, he places all his trust in Hunter Kim Hyun-woo. Back in the ruined city, Wuchi idly calls out into the rain while waiting. Growing bored after barely 10 minutes, he wonders whether giving an hour was too generous. He nearly decides to end the game early. Then he senses something and abruptly looks up. A violent disturbance rushes toward him at extreme speed through the storm. Recognizing what it means, Wuchi lets out a tense laugh. A pole hurdles in first, announcing the arrival before the man himself. Hyun-woo rides the momentum in and Wuchi realizes at once that this is the irregular he was waiting for. Hyun-woo lands with casual confidence, already mocking the situation. He kicks off the pole and uses it as a launch point for his next attack. While charging straight through the air, he tells Wuchi to stop showing off with flashy movement. Wuchi remains relaxed even as Hyun-woo's punch closes in. At the last instant, Wuchi slips aside with impossible ease, leaving Hyun-woo striking only after images. He explains that sages can walk the skies through a technique called distance-shortening magic. Hyun-woo adjusts his footing midair, refusing to be thrown off by the explanation. Instead of being impressed, he laughs at the pretentious name. He seizes part of a nearby structure as if turning the battlefield itself into a weapon. In one brutal motion, he swings an enormous slab down like a giant blade. Wuchi realizes the attack is too large to evade cleanly even with his movement technique. Hyun Woo insults him for relying on tricks instead of facing the hit. The massive strike detonates across the ruined city in a blinding impact. Dust and debris swallow the battlefield after the blow lands. Hyun Woo steps down through the settling rubble, ready for the fight to continue. Knowing that could not have been enough, he searches the smoke for his enemy. Wuchi's voice reaches him first, praising the kind of power Hyun Woo can wield even on the 9th floor. Emerging from the haze unharmed, Wuchi says he now understands why Hyun Woo is called an irregular. He smiles with genuine interest rather than fear. Hyun Woo catches the repeated word irregular and demands to know where Wuchi got that idea. Wuchi says Hyun Woo's power would be fascinating to study and that killing him outright would be a waste compared with dissecting him alive. That answer instantly wipes the calm from Hyun Woo's face. He explodes in fury, calling the whole lot of them insane and demanding a real answer for once. Wuchi only laughs and says Hyun Woo's rotten personality must be the flaw common to irregulars. Hyun Woo can barely process the nonsense and dismisses him as a delusional pretender. Wuchi answers in kind, saying Hyun Woo's filthy mouth suits a bastard perfectly as they square off again. Hyun Woo starts to mock him back, saying Wuchi looks like a loser at first glance. The insult lands so directly that Wuchi's composure visibly cracks. He erupts in outrage and demands Hyun Woo repeat what he just said. Seeing the absurdly childish reaction, Hyun Woo is left blinking in baffled disbelief. The long-haired sorcerer John Wuchi laughs off the insult and warns his opponent that he has crossed a line. When Wuchi boasts in lofty terms, the young fighter dismisses the pretension and demands to know what he is talking about. He bluntly admits he never cared for refined learning, which makes Wuchi sneer at him as low-born and uncultured. The young man shrugs that poverty forced him to work instead of study, and Wuchi is thrown off enough to ask about his parents. Hearing that both parents died long ago, Wuchi is briefly stunned by the answer he did not expect. The young man turns that moment into fury and launches himself forward, vowing that Wuchi chose the wrong person to torment. His descending strike crashes into the ruined ground with explosive force. Buried in the impact, Wuchi starts promising that once he becomes a sage he will make this suffering count. He rises from the rubble with murder in his eyes and swears he will not grant his enemy an easy death. The young man charges again, condemning Wuchi for tearing apart an entire city and promising a brutal end in return. Their attacks collide head-on in a violent burst that tears through the debris around them. Wuchi's counter sends the young man flipping away as the shockwave widens across the ground. They lock eyes at close range, both baring their teeth as the struggle turns personal. A ring of force erupts around them, and Wuchi drives the exchange back with overwhelming magical pressure. The young man suddenly notices movement behind him and realizes the threat is not where he thought it was. He finds himself surrounded by multiple identical Wukais and finally understands he has been fighting clones. Remembering another enemy who used copies, he realizes this trick is not unique and starts thinking through the pattern. Before he can settle on an answer, the clones rush him together from every side. Their combined assault closes in so tightly that his escape route vanishes in a flash of impact. A vertical blast hurls him skyward above the shattered city. As he rises, he recalls that a true sage should be able to cast spells purely through thought. That realization sharpens as a massive spell circle forms beneath him in the air. The circle activates as a 5-path restraint and spectral chains coil around his body. Trapped midair, he curses and tries to break free while a clone calmly prepares another spell. Wuchi mockingly asks whether he likes dragons as lightning and water begin to gather into twin draconic forms. He explains with relish that the lightning dragon and water dragon complement each other perfectly. At his command, the dragons surge forward together toward the bound target. The young man is engulfed by the combined attack and screams as electricity and water tear through him. The fusion detonates in a fiery blast that swallows the battlefield. Watching the explosion, one Wuchi clone smugly concludes that the irregular was not much of a challenge after all. That confidence breaks when he senses something impossible in the aftermath and cannot understand how it happened. From the smoke, the young man reveals that the enemy's lightning only helped him burn away the restraining chains. With a red-black aura and wing-like shadows flaring behind him, he promises Wuchi is truly in trouble now. He drives a brutal kick into a clone and sends it flying through the air. The kicked body explodes apart in a burst of fire and smoke. He lands in the cratered ruins, still wrapped in that ominous aura, as the surviving enemies react in alarm. The remaining clones rush him in a frenzy, all screaming that they will kill him. He coolly notes that they can even alter the size of their copies, treating the attack like a curiosity. One enlarged clone lunges in first, trying to overwhelm him with sheer speed. He answers with a sweeping red slash that tears through the charging figures and fills the area with smoke. As the dust spreads, he traces the battlefield and concludes that every one of the attackers was only a clone. A surviving Wuchi coughs in frustration, realizing his deception has been read through. When that Wuchi tries to repeat the same trick, the young man appears behind him before he can react. A sudden upward strike launches the sorcerer away and leaves him choking in shock. Wuchi reels in disbelief that an irregular has pushed the famed John Wuchi this far. He decides this is no longer the time to hold back any of his real power. Below him, the young man wipes his forehead and mocks the sorcerer for all his flashy boasting. Then he senses a change and realizes the battle is about to shift again. The rain and air themselves begin to tremble with a new presence. Standing amid the ruins, he looks around uneasily and asks what is coming next. Wuchi feels the same ominous approach, resolves to finish things quickly, and calls for Yui to extend. The young man looks up sharply as the command reaches him through the storm. The clones assume the staff command is pointless and suspect it is only meant to distract them. One clone smiles in confidence, certain the trick cannot change the outcome. Instead of an attack, a strange narration begins about an emoji that once existed. The young man is baffled by the sudden tale intruding into the fight. The story continues that the emoji became a dragon, but he forces himself to ignore the mystery and keep fighting. As the legend recounts millennia of training, sorcery, merit, and divinity, he is swarmed by more clones and curses the endless numbers. Still swinging Yui with all his strength, he keeps trying to force a path through the crowd. The tale reaches the point where the creature gathered enough divinity to complete its transformation. At the same moment, a blue vortex of water and power catches the young man and drags him off balance. He is slammed backward into a spinning sphere of water and lightning that forms like a living maw. Even as he reaches toward it, he realizes he cannot stop his momentum and must strike again somehow. Then he notices the opposite is happening and that the sphere is not approaching him so much as pulling him away from himself. He understands too late that he is not being pushed back but falling downward through some warped space. The narration declares that the transformed being became the blue dragon as a figure curls within the storm. Wuchi smiles as the legend and his own power merge into one identity. He emerges in a draconic state with horns, claws, and a blade, openly naming himself John Wuchi of the Blue Dragon. Far below, the young man keeps dropping through the rain-dark void toward the transformed sorcerer. Yui suddenly extends through the space like a lifeline. He catches himself with the staff and arrests his fall just before impact. Using the pole as leverage, he swings back into the fight and meets the descending blue dragon Wuchi head-on. The speed of the transformed sorcerer shocks him even before the clash fully lands. Their collision explodes in blue light as fist, staff, and draconic force meet at once. The young man is blasted by the recoil and realizes the damage is somehow reflecting back onto him. Wuchi calmly tells him that in this state he cannot be defeated and crushes him with another overwhelming strike. The young man laughs through the pain and taunts Wuchi for thinking he has truly become a dragon just by combining with one. Wuchi answers with a massive surge of water power that bursts outward like a dragon's body. The blast leaves the young man coughing blood as he tumbles helplessly. Wuchi hovers within the coiling water dragon and watches him fall with predatory satisfaction. The dragon's watery body thickens and fills the ruined skyline with its immense presence. Caught in the torrent, the young man grits his teeth as the pressure crushes down on him. He forces a counterattack through the storm and lands a hard punch on Wuchi's body. Wuchi immediately drives a glowing palm into his chest and knocks the breath out of him. The young man realizes in frustration that this transformed body has no obvious weak point at all. They separate briefly across the flooded rubble, both measuring the next exchange. The young man coldly says that his last attack could have killed Wuchi 32 times if he had wanted an easy victory. Wuchi repeats that he never intended to kill him easily and boasts that the blue dragon's mastery over rain, lightning, and sky has only begun to show. To prove it, he raises a point of light into the storm and claims he can do far more than direct a single dragon. The rain itself starts flashing with blue electricity across the entire sky. The young man is horrified as the storm turns into a field of living lightning around him. He realizes every raindrop now carries lightning and that the transform technique is stronger than before. Desperate to survive, he uses Yui as a makeshift umbrella and tries to keep the electrified rain from touching him. Wuchi watches with cruel amusement, savoring the sight of his enemies struggling just to stay alive. He mocks the staff shield as a pathetic attempt to resist the power of nature itself, while the lightning rain batters through it. The young man finds his body completely numb, and even realizes his voice is too damaged to use his entrancing skill. Seeing him immobilized at last, Wuchi descends and begins to savor the finish. He sneers that the young man now finally looks like the bastard he always took him for. Wuchi marvels that such an expendable irregular remained conscious after enduring the blue dragon's lightning. As thanks for helping him test this new power, he promises to display an even greater level the young man could never reach. Pinned to the ground, the young man can only stare upward in alarm as the finishing move begins. Wuchi summons the full form of the blue dragon above him, a colossal watery beast coiling through the storm. The dragon dives straight down while the young man braces beneath it with Yui. He strains every muscle to hold the descending force back for even a moment. At the point of contact, a sudden flash appears inside the staff itself. Some unseen observer dismisses the young man as a fool for not understanding what is happening. In the next instant he finds himself kneeling in a quiet snowy landscape, ripped out of the battlefield without warning. He looks around in confusion, wondering where he is and where Wuchi and the dragon have gone. Noticing that all his injuries are gone, he briefly wonders if he has died. A small monkey-like spirit appears and immediately mocks him for losing to that snake. When the spirit keeps insulting him, the young man stares in disbelief at the rude little creature. He recognizes the creature as the monkey from before, while the spirit indignantly insists on the name Jie Chion De Song. The spirit explains that this place is the imagery world inside Yui, though the young man only half follows the explanation. Pressed for details, the spirit admits it is not exactly an imaginary world and then trails off when asked to clarify. The young man calls out that the spirit clearly does not understand it either, and demands a proper explanation. The spirit finally simplifies it by saying the young man's mind has entered his world, which only convinces him the explanation is terrible. Putting that aside, the young man asks what exactly has happened to him. The spirit reveals that outside, the fatal attack is still coming and that only his consciousness has been sped up inside this realm. The young man immediately guesses the point is to borrow some of the spirit's power to survive. The spirit is baffled by that assumption and flatly says no. Instead, he admits he only dragged the young man here because it was amusing to watch him get beaten by someone weaker than himself. Enraged, the young man demands to know whether the spirit seriously expected him to ask for help after that. He reminds the spirit of the old insult about monkeys and zookeepers, making clear he has not forgotten their earlier exchange. He points out that after talking so big back then, the spirit now has the nerve to act superior while refusing to help. The spirit says he might lend power only if the young man grovels on his knees and begs properly. He even boasts that the snake outside would not survive a single strike from him anyway. The young man pauses, thinking through that claim instead of reacting emotionally. Mistaking the silence for surrender, the spirit smugly assumes the young man is about to beg after all. The young man shocks him by refusing outright, and saying he does not need the spirit's help. He argues that borrowing power from someone who lost to him would be pointless if he wants to know his own true limits. The spirit explodes in protest, insisting he was not defeated and that the young man only won because the spirit's full achievements were not acknowledged. The young man shrugs that excuses do not change the fact that he still destroyed him. The spirit snaps back that one should borrow power from someone stronger, not from someone weaker than oneself. The young man smiles and says that if the spirit really can destroy the snake with his own power, then he should hand that power over. He asks for it not out of dependence but so he can test whether he can truly win against Wuchi himself. That answer leaves the spirit speechless for the first time. After wrestling with his pride, the spirit grudgingly asks one last time whether the young man truly wants the power or not. The spirit steels himself, still visibly conflicted about giving in. The young man answers with a calm, confident smile that makes his resolve unmistakable. Outside, Wuchi continues riding the coiling blue dragon as the finishing attack closes in. Drunk on victory, he praises the blue dragon's achievement, and starts dreaming about what greater achievement he will claim after this kill. Then a flicker of doubt interrupts him as he senses something changing inside the dragon. Red lightning suddenly crawls through the blue dragon's body, and Wuchi realizes something is terribly wrong. The dragon's core erupts into a red-white burst that tears through the attack from within. The entire vortex destabilizes as the red energy spreads and shatters Wuchi's control. Wuchi can only scream in disbelief as his blue dragon starts breaking apart. The collapse accelerates into a violent implosion, leaving him unable to understand what is happening. A sharp golden eye opens in the chaos, signaling the arrival of a new will. A transformed figure in armor, and with a halo-like ring emerges wielding Yui, clearly no longer the same powerless young man. With a predatory grin, he greets Tinky Winky as though an old acquaintance has finally returned. In a foggy, incomplete realm, a beast-like spear user waits beneath a strange beam of light. He clicks his tongue in annoyance as he judges the situation. He admits he deliberately delayed summoning his target to gain an advantage in their contract, but that trick failed. Unable to decide whether Kim Hyun-woo is fearless or simply incapable of fear, he dismisses him as insane. Even so, that very abnormality is why he chose Kim in the first place. Kim suddenly charges in, confirming the Beastman's suspicion that he may truly be an irregular. The Beastman fixates on the possibility that Kim Hyun-woo is genuinely outside the system. That thought makes him pause and reconsider Kim more seriously. He reflects that this grand place is actually a dead, incomplete space he barely reclaimed after climbing the tower once, with no allies or subordinates left in it. From that emptiness, he begins to think that what he wants might actually be possible after all. A dark-haired armored fighter drops into the scene with a grin and a spear, joining the conflict. He cheerfully greets his old enemy, John Wuchi, with mocking familiarity. Wuchi is so startled by the man's ridiculous outfit that he blurts that out mid-attack. His sword slash tears across the air anyway as he lunges forward. The newcomer reveals he expected Wuchi to target him again and had prepared for it. Wuchi realizes too late that he has been baited. He tries to deny it, but the trap is already in motion. The spear fighter notices the opening with amused interest. Back in the incomplete realm, the Beastman tells Kim to look above the clouds. He explains that the blue dragon's achievements are impressive, but what lies above the clouds is even more revealing. There Kim finds a hidden magic circle and crystal, and the Beastman declares it proof of the con man's trick. Wuchi curses as the spear fighter moves to destroy the source of the illusion. The spear tip drives straight toward the crystal, while Wuchi watches in alarm. Wuchi screams for him to stop, but the strike lands on the magic circle. Wuchi insists breaking the circle alone will not be enough to defeat him. The spear fighter answers that he believes it will and presses the attack at close range. He slams into Wuchi hard enough to make him cough blood. Kim notices the attacks have changed and realizes the lightning effect from earlier is gone when the spear fighter strikes now. A system notice reveals the fighter has temporarily summoned golden iron armor, an SS rank artifact that resists all attacks through preserved authority. Enjoying the absurd advantage of stacked equipment, he revels in how overpowered he has become. Wuchi, battered and furious, spits blood and tries to recover. The spear fighter dives again, declaring that a con man only learns after getting beaten down. His next blow crashes through the ruined cityscape with explosive force. He pins Wuchi in a brutal clash of weapons and wills. While overpowering him, he mocks Wuchi's poor swordsmanship and lands another punishing hit. He keeps battering Wuchi and sneers that these crude swings hardly deserve to be called sword techniques. Kim judges that Wuchi is not actually slow or incompetent, just outclassed. The spear fighter laughs at Wuchi's repeated attacks and boasts that he once fought a true sword master for over a century. He recalls that against that master every attempt to cut, stab, or even trace the blade led only to death and darkness. Compared to that nightmare named Kiyama, he says, Wuchi is nothing. He claims he has already spared Wuchi many times and could have killed him over 100 times by now. Humiliated and half buried in rubble, Wuchi can only curse him. The spear fighter taunts him for losing his cool and swearing again, saying he was simply too strong for him. Something suddenly changes in the air, making the spear fighter flinch in confusion. Wuchi, enraged, vows to kill him and destroy him just as he destroyed the magic circle. The spear fighter realizes with alarm that the rain has returned. Wuchi raises a finger toward the storm as if calling something back. Lightning begins to gather through the clouds once more. Wuchi unleashes the restored power of the blue dragon, wrapping himself in violent lightning. The storm erupts outward in a blinding electrical blast. The spear fighter remains calm as electricity crawls over his armor. Wuchi starts to boast that the attack cannot be dodged, then falters when he sees it fail. The lightning pillar crashes down, but the armored fighter withstands it. He raises a hand through the storm and begins a smug reply. Grinning through the lightning, he reveals he never intended to say the obvious line Wuchi expected. Instead, he thanks Wuchi for using Rise of the Blue Dragon, because he has just copied it into a new killing move of his own. Wuchi suddenly finds his body frozen as the mana around him expands beyond his control. A colossal red dragon manifestation forms behind the spear fighter and lunges. Wuchi panics as the attack closes in and realizes too late he cannot escape. The red dragon slams into him with overwhelming force, crushing through his defenses. Its blazing body coils upward like a living execution. A notification confirms Kim has defeated the conqueror Dark Ascetic John Wuchi and raised his information authority to mid-high tier. As the fog settles, Kim turns toward the aftermath from the ground below. His borrowed power ends and he collapses hard onto the ruined floor, coughing. He realizes the time limit on that power has expired and his body is failing again. Relieved to still be alive, he can only exhale weakly. Lying amid wreckage, he thinks the devastation around him feels like the end of the world. Before passing out, he decides to inspect the item he gained from defeating Wuchi. A glowing orb appears in his hand, drawing his attention despite his exhaustion. Its description identifies it as the achievement of the Blue Dragon, a gem tied to the Eastern Guardian deity that controls rain, clouds, wind, lightning, and thunder, but most of the deeper information is censored by authority. Kim is baffled that every crucial word is hidden, even the prefixes and suffixes. Too drained to pursue it further, he decides to ask Eve later and admits he cannot move at all. His vision dims as the orb slips in and out of focus. Trusting that someone will eventually rescue him, he gives in to unconsciousness. 3 days later, after recovering, Kim leaves a building with the purple-haired woman and asks where Mi Raung went as they prepare to head home. She says Mi Raung is busy, apparently occupied with guild master duties and rumors spreading through Asia. Kim reflects that since she is a guild master, and the guild is his creation, he really should pay more attention to it. He and the purple-haired woman sit together in the back of a car. She smiles to herself, clearly pleased by the arrangement. Internally, she celebrates finally being alone with him. Meanwhile, another woman, Anya, coldly notes that with the purple-haired rival absent from the scene, this time should be used well. The purple-haired woman reveals she already told the driver to take the long way so she could enjoy a relaxed conversation with her master. Kim, sensing her intentions, awkwardly says he needs to step away for a while. When she asks where he is going, he tells her to keep riding because he will only be gone briefly. Before she can stop him, he teleports out of the car. She is left staring in disbelief while the driver keeps his composure. Clenching her fist, she struggles to contain her frustration. Instead of chasing him, she orders the driver not to reach their destination and to keep circling the area slowly. She resolves to enjoy her date with him no matter what. Elsewhere, Kim studies the Blue Dragon orb again with renewed curiosity. At home, Eve admits she can usually glimpse any information that passes through authority, but this item resists even her. Kim concludes they cannot decipher it for now and reluctantly sets the matter aside. He then asks Eve about the separate issue of the tower created by the creator. Eve explains that the creator's tower appears to be located on the upper floors. Kim repeats the idea in surprise and realizes it needs more investigation. Eve adds that besides the tutorial tower, the creator seems to have made another tower, though she still does not know its purpose. Kim asks whether that means he should head to the upper floors soon, and Eve says the real problem is finding the exact location. She clarifies that she knows the tower is somewhere above, just not precisely where. Kim lies back in thought as a new idea forms. Eve estimates she might locate it with 2 or 3 more weeks of research, and Kim accepts that timeline. Remembering the creator's clue to find the tower he made by using the root of evil, Kim realizes the puzzle may not be impossible after all. A sudden insight makes him sit up. He reasons that since he possesses the achievement of the Blue Dragon, he might be able to apply the root of evil directly to it. Eve agrees that doing so could reveal the Blue Dragon's hidden information without her having to decipher it, and Kim decides to visit the labyrinth after stopping by his guild office. With a plan in place, he teleports away immediately. Back in the car, the purple-haired woman brightens the instant he returns. Kim, now seated beside her again, nervously asks why they still have not arrived, and the driver blandly blames traffic while the car reeks of roses. The purple-haired woman leans in contentedly, savoring the moment. Kim notices she seems unusually happy and grows wary. 30 minutes later, he finally steps out of the car in sandals, still looking confused by the absurdly long ride. He wonders if she simply enjoys riding in cars, since a 15-minute trip somehow became an hour and a half. At last he arrives at the Guardian Guild and heads inside. He announces his arrival while the purple-haired woman poses triumphantly behind him. Inside, Anya shrieks in shock at being caught off guard. Han Seok-won turns just as startled, lipstick still visible on his cheek. Kim finds Anya and Seok-won wrapped around each other in a compromising embrace. The purple-haired woman watches with delighted scandal, while Kim goes blank. Trying to retreat from the awkwardness, Kim mumbles that he will come back in 5 minutes. Instead, he is dragged into questioning and asked when those two started dating again. Seok-won awkwardly says it was around before Kim left for the International Hunters Association, as if that explains everything. He adds that Anya comforted him during the earlier Cheongsa incident, which is how they reconnected. Kim sits there stiffly while the couple and the purple-haired observer all wait for his reaction. Internally baffled that this became an interrogation, he tells them there is no crime in hiding a relationship. He turns to Anya, prompting her to tense up nervously. Kim recalls that Anya used to be a mercenary assassin and that Seo-hyun is his precious friend, so the situation is delicate. Still, he reassures Anya that she is no longer an enemy, which moves her deeply. He only asks them not to get caught making out in the office again, since that is awkward for everyone. From somewhere nearby, embarrassed protests tell the couple to stop before things get weirder. The mood shifts when Anya presents Kim with a business offer sent specifically to him. The proposal is for him to become the exclusive model for an Addis training suit, and he is surprised because he already wears that brand. He dismisses modeling as a hassle, but the purple-haired woman quickly insists the terms are excellent. She explains that Addis will pay him 15% of the profits from every product he advertises, which finally gets his attention. She emphasizes that profits from a global product launch dwarf ordinary dungeon earnings, and that 15% is extraordinary. Practically sparkling with greed, she urges him to accept without hesitation. Even the stunned couple joins in, insisting he absolutely must take the deal, and Kim gives in. A few days later, Seok-won stands at a podium to address the public on behalf of the Seoul Guild. On a phone screen, he formally declares that the Seoul Guild has nothing further to say about the current controversy. A blue-haired woman watches the broadcast with a satisfied smile. When Seok-won arrives, he praises her hard work, but she brushes it off. She reminds him that he helped too, making it clear they handled the crisis together. Narration explains that after the Guardian Guild destroyed the Ares Guild and reclaimed most of its exclusive dungeons, the balance of power shifted. That change brought new life to the Korean Hunters Association. Reasonable entry prices satisfied hunters who had been locked out, and smaller guilds began to appear where none could thrive before. As the old monopoly faded, the industry slowly changed, and Kim Seo-hyun, Lee Seo-yeon, and Han Seok-won moved quickly to reform how exclusive dungeons were managed. Seok-won concludes that without excessive competition, this cooperative management model keeps profits stable and problems low. Even while satisfied, he suddenly notices something odd nearby. He spots Kumaho and wonders what exactly she is chewing on. The blue-haired woman casually explains that they are cat treats, which Kumaho unexpectedly loves. Amused, Seok-won admits Kumaho is cute but asks how she ended up here in the first place. The answer is that Kumaho has been teaching sorcery lately, so she was brought to the Arung Guild training room for practice, though Seok-won worries that letting such a flashy and dangerous creature train there may be a bad idea. The blue-haired woman casually assures him that hiding the half-beast girl in a carrier will keep her from drawing suspicion. He stays uneasy even when she insists anyone who glimpsed the girl would mistake her unusual traits for odd fur. Though he worries it is wrong to treat someone half-human like a pet, he swallows the thought and keeps it to himself. The scene shifts to Yodo, where a photo shoot begins under bright studio lights. A male model is directed to pose with a wild aura while the photographer enthusiastically praises every shot. The model grows suspicious of how strange and intimate the directions are becoming. The staff fuss over him with drinks and snacks, treating him with exaggerated warmth that only deepens his suspicion. He tells himself he always does his job thoroughly despite his bad personality, yet something about this assignment still bothers him. The photographer keeps steering him into poses that suggest waiting for someone rather than advertising sportswear. As the requests turn softer and more romantic, he wonders why a training suit campaign needs sleepy smiles and tender expressions. From a distance, two women watch the shoot, and the model feels increasingly baffled by what he is being made to do. The two observers silently flare with rivalry as they watch him. By night, the shoot wraps up and the studio declares the day a success. The photographer praises the model's performance, and he coolly replies that he merely did the work he was paid for. He asks to keep wearing the outfit since changing is a hassle, and the staff readily agree because it was only needed for that day. With polite farewells, he leaves the studio while the photographer watches him go. Relieved to be done, he reflects that the man was rumored to be awful yet did not seem so bad in person. That calm thought dies as he senses trouble waiting for him. In the car, his black-haired junior sister tries to drive the purple-haired woman away, but the woman teasingly claims the extra seat for herself. He cuts off the argument and orders everyone to stop bickering and just go home. On the ride, he plans to return to the labyrinth the next day to finish filling the root of evil and also test the Blue Dragon achievement. Meanwhile, the two women glare at each other so fiercely that he decides it is safer not to bring them along. Later, quiet photos hang in the dark as the story moves to the photographer's office. The photographer sits alone at night reviewing the day's images on his computer. Satisfied with the results, he thinks they captured another strong set of pictures. Then someone silently appears behind him and interrupts the peaceful review. A masked subordinate looms over him with a blade, making clear that this visit is a threat. The story jumps to Labyrinth Underground Level 14, where armored wolf monsters rush the protagonist. He calls for Yui to extend and swings the staff out to meet the charge. The expanded staff and his momentum smash through the front line in a wide, sweeping blow. He grins as the strike lands cleanly and the monsters are thrown back. The monkey sage inside the staff mocks him for being terrible at using Yui, nearly knocking him off balance with the insult. When he protests the sudden lecture, the sage reminds him that their contract requires him to learn enough staff skill to use the sage's power properly. He balks at the idea of learning staff techniques because it sounds like a huge investment of time. The sage clarifies that he only needs the basics, though the protagonist doubts basic training will matter much in real combat. The sage asks whether he even understands the principle behind borrowing another person's achievement. He explains that achievements cannot simply be handed over, because the borrower must meet certain conditions or the power will not function. The protagonist still does not get it, which only irritates the sage further. Exasperated, the sage spells it out that without knowing how to use the staff, the protagonist can never properly wield the sage's achievement. He adds that no matter how powerful the technique is, it becomes worthless in the hands of someone below the required standard. The insult turns into a childish shouting match as the protagonist snaps back and the sage keeps provoking him. To end the argument, the protagonist plants the staff hard into the ground. He finally gives in and agrees to listen, and the sage smugly accepts the surrender. Privately, he admits the rude monkey is right, because the great sage's staff art is far beyond anything he can currently imitate. He realizes the issue is not just any weapon skill but a technique specifically built around Yui itself. So he decides to test the idea instead of arguing further. On Underground Level 15, he walks with the staff while asking why the sage could talk to him all this time, and learns that their contract made it possible. When he says he never noticed that clause, the sage scoffs that such special conditions are basic parts of contracts. Asked why he stayed silent until now, the sage bluntly admits he simply could not be bothered to talk. That answer instantly reignites the protagonist's temper. He turns toward the sage's projection with open hostility. Before he can escalate, a giant reptilian monster roars nearby and he confirms he should just fight with Yui itself while receiving instructions. He adjusts his grip as the sage begins guiding him through the basics in real time. Eager to prove himself, he lunges into battle with renewed confidence. Elsewhere in Hanem, the black-haired dragon woman lounges on her throne while masked guards stand by. She recalls being told not to waste money, which is why the dragon's throne in Hanem was made smaller and cheaper than usual. That memory leaves her offended that the Imperial Dragon's seat looks so shabby. A masked subordinate arrives and formally addresses her as the Imperial Dragon. He presents an envelope, immediately catching her attention. As she opens it and begins to read, she blushes and orders everyone else to leave the room. Once alone, she carefully pulls the contents from the envelope. The first glimpse overwhelms her so much that she nearly blurts out how cute it is before recoiling in embarrassment. A white-haired horned woman teases her for overreacting, and the dragon woman furiously insists this is not a normal moment. The horned woman only laughs harder at how flustered she is. Seeing her embarrassment, the horned woman promises to stop teasing, though the dragon woman remains tense and red-faced. Unable to resist, the dragon woman peeks deeper into the envelope. Inside are flattering photos of the protagonist from the recent shoot, and she is instantly captivated. Her imagination runs wild as she pictures herself close to him while admiring the photos. She imagines him gently taking her hand in a romantic setting, though the story makes clear this is only her fantasy. The fantasy shifts to the two of them sleeping side by side in peaceful intimacy, again only in her head. She next imagines him sheltering her from the rain beneath an umbrella, deepening her infatuation. Clutching the envelope to her chest, she dreamily calls him master. Lost in bliss, she twirls alone in the throne room with the photos. Then she suddenly senses another presence, and snaps back to alertness. Looking down the hall, she demands to know who has entered, only for a familiar voice to greet her. The purple-haired woman walks in smiling while the masked guards around her stand frozen and harmless. The dragon woman notices at once that every masked warrior has been immobilized. Realizing an ability was used, she demands to know what the intruder means by this. The purple-haired woman calmly says she did not come to fight and would have brought all her subordinates if battle were her goal, prompting a proud retort that even that would not be enough. Amused, the visitor says she was only joking and came because she needed to discuss something important. When asked what could possibly matter, she points directly to the photos the dragon woman is holding. With practiced ease, she produces her own envelope, revealing she came prepared for exactly this topic. She even displays one of the protagonist's photos, making it clear she possesses the same treasure. The dragon woman starts to protest, but the visitor cuts her off by saying they are not alike. She explains that she also approached the photographer, using threats and pressure to secure her own copies. Because the photographer had been warned he would die if he shared the images, she says he would never have handed them over willingly. Holding the photo like evidence, she implies the dragon woman should already understand why she came. The dragon woman, clutching her envelope protectively, dreads the conclusion she is being led toward. The visitor steps closer and confirms the obvious. She fans out the photos as bait, showing exactly what is at stake. Then she tempts the dragon woman by asking whether she wants the pictures badly enough to cooperate. The dragon woman trembles with humiliation and desire, unable to deny it. Back in the labyrinth, the monkey sage waits while the protagonist continues training. A sudden crash draws the sage's attention and makes him look up in surprise. The protagonist catches the staff at a new angle, showing improved control. He immediately converts that control into a heavy strike against the giant monster. Using the staff as a pivot, he drives through the impact and lands in a stable stance amid the dust. Watching closely, the sage begins to wonder if this man is actually talented with the staff. He notes that the protagonist was clumsy at first, especially when he relied only on raw power. But now he has learned the staff's reach and uses footwork to maintain the right distance from his enemies. The sage explains that distance is the key variable in staff combat, because the weapon can dominate both close and long range if handled correctly. Held long, a staff can function like a spear and control space from afar. Held short, it can even work like a dagger and become dangerous up close. Because its effectiveness changes with grip and positioning, mastering a staff normally demands endless practice, which makes the protagonist's progress startling. Even so, the protagonist keeps moving fluidly through the monster's blind spots instead of meeting force with force. His spinning sweep tears through the creature's body and collapses its offense. The sage is astonished that with only a few simple pointers, the protagonist is already bending the staff almost perfectly to his will. He can only conclude that this man is the kind of genius rare enough to be feared. The staff snaps back into his hand with crisp precision. Meanwhile, the protagonist casually stretches, unaware of how impressive he looks to the sage. He thinks the opposite, believing he is nothing like a natural genius, and that without his long struggle against Ma he would still be far behind. He reasons that repeated direct clashes with that overwhelming opponent forced him to learn through pain. From those beatings he learned how crucial every single step is in battle. He also learned how to move, react, and survive attacks from every direction, because that was his life for more than a century. Turning that bitter experience into momentum, he laughs that all those beatings are finally paying off. So with only a few technical pointers added to that foundation, he can immediately apply the basics. Standing atop the fallen monster, he declares that enemies like this are now easy work. The sage quietly accepts that he truly is a genius, while the protagonist smugly credits his own hustle instead. When he asks if there is any more criticism, the sage admits he has seen enough. The protagonist then opens a system window to inspect the route of Chion he has been filling. The information reveals the incomplete route of Chion has reached a 72% labyrinth stone gauge, enough that he thinks it will hit full completion if he keeps climbing. Satisfied, he asks if that means he no longer needs to keep using Yui Bang for this task, and the sage agrees it should be enough. He then asks whether he can use this route on the Blue Dragon achievement, and the sage immediately grows wary. The sage hesitates, clearly not liking where this is going. Still, he offers his opinion while the protagonist waits for an answer. The system bluntly declares that he cannot use the route of Chion on the achievement of the Blue Dragon. Back in the office he groans in frustration, and the sage reminds him that he had already warned the Blue Dragon's achievement would remain unusable no matter what he tried. Feeling cheated after filling the gauge anyway, he turns irritably toward the guild master just as she approaches with business. Mi Ryong notices his mood and cautiously asks whether she should return another day. He tells her to speak now, and she reports that another modeling offer has arrived. Seeing the proposal, he is surprised there is yet another one, and she says the terms are even better this time. The purple-haired woman appears beside the dragon woman as the new concept is explained, and the dragon woman blushes when she hears it involves male clothing. Mi Ryong explains that the company thinks the image suits him well and that the new product line is expected to be a major success, making the offer very attractive. He instantly refuses, shocking Mi Ryong. He insists he already has multiple ways to make money and does not need to bother with another shoot. The purple-haired woman addresses him with deliberate sweetness, calling him master to draw his attention. Smiling brightly, she suggests it would be better if he accepted the shoot after all. When he asks if this is happening again, she says she is not forcing him but emphasizes that the offer comes with many advantages. He still resists until she points out the company is offering a quarter of the profits, and reminds him that he once said to seize every chance to earn money. She presses the contract into his hands and frames it as a worthy investment opportunity for him. He falls silent, while the dragon woman behind him burns with embarrassed agitation. To settle it, he suddenly asks Mi Raung what she thinks, catching her completely off guard. Flustered and blushing, she struggles to answer while the pressure of the moment overwhelms her. At last she blurts out that she also thinks he should shoot the commercial. Seeing both women support the idea, he becomes suspicious that something strange is going on. He pauses and starts piecing together what has changed between them. He realizes the two women used to have a terrible relationship, yet now they no longer fight and even seem oddly close. Just as he is about to ask whether the two of them have joined forces, a system alert interrupts him. The system announces that he has been invited and will be summoned by the call in just under 5 minutes. He stares at the sudden invitation in silence, his suspicions and plans abruptly put on hold. He returns to find the place already littered with spilled drinks and junk food. The white-haired woman has even collapsed face-first amid the mess from her frantic search. Seeing the room ruined again, he realizes her investigation has turned his home back into a dump. She awkwardly admits she was so busy searching day and night that she forgot to clean up after herself. When he asks where all the food came from, she casually reveals she can endlessly recreate anything that has already been made. He notes the ability but pushes on, asking whether her search finally produced useful information. She confirms she found the key clue that the creator's tower exists on the 12th floor. He immediately focuses on the destination, and she adds that her research on the 12th floor is still incomplete. What she does know is that the 12th floor contains only a tower that has been there since the beginning. Unable to explain it clearly, she says he will understand the moment he reaches that floor and sees it himself. As he asks how to get there and whether the compass of the blind will work again, she suddenly remembers a serious complication. She says the compass should still function, so the problem is not the method but something else. Pressed for the real issue, she hesitates before giving the answer. The true obstacle, she says, is the amount of time the trip may take. Since the Guardian needed 2 to 3 weeks just to move from the 8th to the 35th floor, she warns that travel time between floors varies wildly. That means his own trip could take months as before or, in the worst case, several years. He instantly sees the danger in that possibility, and realizes leaving for so long would create a crisis. Because he is effectively acting as the guardian of the 9th floor, abandoning his post has consequences. If he leaves too long, the 9th floor will be left defenseless. He knows Mi Raung and Hanran can handle strong climbers, but only up to a point. If another conqueror descends like the last one did, the floor could be overwhelmed. The memory alone makes him tense and sweat. He recalls the crushing pressure of that past enemy and admits even he could not have handled that threat alone. So he concludes he cannot simply entrust the 9th floor to those two and disappear. The weight of that responsibility leaves the white-haired woman staring at him in surprise. He asks whether she can research the exact travel time or find some alternate route to the 12th floor. She bluntly admits that even if she tried, she probably could not uncover anything more. Frustrated at the creator for leaving no proper path, he slams down in anger and vents his resentment. His irritation boils over into open contempt for the creator's arrogance. Then a sudden thought stops his rant midstream. He senses there is someone else he can ask, confusing the woman beside him. He rises at once, declaring that there is indeed someone available to question. More specifically, he has in mind someone who knows the tower extremely well. The pizza box in her hands becomes the absurd bridge to that realization. He seeks out the monkey-like floor being connected to that brand and opens with the question he needs answered. Looking up at the creature, he asks how long it takes to travel from the 9th floor to the 12th. The creature asks why he wants to know, and he snaps back that it should have heard everything already. The monkey admits that is true, provoking him to mock how useless it seems. Annoyed, the monkey says there are strict limits on what it is allowed to reveal about the tower. When he accuses it of knowing nothing at all, the monkey angrily denies that. It explains that the problem is not ignorance but a restriction placed on what it can communicate. To demonstrate, it asks whether he can hear it normally, and he confirms that he can. The monkey then tries to tell him something important about the uppermost floor of the tower, but the crucial words vanish into silence before they can reach him. He immediately notices that something was said yet somehow not transmitted. The monkey realizes the restriction is actively erasing important information from his perception, so it calls him closer and prepares another way to communicate. Using its staff, it begins writing directly on the ground. The strokes form, but the message itself remains inaccessible to him. He can tell the monkey is writing something, yet he still cannot actually perceive the content. He concludes the restriction is so strong that even his eyes reject forbidden information. That makes him fear he may be unable to learn anything truly important about the tower at all. The monkey reassures him that simple, non-critical facts can still be shared. As proof, it points out that his original question about travel time is the kind of answer it can give. His irritation flares again, and he nearly turns the exchange into a fight. Far above, a shadowed observer watches their confrontation through a glowing eye. That hidden figure calmly recognizes what is happening. He notes with interest that the irregular has defeated Zhang Wuqi, the conqueror who once stole his achievement. The observer smiles at the implication. To him, it is astonishing that a being created only for a trial became an irregular, and killed the one who had completed that trial. Even his hooded subordinate is unsettled by how extraordinary that feat sounds. The subordinate cautiously asks whether the observer intends to leave the irregular alone. The observer answers that the man has already exceeded expectations precisely because he is irregular. That only deepens the observer's curiosity about how much more the man can gain by himself. He decides to grant the irregular a little more time before interfering. Back below, the man urgently demands the travel time again. He crawls closer and insists the monkey repeat the answer clearly. This time the monkey states it plainly. Reaching the 12th floor will take 500 days. He explodes in disbelief, arguing that the number is absurd when the 8th floor took him barely a month. The monkey says that is only the travel time and that quests would add even more delay. Then it remembers that he is not actually required to take the climber's tests. Unlike normal climbers, he can move on without clearing each floor's quest, which are usually extermination trials. He is briefly thrown off by that distinction. When he tries to ask about the 9th floor's quest, the restriction blocks that topic too. Ignoring the details, he cuts to the real issue and begs for any faster route because he cannot abandon the 9th floor for over a year. His resolve hardens as he thinks of all the people depending on him. The monkey falls silent, considering his desperation. At last it admits there may indeed be one possible shortcut. Its expression turns sly as it prepares to reveal the answer. The shortcut is an item called the Nimbus Cloud. Later, back in Cheonho district, he sits with his 2 attendants while turning that clue over in his mind. The women nervously bring up a model shoot request, clearly hoping for a different answer. He dismisses the offer at once, saying he has no interest. While idly eating and checking his phone, he keeps thinking about the cloud instead. From the monkey's estimate, obtaining the Nimbus Cloud would cut the trip to the 12th floor down to 5 days. He decides he must secure it at any cost, both to meet the creator and to beat him down when he does. Then he turns to his attendants with a new order in mind. Their awkward mood makes him realize they are still sulking over the rejected modeling idea. He immediately understands what is going on. Calling Anya by name, he snaps her back to attention. He tells them to send him the relevant documents by email, surprising them. The moment they realize he means the exclusive model offer, both women light up with excitement. He glances back with a knowing smile, fully aware of how easily they were won over. Then he addresses them more formally as his servants answer in unison. He says he needs a particular artifact and asks them to find it for him. Anya vows that if he commands it, she will find anything. The purple-haired woman promises the same, even if she must search the whole world. Satisfied, he prepares to name the target. Before he can continue, a system notice interrupts him. The notification announces that a new climber has begun ascending to the 9th floor from New Delhi, India, with little time remaining. He groans that another nuisance has appeared, though his attendants eagerly offer to handle whatever troubles him. He rises with a weary sigh, already resigned to dealing with it himself. Then he decides the simplest solution is direct action. Elsewhere, a horse-headed demon laughs to himself in the darkness. This newcomer is the climber Oroba, the 72nd demon of Solomon and a prince of hell. After killing a blocker in his way, Oroba boasts about his own rank and power. Reaching the 9th floor at last, he intends to clear it quickly and continue upward. Because he can see the future, he believes no defender here can catch him off guard. Instead of a battlefield, he arrives in a strangely peaceful place with a polished deck. The setting opens into a luxurious sunset retreat rather than the danger he expected. There he finds the floor's defender lounging casually with a laptop, greeting him like an uninvited guest. The bizarre scene leaves Oroba momentarily speechless. From below the deck, he demands to know what kind of being he is facing. The defender answers as if the question is obvious, making Oroba wonder whether this man is insane. Oroba shrugs it off and decides that a strange floor guardian is still just another obstacle to remove. He launches the first attack with overwhelming force. The sudden blast tears through the deck and startles the lounging man. Oroba grins, amused by how ridiculous the defender's behavior has been. The man, however, only reacts with confused annoyance. Then he closes the distance instantly, asking if Oroba is serious. Oroba barely has time to register the movement. A single punch crashes into him before his foresight can save him. The impact sends him rocketing away in a streak of force. He lands battered and stunned, unable to process what just happened. Watching him tumble, the defender dismisses him as another small fry while Oroba panics over the absurd strength he just encountered. Desperate, Oroba tries to activate his future sight at once. Yet the visions falter as if something is wrong with the futures he is reading. Fragments of possible outcomes appear before him like scattered images. Every vision shows the same result, the defender reaching him first and crushing him. Horrified, Oroba realizes every future in which he faces this man ends in his own death. Meanwhile the defender strolls up, pleased that the balance of fear has reversed. With a predatory grin, he asks who the stupid one is now. Later, a news article reports that Kim Hyun-woo swiftly resolved the New Delhi calamity and saved the city again. Reading the report back home, he takes the praise with mild interest. Then both attendants rush in calling for him excitedly. They burst in together, each claiming she has found the artifact he wanted. He accepts the package and praises them both for the job. The item turns out to be the necklace of Aishin Daesung, a B-rank artifact that can transform into an endless pipe whose flavor changes to suit its user. He lifts the necklace and examines the strange fan-shaped relic in his hand. A satisfied smile spreads across his face as he decides to use it. He tells the two women he will be back soon, leaving them puzzled but obedient. As he fits the artifact into place, the system asks whether he will use the origin of AK Chion contained in the necklace. He confirms the activation without hesitation. A burst of light engulfs the room, astonishing the purple-haired woman, while the other acts as if this is simply one of his usual methods. When the light clears, the black-haired disciple finds herself breathless and flustered. She is suddenly standing close against him at night by the water, held gently at his side. Lost in the moment, she stares into the eyes of her master, Kim Hyun-woo. He meets her gaze in return, just as quietly affected. In the silence between them, both blush as they drift closer. Their faces nearly touch, leaving the moment suspended on the verge of a kiss. A phone notification draws the blue-haired woman's attention while she waits with the drink. She is startled by what she sees and immediately senses something is off. With time before meeting Shir-hyun, she idly browses online and opens a novel titled The Secret Love Between Master and Disciple. Her shock deepens when the supposed romance turns out to be fanfiction using people she actually knows. What unsettles her most is not the pairing itself, but the implication behind it. Even so, she keeps staring at the screen, tense and unable to look away. Curiosity wins over embarrassment, as she convinces herself it is only fiction and reads on. The story shifts as a door opens onto an unfamiliar place. A young man arrives and the woman reacts so violently to his appearance that she hurls her phone away. The phone smashes into the wall while the confused newcomer wonders what he did wrong. Inside the story, the young man steps into a grassy wilderness. Finding nothing where he expected, he questions whether he has reached the right location. A floating prompt asks whether he will leave the necklace of Aishin Daesung, confirming he is at the intended spot. He reasons that Aishin Daesung must be nearby if the prompt appeared here. Deciding to search for him, he launches himself forward at once. He bounds through the air with overwhelming physical force. Mid-leap, he realizes he still has no clear idea where to go. From above he sees only endless mountains and no sign of his target. Then something catches his eye. He spots a dark opening hidden among the cliffs and guesses it is the place. He lands hard near the entrance and immediately moves in. His focus sharpens as he senses something waiting inside. He blasts deeper into the area with brute speed. A final step carries him over the threshold. He drops onto a rocky ledge and steadies himself. Momentarily disoriented, he gathers his bearings. He notices the strange atmosphere around him and grows cautious. He takes a careful step into the cavern. As he looks around, he senses another presence close by. The cave opens into a luminous hidden sanctuary, and an unseen voice asks what he is. He advances toward the source of the voice. The owner of the voice leisurely smokes, utterly unbothered by the intrusion. The young man recognizes the lounging figure as Aishin Daesung. He goes further and addresses him by the older title King of Ishan. The elf-like man is amused that anyone still remembers that ancient name and asks who the visitor is. The young man states his purpose plainly. He has come for the nimble nimbus left here by the great sage. Daesung's blank reaction makes it clear the answer was not what the visitor expected. Annoyed, the young man repeats himself more formally, demanding a real response. Daesung calmly says he understood the request the first time. When the young man presses him, Daesung confirms that yes, the visitor is here for nimble nimbus. But before handing anything over, Daesung decides there is something else he wants to know. He draws on his pipe and lets the silence work in his favor. Correcting the title Great Sage to brother, he asks how his brother is doing now. The young man explains that after dying in his arms, Daesung's brother entered the re-staff and contracted with him. Daesung calls that choice foolish, mocking his brother for trapping his soul in an object just to keep climbing the tower when the others already gave up. The young man cuts to the point and asks where the re-staff is, admitting he does not have it with him. He explains that using the origin of AK Chion prevents him from bringing other artifacts along, which Daesung dismisses as unfortunate. Still, the young man wants to understand what Daesung meant about his brother climbing the tower alone. Daesung answers by asking whether the young man knows the 7 great sages. He begins explaining that the 7 great sages were demons who became sworn brothers with the great sage. Each of them possessed enough power to devastate even the heavens. Yet now none of those 7 are climbing the tower anymore. The only exception, Daesung says with contempt, is the dull great sage. The young man asks what the rest are doing instead. Daesung answers bitterly that they are merely lingering in a cramped little world, surviving without purpose. The young man presses the obvious question of why they stopped climbing at all. Daesung says they all came to accept a truth too plain to ignore. No matter how high they climb, they can never reclaim the achievements that were stolen from them. That loss is framed as something that left them grasping helplessly in the dark. Daesung starts to reveal more about who took those achievements away, then abruptly checks himself. Realizing he has said too much, he decides to stop talking. He excuses himself by saying his brother suffers too, while the young man fumes at yet another half-finished explanation. Fed up with mysteries, the young man demands the nimble nimbus immediately. Daesung coolly wonders whether the young man is even capable of taking it. When challenged, Daesung clarifies that refusal is not the issue. The cloud is indeed here, but he cannot simply hand over his brother's achievement because the tower only allows one to use achievements one has earned personally. Unless the being at the very top intervenes, there is no easy way to transfer another person's achievement. An achievement, he explains, is made from the footprints of the one who walked that path. The young man recalls that John Wuchi once used the Blue Dragon's achievement, so he knows exceptions exist. Daesung admits there is a method, but not a simple shortcut. To gain Nimble Nimbus, the young man must follow the exact path Daesung's brother took to earn it. The demand catches him completely off guard. The story briefly shifts to the Dark Guild in the outside world. There, a pink-haired woman and a black-haired woman sit across a map-like table discussing plans. The pink-haired leader asks what course of action they should take. She says she would prefer to restore Mexico City by herself if possible. But with so many troublesome minor enemies causing chaos, doing it alone would waste time. She adds that she could kill them all, yet that would only complicate matters. If the black-haired woman truly controls all of China, however, the scale of their ambitions changes. The leader proposes creating a city shaped entirely by their master's desires, with the black-haired woman clearly imagining a future beside him. The black-haired woman answers that she will only take half. She claims half the land for the buildings she personally wants to construct. The leader accepts the condition without resistance. They immediately begin dividing territory and arguing over the exact boundaries. Their negotiation turns giddy as both excitedly list the grand structures they want to build for their master. Back in the sanctuary, Daesung clarifies that the young man must reproduce the exact process his brother followed to obtain Nimble Nimbus. The young man asks what that process actually is, and Daesung tells him to learn his brother's Nimble Nimbus technique. That answer only leaves him more baffled. Daesung laughs at him for expecting to seize the cloud without understanding how it works. The young man angrily realizes the great sage sent him here with almost no useful instructions. When he asks how to use the technique, Daesung bluntly admits he does not know. Daesung explains that he knows nothing about such techniques because he relied on raw strength instead. So the young man concludes he must figure it out alone, and Daesung confirms it. That answer infuriates him. He explodes in rage at being sent into this ordeal with no guidance at all. Daesung says that even if he knew the method, he would not help, because without retracing the same path the achievement would never truly become the young man's. He adds that his brother discovered how to use Nimble Nimbus entirely on his own. Therefore the young man must realize it for himself, and endure the same suffering if he wants the achievement to recognize him. Resigned but stubborn, the young man decides he will see this through now that he has come this far. Daesung tells him to do his best and promptly settles into nap while watching. Just before drifting off, Daesung remembers one last crucial detail. He casually points out that Nimble Nimbus is simply that cloud in the sky and wishes him luck. The young man looks up, trying to grasp how a mere cloud could be the answer. A sudden realization begins to strike him as he stares upward. He studies the sky and the drifting clouds in silence. The clouds move freely over the mountains, offering no obvious clue. Frustration boils over and he curses the impossible task. A status screen identifies him as Kim Hyun-woo, a 9th-level guardian with overwhelming stats and several utility skills. He notes that 3 years have passed here and that he is now 121 instead of 118. Still, he reminds himself he never expected this challenge to be easy. He reflects that mastering the Heavenly Demon's Lightning Spirit Divine Art took him a century, and Nimble Nimbus is unlike anything he has learned before. His first attempt is to imitate Seo Yun's 5-style formation, but it fails immediately. He next tries the straightforward approach of leaping onto clouds. Even transformed with thunder's power, he cannot truly connect with them. His foot touches a cloud for an instant but finds no stable support. He plunges straight through and crashes back down, unable to ride it. Then he experiments with binding the cloud using magic power, which also fails. Trying to compress and densify the cloud with force only ends in another failure. After repeated attempts, all he has gained is the habit of smashing into the ground. He keeps hurling himself upward using learning air strides as another workaround. Even that only leaves him suspended for a moment before losing purchase. At last one foot settles softly onto a cloud instead of breaking through. The sudden success startles him so badly that he loses control and falls again. He catches himself on the rock and barely avoids another disastrous crash. For a moment he considers asking the great sage directly for the answer. But he rejects that thought, deciding the achievement must become his through his own effort. Even after trying everything he can think of, he feels the key is not overpowering the cloud but moving with it. That intuition hits him like a revelation. He becomes certain there has to be a way to do it if he can grasp that principle. Nearby, Daesung quietly smokes and watches the struggle continue. He exhales, still outwardly indifferent. The young man screams through another attempt, forcing himself onward. Daesung hears yet another crash and remains silent. Bruised and surrounded by scattered cloud, the young man curses but refuses to stop. He launches himself skyward again, determined to try one more time. Daesung watches with a faint, unreadable interest. He notices that although the young man keeps failing, the falls are changing from helpless drops to something closer to controlled descent. Daesung wonders whether falling from the clouds is already an improvement over simply falling from the sky. He tells himself it should not matter because he abandoned hope long ago after a certain day. Yet he keeps watching the repeated attempts instead of looking away. Meanwhile the young man wonders why Daesung's brother placed such hope in him. Remembering that the brother even guided him to this achievement, he starts to think harder about what that faith meant. In a sudden burst of inspiration, he strips off his clothes as if discarding a final obstruction. Daesung is stunned by the absurd sight and can only stare. As the nearly naked young man bellows and charges ahead, Dae-sung wonders if he has finally gone mad. But the young man rises onto a cloud in only his underwear, now moving with a strange new ease. His bare foot settles naturally onto the cloud's surface. Realizing this might actually work, he feels a surge of hope. Then he remembers the answer came from novels, because unforgettable scenes stay with him even when techniques do not. The most memorable of those scenes, he recalls, was a character kneeling before a master, hinting that the key lies in reenacting a famous moment rather than forcing a technique. As he remembers his master's farewell, he clings to the promise that becoming lighter will let them meet again. That memory makes him fixate on the true meaning of a weightless body rather than the crude version he had used before. He realizes the answer was hidden in the old scene of a disciple leaving his master after years of training, and it strikes him personally. He concludes that this remembered departure contained the hint he had been missing all along. While repeatedly falling through the empty space, he notices the clouds are not passive at all but carry a faint physical force. From that, he reasons that if he cannot ride the clouds as he is, then he must make his own body lighter instead. Applying the martial art he learned from the heavenly demon, he strips away his weight until his feet can finally sense the clouds beneath him. In that moment, he grasps the real form of the weightless body technique. He understands that his earlier air stepping was only magical propulsion, not the genuine art of walking on air. He begins testing the new state and manages to remain supported for several seconds. His balance improves, and he extends that fragile success into a steady walk across the air. As the duration stretches far beyond a minute, he passes beyond mere emptiness and stabilizes the technique completely. The pale sage watching him immediately recognizes the difference, and praises him for truly walking on air at last. The man carefully lowers a foot and confirms that the cloud itself is now bearing him. Standing firmly atop the gathered cloud, he savors the breakthrough with quiet satisfaction. He notices the surrounding clouds responding to him and gathering under his control. Relief turns into exhilaration as he realizes he has finally done it. He openly celebrates his success, overwhelmed by the fact that the impossible technique has become real. The sage cuts through the triumph with a practical reminder and tosses him clothes before anything else. Embarrassed, he admits he had stripped down to reduce every bit of weight, and only now realizes how long he has been naked. As he dresses, a sudden thought hits him and his attention shifts to the system's details. Checking the sage's information, he sees that Kim Hyun-woo is now listed as 131 years old, a caring 9th-floor guardian with high-tier authority skills. He is horrified to discover that his age has jumped by 10 years since earlier. The realization enrages him because mastering this state apparently trapped him in that condition for an entire decade. He suppresses the outburst and instead asks the sage where the nimble nimbus has gone. The sage calmly presents a tiny ring, revealing that the cloud has condensed into a wearable form. Its description explains that the great sage's nimble nimbus is an S++ achievement that can manifest and release the original cloud under the user's command. Neither of them understands why the cloud shrank into a ring, only that it happened after he descended. He tests the item by commanding it to manifest. The ring answers by releasing a full cloud back into the sky before him. Delighted, he immediately orders it to release completely. The cloud obediently returns to his hand, confirming that the ring can summon and recall it at will. Seeing him ready to move on, the sage asks whether he is leaving now. He answers that he probably is, already turning toward departure. Before he goes, the sage asks him to deliver a message to his brother. That request stops him short because he had not expected anything so personal. The story shifts to the outside world, where a strange amusement park-like area is under construction. There, two women clash fiercely while arguing over whose offering would better satisfy their master. Their fight pauses only when both sense something unexpected nearby. Kim Hyun-woo appears through the dust and calls out to them as his disciples. The sudden noise and commotion leave him briefly confused. Then he sees the extravagant welcome setup and realizes the chaos is all for him. His disciples happily answer his call and beam at being acknowledged by their master. He is utterly baffled by the absurd scale of their welcome. The scene shifts again as someone reacts in disbelief that he actually learned the nimble nimbus technique. When asked why he would do such a thing, he sees no issue with it at all. He points out that he had only brought the nimble nimbus because that was what he had been told to do, and asks why learning it is a problem. That logic leaves the other party completely speechless. The cat-like guide asks whether his brother failed to teach him how the nimble nimbus was supposed to be restored. He explains that he was merely told to imitate what the great sage did for his achievement, and now wonders if there was another method. The guide realizes with dawning disbelief how badly the instructions were misunderstood. Kim Hyun-woo instantly reads that reaction and knows he has been tricked again. He explodes in fury at the brother who misled him, while the guide tries to interject. A flashback reveals the guide had once tried to explain there was a way to keep the cloud without this trouble, but Kim Hyun-woo had ignored him. Kim Hyun-woo argues that even if other methods existed, he still assumed learning the technique was necessary and useful. The guide flatly denies that assumption, stunning him. The guide reminds him that their contract allows the guide to share his own powers. That means the guide had already been lending him the achievement itself, which was why he could ride the nimble nimbus in the first place. Kim Hyun-woo can only clutch his head at how absurdly avoidable all of this was. Putting the mistake aside, he asks what they should do with the nimble nimbus he brought back. When the guide says they must go up now, Kim Hyun-woo assumes that means through the labyrinth. The guide points out that a cramped labyrinth is no place to use the cloud directly. Instead, he says they need a special path. Elsewhere, a quiet palace courtyard waits under a clear sky. A hooded figure approaches a seated man with a spear, breaking the stillness. The visitor plants the spear tip to announce his presence with deliberate force. The seated man asks why he has come, and the hooded visitor says he has something to report. The seated man immediately suspects the matter concerns a certain person, but the visitor denies it. That answer makes the seated man pause and reconsider. He tightens his grip on the spear as the conversation turns serious. Then he shifts his posture, preparing to hear the report in full. A cold digital barrier rises around them, sealing the space for a private exchange. The barrier closes off the room and isolates it from the outside world. Within that sealed field, a cup is produced as if conjured into existence. The seated man casually takes the offered drink, treating the secrecy as routine. Now enclosed in the barrier, he sits at ease with spear and cup while the hooded subordinate stands before him. The setting is identified as the Northern Sea Ice Palace, revealing the seated man's domain. The subordinate notes that the Northern Heavenly Divine Art appears to have been used properly. The palace lord remarks that although they are the last to hear of it, it has been a while since he himself climbed upward. He then asks the subordinate why he has come. The subordinate answers that there is something that must be done. That unusual initiative intrigues the palace lord enough to ask for specifics. He observes that this subordinate has never acted without orders before. Still amused, he asks what task the subordinate believes is necessary. The answer is blunt and extreme: kill the irregular on the 9th floor. The palace lord repeats the word irregular, immediately understanding who is meant. When told John Wuchi was annihilated by that irregular, he is surprised that such a defeat truly happened. He mocks John Wuchi for chasing godhood only to fall to a mere warrior in the end. Setting down his cup, he treats the matter as no longer trivial. Even so, he refuses the request outright. Back with Kim Hyun-woo, the guide explains that the route they need is a path reserved only for conquerors. By taking that path, he says, they can reach the 12th floor in a single day instead of 5 because they no longer need to rely on borrowed achievement power. Kim Hyun-woo is thrilled by the promise of reaching it in just one day. He decides there is no point delaying to train his disciples first if he can arrive that quickly. Then a new thought occurs to him, and he abruptly stops to reconsider the requirement. Since only conquerors can use that path, he asks whether he himself now qualifies. The guide says he should be fine because he possesses a traveling pass, though Kim Hyun-woo does not yet know what that means. The guide reminds him that the item appeared after he defeated John Wuchi, making Kim Hyun-woo suspect its true nature. It is revealed to be the Blue Dragon's achievement, proof that one has become a conqueror and gained access to such routes. Excited by that revelation, the guide asks if they should leave immediately. Kim Hyun-woo says not yet, because he first needs to fill the labyrinth stone gauge. He promises to charge it quickly and then head upward without delay. His impatience shows as he admits he wants to see the man who deceived him as soon as possible. Back in the Northern Sea Ice Palace, the subordinate asks why the palace lord rejected the request. The palace lord answers that he will not waste effort on anything that is not explicitly ordered by the one he serves. He rises and turns away, making clear that the discussion should have ended there. The subordinate remains silent, but his resolve does not waver. He offers a bargain instead. If he succeeds in killing the irregular, he wants a great achievement in return. That proposal shocks the palace lord into immediate attention. He turns back, incredulous, and asks whether the subordinate is serious. The subordinate's slight smile shows that he is completely earnest. The palace lord vanishes at once, shouting for the subordinate not to forget that promise. Left alone, the subordinate decides that despite prior orders not to interfere with the irregular, he must kill him anyway. The palace lord's famed Northern Heavenly Divine Art is introduced as a martial art he created himself, and named after his own domain. Yet the narration undercuts the legend by saying his achievement is not truly that extraordinary. In the tower, many beings surpass ordinary human limits and claim to be the strongest, so such reputations are common. By contrast, the warrior who trained endlessly in martial arts had accumulated many lesser achievements rather than one overwhelming one like John Wuchi. However, the subordinate implies that this difference is exactly what matters. He recalls a man who wandered in darkness and received an achievement directly from the Lord. Elsewhere, that very Lord feels reassured that, now he has assigned the task, there is nothing more to worry about. 3 days later, Kim Hyun-woo and the guide arrive at a desert-like place and confirm they should be near the entrance. Following the guide's instruction, Kim Hyun-woo shakes the compass of the blind. The compass responds by shining with a star-like brilliance. A vertical beam of light erupts from it, marking the hidden route upward. Kim Hyun-woo asks if that means all they need to do now is ascend along the light. The guide tells him to hold the Blue Dragon's achievement while going up, because it will let him perceive the path itself. Kim Hyun-woo raises the glowing achievement in his hand and prepares to move. Though still worried about the disciples he left behind, he chooses to trust that they will manage. He reassures himself by recalling that he already spoke with them before leaving and did not vanish without a word. Riding the cloud upward, he expects the trip should take no more than 5 days at worst. The ascent becomes a long rush through swirling currents of cloud and light. Then the Blue Dragon's achievement suddenly reacts in his hand, startling him. At the same time, the cloud beneath his feet begins to crackle with a new energy. He is alarmed as the route transforms into something he did not expect. The guide explains that he has entered the Conqueror's Path itself, a faster route to the 12th floor. With a grin, Kim Hyun-woo urges the cloud onward into the hidden passage. Meanwhile, at the Guardian Guild in the real world, a proposal is formally rejected. A desperate man insists his offer is unique, but the staff member explains the guild leader is no longer accepting modeling deals. When he asks whether she can persuade the guild leader, she apologetically says she has no power to do that. He settles for having the documents passed along to Kim Hyun-woo instead. After politely seeing him off, the staff member is left alone with the burden he dumped on her. She exhales in weary disbelief and checks her phone to distract herself. The trending searches are dominated by Kim Hyun-woo-related fashion terms, showing how wildly popular the guild leader has become. The sportswear campaign he modeled has held the top search rankings for 3 straight days. Demand keeps rising despite factories running at full capacity, and even replicas of his battle clothes are selling out. She reflects that at least she escaped being pestered all day, though the relief is short-lived. Looking at the mountain of paperwork he left behind, she despairs at how she is supposed to process it all without overtime. Far above, Kim Hyun-woo grows bored on the cloud and complains that it feels like a whole day has passed, but the guide says it has not even been that long. He grumbles that this ascent is somehow more tedious than his time with the Lion Camel King, and the guide assures him they are almost there. At last the guide announces their arrival, and Kim Hyun-woo jolts upright as the cloud reaches its destination. Reaching a massive steel gate on the 12th floor, he is told to place the Blue Dragon achievement against it. He presses the glowing blue orb to the gate as instructed. A seam of light appears, showing the lock has reacted. The huge doors begin to part under the artifact's effect. He realizes with a start that the hidden entrance has truly opened. Inside, he confirms he has arrived at the correct place on the 12th floor. Facing a strange inner wall, he pauses to examine it carefully. The surface is covered in unfamiliar symbols, making the place feel even more unnatural. Deciding the tower's fate means nothing to him, he readies a pole-like artifact. He drives the pole into the marked wall despite a protest, intent on forcing something to happen. Because using the origin of AK Cheon would prevent him from holding artifacts, he ties his bag to the pole first. He accepts the system prompt and chooses to use the origin of AK Cheon on the Tower of Resentment. After confirming the choice, he leaves a brief reassurance behind before vanishing. Elsewhere in Arun Guild's underground training center, a lesson continues on reversing the 5 elements formation. The blue-haired woman follows the instruction and is told she has formed it correctly. The fox-haired teacher says the reverse formation has many uses, though she gets distracted by how unusual the woman's casual clothes look on a climber. Refocusing, the teacher explains that the technique is mainly used for suppression and clairvoyance. She clarifies that reversing the 5 elements can suppress magic instead of amplifying it. She adds that clairvoyance cannot truly see the future through magic, only read fortune-like signs. Excited by that possibility, the student eagerly agrees to try it. The fox spirit begins the ritual, chanting as the formation activates around her. A sphere of light rises from the formation to reveal the omen they asked for. She explains that now they only need to wait for the magic sphere to display the future's fortune. But as they watch, both of them sense something is wrong with what is appearing. The omen resolves into a warning of overwhelming disaster rather than good fortune. The vision shows the tower itself crumbling into dust and vanishing. The impossible scene leaves them unable to understand what they are witnessing. Within the collapsing vision, the trapped man notices the change with wary curiosity. He watches in disbelief as the tower's fragments transform into the shape of a ship. The transformation leaves him standing beside a long wooden hull in a dark void. An open doorway appears in the ship, and he suspects he is being invited inside. He steps through the entrance to see what awaits him. Inside, he finds a vast wooden interior filled with floating spheres and stored scrolls. The spheres contain scenes of different landscapes, as if preserving entire worlds. A voice welcomes him to Noah's Ark, revealing the ship's identity. He turns sharply, searching for the speaker among the strange displays. A white-haired man appears and calmly notes that his guest found this place sooner than expected. When asked, the newcomer confirms this ark is the vessel that once preserved humanity before the flood. He further explains that the place the protagonist now stands in is where the entire tower truly resides. Then he formally introduces himself as Noah, the maker and owner of this place. He also admits that he was the one who summoned the protagonist here. The protagonist coldly confirms that this man is indeed the maker. When he asks if Noah also created the tutorial tower and imprisoned him for 12 years, Noah answers yes to both. At last recognizing the culprit, the protagonist declares that he has finally found him. His anger hardens into action as he clenches his fist. He erupts with murderous fury, accusing Noah of trapping him in the tower. The ark shakes as his attack detonates with explosive force. Noah hurriedly throws up a barrier and insists they are not enemies, but the protagonist charges anyway. The assault continues so relentlessly that Noah can barely finish asking why. The protagonist answers that the question itself is absurd and keeps pounding through the defense. Noah's protective magic cracks under the barrage. The protagonist seizes Noah by the face and overpowers him at close range. Promising not to kill him yet, he decides to begin with a brutal beating instead. As the arc settles, Noah can only remark that his attacker is astonishingly violent. Dazed and bruised, Noah complains that the blow came without warning. The protagonist snaps that Noah is merely receiving what he deserves. After forcing Noah to sit and recover, he orders him to stop stalling and start talking. He demands the truth Noah had hinted at earlier. Noah calls him the shameless one instead, provoking another sharp response. The protagonist recounts being trapped in a tower where endlessly regenerating monsters dulled his senses over time. He reminds Noah that such torment makes the accusation of shamelessness outrageous. Raising his fist again, he warns Noah to explain himself before the beating resumes. He presses Noah to give the reason quickly if he wants to avoid more pain. When Noah asks what he wants to know first, the answer is immediate: why he was imprisoned. Noah says that to explain that, he must first summarize the overall state of the tower. His summary begins with an unexpected claim that the protagonist is the most tenacious person he has ever seen. The compliment only confuses and irritates the protagonist further. Seeing that, Noah decides he must explain the matter in greater detail. He reveals that every floor of the tower is assigned a trait, and the 9th floor's trait is regression. That trait activates whenever climbers destroy the floor, and the current cycle has already reached its 21st regression. Noah confirms that the protagonist is living through the 21st loop even though he does not remember the previous ones. What convinced Noah to choose him, he says, was the pattern of actions he kept taking across those regressions. He recalls that around the 6th regression, the protagonist was still only a somewhat stronger than average hunter. Even then, he lacked the unique ability that gave other climbers an advantage. Despite that handicap, he kept fighting with sheer stubbornness. To Noah's surprise, that ordinary hunter still managed to kill a climber. More importantly, Noah says, the protagonist altered the fate of the 9th floor itself. The tower had been designed as a test, and the 9th floor was intentionally set up to be destroyed by intermediate-level climbers or stronger. In other words, that floor was meant to perish, but the protagonist prevented that outcome. After witnessing that defiance of design, Noah became certain of something. He believed the protagonist might be capable of changing the tower itself. So when asked if that was why he imprisoned him, Noah answers that it was because of the protagonist's actions. Pressed for specifics, Noah says several regressions mattered, but the 12th was the most memorable. In that loop, the protagonist had already lost an arm to another climber. He had also lost all of his comrades. Facing the world's destruction, he began making desperate preparations. Those preparations included using nuclear weapons. With the debuff artifact active, he bombed everything into ruin. Noah starts listing other memorable regressions too, until the protagonist cuts him off and asks for the point. Noah finally states the point plainly. He trapped him in the tower so he could grow stronger, because tenacity alone could not change it. The protagonist objects that the tutorial tower's monsters have limits, but Noah assures him he still became stronger there. He explains that the tower strengthens people through achievements, and the tutorial tower is the only place where residents of the tower can gain them efficiently. So growth does not stop outside the tower, Noah says, but achievements are earned much faster within it. He compares the tutorial tower to a place with a permanent double experience bonus. Accepting that much, the protagonist moves on and asks what Noah means by changing the tower. Noah answers that the tower is currently being used in the wrong way. He says the tower was originally created through the combined power of 5 people. The first was the designer, who planned and mapped the tower. The second was the engineer, who built its central system. The third was the tuner, who created the tower's modeling system. The fourth was the maker, who assembled the tower using those systems. The fifth was the administrator, who operated the completed tower, and together their powers also shaped the world the protagonist lives in. Hearing that, the protagonist guesses that one of the 5 must have betrayed the others. Noah praises the guess and reveals that the tuner, engineer, and designer changed their minds after the tower was completed. Those 3 stole the administrator's power and then tried to kill Noah, the maker. Noah survived only by exhausting all his power to hide, and he believes the administrator also escaped into hiding. After removing the 2 of them, the remaining 3 began using the tower for their own greed. When asked what that greed means, Noah prepares to answer more precisely. But before he can continue, he suddenly falls silent and senses a problem. He grimly announces that the situation has turned bad. A conqueror, one of the tower's highest beings, is descending toward the 9th floor. The intruder finds it strange that he cannot sense the irregular's presence. Watching the crowd below react, he wonders whether the irregular is hiding deliberately or simply beyond his detection. As officials shout for him to come down, he concludes the absence is not something he can read normally. He decides that since he meant to kill the irregular anyway, he now has no choice but to force him out. With that decision made, he unleashes his power. A colossal wave of ice erupts downward from the sky. The civilians below are caught in terror as the freezing disaster spreads over them. Even the authorities can only shout helplessly while the cold overruns the area. The entire district is swallowed by towering sheets of ice. The conqueror calmly sweeps his weapon as he drives the attack onward. The frozen surge continues to crash through the city with unstoppable force. He resolves to go on a rampage until the hidden irregular is drawn out. Back at Arun Guild, the crisis reaches them from outside. At 7 in the evening, the fox spirit and the blue-haired woman learn that a disaster has struck Italy. The live report says it has already caused many casualties and is moving toward Florence. The fox spirit immediately warns that they must avoid confronting it if possible. When asked how bad it is, the blue-haired woman is told they would lose the instant they met its gaze. Comparing it to beings like the heavenly demon and Hyakki Yagyo, the narration stresses that for a climber to speak so fearfully is extraordinary. The fox spirit realizes this is no ordinary ice magic disaster. She notes that something of this scale should show traces of magical power if magic were causing it. But the frozen ruins show no such magical signature at all. That means the phenomenon is being created by raw natural force, and she starts connecting it to the hidden man's achievements. In Florence, the conqueror addresses the two women as successors. The horned white-haired woman recognizes his type at once, having met similar beings while climbing the tower. Her companion opens a book in alarm, preparing to respond. The conqueror stands atop a spire of ice and looms over them as they face him below. Realizing how abnormal he is, the horned woman curses under her breath. She lunges to attack before he can act further. Yet the moment his power moves, she senses a terrifying force unlike ordinary magic. The shock of that realization freezes her expression. Her companion urgently shouts for her to stop and pull back. Looking at her book in the spreading frost, the purple-haired woman realizes even it is being frozen solid. The conqueror finds the existence of two such powerful successors on the 9th floor genuinely fascinating. The two women grimly suspect that this anomaly may also be connected to the irregular. He says he would have liked to test them, but he has no time for that now. Instead, he decides to end the encounter immediately. The horned woman below shouts a warning to the younger one beneath him. She braces herself in panic as the killing blow descends. An immense icicle crashes down toward her, and she is struck before she can escape. A silver-haired spear wielder suddenly drops into the battle from above at blinding speed. The horned white-haired woman realizes in shock that he vanished from elsewhere and appeared here instantly. Before she can react, his arrival cuts through the scene with overwhelming force. He streaks downward like a falling bolt toward the lower floor. While racing through the tower, the black-haired protagonist asks how long until the 9th floor and is told they are almost there. He curses the timing, worrying that disaster struck while he was away and regretting not warning his disciples against confronting conquerors. As they arrive, he orders the Blue Dragon achievement to be readied and gets immediate compliance. Their transport shoots out of the tower in a burst of light. They emerge at the northern end, still 10 minutes from the exact destination but closing fast. The group races over open terrain without slowing. The ruined battlefield comes into view, revealing that they have reached the devastated site. Seeing what lies below, the protagonist freezes in alarm. He finds the horned woman being throttled by the silver-haired man while his pink-haired ally lies collapsed nearby. The pink-haired disciple is clearly down and unable to help. The horned woman, barely conscious in the man's grip, recognizes her master has arrived. That sight snaps the protagonist from shock into murderous rage. He hurls abuse at the attacker, who only glances over with mild curiosity. The protagonist crashes into the battlefield with explosive force to intervene. The silver-haired man greets the interruption with amused interest rather than concern. The protagonist immediately gathers the injured horned woman into his arms. He carries her away from danger while answering the stranger's attention with a cold acknowledgement. The silver-haired man identifies him as the irregular he had been sensing. He steps closer, intrigued now that the mysterious presence has finally shown itself. He remarks that the protagonist's sudden appearance explains why his successors are so unusual. Ignoring the taunt, the protagonist asks if he can evacuate his disciples with nimble nimbus, and is told it can be done. He immediately acts on that permission without hesitation. The pink-haired disciple is lifted onto the cloud for extraction. The cloud gathers the wounded and pulls away from the battlefield. The protagonist watches the evacuation arc into the sky, satisfied they are out of immediate danger. The silver-haired man notes nimble nimbus as an unexpectedly interesting tool. With his disciples safe, the protagonist clenches his fist and lets killing intent rise. A red aura erupts around him as he prepares to fight seriously. The silver-haired man laughs that the protagonist's magic power is impressive for someone who only recently appeared in the tower. But his amusement quickly turns into a sharper question. He doubts this level of power could have been enough to kill John Wuchi, insisting that man was not so weak. The protagonist calmly tells him not to worry about that. The answer unsettles the silver-haired man, who senses something more. Dark clouds and red lightning gather as the protagonist reveals he has another trump card. He transforms into a red-armored, halo-crowned battle form and declares that his earlier display was not his limit. The silver-haired man is genuinely startled by the sudden escalation. The protagonist charges, boasting that it is far too early for the enemy to be impressed. The silver-haired man meets the rush with his spear, bracing for impact. Their first serious clash detonates in a violent collision of red and icy power. The protagonist swings through the exchange while the silver-haired man keeps smiling, still testing him. Then ice shards begin forming around the protagonist, hinting at a trap. The silver-haired man unleashes towering pillars of ice across the battlefield. He dismisses the attack as modest, confident it should be enough for now. The protagonist answers by carving through the frozen storm with a black-red slash. A giant red eye-like vortex opens behind him, amplifying the menace of his power. He lunges straight at the silver-haired man before the latter can fully adjust. His fist drives into the silver-haired man's body at close range. Following the blow, he unleashes a named slash that blasts the enemy backward through the ice. The silver-haired man is hurled away, coughing as the impact tears up the ground. Refusing to let the momentum slip, he commands his staff to extend. The weapon shoots forward like a battering ram, catching the silver-haired man off guard. The silver-haired man is smashed through rubble as the enlarged staff keeps driving him back. The protagonist dives after him, vowing not to let him escape. He rains down a series of heavy staff strikes from above. The silver-haired man parries and counters with bursts of ice from multiple angles. Their exchange explodes across the ground in a storm of shattered stone and frost. The silver-haired man lands a hard counterblow that forces the protagonist to guard. The protagonist snarls that the Rui staff is no mere ornament and swings again with full force. Yet the silver-haired man slips inside the attack and drives another hit into him. The protagonist is knocked back and sees the silver-haired man already preparing a new sweeping strike. Red lightning crackles over the protagonist as he steadies himself and smiles through the pressure. He gathers even more power, surrounding himself with blazing red energy and sigils. Then his expression changes as he notices something wrong in the enemy's formation. He realizes the enemy's mandala-like ice field is freezing solid around him and disrupting his movement. The silver-haired man chuckles, now understanding how John Wuchi was defeated. Acknowledging the protagonist's strength, he decides the fight has earned a proper introduction. He names himself as the first family head of the Northern Sea Ice Palace, an ancient legend who has endured nearly forever. The protagonist is alarmed that even his lightning cannot break the ice binding the battlefield. The silver-haired man reveals the source of that dominance as the 10,000-year ice spirit. Elsewhere, Noah watches anxiously through a floating view and worries that the protagonist's victory over John Wuchi may not be enough here. He fears the worst because this opponent is a legendary being whose abilities remain largely unknown. He also notes that the protagonist bears a conqueror achievement, but Noah has already exhausted himself trapping him in the tower and cannot intervene directly. All Noah can rely on now is the artifact he secretly gave the protagonist, hoping it will activate when danger peaks. Back in the battle, the protagonist invokes a lightning spirit divine art to shatter the encroaching ice. The silver-haired man praises the ingenuity of using self-summoned lightning to break his freezing field. The protagonist admits inwardly that borrowing the great sage's achievement let him do it, but the strain has left him barely able to move. Even with his golden chainmail reducing the lightning's backlash, he still suffers damage. Sensing they have both shown enough, the silver-haired man decides to finish the fight. He launches forward across the frozen ground in a blur of white force. The protagonist blocks a crushing spear strike but is driven back with a grunt. Cold seeps through his body so deeply that he realizes movement itself is becoming difficult. He answers with another heavenly lightning attack, blasting at close range. The silver-haired man counters by enlarging Ri into a massive barrier-like slab. The protagonist demands to know what kind of achievement this enemy possesses, but gets no useful answer. He complains that the earlier snake enemy revealed John Wuchi's achievement, while this one is maddeningly unhelpful. The silver-haired man mocks those distractions as mere stalling and swings again. The protagonist is struck and coughs from the blow. A follow-up impact sends the silver-haired man crashing downward through another burst of ice and force. The battlefield erupts as the attack slams into a massive frozen outcrop. The silver-haired man recovers immediately, riding the shockwave back into position. He taunts the protagonist for enduring this long, and the protagonist spits back a curse instead of yielding. Floating above him, the silver-haired man remarks that such bravado only reveals how anxious the protagonist really is. The protagonist grins and insists he can still continue. The silver-haired man accepts that claim with a knowing smile. He raises a hand and warns that the next attack will test whether the protagonist can truly endure. The protagonist senses the danger too late and is jolted into alarm. A rain of razor-sharp ice shards descends in a blinding barrage. The protagonist is peppered by the storm and coughs as it tears across him. The silver-haired man suddenly appears in the opening he created, delighted that the trap worked. Ice spreads over the protagonist's armor, locking parts of it in place. The silver-haired man realizes with satisfaction that the armor itself has frozen. Seeing the enemy immobilized, the protagonist decides to end the battle immediately. He roars out another heavenly lightning attack with everything he has left. Lightning crashes down in a blinding explosion that shatters ice and ground alike. For the first time, the silver-haired man gasps in surprise. Out of the blast, the protagonist catches hold of the enemy's spear with both hands. He wrenches control of the weapon, leaving the silver-haired man stunned at how this happened. Now disarmed, the silver-haired man is mocked for being unable to attack without his spear. The protagonist gathers a massive red fireball and warns him to stop it if he wants to live. He commits fully to the killing blow, eyes wide with ferocity. He dives with a named flaming technique meant to incinerate the silver-haired man outright. The impact blossoms into a huge cloud of steam and shattered frost. When the smoke clears, the protagonist pants, unsure whether the strike succeeded. Then he senses something impossible and stares in disbelief. A new voice admits it did not want to reveal this side, but the protagonist forced it out. The silver-haired man now stands transformed in a plague doctor form surrounded by spectral crows. One cold blue eye peers from beneath the hat and mask, confirming the change is real. The protagonist immediately asks if this is the enemy's second achievement. The transformed foe confirms it is the Plague Monarch achievement. As crows assault the protagonist from every direction, the enemy explains that the first achievement alone was not enough, but the second seals the outcome. The birds and frost overwhelm the protagonist, and the enemy declares he now has no chance at all. Confident of victory, the plague-cloaked foe turns to leave. He tells the protagonist to remain behind as food for the crows, then suddenly notices something unexpected. The protagonist stands amid the circling crows, frozen and battered, yet begins to laugh. The enemy is puzzled, and the protagonist thanks him for the useful information he just revealed. Smirking through the ice, the protagonist insults him and prepares a hidden counter. A glowing chain suddenly lashes out with sealing power. The plague-cloaked foe is caught at the wrist and jolts in shock. As the chain tightens, he cannot comprehend what is binding him. The restraint spreads to his limbs, and his confusion turns to alarm. The protagonist explains that it is simply a sealing device, and the enemy coughs as the trap takes hold. A purple vortex opens behind the plague-cloaked foe as the device activates its imprisonment function. The chains drag him toward the portal with irresistible force. Realizing he has been outplayed, he rages helplessly at the protagonist. The protagonist cheerfully says farewell while the enemy is pulled away. The plague-cloaked foe desperately reaches back and screams in denial as the portal swallows him. A final flash seals the dimensional prison shut. Left alone on the battlefield, the protagonist turns to confirm the enemy is truly gone. The summoned crows lose their power, freeze, and drop lifelessly from the sky. Rain begins to fall as the battlefield finally grows quiet. The protagonist looks down at the chain in his hand, piecing together what just saved him. An information window identifies it as the Maker's imprisoning device, an artifact that can trap anyone in the tower alone in a separate dimension for a limited time based on their strength. With the danger over, the protagonist collapses from accumulated strain and curses weakly. He reflects that borrowing another person's achievement causes brutal muscle pain, even if it let him survive. Reading the timer, he realizes the Ice Spirit will be released in roughly 5 days. He concludes that Noah's artifact let him fight safely enough to learn crucial information about the Ice Spirit, but the victory was far closer than he would like. After barely dealing with the 10,000-year Ice Spirit, he concludes that defeating the Plague Monarch head-on would be impossible. Still, learning the enemy's identity fulfills his original objective, so he accepts the setback and steadies himself. He reminds himself that understanding the enemy is the first step towards surviving future battles. The scene shifts to Florence State Hospital, where the aftermath of that clash is still unfolding. A horned young woman lies unconscious in a hospital bed, suspended between recovery and memory. She slowly wakes, her red eyes opening as confusion returns before full awareness does. Her calm breaks when a horned subordinate appears at her bedside, startling her fully awake. Regaining authority at once, she demands an explanation and the subordinate obediently prepares to report. Once she has heard enough to orient herself, she dismisses him to think more clearly. Her first concern is the climber, the one tied most directly to the battle's outcome. A horned woman explains that she sensed the girl's master arrive to fight, but lost track of events afterward, leaving the patient frustrated. She adds that the master's magic was detectable only until the middle of the fight, which deepens the mystery. From that point on, his power did not vanish as if destroyed but seemed to be transferred somewhere else. Told that only her master can explain the details, the patient falls silent and clenches the sheets in frustration. She bitterly recalls that in their earlier encounter her own attacks had been completely ineffective against him. The other woman tells her not to be crushed by that failure because she never truly had a chance against such an opponent. Then the tone shifts as the speaker tempts her with a more dangerous question instead of comfort. She asks whether the girl wants to become stronger, striking directly at her wounded pride. Elsewhere, another consciousness stirs as a pink-haired woman opens her eyes in a strange void. Finding herself floating in darkness, she wonders if what she is experiencing is only a dream. She tries to piece together the last thing she remembers, reaching back toward the battle she had just been fighting. She recalls that her magic had frozen, forcing her to endure the attacks directly until a spear strike knocked her unconscious. Unable to tell whether this is death or some suspended state, she asks the question outright. Her panic briefly turns absurd as she laments dying before she could properly flirt with her master. A floating ancient book reassures her that she is not dead, and she mistakes it for Mason at first. The book denies being Mason, prompting her to demand the identity of the voice guiding her. It introduces itself as the Book of Command. The book explains that it is the source that granted Mason the power of command, not merely one of his tools. When she assumes Mason must therefore be its master, the book dismisses him as just another petitioner for its power. It makes clear that its true nature and authority far exceed the weak way Mason has been using it. Still unsure of her condition, she asks again whether she actually died, and the book says she is inside its inner world. To simplify matters, it tells her to think of this as a dream while her real body remains unconscious in a hospital bed. The book reveals it has been observing her because she is more useful than previous candidates, though her grasp of power remains poor. When she asks what that means, it says it has appeared personally to teach her. Its interest lies in the possibility that she might become the librarian of ancient books. Meanwhile in Noah's Ark, The brown-haired climber recovers from his injuries while a white-haired man notes he is still not fully healed. After hearing the battle report, the white-haired man concludes that the conqueror is a legendary character, leaving the climber confused. He explains that legendary characters are beings born from myths and folktales that gained intelligence, and that this enemy surpasses anyone the climber has met. Even so, the climber presses him for a way to deal with such an opponent, since he was summoned here after the battle for exactly that reason. The white-haired man admits there is a method, and the climber immediately demands to hear it. Instead of naming a weapon or spell, the man points directly at the climber himself. He says the climber must obtain an achievement equal in grade to the one the enemy is using. The climber realizes this means countering one achievement with another, and the man confirms he is currently at a severe disadvantage. The difference is not simple strength but grade, like the gap between rare and unique, something closer to innate quality than experience. The climber curses those born with such absurd advantages, recognizing how unfair the system is. The white-haired man mocks him for complaining about talent, and then returns to the point. To kill a conqueror, he says, one must possess a similarly graded achievement. When the climber protests that such a thing cannot be easy, the man reminds him that the Blue Dragon achievement is not just decoration. That remark makes the climber suddenly notice something unusual about the power already tied to him. A glowing orb manifests in his hand, and the man explains that he has temporarily permitted him to hold it. The orb responds as if awakening, signaling that the achievement is being made accessible. The climber reads that it contains the Blue Dragon achievement, a noble Eastern guardian tied to rain, clouds, wind, thunder, and lightning, and learns the white-haired man created it. Shocked, he demands how that could be possible, and the man casually reveals that he is the maker of the tower and the devices used to compress achievements. He tells the climber to wait a moment, while he releases the achievement from its compressed state. Multiple magic circles bloom around him as he begins the release process in earnest. The orb expands under the ritual, its sealed power breaking open into a more complete form. The climber then asks whether elemental compatibility will matter even if the achievement's grade matches the enemy's. The answer is yes, because all powers have natural compatibilities, just as water overcomes fire. Since the enemy's climber uses ice while he uses lightning, the matchup itself should favor him. But the white-haired man points out that he currently has only the Blue Dragon achievement, and nothing more. He begins refining the orb further, drawing out its power with another layer of magic. When the process finishes, he declares that the preparation is complete. What is complete, he explains, is the setup for the climber to actually gain the achievement. The climber stares into the orb and senses the living will inside it rather than a mere object. The man leaves the final step to him, making clear that no one else can cross that threshold for him. Holding the crackling orb, the climber asks what exactly he must do next. He is told that he must either be recognized by the being within or force it into submission. The bluntness of that second option makes him recoil as the Blue Dragon's presence looms behind the words. The white-haired man notes that the climber has already entered the achievement space, so the trial has begun. Because only the Blue Dragon's consciousness remains there, he explains that there are 3 possible ways to obtain the achievement. Each method differs in time required and in how much power the climber can ultimately gain. Since he can only buy the climber 3 days, the man wonders whether he can succeed quickly enough. The climber finds himself standing in a storm-filled inner realm, realizing the confrontation is now immediate. The Blue Dragon recognizes him as the mortal from before, and he is struck by being addressed so dismissively. The dragon reminds him that he already fought someone who used its achievement recklessly, and the climber finally understands the connection. It reveals that it saw him during that earlier battle and remembers that he was using the Great Sage's achievement. That mention instantly draws out the Great Sage, who furiously rejects being called a monkey again. The dragon is surprised to find the Great Sage present here as well, and the sage answers with open hostility. Their old grudge resurfaces at once as the dragon needles him about his origins, and the sage explodes in denial. Watching the exchange, the climber realizes these two know each other and learns they are far from friendly. The Great Sage blames the dragon for past troubles and snarls that he should have obeyed the Jade Emperor. Caught between their bickering, the climber complains that the noise alone is making his head ring. Trying to regain control of the situation, he cuts in with a practical question of his own. He asks whether the dragon can at least stop the rain, but the dragon dismisses the request as unnecessary. The climber points out that they have not even discussed terms yet, while the dragon acts as if the fight is already obvious. The dragon says that although only its consciousness remains, it knows the climber came here to obtain its achievement. It then explains that there are 3 ways to do that and asks which path he intends to take. The first option is to obtain the achievement in the same way the dragon originally did. The climber rejects that route immediately because he does not have enough time, leaving only 2 methods. The dragon names those remaining choices as usurpation or recognition, and the climber asks what practical difference there is. Usurpation means defeating the Blue Dragon by force, but it would grant only half of the dragon's power. Recognition means being acknowledged as worthy of the Blue Dragon achievement, though how well he can wield it would still depend on him. Without hesitation, the climber chooses recognition and asks what he must do to earn it. The dragon says the requirement is simple. He only needs to fight it. However, the fight must be entirely his own, with no outside assistance or borrowed advantages. When he checks whether that means no items either, the dragon confirms that it does. Rather than despair, the climber smirks as if the restriction has clarified the challenge for him. He decides that if the rules are that direct, then the path forward is at least clear. To him, it now sounds like all he has to do is fight the dragon and win. The dragon agrees in principle but warns that victory will be difficult in his current state. The climber counters by noting that the dragon should be around the same level as the great sage. The dragon insists it is still stronger than the great sage, provoking another furious interruption from the sage. When the climber argues that he beat the great sage before, the dragon coolly asks whether that happened inside the tower. It explains that he never defeated the real great sage at all, only a diminished portion of that power, less than half of the original. The climber can only answer weakly that the great sage had already told him he was not at full strength. The dragon then states plainly that, as a conscious being with all its powers intact, it does not believe the climber can beat it. The climber accepts the challenge anyway, only to be met with a different condition. Instead of demanding victory, the dragon sets the test as surviving its attacks for 5 minutes. The climber is stunned that endurance alone would be enough to earn recognition. The dragon confirms it, and says the count will begin the moment he makes his first move. That sounds easy enough to the climber that he warns the dragon not to retract the offer later. The dragon answers with amused confidence that no such reversal will be necessary. With that, the climber tells it to come at him. He launches himself from the cloud, initiating the trial and starting the clock. He opens with lightning spirit divine art, hurling himself forward wrapped in crackling red-black force. Far away, the ice climber remains bound by glowing chains in a cavern, still trapped and unable to intervene. The chains around him begin frosting over as his power strains uselessly against the restraint. Even that frozen pressure only shatters the ice, leaving the chains themselves untouched. Realizing the restraint is perfect, he curses in disbelief as none of his efforts can break it. He concludes that the chains are suppressing both his escape and his ability to use his powers properly. Still pinned in place, he can do nothing but glare toward the sealed exit and endure. He swears that once the countdown ends and he gets out, he will settle this. His rage hardens into a promise of revenge the moment he escapes that prison. Back in Noah's Ark, the white-haired maker watches the storm through a viewing sphere and admits the trial is proving harder than expected. He first estimates the blue dragon achievement at about 90% power, then corrects himself, and realizes it is nearly at full strength. That shocks him because the compression device he designed was only supposed to hold half of an achievement's power. He wonders whether someone actually succeeded in improving his design beyond what he thought possible. If so, he sees an opportunity, because if most of the achievement truly exists inside that space, the climber may gain more than intended. That possibility means the climber could come out of this with even greater power than a normal acquisition would allow. Inside the storm, the climber is blasted backward by the dragon's overwhelming lightning. The dragon mocks him for losing the bold spirit he had at the start, and the climber angrily calls the attack unfair. The dragon rejects the accusation, saying the lightning is simply part of its own power and therefore no cheating at all. It reminds him that recognition was never going to be granted easily. As he looks up at the storm, the climber realizes the dragon is on an entirely different level from the weakened great sage he once faced. He remembers that even while borrowing the great sage's power before, he could withstand several hits without collapsing. Now, by contrast, a single strike from the blue dragon nearly knocks him unconscious, proving the gap in raw force. Worse still, he cannot even see the lightning before it hits, leaving him unable to react properly. The dragon praises him for lasting this long, noting that most challengers died after only one strike. When it asks whether he will give up, he refuses with absolute stubbornness. The dragon accepts that answer and resumes the trial without mercy. Another bolt crashes down, forcing the climber to endure the storm again. Gritting through the pain, he decides he has to try a different approach instead of simply tanking the hits. He chooses to run first and see whether movement can buy him survival time against the invisible strikes. Elsewhere, the great sage watches the battle and addresses the blue dragon with sudden curiosity. The dragon answers warily, asking what the sage wants. The great sage questions why the dragon is openly explaining its achievement to that human at all. As the climber keeps dodging blindly through the storm, the dragon notices the sage's interest and asks if that is what he is curious about. The great sage admits it is, because someone like the blue dragon should have no reason to volunteer such information. The dragon answers that its reason is simple: the great sage is with that human. It explains that this climber is the first person it has seen trying to return the great sage's achievement to him, leaving the sage to ask what difference that makes. In the storm, the blue dragon remarks that if someone as great as the sage lent this man an achievement, he must have seen real potential in him. The monkey-like companion silently accepts that judgment and decides to gamble on that same possibility. The dragon makes clear that they are betting on the hidden future the sage had in mind for him. Below the clouds, the exhausted young man looks up at the dragon circling overhead. Frustrated, he curses as he realizes he still has no answer for dealing with the dragon's trial. He panics over how he is supposed to handle the dragon's relentless lightning. While running, he reasons that leaping into the air would only get him struck down, and surviving 5 minutes seems impossible when he can barely last seconds. A bolt crashes down beside him, forcing him to keep moving. As he narrowly avoids another strike, he notices the lightning seems slightly slower than before. He tests that feeling in the middle of another incoming flash. After watching more strikes, he confirms the change is tiny but real, and the lightning truly is slowing. He wonders if the change is not in the lightning itself but in his own growing adaptation to it. The blue dragon notices with interest that the man is already starting to dodge the bolts. The dragon realizes the man can now actually perceive the lightning's path as it falls around him. Encouraged, the man grins that once he understands the pattern, surviving this much is manageable. That confidence breaks when he senses a new danger approaching. 2 bolts descend at once, revealing the trial has escalated. The double strike engulfs him, and he screams as the attack lands. Reeling from the hit, he demands to know what that sudden change was. The dragon calmly explains that dodging single bolts was only the beginning of the full course. When the man protests that he should have been warned, the dragon mocks him for thinking mere dodging would earn recognition. The dragon reminds him that he was the one who claimed he could not even endure 30 seconds, and the man bitterly understands why the sage hated this dragon. Given the option to quit, he refuses and tells the dragon to continue the trial. The lightning resumes in merciless succession, blasting him again and again. Time passes until he has endured 2 minutes and 28 seconds of the ordeal. Another strike tears through him, leaving him coughing and shaking. The dragon offers to continue for the 132nd time, and the man can only curse through the pain. He realizes the 2 bolts that begin appearing after the 2-minute mark are the attacks he truly cannot dodge. He considers whether frantic movement like before might help him evade them. He rejects that idea because moving too wildly would ruin his body control and make things worse. With no better option, he resolves to confront the double strikes head-on. He throws himself directly into the next attack instead of fleeing from it. After enduring this approach dozens more times, he becomes certain he is on the verge of understanding something. By the 239th strike, he can feel a change taking shape inside himself. By the 242nd, he senses that the more he suffers through the lightning, the clearer that change becomes. Another bolt descends as if to test whether that realization is real. This time he stands still beneath it instead of panicking. His expression settles into sharp concentration as he commits to a new response. Rather than dodging, he reaches into the strike and meets it directly. The lightning coils around his raised hand instead of blasting through him. He exhales in disbelief as he feels the current bend under his touch. A triumphant smile spreads across his face when he realizes he has finally done it. The dragon observes that he did not simply hit the lightning but redirected it aside. It tallies his progress with approval, noting that he dodged the bolts hundreds of times and struck them hundreds more. The dragon is impressed that even in a place where death can be repeated endlessly, he grasps the concept behind the trial so quickly. It reflects that anyone who can meet a version of the dragon that has already been killed is extraordinary from the start. Still, the dragon notes that this insight was not the product of long years of accumulated wisdom. It wonders if harsh self-denial explains him, then dismisses that because his magical power is too great for that alone. The dragon falls silent, studying him more carefully. As the man keeps moving through the storm, the dragon questions the true source of his power. The dragon continues to watch in thoughtful silence as the lightning crackles around it. At last, it seems to arrive at an answer. Meanwhile, the man drops low, electricity still dancing over his battered body. He raises his hand again, ready to seize the next strike with deliberate control. The dragon focuses on his eyes and wonders if they are the very eyes it suspects. It notes that through all this pain he has stopped complaining and is thinking only of one thing. That one thing is a fierce, almost unnatural concentration on mastering the lightning itself. The dragon becomes convinced that this is exactly what is happening to him now. To the dragon, the man seems to have entered a state where an entire second is experienced as a flowing whole. Another bolt descends, but now it moves within the rhythm he has learned to read. He swings his arm through that rhythm with perfect timing. His hand meets the strike cleanly and turns it aside again. He watches the result with sharpened awareness, as if confirming a theory. He pinches the current between his fingers, refining his control over it. The redirected lightning gathers and twists under his hand instead of exploding through him. His eye widens with the thrill of understanding as the technique becomes natural. Then the storm abruptly quiets, and the lightning ceases. He looks up in confusion and realizes even the rain has stopped. The dragon praises him in amazement for surviving the full 300 seconds. It formally declares that he has succeeded. He stares back, baffled that the trial ends so simply, while the dragon asks what more he expected. Still greedy for a tangible prize, he asks whether there is no artifact or system reward, and the dragon teases that he really means he wants to use the achievement itself. The dragon explains that when the sky cleared, he already received its reward, though he cannot yet feel it. What he gained is only the power contained in the achievement, not the ability to wield that power freely. He remembers the sage once saying that borrowers below a certain level cannot manifest an achievement at all. Realizing he still lacks the technique to use what he earned, he concludes he will have to train from scratch just as the sage once did with pole techniques. The dragon confirms that even with understanding, fully controlling its power will take a long time. Accepting that, he looks ahead and asks what comes next. The dragon promises that from now on it will help him learn to use its power properly, leaving him overwhelmed by the offer. Elsewhere, a silver-haired man stands bound by glowing purple chains in a sealed chamber, waiting. A timer shows only a little over 5 minutes remain on whatever confinement holds him. The chains anchored to the stone begin to strain and crack under mounting pressure. More links split apart as the seal rapidly weakens. Smiling in the shadows, the prisoner notes that time is running out. Though trapped in this state because of a certain human, he believes he will soon be free. As the countdown nears its end, he idly considers whether to kill that human slowly by draining him. When the timer hits 0, he wonders if killing him immediately might be better. Then a blinding opening appears, and he considers a third possibility as the seal gives way. Back outside under a bright sky, a hand rises casually into view. The young man cheerfully greets the newly arrived plague-masked enemy and mockingly asks how his vacation was. The masked man answers only with a cold, silent stare. The young man needles him further, joking that he must have gone mute during his break. The enemy notes that the young man did not flee, and the young man scoffs at the very idea. The masked man warns that running would have been wiser as he readies his spear. He vows that even if the young man runs now, he will hunt him down to the depths of hell and kill him. The young man dismisses the threat and tells him to worry about himself instead. The masked man admits he does not know what the young man accomplished in 5 days, but he still doubts that it is enough to defeat him. In response, the young man activates the borrowed achievement and transforms into an armored, halo-crowned form. Lightning erupts around him as the blue dragon's power manifests through his body. The masked man remains skeptical, insisting that this transformation alone cannot beat him. The young man smiles and reveals that the transformation is only part of what he has prepared. Power gathers at his raised finger as he begins shaping something more. A long staff appears in his grasp, completing the form he intended to wield. The sudden surge of lightning and movement blasts through the flock of ice birds around the battlefield. The masked man recoils in shock as he recognizes what has appeared. Charging in with confidence, the young man reminds him that he only fights when he is sure he can win. Their weapons collide, and the masked man is forced back by the impact. He curses as the young man's staff power overwhelms his guard. Ice structures burst up around the armored young man as the battlefield reacts to the clash. The young man commands his raised staff to extend, changing the fight's range instantly. The staff lengthens like a living weapon under his control. He swings the extended staff down with both hands in a crushing blow. The strike tears across the ground in a long, destructive line, forcing the enemy to evade. The masked man is stunned that the weapon can change so freely. The young man admits he had been a little worried before this worked. He explains that while training with the blue dragon he discovered he was terrible at learning sorcery in the normal way. So instead of learning spells, he learned to directly grasp and use sorcery power itself. He recalls the dragon saying that pure sorcery power would have few restrictions for him, except for one major problem. Because ice crystals are his polar opposite in compatibility, he had feared that weakness would hold him back. Now, while spinning his staff through the air, he asks the masked man what he thinks of the result. Wrapped in lightning, he boasts that the enemy's cold air cannot even pierce him anymore. The masked man, shaken, demands to know how he obtained the blue dragon's achievement at all. He cannot accept it, because only 5 days earlier this young man had been just another strong fighter within the system. He remembers the rule that only John Wuchi should be able to use the blue dragon's achievement unless some higher authority permits otherwise. The young man appears right beside him and mockingly asks if he is meditating while trying to figure it out. Before the masked man can react, the young man launches another sudden attack. A brutal kick slams into the masked man and knocks him away. He crashes through the ground and debris bursts outward from the impact. Watching him tumble, the young man begins to explain where the enemy went wrong. Standing over him in crackling power, he says the masked man should never have made a fool of himself. With a contemptuous smile, he calls the enemy an idiot. Then he drives his foot down to finish the humiliation. The stomp smashes the masked man deeper into the shattered ground. Dazed and battered, the masked man struggles to lift his head. The young man grins, fully in control of the fight now. Lightning patterns spread across the battlefield as his power continues to dominate the area. The young man suddenly senses a new movement from the fallen enemy. A hand clamps tightly around a weapon as the masked man prepares a desperate counter. The young man raises his staff and calls down a lightning strike through it. The summoned bolt detonates in a blinding explosion. After the blast, he looks down at the enemy and decides how to end this. Bleeding and crawling, the masked man swears that he will kill him no matter what. The young man strikes again, cutting off that vow with another heavy blow. In desperation, the masked man unleashes a transformed state with dark wings and a towering surge of icy power, ready to spend everything he has. The young man mocks the transformation, saying changing appearance is meaningless if the enemy does not actually improve. The transformed enemy forms an ice blade from his weapon, sharpening his threat. The young man taunts that an ice-coated spear will only shatter against his raised staff anyway. A small monkey-faced observer protests angrily that his own essence is not weak and that everyone keeps underestimating him. Ignoring the complaint, the winged enemy dives in from above with a vertical ice-charged attack aimed straight at the young man. The young man blocks the descending strike with effort, gritting through the impact as the clash hangs unresolved. Surrounded by a storm of hostile blue birds, the young fighter is pressed as his enemy closes in through the chaos. He blasts the flock apart with a lightning strike, forcing open a brief path in the middle of the assault. Even so, more birds keep swarming, and he curses them while realizing the pressure is not easing. Remembering that the Blue Dragon achievement is about to expire, he decides he has to finish the battle immediately. He hurls his icy weapon forward in a desperate attempt to end things before the time limit runs out. The masked conqueror intercepts the attack at close range, catching him off guard and stopping his momentum. The enemy boasts that he has trapped him again and prepares to turn the exchange to his advantage. But the conqueror suddenly notices something wrong and shifts position as if sensing a hidden threat. The hero slams him down with a crushing counter, driving him violently into the ground. Pinned beneath the impact, the conqueror is left stunned and broken amid shattered ice and debris. The hero looks down in silence, measuring the opening he has finally created. A flash of insight crosses his eyes as he recalls the lesson he needed at this exact moment. In memory, the Blue Dragon warns him that quick hands alone are only a stopgap and that true movement must be possible at any instant. When he asks what to do, the dragon tells him to make use of the dragon itself. He understands that he must combine the dragon's achievement with the power he received elsewhere instead of relying on them separately. The realization sharpens as he links the Blue Dragon's power with the lightning granted by the Jade Emperor. He recalls that once he can let lightning move through his own body, his speed will no longer be limited. At that remembered turning point, he commits fully and lets his body become the medium for lightning. He unleashes the flash lightning kick, moving with a speed that fuses his body and lightning into one strike. The attack detonates in a blinding burst that overwhelms everything around the conqueror. When the light clears, the conqueror lies defeated on the ground, his resistance finally broken. A fragment of his mask falls away, confirming the end of the fight. Exhausted after forcing out that final technique, the victor can barely stay upright and admits how drained he is. Then a system notice appears before him, drawing his tired attention. The system confirms that he has defeated the Northern Conqueror Ice Spirit in Rome, and raises his information authority to high rank. He is stunned that the authority he struggled so hard to increase has suddenly reached the high tier. Relieved and amused, he remembers all the times he was denied answers because his authority had been too low. In a burst of excitement, he decides he should celebrate by visiting Eve and calls out to enter the system room. Nothing answers him except empty silence, and the expected entrance does not open. His excitement fades into confusion as he realizes something is wrong. He tries again, but still cannot enter the place where Eve should be. 5 days later in Seoul, life has moved on enough for him to finish an interview and return to normal routines. Riding with Shurhyun, he learns their companions are already waiting at the sushi restaurant they had visited before. Yet even after 5 days he is still troubled because he cannot access the system room at all. Despite now having high authority, the restriction remains, making the situation feel even stranger. When he checks what his authority can reveal, some information opens, but key parts are still blocked by a persistent lack of authority. The repeated denial makes it clear that his new rank still is not enough to reach certain truths. That leads him to suspect that something may have happened to Eve herself. He decides Noah might know more, especially since the after effects of Flash Lightning Kick left him unable to refill Action's gauge. He had considered sending his disciples instead, but they rush in so frantically over his condition that the idea becomes impossible. The two women fuss over him with medicine and demands for better treatment, refusing to leave him alone. He insists he is fine and tries to calm their panic before it gets more ridiculous. They finally quiet down, though both still look worried and unconvinced. Seeing their concern, he pauses and softens. A small smile returns as he decides to reassure them rather than push them away. He pats both of them on the head, acknowledges that they had a hard time too, and tells them to rest. They obediently accept, and he notes with some pride that they really do listen to him well. Still, he resolves to refill the gauge as soon as possible and asks Shurhyun to take him to the labyrinth after they eat so he can also ask Noah what happened. Soon he arrives at Noah's strange ark-like domain suspended in darkness. He calls out for Noah and senses immediately that the place feels different from before. Noah appears in a newly organized, brighter interior and casually explains that he used the time to sort things out. The visitor sits down, still unable to get used to Noah's odd space, and asks what the matter is. Before anything else, he hands over the horn-like achievement fragment he took from the defeated conqueror. He asks whether it can be used since it did not transform the way the Blue Dragon achievement had. Noah explains that shape does not matter, but this particular achievement simply does not suit him. When Noah starts listing absurd requirements like advanced magic and extreme age, the hero cuts him off before the teasing goes further. Noah then says there is one more important issue to discuss. The hero bluntly admits that he still cannot enter the system room. Noah repeats the word as if the concept itself is unfamiliar to him. The hero clarifies that he means the place where Eve is, and begins to suspect Noah may truly not know about it. Noah falls into an unusually serious silence, which immediately unsettles him. Sensing the gravity of the reaction, he asks Noah to tell him everything about that room. Noah begins by focusing on the system room itself rather than on Eve. He frames the issue by referring back to the Ark and everything the hero has experienced up to now. Then he confirms that the hero has indeed been receiving information from a girl named Eve inside that hidden space. Noah admits that this revelation shocks him, leaving the hero confused about why it matters so much. He states plainly that he never built any place like that, overturning the hero's assumptions. From that, Noah concludes that the system room is a space that should not exist at all. To explain further, he reminds the hero that there are multiple guardians within the system, not just him. He then conjures a search interface and offers a clue to how such a hidden place might be found. Noah explains that guardians normally gain a search skill, though the hero had never been given it before. That absence convinces Noah that both the hidden room and the missing skill were specially granted only to the hero without Noah's knowledge. Since the tower was altered after Noah finished creating it, he reasons that someone else must have added those functions later. He stresses that this is only a guess, but he now suspects Eve's true nature. Noah proposes that Eve may be an administrator he once created with a missing colleague, the same colleague who had previously shared the search window with him. The hero is left staring, struggling to process how the harmless girl he knows could fit that description. He repeats Eve's name in disbelief and asks if she is really an administrator. Remembering her childish behavior and trivial requests, he finds the idea almost impossible to reconcile with what he has seen. After that brief mental review, he reluctantly accepts that Noah's theory at least fits the strange facts. He decides he can question Eve directly later, but first asks whether there is any way to reach the system room. Noah says he thinks he can locate it, and that it should not take long. The hero agrees to proceed immediately, eager to settle the matter once and for all. Before that, he asks Noah to finish the explanation that had been interrupted by the Conqueror's appearance. Noah's account shifts to a dark memory in which a hooded subordinate is interrogated by a sinister figure seated on a throne. The subordinate remains silent under the pressure of that ominous questioning. As the demand is repeated, the subordinate visibly tenses, knowing the answer will have consequences. At last the subordinate admits he acted because he decided the man below should not be allowed to live. The enthroned figure asks if he truly believes that man should be dead, and the subordinate answers yes. The ruler treats the answer almost lightly, as if indulging a difference in perspective rather than condemning it. He says they want different things, implying that the conflict is ideological rather than personal. When the subordinate asks what that means, the ruler makes clear he already understands the subordinate's intentions. He explains that their goals diverge, especially regarding the man currently climbing from the lower floors. Instead of stopping the subordinate, the ruler tells him to act as he pleases. He even permits an attempt on the climber's life, placing no restrictions on the subordinate's methods. But he adds one condition: the climber must be killed only after 1 month has passed. When asked why, he says that if the climber still dies after being given time, then he was never special to begin with. On the other hand, if the climber survives every trick and reaches the ruler himself, that would prove something extraordinary. To the ruler, such a survivor would become the finest possible banquet, revealing his monstrous appetite for worthy prey. Back in the present, the hero begins summarizing what Noah's story implies about the tower. He concludes that the tower has been twisted from its original purpose into a proving ground that effectively forces climbers upward. Noah corrects him slightly, saying some climb by choice, but most are indeed chasing achievements. The hero adds that what they really do is seize achievements by force, destroying the worlds they once lived in just to keep climbing. Noah agrees that these climbers are abnormal and will do anything if it benefits them. With that shared understanding, Noah says he wants to make the hero an offer. He asks whether the hero would join him in bringing down the beings at the top of the tower. Later, at a mansion in Chanho, the hero returns home to think over everything he has learned. The house feels unusually quiet, and he notes that no one else seems to be around. Then he corrects himself, sensing that there is actually one person inside. He finds the fox girl asleep comfortably on the couch, and remarks that she is resting very well. He reflects that she once lived as a fox, and now spends much more time in human form. Her curled-up sleeping posture still looks exactly like a fox's, which he finds baffling even now. He pokes her cheek and tells her to wake up, but she only mumbles in her sleep. She jolts awake in panic, startled to find him already there, and he calmly says he arrived a while ago. Without easing into it, he asks why she climbed the tower in the first place. Caught off guard, she stalls nervously, then hurriedly promises to explain. She says she climbed because the place where she used to live had disappeared. According to her, someone entered her world, stole both its achievement and her own, and promised to return them only if she climbed the tower. As she speaks, the hero notices that even this explanation seems partially filtered or censored by the system. He asks whether she would be willing to stop climbing now that circumstances have changed. She answers cheerfully that she only needs a place to live together with her achievement, though he privately notes she is still effectively being kept in captivity. Thanking her for sharing, he prepares to move on, but she shyly asks him for a favor first. Her urgent request turns out to be embarrassingly simple. She wants something to eat from the cupboard. When he points out that she could just get it herself, she hesitates for some reason. She rushes to the shelf and asks him to wait, as if there is something important he needs to see. She brings back a container and says there is writing on it that explains everything. The note on the cat food says she is only to be given 1 portion per day. She explains that Seo Yun warned her not to sneak extra food or the hero would be told, leaving him wondering if he really seems that intimidating. Ignoring the rationing, he tells her to eat all of it, and promises to buy more if she wants. Overjoyed, she thanks him repeatedly while he leaves, thinking her reaction makes it seem like the food is addictive. Elsewhere, the quiet landscape of the Blue Dragon's world comes into view again. The hero arrives there and calls out, interrupting the two spirits who are already together. The monkey spirit immediately accuses the blue dragon of ruining the pine tree and lashes out in outrage. The blue dragon denies responsibility with maddening calm, which only makes the monkey angrier. The dragon argues that the tree will be restored anyway, and the monkey threatens to cut off the dragon's horn in retaliation. The monkey screams for the dragon to leave at once while the hero watches the absurd quarrel in silence. He reflects that he kept the monkey here so he could learn from the blue dragon, but the two predictably cannot get along. Stepping between them, he orders them to stop fighting and demands their attention. Once they settle down, he says he wants to hear directly from both of them. He addresses them together, making clear that his question concerns their reasons for climbing. He asks plainly why they wanted to climb the tower. From their answer, he confirms that both of them climbed in order to get rid of the being at the top. The blue dragon explains that only his consciousness is present here and dismisses the monkey as an unrelated nuisance. The monkey tries to protest that he is not some lesser being, and the dragon snaps back, reigniting their bickering. The hero pauses to think while the two continue glaring at each other from either side. When the monkey asks why he is asking all this, he downplays it as simple curiosity. Privately, he recalls Noah's proposal and realizes these two could at least help him oppose the powers at the top of the tower. He reflects that unless the tower itself is fundamentally changed, climbers will never stop coming. So he decides the first step must be to alter the tower's underlying structure rather than merely fight climbers one by one. Back with Noah, the plan sharpens when Noah says they must deal with the mediator first. Noah explains that the mediator maintains the tower's balance, but she is now confined in the basement. He decides that if they exploit the woman properly, they should be able to gain something from her. With that in mind, he asks how to reach the basement where she is being kept. The cat-like captive is baffled by the idea of going underground, and the man bluntly says he intends to deal with the mediator. The captive warns that attacking her would make a dangerous enemy and asks whether he knows anything about her at all. Though still a prisoner, the captive claims prior experience climbing the tower and says the mediator should not actually be hard to handle. That answer only makes the man more suspicious, because he had expected the mediator to be overwhelmingly strong. The captive starts to explain that meeting her is troublesome for reasons beyond simple strength. He clarifies that the real problem is the many obstacles standing between him and the basement. The captive explains that the basement is an extra floor outside the normal tower structure and cannot be reached by the route they used before. When the man asks for the alternative route, the captive admits he has no idea. Annoyed at being misled, the man learns the captive only climbed upward before and never explored below. The captive at least warns him that the basement is filled with dangerous corpses. He explains that the basement gathers the remains of climbers destroyed in the tower, though only as empty shells of their former selves. The man points out that dead climbers usually pass into an imaginary space, so the explanation seems incomplete. The answer is that weak climbers simply vanish, but stronger ones leave their consciousness in imaginary space while something else remains behind. Their abandoned bodies are what get stored in the basement. The man asks why consciousness and body are separated in that strange way. The captive starts to answer from hearsay, but the tower's filtering garbles the explanation and frustrates the man. Setting that aside, he asks about travel time and learns that even with nimble Nimbus the descent from the first floor would take around 10 days. Realizing he will need Noah's guidance after reaching the first floor, he decides to leave and get moving. Back at his mansion in Chanho, he returns to his base to prepare. He checks the origin of Vile Creek and sees that its gauge is still empty, making immediate use impossible. The artifact's constant need to be recharged irritates him. He reflects that because he uses it so often, filling its gauge has become an exhausting burden. Since time is precious, he searches for any way to bypass that limitation. Before he can think further, someone arrives at the room. Bare footsteps announce the approach of an unexpected visitor. He turns and asks why she is here when she was supposed to be on leave. His caution sharpens the moment he senses who it is. A horned white-haired woman appears, carrying herself with easy confidence. She greets him as if returning to an old acquaintance. He immediately identifies her as the mystical chaos god and keeps his guard up, which he notices with amusement. Trying to calm him, she says he does not need to be so wary. He responds by grabbing her horns and demanding to know whether this body is her true one, forcing her into panic. He refuses to trust her claim of harmlessness without proof. She insists she is not lying and begs him to stop before her horn breaks. When she starts invoking his disciple as leverage, he treats it as a threat and presses harder until she panics. He finally lets go, leaving her clutching her horns in terror. She complains that she already told him not to distrust her, but he bluntly says he cannot ignore the risk of betrayal. To prove her sincerity, she points to Mi Raung sleeping peacefully and argues that someone in her position would not resort to a cheap backstab. Still irritated, she agrees to talk properly inside while wondering why Mi Raung follows such a difficult master. Once seated, he asks the real question of why she is controlling Mi Raung's body. She explains that Mi Raung herself is training in the inner world, while she has merely been entrusted with the body in the meantime. When he presses her motives, she denies any scheme and says she simply became interested because their natures resonate. She elaborates that Mi Raung's soul has a wavelength capable of growing in a way similar to her own. Just as she is about to explain what that means, she stops and refuses to say more for now. She admits the idea may just be her own wishful thinking and avoids the subject, While he briefly considers forcing the answer out of her, he decides against violence because she does not seem intent on harming Mi Raung, though he still wonders why the training began so suddenly. She says she suggested the training after Mi Raung was frustrated by losing to the Ice Spirit, and that the goal is to earn the Night Parade of 100 Demons achievement. Hearing that Mi Raung may gain an achievement of her own, he accepts that becoming stronger would be good for her. She adds that with more climbers coming in the future, Mi Raung needs strength for her own sake as well. Then she reveals she came not only to explain but to ask him for a favor. She awkwardly frames it as something caused less by herself than by the influence of the body she is borrowing. Even though Mi Raung's personality is in the inner world, she reminds him that the body itself is still Mi Raung's. Because the body's basic nature has not changed, certain impulses remain. Impatient, he tells her to stop circling the issue. She finally blurts out that she wants him to spend the night with her. The request leaves him momentarily blank. Then the meaning hits him, and he reacts in outright shock. The scene cuts away as the absurd proposal hangs in the air. Later, in Noah's Ark, Noah notices the man's miserable expression, but the man refuses to explain it. He instead returns to the urgent matter and asks whether there is any way to reach the basement immediately. He explains that using the origin of Vow Creek requires filling its gauge by killing monsters first, which makes fast travel impractical. Noah agrees that the situation is inconvenient and starts thinking. He offers to make the man another artifact, though it would take time. When asked how long, Noah estimates 2 to 3 weeks, which the man reluctantly accepts as manageable. With that settled, Noah asks him to return to the main issue. The man asks for the absolute fastest route to the basement floor. Because another climber's sudden appearance could complicate everything, he stresses that he needs a quick solution. After considering it, Noah admits there is indeed one possible shortcut. The key, he says, is to obtain an item connected to the mediator. The man repeats the idea, trying to understand what kind of item could matter. Noah explains that just as his own tower required a relevant item for entry, reaching the mediator also demands a corresponding object. When asked how to get such an item, Noah begins searching through his records. Despite checking thoroughly, he cannot find any clear data on the mediator's item. The man wonders if that means he has no choice but to use the long route after all. Noah says not necessarily, because another possibility may still exist. The man follows his reasoning as Noah starts laying out the alternative. Noah reveals that a secret passage used during the tower's construction still exists, and could potentially lead down. The man immediately wants to try that route, but Noah hesitates. He stops the rush by producing a different artifact that could also send the man there. The man takes the offered sphere and waits for an explanation. The artifact turns out to be the maker's teleportation device, a tool created by the tower's maker that can teleport within designated spaces and is currently usable. Seeing that it can be used right now, the man assumes there should be no issue. Noah warns that the problem is not activation but the deterioration inherent in teleportation itself. Because the device can only send someone to a place Noah previously designated, its range and accuracy are limited. If the destination space has collapsed even slightly, the traveler may be unable to return to Noah's Ark. In the worst case, the traveler could be dropped into the imaginary space instead. The man asks whether that means the same kind of realm where dead climbers' consciousness lingers, but Noah says it is something else. He clarifies that it is a separate space running along the outer walls of the tower. That place is literally the imaginary space, and anyone who falls into it may wander forever unless a miracle occurs. The man curses the existence of such a place, and Noah says it was created by one of the enemies who once drove him out. So the choice becomes either using the device to find the secret path quickly or taking the normal climber-exclusive route. When the man asks about the device's speed, Noah says that if he reaches the hidden space from the first floor, the rest will not take long. The man sums it up as a choice between safety and speed, with the shortcut being much riskier. After weighing the urgency, he concludes he has no real choice but to accept the risk. Elsewhere, at the Dark Guild office, another matter is being wrapped up for the moment. A purple-haired woman asks whether a decision has been made. She flatly answers no and calls the other side strange for hesitating. To her, the offer is so valuable that anyone else would gladly trade even their soul for it. When her certainty is questioned, she doubles down without hesitation. She slams down a book and criticizes someone else's command ability as still crude and incomplete. Even so, she declares that she intends to learn that command ability herself. After hearing her master explain the truth of the world, she came to believe she really does need to master it properly. Yet she pauses, sensing another concern beneath that resolve. She realizes that because the troublesome child has entered training, the master is currently alone. That thought excites her so much that she imagines rushing straight to him. She recalls that before, the child always interfered whenever she tried anything with him, and their similar strength kept her from simply driving the girl away. Now that obstacle is gone, she starts fantasizing about all the things she could do, alarming the observer. Abruptly, she decides it is not yet time for her to learn command ability after all. She insists she has something far more important to do once her vacation ends. With a pleased smile, she says that matter is much more important than becoming stronger. The book is left behind as she settles on her new priority. She proposes a deal that if she can leave whenever she wants, she will enter training immediately afterward. Back at the mansion in Chanho, the man receives the origin of Vile Creek from Mi Ryong's borrowed body. She hands over the artifact and thanks him for accepting it. When he asks why she needs it, she says it is for training, which only confuses him further. She starts to explain that for Mi Ryong to properly inherit her achievement, something more is required. Then she catches herself and wonders aloud whether he simply does not trust her enough to hand it over freely. He remembers how nervous Mi Ryong had been when borrowing the artifact and suspects the mystical chaos god may have pressured her. Sensing his doubt, she unexpectedly says she owes him an apology. She explains that after what happened before, Mi Ryong has been angry with her ever since. Though she claims not to know what she did wrong, he wonders whether Mi Ryong remembers their conversation from the inner world. She brushes that aside by saying Mi Ryong is still the true owner of the body, and then declares her own business here finished. As she prepares to leave, she notices that he is also about to head somewhere. She tells him to be careful, and he immediately questions the sudden kindness. She says it is not concern for him but worry over what Mi Ryong might do if he disappeared. Before going, she asks him to pass along her greeting to the blue snake. Her odd request leaves him staring after her in confusion. As he packs up, he realizes she must have meant the blue dragon. When he relays that greeting, the blue dragon is horrified that she is somehow involved and especially disturbed by where she is. Pressed for an explanation, the dragon quickly hides his reaction and claims he just got carried away. The man asks whether he knows the mystical chaos god, and the dragon is stunned to learn that title belongs to her. The dragon mutters that she even had her achievement stolen, while the man is again annoyed by the tower's constant filtering. The captive suggests that if the dragon wants answers so badly, he should ask her directly, startling the dragon into silence. Ignoring that, the man moves on to a practical request. He asks the dragon to send Nimble Nimbus through the teleportation device. He explains that by placing the cloud where the dragon can reach it, he will be able to monitor the situation indirectly through his achievement. If the cloud falls into imaginary space, he says he will at least take comfort in the fact that it survived that long. A cloud suddenly forms overhead as the plan is set into motion. The man transforms into his armored state, preparing to use the device himself. The teleportation sphere activates as swirling energy gathers around it. He confirms the skill he is invoking is teleportation. The device flares brighter, locking onto its destination. Meanwhile, the captive tells the dragon that with the man's achievement now stacked, controlling Nimble Nimbus should be easier. The armored man steadies himself in the hostile inner realm, ready for the transfer to complete. He focuses sharply as he senses the route opening. Nimble Nimbus arrives at the hidden stairway, and the captive excitedly announces that they have found the secret passage. The teleportation carries the man into the basement, where he lands amid a vast field of twitching corpses. Elsewhere in that gruesome place, a pink-haired woman searches through the dead, wondering where the target item is. In a cavern of corpses and monsters, a pink-haired spider woman rejects several bodies as unsuitable for her purpose. While searching the heap, she suddenly notices something promising among the remains. She triumphantly picks up a purple gem, declaring that she has finally found what she needed. Pleased with herself, she savors the discovery as the missing piece falls into place. With the gem in hand, she announces that all preparations are complete and her plan only needs a little more time. Elsewhere, a monk-like figure lies unconscious, hinting at the aftermath of another struggle. A black-haired girl in a sleeveless dress drives a powerful strike into a beastly enemy and sends it reeling. She keeps pressing forward through a pack of monsters, smashing one aside and lunging at another without pause. Though splattered and breathing hard, she refuses to slow down and keeps fighting through the swarm. Her next blow lands squarely on a pale creature's face, continuing her relentless assault. She unleashes a shockwave that blasts the surrounding monsters away in every direction. Just as she seems to gain control, a huge many-eyed apparition looms behind her and freezes her in alarm. She whirls around with a startled cry, sensing a far greater threat than the beasts she was crushing. Before she can react properly, a heavy strike slams into her and knocks her backward. The monsters close in again, but their menace is overshadowed by the strange power gathering around her. A demonic pattern on her back becomes visible, suggesting that something inside her is awakening. As she falls to the ground, a calm voice approaches and dismisses her situation as a pity. A horned white-haired demon woman appears before her with a knowing smile and effortless confidence. The girl breaks down in pain and confusion, demanding to know why this other presence interfered. The horned woman merely admires how much strength the girl's anger can draw out. Furious, the girl refuses to be distracted and insists on an answer for the interference. The horned woman says that even if she apologized, she still does not think what she did was wrong. She explains that since they share the same body, she was only lending assistance. To the girl's horror, the intruder casually reveals her secret nightly longing for her absent master. The horned woman mocks that devotion as pathetic rather than noble. The embarrassed girl insists that the man is her master, while the demon presses whether she still likes him. Cornered emotionally, the girl can only admit that despite everything she still loves her master. The demon teases that this is why the girl calls his name in her sleep, driving her into frantic denial. Humiliated beyond words, the girl falls silent and trembles with tears in her eyes. Seeing that reaction, the demon says she will stop intervening from now on. She adds that in that case her so-called ultimate technique would also be wasted on the girl. When asked, she describes it as a foolproof technique for dealing with men, then claims the girl is too hopeless to use it. To prove her authority, she asks whether the girl has considered how long she has lived and how much experience she has with men. The girl rejects the boast as obvious nonsense, but the demon insists one move would be enough. With a sly smile, the demon promises that a single move could win the girl her master. She chides the girl for doubting her so stubbornly. Then she grandly declares that no enchantress under heaven surpasses her. In her own exaggerated self-praise, even monks of noble character have supposedly fallen for her. She continues bragging that emperors too have knelt before her charms. Her boast swells into a fantasy of herself as a peerless beauty capable of toppling nations. She concludes that no man can ultimately resist a woman's temptation, no matter how stoic he seems. The girl begins to waver when told that if she follows instructions, her master will surely fall for her. Though still suspicious and calling it sorcery, she cannot fully dismiss the possibility. The demon scoffs at the word sorcery and calls such thinking the mindset of a gullible fool. She offers to share the secret, but only if the girl answers quickly enough to prove she wants it. Panicking and blushing, the girl protests that she does not need that kind of help. The demon, amused, presses on anyway. Before teaching anything, she orders the girl to first achieve the feat called the Night Parade of 100 Demons. Only after that accomplishment, she says, will the ultimate technique be taught. The scene shifts to the first floor master, Lunar Wolf, standing guard with a spear before a sealed area. A young man in a tracksuit confronts him, and the wolf guardian begins to question who he is. The answer comes as a sudden blow that smashes into the guardian before he can finish speaking. The attacker dismisses the wolf as a weak gatekeeper and is told by a small companion to find the key quickly. He searches the fallen guardian's body for anything useful. He pulls out a key and wonders if this is what opens the way forward. A floating book advises him to inspect the door closely for a groove that matches the key. He tests the key against the mechanism, confirming the fit. The sealed stone door opens, granting him passage deeper inside. Beyond it lies a vast pit filled with piled corpses and drifting mist. Unfazed by the gruesome sight, he steps into the corpse-filled chamber and urges the group onward. Far away in a grand library, silence hangs over towering shelves and ancient books. One open book crackles with energy as if reacting to something important. A purple-haired horned woman studying there notices the reaction and pauses. The floating book beside her remarks that what she has achieved already is remarkable. It points out that she has reached the third stage, though her expression remains troubled. Sensing her mood, the book asks whether her gloom is because of her master. She recalls learning that her master would be away for several days and laments missing her chance to see him. Frustration erupts as she realizes his absence also means a chance without the troublesome child around has been lost. The book worries that after reaching the third stage she has become more irritable, which could become dangerous. It warns that unless she soon becomes the librarian of ancient books, the library's power may eventually overwhelm matters. Then it bluntly asks whether she is trying to seduce her master. Instead of denying the desire outright, she asks whether there is a way around her current limitations. The book explains that if she masters the command technique to its final stage and becomes the librarian, a new possibility opens. She realizes that such mastery might let her control her master's heart as she pleases. The book is startled that her first thought goes in that direction. Her aura turns menacing when the book accuses her of wanting to toy with her master. Alarmed by her hostility, the book hurriedly asks what she really means. Trying to calm down, she fumbles for another explanation, while her anger still spills out around her. At that moment another girl appears and bluntly asks the book to use command on the troublesome child instead. The purple-haired woman repeats the request in surprise, and the answer comes back as an eager yes. She pauses to consider the idea rather than rejecting it immediately. The possibility begins to sound appealing to her despite herself. The book explains that normally she would need to learn all of command to do that, but it adds that reaching the fifth stage alone should be enough to control that child. Accepting the lesson, she asks for the details and is told that command has 5 stages. The book begins the explanation with the third stage, using a brutally direct example command. As the lesson continues, the open tome glows with power. The third stage is defined as being able to use command on inanimate objects. Back in the corpse pit, the young man weaponizes that principle by commanding a foul-smelling object to fly. The commanded object slams into a monster's face with explosive force. The creature is hurled away, showing that even trash can become a weapon in his hands. Holding his nose, he complains about the unbearable stench while his companion notes how hard it is to find anything in this place. More corpse beasts roar at him as he regrets entering such a place without better information. Realizing the swarm will never end if he stays put, he decides to break through instead of lingering. He launches himself across the battlefield in a sudden leap. From a higher vantage, he spots something unusual in the distance, and senses it may be important. What catches his eye is an abandoned castle hidden within the corpse valley. Inside that ruin, armored and mutated undead gather as if guarding something significant. He heads toward the castle, noting that something is definitely inside while his companion warns him to be careful. Outside the ruin, the beast-like companion recalls a previous warning that these enemies are not ordinary zombies. The warning sharpens as one armored undead reveals a dangerous glint of awareness. The young man senses the threat a moment too late as something descends on him at high speed. An armored undead knight dives down with a sword aimed to cut him apart. He narrows his eyes and instantly focuses, reading the attack. He slips away from the strike and closes the distance instead of retreating. Their clash detonates across the courtyard in a violent burst. Before he can settle, more enemies converge at once from land and air. Another impact tears up the ground around him, forcing him to absorb the pressure of the assault. When the dust clears, he stands in the center of a shattered circle, still composed. He admits these undead are stronger than normal zombies and more troublesome than expected. His companion explains that although they are only empty shells, they are still the corpses of climbers and retain formidable physical ability. The companion reassures him that even so, they should not be a real match for him. That confidence makes him grin as if he has just been given permission to enjoy himself. He immediately proves it by smashing one attacker aside with a casual strike. He follows with another blow that caves in a second enemy before it can react. Still smiling, he batters a third foe away as though the fight has become effortless. He reflects that after training under the Blue Dragon, his perception has been pushed to its limit. Because of that sharpened perception, combat now feels much easier to him. Even if his body still struggles to keep up perfectly with what he sees, he has already adapted enough to dominate. He seizes an enemy's weapon in mid-motion, turning its own attack into an opening. Deciding that this is sufficient, he releases a finishing burst of power through the battlefield. Watching from afar, the companion explains that corpses are only corpses in the end, no matter whose bodies they once were. As the fight seems settled, the young man catches a new presence and pauses. A far fouler smell than the corpse pit itself reaches him, making him recoil in disgust. A familiar female voice remarks that the outside had seemed noisy after all. He turns to find the pink-haired spider woman behind him, calmly acknowledging that she has a guest. Recognizing the danger instantly, he can only mutter a stunned curse. Even his companion can only say that her appearance is a bit excessive. She responds by asking whether they simply cannot comprehend her beauty. He bluntly refuses to indulge that delusion and demands to know why she is here. When he identifies her as the tuner, she confirms it and asks why he looks so battered. She proudly claims that this body is the most beautiful one possible and suggests a mortal like him could never understand. Then she thanks him for coming personally because she happened to need a test subject. She explains that her experiment is nearly complete and that living subjects are rare in this dead place, so he is convenient. Since he is about to become that subject, she says she should introduce herself properly. She describes herself as someone who tunes whatever comes into her hands, manages it, and creates new things. At last she gives her name as Gunrak. He stares at her altered form and questions whether this grotesque state suits someone who calls herself a tuner. His remark briefly unsettles her vanity. Deciding words are no longer necessary, Gunrak prepares to settle the matter by force. To his horror, she tears apart her own body without hesitation as part of her transformation. Her spider limbs unfurl and whip outward, turning her into a monstrous weaponized form. The sudden eruption blasts him back and leaves him shouting in disbelief. Recovering mid-motion, he charges straight at her and yells for her to stop acting insane. His punch lands hard against her torso, finally wiping the smugness from her face. Gunrak crashes down while he remains standing over her, ready for more. When she does not immediately respond, he hesitates and wonders what is happening. Seeing her sprawled out so easily, he mocks the display and asks why she is so weak. From the sidelines, his companion remarks that the ease of the victory is strangely suspicious. The companion clarifies that the real issue is not the fight itself but the body he just killed, implying Gunrak may not be finished at all. A violent surge of purple power erupts, announcing the arrival of something overwhelming. The young man braces amid falling debris and realizes the body before him is no ordinary opponent. As the pressure closes in, he looks up and feels a monstrous presence descending on him. He comes face to face with a gigantic skeletal dragon-like creature and demands to know what it is. Watching from outside, the cat-like youth and the blue dragon are rattled by how absurd the enemy looks. The creature coldly notes that anyone who came here could never have been an ordinary human. When the man tries to process that insult, the monster mocks him further, forever becoming the mediator. He deliberately keeps provoking her, deciding to test what abilities this strange being actually has. Before he can continue, the blue dragon urgently warns him to look overhead. He glances up too late, still only mildly curious for a split second. Lightning crashes down around him, and he is jolted by the sudden attack. The strike instantly freezes his feet in place, trapping him where he stands. Realizing another attack is already coming, he looks up in alarm. More lightning descends from above while the ice binding his feet leaves him unable to evade cleanly. The second blast detonates with crushing force around him. Outside the fight, the cat-like youth is stunned by the bizarre barrage unfolding inside. He reacts by extending his staff, trying to intervene from outside the sealed battlefield. The dragon-like enemy sweeps forward through the storm of power, pressing the attack relentlessly. The cat-like observer suddenly senses something impossible inside that body, as if many familiar energies are mixed together. He identifies the strength of the black tortoise and the magic of the ox king within her. He also recognizes the energy of the snake head woven into the same body. Putting it together, he concludes she has taken the achievements of destroyed climbers, cultivated them, and grafted them onto herself. The monster praises his insight with mocking amusement, pleased that he understood her nature. The blue dragon warns that this fusion of powers is still not the full extent of the threat. He explains that she can selectively use the abilities of the climbers whose achievements she has grown. Applying that logic, the cat-like youth identifies the lightning that struck the man as the snakehead's power. He further deduces that the freezing energy must belong to an ice spirit she absorbed as well. The creature formally reintroduces herself to the intruders as one who has fallen and risen beyond them. She declares that her essence is to merge with anything that has fallen. She completes the boast by saying she takes their powers as her own. At last she names herself plainly as the Queen Ant. The man dismisses that title outright and calls her nothing more than a grotesque patchwork of stolen parts. She insists his taunts are useless because she also possesses an unfaltering mind. He ridicules that claim, arguing that someone truly unshakable would not be lunging at him so irrationally. The Queen Ant clarifies that the earlier actions belong to the colony acting as mediator, not to her present self. She explains that the current Queen Ant is the one who now freely wields the achievements of all the fallen climbers here. She vows to absorb his body too, while he notes with weary contempt that every pursuer says the same thing. The blue dragon warns him to be careful because she appears to possess an enormous number of achievements. When asked how many, the answer comes back that she likely carries at least several hundred. The man asks for any weakness at all, but the dragon admits he still has not seen enough and tells him to keep dodging. The Queen Ant suddenly unleashes a wave of poisonous power from her massive body. He spins his staff to fend it off and immediately identifies the attack as poison energy. The cat-like youth urgently tells him to stop focusing only on her and check the surroundings. He finally notices flaming meteors already raining down around the battlefield. At the same time, torrents of icy force surge in from another direction, layering attacks together. Cursed spirits begin clutching at him as yet another stolen ability joins the assault. Overwhelmed by meteors, ice, and curse techniques all at once, he realizes how absurdly versatile she is. He gathers a concentrated sphere of blue power in his hand to counterattack. The energy erupts in a blinding burst that tears through the chaos. Using the opening, he drives his staff forward and hurls the attack straight at her. The strike smashes through rock and slams into the Queen Ant's body with enough force to blast her back. He appears behind her and taunts her to see whether she is still conscious. She insists surprise attacks are pointless because her back can nullify all attacks. In response, he reveals a new red-black aura and a demonic formation that makes even her hesitate. He mocks her supposed unfaltering mind as he activates Azura. With a predatory grin, he follows it by invoking Nullifying Fist to break through her defenses. The empowered blow detonates against her with explosive force. Her segmented body is torn apart in multiple places and crashes to the ground in pieces. Furious and wounded, she can only spit out a curse at him. He rushes in to finish the fight before she can recover. For a moment her severed body lies broken and motionless across the ground. Then the torn sections begin knitting themselves back together at alarming speed. He stares in disbelief as he realizes her body has regenerated almost instantly. Before he can capitalize, more lightning begins gathering overhead again. He dashes aside as another blast crashes down where he had been. Leaping high, he raises his staff for another crushing strike before she can fully stabilize. His blow lands squarely on her head with a burst of icy blue impact. Instead of breaking through, he suddenly finds himself blocked by an unseen barrier and pauses in confusion. Facing a transparent wall between them, he wonders what kind of defense has appeared now. The invisible barrier hums in place, quietly sealing off his direct path to her. Elsewhere, a blood-stained white-haired horned woman stirs, hinting that another will is involved in this battle. A calm horned woman in pale robes studies the scene and murmurs in disappointment. She remarks that the child had progressed, but still cannot contain all the wills of the demons inside her. As her hair shifts in the wind, she turns as though preparing to intervene. Her red eyes and faint smile reveal a composed, dangerous authority unlike the raging Queen Ant. She explains that the child eventually lost consciousness, so she has come to put her back to sleep. Dark purple orbs gather around the cavern as her influence spreads into the battlefield. The unconscious child, slumped on the ground, laments that she has failed yet again. The horned woman tells her this has happened exactly 1,000 times already. The child quietly asks how far she managed to get this time. She is told she was fine until she killed and consumed the blood demon, after which she went berserk. The horned woman identifies the key achievement involved as the night parade of 100 demons. She explains that this achievement allows its user to absorb demonic power as their own. To control such demons freely, one must constantly endure the night parade without losing oneself. Most people would go mad under that burden because they cannot withstand demonic power. Yet this child has already endured it 1,000 times and can now absorb about 70% of the parade, a feat that took centuries to build. The horned woman admits she suspected from the beginning that the child might eventually succeed. Seeing this much progress, she now believes true mastery may actually be possible. Back in the fight, the man is still fixated on the mysterious wall blocking him from the Queen Ant. The cat-like youth identifies it as the Black Tortoise's earth wall, though its transparency makes it hard to notice. He confirms it by its energy, and explains that other achievements have been layered onto it to hide it from sight. He warns that the wall is not the real problem and tells the man to look at the Queen Ant's body instead. The Queen Ant's wounds bubble and reform with monstrous vitality, proving her regeneration is the greater threat. The man grumbles that every part of this fight is troublesome, but he refuses to back down. He tightens his grip on the staff and prepares to force a solution through sheer destruction. He decides the answer is simple: obliterate her so completely that regeneration can no longer keep up. The queenette replies that she had wanted to preserve his body, but now intends to destroy it without restraint. She promises to make an exception and reveal her true appearance. Her body begins folding inward and transforming into something even stranger. The observers are horrified when they realize she is devouring her own body to change form. Purple demonic flames surge as the transformation consumes her remaining flesh. A single red eye opens within the mass, showing that her consciousness has condensed rather than weakened. Now a floating sphere of armored flesh and limbs, she vows to tear him apart. From that compact form, countless spike-like limbs shoot downward in a deadly barrage. He counters by blasting the incoming spikes with freezing force before they can skewer him. The battlefield fills with repeated icy detonations as he intercepts wave after wave. He dives through the storm, striking upward while trying to close the distance to the core. His attack slams into the spherical body, but the impact still fails to end the threat. A blue streak flashes near him, drawing his attention to a new opening or warning. He immediately redirects with a red-black strike, using his demonic power to cut through the pressure. Planting his foot with explosive force, he launches himself into a stronger follow-up. His body coils for a finishing move as his expression hardens with total focus. He unleashes Supreme Ruler's demonic mystic kick in a devastating downward blow. The impact tears through part of the transformed body, but not decisively enough. He lands and anxiously checks whether the attack finally worked. Instead, the enemy answers by firing another cluster of piercing limbs from the center. He is forced back into defense as multiple icy blue impacts erupt around him. The queen ant screams in outrage, more enraged than composed now that her body has been damaged. He mocks her lost composure and admits he can no longer hold back if he wants to win. His staff whips through the air as he commits to an all-out offensive. He declares that he will crush her into pieces no matter how many times she regenerates. Spreading dark wings of power behind him, he prepares a full-force descent to test her limits. He crashes into her again and challenges her to survive even this. Fragments scatter across the ground under the force of the blow. Yet even the shattered pieces begin bubbling and reconnecting almost immediately. Frustrated, he is blasted backward by the backlash of her recovery and attack. He curses the enemy as another burst forces him to the ground. The spherical body reforms once more, still wrapped in purple demonic energy. Even so, he realizes this endless regeneration hides a weakness. Despite many achievements, her actual combat power is not overwhelming. She answers by launching more frozen projectiles in a simple, repetitive pattern. He slices through the incoming ice cleanly, confirming how predictable her attacks are. Then flaming meteors follow in the same straightforward manner, easy to read once expected. He keeps cutting them down, seeing the pattern rather than the spectacle now. He concludes that her attack patterns are too simple for someone who should be the mediator. Still, he cannot ignore the one thing that truly makes her terrifying. Her regeneration remains absurdly overpowered, restoring every broken part before he can press the advantage. Watching the floating eye body reform yet again, he knows the fight will drag on unless he finds the source behind it. The blue dragon agrees that stalling only wastes stamina, and says they must settle this by identifying her core weakness. The man orders the dragon to stop spectating and search for the source of her power while he keeps her busy. The dragon first jokes that she seems almost immortal and weakness-free, leaving the man exasperated. Then the cat-like youth senses that something about her still feels fundamentally wrong. He explains that her size should come from accumulated achievements alone, yet something else seems to be sustaining her. He finally states his conclusion: another source is feeding power into her achievements. The blue dragon immediately agrees, and both observers focus on the floating mass with new understanding. The cat-like youth smugly calls this the value of observation, while the dragon grumbles at being mocked for relying on brute force. Even as they bicker, the man shouts for them to stop and find that external power source while he continues fighting. Mid-battle, he suddenly hears a new sound and senses another attack arriving. A massive flaming meteor drops straight toward him, forcing him to react instantly. He leaps into the blast zone and counters with a violent downward strike of his own. The blue dragon watches the exchange and pauses, as if noticing something important at last. The young fighter suddenly senses something strange in the battlefield and halts to investigate. He explains that the remaining pillar is giving off the energy of a special achievement unlike the others. His attention fixes on the lone stone pillar still standing amid the ruins. The pillar stands intact, quietly radiating significance. Realizing every other pillar has collapsed, he suspects this last one is hiding the true prize. As he rushes toward it, the insect-like enemy reacts in alarm and tries to intercept. The pillar trembles as if responding to his discovery. The creature realizes he has figured out the secret and panics. Desperate to stop him, it launches a lightning-fast attack to block his path. He slips past the strike and keeps advancing despite the interference. By seeing how hard the enemy tries to hold him back, he confirms the pillar is the key and smashes into it. The creature erupts in fury at being outplayed. He taunts it, amused that its panic has exposed the truth. With a final blow, he breaks the pillar open to prove he was right. Inside, a purple jewel is revealed as the hidden core. The jewel floats within a protective sphere, radiating concentrated power. His dragon ally immediately identifies the jewel as the true source of the enemy's power. Hearing that, he reaches for the core without hesitation. The creature lunges in horror, trying to stop him before he can claim it. He snatches the jewel first and declares victory over the race. The core begins to crack in his grasp. A moment later, the jewel shatters into fragments and releases its stored energy. Elsewhere, a hand twitches as someone on the verge of collapse struggles to respond. The horned girl lashes out wildly at surrounding monsters, fighting on through sheer desperation. An older horned woman watches in silence as the girl continues to resist. She reflects that an ordinary person would have gone mad by now, yet this child has not fully broken. The girl trembles and gasps, barely holding herself together. Though her awareness is faint, the observer notes that some consciousness still remains within her. From that fading awareness, the girl weakly urges herself not to let go. Even while surrounded by violence and despair, she clings to the thought that she does not want to surrender. The observer wonders whether the burden is still too much for her to bear. Meanwhile, the insect creature reels in disbelief, unable to understand how its power could be slipping away. Its shock turns to rage as it condemns a mere mortal for stealing the achievement it coveted. Swearing revenge, it unleashes a massive attack of ice and fire toward the young fighter. His allies realize the shattered jewel was the creature's original body and urge him to finish things quickly. He answers that he already knows the situation is critical. While dodging the assault, he admits the borrowed achievements empowering him are about to expire, so failure now would mean death. Cornered by time, he resolves to use a decisive move. Above the cavern, the clouds begin to churn unnaturally in response to his plan. The creature notices the strange sky and is thrown off by the sudden change. He stands still and focuses, drawing lightning around himself as if preparing a ritual rather than a defense. He orders the technique to activate at once. A column of energy links the storm clouds to his raised hand, establishing a path from sky to ground. The creature demands to know what he has done as the atmosphere shifts against it. A storm of power gathers overhead and begins pressing down toward the battlefield. He calmly watches the result, certain the setup is working. He steadies his breathing and centers his mind before explaining. He dismisses the idea that his method is simple lightning reflection, calling that a crude imitation. Through his dragon's voice, he clarifies that what others copied was only a false version of the true sorcery he created. He begins outlining the real principle, starting with guiding lightning energy into the sky. Once the energy reaches the heavens, the next step is to control the surrounding space itself. He compares it to dropping ink into clear water, spreading influence through the whole area instead of forcing rigid control. As long as that influence reaches the region covered by the clouds, the technique can take hold. With the field prepared, only the final release remains. He explains that the lightning is then discharged anywhere within his perception inside that controlled space. That, he declares, is the genuine form of his lightning technique. The storm answers him as a vast tree-like cascade of lightning descends. Far away, the horned girl pants weakly while still fighting the urge to collapse. Her hand digs into the ground as she struggles to stay conscious. The desire to give up echoes through her mind again and again, threatening to swallow her. She admits to herself that part of her wants to yield to that temptation and stop resisting. She tries to justify surrender by telling herself she has already endured more than ever before, and that this much effort should be enough. Her hands loosen as she wonders whether it would really be so wrong to quit now. The thought grows more seductive as she asks herself directly if she should just give up. A memory of her masked master interrupts, asking why she lives like a doll instead of following her own will. In that memory, she lowers her head before his words. She looks up, startled and attentive to the lesson he once gave her. She recognizes the speaker as her master. He asks why she cannot believe in herself. He presses further, asking whether it is because her parents controlled her like a puppet. He wonders if that old life of obedience is the reason she still cannot choose for herself. Then he rejects that excuse outright and tells her to cast it aside. He urges her to forget the life, status, and even the name imposed on her by the outside world. Instead, he tells her to begin anew in this place. He says she must stop living as a puppet of her parents' wealth and start making her own decisions. To mark that rebirth, he decides to give her a new name. As he places a hand on her head, he prepares to name her. With a warm smile, he names her Mi Ryong. Remembering that moment, she realizes her master has always been the one who saved her from herself. Back in the present, a golden light flares around her as that memory rekindles her will. The older horned woman stares in shock, suspecting the girl may have done the impossible. The girl understands that she has begun containing the wills of all the demons within herself. At the same time, the young fighter's lightning crashes down in a devastating blast. The explosion tears through the battlefield and hurls debris into the air. The insect creature convulses in agony as the lightning ravages its body. Unable to endure the current, it screams repeatedly that it hurts. Watching the result, the young fighter remarks with surprise that lightning works even better than expected. He reflects that he rarely had reason to use wide-area techniques because most of his fights had been one-on-one. Seeing the enemy helplessly writhing, he concludes that the method is extremely practical. The creature continues crying out in pain while he studies it coolly. He notices it can no longer regenerate and advances as it begs him to stay away. Ignoring the plea, he jams his staff into its mouth and orders it to eat. As it chokes and gulps helplessly, he jokes that it has become the first insect skewer he has ever made. He commands his weapon to extend for the finishing thrust. The staff drives deeper through the creature with brutal force. The impaled monster coughs blood and breaks apart under the impact. A final burst of light marks its complete destruction. In the aftermath, a system window materializes before him. The notice confirms he has defeated the Conqueror and Mediator below the tower and gained enough achievements to unlock High-tier information authority. Back in his ordinary form, he bends over and exhales in relief after surviving the battle. As he recovers, a floating crystal catches his eye. The system identifies it as the creator's repository key, but the explanation is so incomplete and corrupted that it only tells him it grants entry to a special space with strict time limits. From the fragments he can understand, he guesses it opens a hidden laboratory or repository used for experiments. He reasons that a creator's key should lead to something valuable inside. But seeing the long cooldown before it can be used, he grumbles that the information is nearly useless for now. He decides to take the key to Noah later and ask for a clearer explanation. For the moment, he summons Nimble Nimbus with a ring. A cloud mount sweeps in and answers his call. He steps onto the cloud to ride it through the vast chamber. Just as he is about to leave, he realizes he has no idea where the exit is. Embarrassed, he looks around from the cloud and asks where the way out might be. The dragon offers an unhelpfully vague guess that it is probably to the south. When the dragon adds that it could just as easily be west or east, he explodes in frustration at the useless answer. The monkey-like ally cuts in and sensibly suggests riding the cloud along the walls to search systematically. He immediately accepts that this is a much better plan. Elsewhere in the cavern, the air shifts as another presence stirs. The horned girl's expression settles into calm resolve as her transformation completes. She stands upright now, composed and no longer wavering, with a new power gathered in her hand. A faint satisfied breath escapes her as she tests her regained control. A golden ring of energy forms overhead in response to her will. Creatures nearby begin to kneel or gather as if answering a command. More demons and beasts step into place beside her, obedient and orderly. Soon a whole host of monsters surrounds her beneath the glowing ring, all assembled under her authority. Golden streams of power continue pouring into her, strengthening the bond. At the center of that radiance, she stands as the unquestioned master of the gathered demons. Satisfied with the result, she quietly judges the control to be perfect. The older horned woman praises her for mastering the 100 demons so quickly and calls her extraordinary. With their business finished, the woman opens a portal and tells her they can leave through it. The girl hesitates before the portal, blushing and falling silent for some private reason. Noticing her pause, the older woman asks what is wrong, while the girl remains flustered and unable to answer immediately. The horned girl fidgets in embarrassment, unsure how to answer a delicate question. Pressed for an ultimate technique, she hesitates instead of responding. When the term confuses her, the older horned woman realizes she must explain more clearly. The younger girl tries to flee the awkward talk, but her mentor stops her and promises to explain. Still offended, she accuses her mentor of withholding the truth until the mentor asks what kind of technique she means. That only deepens her confusion, because she had assumed there was just one answer. Her mentor smugly reveals that after such a long life she has many ultimate techniques, not just one. She begins a practical lesson, saying seduction depends on the target's personality, status, and relationships. The younger girl listens intently as the lesson finally starts to make sense. A sudden realization excites her as she starts grasping the logic behind the strategy. Her excitement spills over, and the mentor is delighted that the lesson is landing. The mentor explains that the right romantic tactic must fit the situation, whether that means acting coy or innocent. With the basics covered, she demands a choice, and the younger girl asks for a recommendation instead. After considering the man in question, the mentor says there are two viable approaches. The first is a slow, steady campaign of repeated gentle advances until he falls for her. When the girl asks what consistency means, the mentor says repeated contact will eventually create mutual attraction. Her literal-minded question about how to recognize that attraction leaves the mentor exasperated. So the mentor moves on to the second option, a risky method that wins everything at once. She hints that if it works, the man will be completely captured in a single bold move. The younger girl still fails to understand, forcing the mentor to simplify even further. Grabbing her face, the mentor insists she learn this properly if she wants any chance of success. She reduces the choice to a slow but reliable path or a fast and dangerous one. The girl steels herself, visibly weighing the two paths. After struggling to say it aloud, she begins to state the option she wants. The story shifts into a romantic fantasy where she imagines a warm spring picnic with her master. In that fantasy, they lie close together and quietly meet each other's gaze. Under soft sunlight, she returns his look with shy warmth. Her stare overwhelms Kim Hyun-woo, who cannot keep his composure. She is surprised by how easily he is affected. Instead of stopping, she calmly pushes the fantasy to its next stage. The imagined scene is framed as a wildly popular web novel chapter praised for feeling vivid and real. Elsewhere, a fox-haired girl happily reads the chapter on her phone, while her blue-haired companion stays quiet. The blue-haired woman becomes flustered as the story draws her in more than she expected. When the fantasy reaches an intimate near-kiss, she erupts in second-hand embarrassment and excitement. She scolds herself for reacting so strongly to fiction, even while admitting she knowingly read the latest chapter. What unsettles her most is that the heroine is normally so emotionless that this scene feels impossible. Even so, she cannot deny the author's skill for making it feel believable. Their car arrives at its destination, snapping her out of her reading frenzy. She hurriedly puts away her phone as they prepare to get out. They arrive at an imposing Tyrant Guild building in Hunan that houses a teleportation magic circle. The fox-haired guide says she can now explain the 6 current combination formation they discussed before. The blue-haired woman starts to respond, then notices something strange. Masked guards suddenly line the entrance, startling both visitors. Realizing they are Mi Ryong's direct subordinates, and not blocking them, the blue-haired woman decides to proceed cautiously. Because the building is large, the 2 women agree to split up and search for the magic circle separately. Inside, the quiet wooden interior gives no hint of what is about to happen. Following a voice deeper into the corridor, the blue-haired woman investigates on her own. Hearing an odd sound behind a door, she peeks inside to see what is going on. What she finds shocks her so badly that she blurts out a horrified call to her master. The scene shifts to the tower's first-floor entrance, where another trial is underway. Kim Hyun-woo reaches the first level and finds the assessor Shitandoji standing there. The demon notices something off before even addressing the newcomer properly. He sees the werewolf assessor lying defeated on the ground and wonders why the first-floor judge is down. The sight leaves him genuinely baffled. Kim Hyun-woo appears behind him with casual calm, making the demon even more uneasy. When asked if he is another assessor, Kim Hyun-woo dryly points out the obvious werewolf corpse at the demon's feet. Rather than take offense, Shitandoji becomes amused by his insolence. He declares the tower more interesting than rumored and grows eager for a real fight. Kim Hyun-woo finds the whole display irritating rather than intimidating. Thrilled by that arrogance, the demon attacks and demands to be entertained. Kim Hyun-woo instantly slams him into the ground with overwhelming force. A watching voice mocks the assessor's humiliating hazing attempt while Kim Hyun-woo moves on without concern. Back in the building, Mi Ryong keeps practicing a suggestive pose while humming to herself. Even after trying to follow the earlier advice, she realizes this still is not the right approach. Embarrassed but stubborn, she wonders if she must keep going no matter how shameless it feels. She decides to try again from behind while the blue-haired woman watches in stunned silence. Mi Ryong asks for the next step as if this bizarre rehearsal were perfectly normal. The blue-haired woman starts questioning whether she has read too much fanfiction or whether Mi Ryong has simply lost her mind. Mi Ryong finally notices she has an audience and panics over what exactly was seen. Trying to recover, she asks if the witness saw everything and immediately fumbles the denial she wants to hear. Her killing intent erupts so fiercely that even a summoned beastly aura terrifies the blue-haired woman. Mi Ryong says she will spare her because she is her master's colleague, which only makes the threat worse. She decides the only solution is to erase the witness's memory before the humiliation spreads. To do that, she summons Baku, a creature whose bite can remove memories. The blue-haired woman desperately insists she saw nothing, but Mi Ryong coldly repeats that she will not kill her. Mi Ryong hesitates for a split second, still wrestling with her pride. Then she commits to erasing the memory and sends Baku lunging forward. Bracing for the bite, the blue-haired woman realizes something about what Mi Ryong is really afraid of. She blurts out that losing those embarrassing memories would also erase Mi Ryong's shame, which makes Mi Ryong pause. From the side, Mi Ryong's expression shifts as that point sinks in. She relents and promises not to erase the memories after all, leaving the witness tearfully relieved. But Mi Ryong immediately adds that this mercy comes with a condition. Her demand is simple and blunt: the witness must help her. The scene cuts to a purple-haired woman in a grand library, preparing a lesson of her own. The vast library around her becomes the stage for a test of magical control. With a single command, she begins the exercise. Books fly from every shelf as she manipulates the entire room at once. She halts the chaos with precise authority. One heavy book still hangs dangerously above her head. She orders every book to return to its original place, demonstrating control over the whole space. The books obey in a sweeping reversal, racing back toward the shelves. Yet one book slips from the pattern and continues falling. It smacks her on the head, ruining the elegance of the demonstration. The rest of the books crash down in a noisy avalanche around her. She ends up buried under the very library she was trying to command. From within the mess, she orders the pile to disappear. As the books vanish, an unseen instructor notes that Stage 4 remains difficult but praises her rapid grasp of space domination. She angrily demands why the books did not disappear immediately. The explanation is that her control still lags during falling motion, and she protests that the whole thing is being misunderstood. Pressed to explain herself, she claims she was measuring the power needed during descent and begs not to be torn apart for it. She argues that she has used this power long before meeting her teacher, but is unsure how this refinement will help. The instructor explains that her space domination was incomplete and must be perfected before she can advance. She narrows in on that phrase, asking what the next stage actually means. The answer is that she must learn to control the presence within a space, after which everything inside it will obey her. Hearing that, she smiles because it aligns perfectly with her own ambitions. She decides it is only a matter of time before she becomes strong enough to deal with the brat she hates. The The story shifts to the Guardian Guild in the modern world. A stack of approval documents lands on a desk as someone wonders where the guild leader has gone. An overworked employee complains that endless paperwork needs approval and assumes the absent leader is causing trouble somewhere. When asked for accounting materials, Anya hurriedly confirms they are in the stack. As she hands over the documents, their fingers brush and the moment turns unexpectedly intimate. The man is caught off guard by the sudden spark between them. Anya is equally flustered, unable to hide her reaction. She thanks him for helping, and he smoothly suggests they finish quickly so they can go on a date. His boldness leaves her blushing as she softly repeats his name. They lean toward each other, seemingly about to kiss. The mood is shattered when cheerful visitors burst in offering help and snacks. The interrupted pair can only stare in mortified silence while the intruders ask if they are happy now. Far away in a starry space, a voice notes that Kim Hyun-woo has already arrived after all his fighting, and he says speed matters. He presents a crystal key, and the voice confirms it is the mediator's key he was meant to obtain. Kim Hyun-woo questions whether the so-called mediator was really worthy of the title. The answer is that the being had become pitiful and half-mad while cultivating climbers' achievements. He learns that a woman sought an omnipotent achievement through borrowed means, which will inevitably damage her body. Kim Hyun-woo grumbles that everyone connected to the tower seems insane, and asks what the key is actually for. The voice refuses to explain until after he visits the repository. Because the key's cooldown has ended, the voice urges him to head there immediately, and his curiosity wins out. A portal interface appears in response to the key in his hand. The key's status reveals it is SS rank, usable now, and grants entry. Kim Hyun-woo activates it with a simple command to enter. The portal opens in front of him. He is drawn into the transfer while still holding the key. When he arrives, he looks around in surprise at the unfamiliar darkness. His eyes widen as he recognizes something impossible. He finds a chamber full of stone figures resembling powerful people he knows. One particular statue catches his attention and stirs a deeper suspicion. The place is identified as the Arung Guild Training Center. Meanwhile, the fox-herd guide happily praises the blue-haired woman for finishing her training. Exhausted from the session, the blue-haired woman is told she did exceptionally well. The guide explains that with the system's help her stats have been rising at remarkable speed. She opens her status window while the fox girl thanks her for the effort. The status confirms Lee Seo-yeon's abilities and a long list of magical skills. The most striking change is that her stamina and magic power have climbed to S+ and S++. Seo-yeon is stunned that her magic power rose from S to S++ in only 2 weeks. She reflects that power growth should normally slow outside the tower, making this acceleration abnormal. The fox girl tries to move them along, but Seo-yeon still thinks there is time to linger. The reminder that she wanted to ask her master something brings a buried memory back to the surface. She recalls Mi Raong looming over her after that humiliating incident and finally understands what she meant to ask. Seo-yeon wonders whether it would have been better if that memory had truly been erased. Back in the repository, Kim Hyun-woo tests one statue and notes that it only looks like stone from the outside. As he studies the strange statue chamber, he wonders how any of this is supposed to help him. Kim Hyun-woo is jolted by a sudden realization. He recognizes the white-haired figure before him as a heavenly demon among the dead. The spirit calmly identifies one body as a climber's corpse while Kim recoils from the absurdity of speaking with it. The spirit explains that the corpse still carries traces of its owner's achievements, proving its identity. He urges Kim to look deeper into the chamber, where more gathered remains await. Kim's confusion turns to alarm as he senses something far bigger than a single corpse. Among the dead, he recognizes famous figures like the Monkey King and John Wuchi. He is further stunned to find even the 10,000-year ice spirit among them. The Monkey King concludes that everyone who died in the tower has been collected here, including himself. When Kim asks where the blue dragon's body is, the answer is simply to look up. Above him hangs the dragon's corpse as proof that the Ark stores the dead regardless of race. Before he can process more, his allotted time in that place abruptly ends. A burst of light tears him out of the repository. Back in the Ark, Noah immediately asks whether Kim managed to visit the repository. Kim confirms it but complains that seeing only dead climbers does not seem useful to him. Noah counters that the corpses could become useful if they were turned into Kim's allies. Kim is left staring at him, unable to believe what he just heard. Noah reveals a strange jewel-like item as the key to making that idea possible. He says the item can let Kim turn the dead into allies, and Kim instantly latches onto the possibility. Excited by the prospect, Kim eagerly demands to know how to do it. Noah says the first step is persuading the dead to willingly become Kim's allies. Kim pauses, trying to interpret what Noah means by persuasion. His first instinct is violence, but Noah dryly clarifies that actual conversation would be preferable. When Kim asks for any easier method, Noah flatly tells him there is none. Kim resigns himself to the fact that this will not go smoothly. He asks for the full method to revive the climbers and use them. Noah says the process itself is simple even if the hard part is not. Kim must first bring their consciousness into an imaginary space, store it in the jewel, and then return to the repository. Noah stresses that everything depends on Kim's ability to persuade them. Kim laughs bitterly at the absurdity of relying on persuasion of all things. Thinking of the proud and difficult dead he met, he doubts this plan can possibly work. Then he suddenly remembers two spirits who might actually cooperate. He leaps up with renewed confidence as an idea takes shape. He decides the easiest targets are the Great Sea and Blue Dragon, whose corpses are already in the repository and who have stayed by his side. Noah warns that reviving them may create another problem for Kim. Because Kim contracted with the Great Sage, reviving him would return him to his original master. That would also strip Kim of the Great Sage's achievement and the power tied to it. Kim anxiously asks whether the same issue applies to the Blue Dragon. Noah says the dragon would revive without his achievements, making him far less useful. Noah adds that things would differ only if Kim surrendered the achievements he inherited, which Kim is reluctant to do because he still needs the dragon's power. Kim groans that even after removing one major obstacle in the tower, a new one has appeared. Noah reminds him that fighting the mediator was inevitable if he wanted to change the tower, so he should treat her death as necessary preparation. Kim still worries about how he is supposed to win over so many stubborn dead legends. Noah promises to think of a way to help him persuade everyone except the two most troublesome ones. Kim changes the subject to Eve and the system room, and Noah admits he has only found a clue and needs more time. To make up for that delay, Noah presents the item Kim requested. It turns out to be a teleportation device that can send Kim directly from Noah's Ark to the tower's 9th floor, though it has a cooldown. Satisfied to have solved at least one logistical problem, Kim decides they can wait a little longer for Eve. That night, the story shifts back to Kim's home in the real world. Checking his phone, Kim confirms that events are unfolding exactly as Noah predicted. The Monkey King and Blue Dragon remind him that reviving them would cost him access to their achievements, and he accepts the trade-off for now. Kim asks whether they truly never realized their bodies were stored in the Ark, and they explain that the place felt blocked off from their perception. He wonders whether that interference resembled the restriction once placed on him, then asks if there is any way to save them without losing their powers. The Monkey King claims there is exactly one way to do both. His answer is to obtain their achievements again the same way Kim once learned Nimble Nimbus, which Kim immediately rejects as unbearable. The Blue Dragon interrupts to say there is another method after all. He confirms it exists, though his hesitation suggests a serious catch. Before they can explain, Kim is interrupted by the return of his companions, including a cheerful fox-haired girl and the blue-haired woman. The blue-haired woman asks whether he finished what he had been handling, and he answers only that he mostly did. Pleased, she sits down and asks what he wanted to discuss with her. Kim brings up her stats, saying they began rising sharply 2 weeks earlier and asking if she knows why. She says she does not know, though she agrees the sudden increase over such a short time is strange. She asks whether he consulted Shurhyun, and he says he did. Shurhyun was equally baffled, and his own stats also rose for no clear reason. Kim briefly suspects the mediator's death altered something, but the timing does not match the start of the changes. He falls into thought while the woman waits nervously for his response. Seeing his silence, she awkwardly tries to speak up. He prompts her to continue as she fidgets with growing embarrassment. Instead of answering about stats, she suddenly asks whether he has an ideal type. The unexpected question catches Kim completely off guard. An awkward silence settles between them as both sit facing each other on the couch. Kim studies her, trying to understand where this is going. When she presses him to answer plainly, he becomes even more bewildered. They stare at each other in mutual embarrassment, either wanting to say the next part aloud. As she starts to ask if he likes her, Kim cuts her off before she can frame it that way. Flustered and angry, she insists she is not conducting some romantic interview. Kim presses her to stop dancing around it and say what she really wants to know. He thinks over the question and jokingly concludes that the 7 fairies are his ideal type. The Monkey King eagerly agrees and singles out the first fairy, while the Blue Dragon mocks his shamelessness. The Monkey King defends himself by claiming different standards as one of the guardian gods. He boasts that the 4th fairy came to him willingly, prompting the Blue Dragon to condemn him for involving the Jade Emperor's daughter. The Monkey King retaliates by mocking the Blue Dragon's own disgraceful history with women and stolen achievements. He piles on rumors about the dragon's scandals until the enraged dragon threatens to tear him apart. Listening to their bickering, Kim suddenly realizes something useful. He asks the blue-haired woman whether there is someone she has in mind. To answer, he silently raises his phone toward her. She is stunned by what she sees on the screen. Elsewhere, Noah's Ark drifts quietly through the night. In the empty repository, Noah wonders which of the people Kim Hyun-woo will ultimately choose to save. Then Noah notices something and turns his attention elsewhere. A glowing summoning circle appears inside the Ark. Noah steps back warily as the magic activates beside the table and jewel. He braces himself and plants his feet for whatever is arriving. With a deliberate gesture, he interacts with the summoning array. He completes the activation with a second precise touch. The circle opens into a portal-like construct of light. Noah invites the hidden visitor to meet Kim Hyun-woo directly. He identifies the caller as Eve of the system room. A memory surfaces of Eve asking Noah to keep her existence secret until the proper time. At another location, a mysterious horned woman assures someone that her ultimate technique never fails. She insists she is merely being cautious, not worried. A glowing unseen voice teases her for sounding afraid. The voice suggests she fears both losing control of events and damaging her relationship with her master. It proposes borrowing her body temporarily if that is truly her concern. The voice boasts that, using her body, it could seduce her master within 10 hours, horrifying her. Before the exchange can spiral further, news arrives that Li Xiaoyun has come to see her. Regaining composure, she orders that Xiaoyun be admitted. The doors slide open to let the visitor in. Xiaoyun nervously reports that she has learned what their master likes. The horned woman takes the phone from her to inspect the evidence. One glance leaves her stunned that this absurd answer is supposed to reveal his preference. Meanwhile, in a dark chamber, a subordinate reports that access to a floor has been shut down. He clarifies that the 12th and 13th floors were suddenly sealed off completely. A shadowy superior immediately demands to know why. The subordinate admits they still do not know the exact cause. He adds that only one being should possess the authority to block floors in that way. The superior smiles as if he already suspects the answer. He asks whether the culprit is her, and the subordinate says that is likely. The superior realizes the woman they thought eliminated is still active somewhere. Rather than anger, this revelation amuses him because it means she has allied herself with the irregular. He reminds his subordinate that he had already anticipated such complications. Until the irregular reaches this place, he says, he will simply wait. To prove his confidence, he unleashes a crackling surge of dark power through the chamber. The subordinate is shaken by the display and the damage it causes. The superior repeats that he will not act directly for now. Still, he notes with interest that many minor players are gathering around the irregular this time. He finally offers the subordinate a single act of help, leaving the man startled and grateful. He explains that the woman likely predicted their movement and sealed the floors only to buy time. Since that is the case, he decides they will simply relocate their operations. Back at Kim's house, Kim remarks that the day has become unexpectedly busy and decides to focus on the most urgent issue. He asks the blue dragon to explain the alternative method he mentioned earlier. The dragon says the method is for Kim to learn both his and the Monkey King's achievements at the same time. Kim glares at the absurdity, but the dragon insists there is a sorcery that can make it possible quickly. That sorcery is a time and space formation. The dragon explains that it transcends time and space by splitting the trainee into multiple simultaneous streams of training. Kim imagines being literally torn apart until the dragon clarifies that only his mind, not his body, would be divided. If his mind were split into 5 parts, each part could train a different achievement at once. The dragon warns that this powerful shortcut comes with a major drawback. The Monkey King spells it out by saying that more training also means more mental strain. Kim immediately understands that the cost will be his own mental capacity. The Monkey King compares it to learning Nimble Nimbus 5 times over at once, meaning the fatigue would multiply accordingly. The blue dragon agrees that the Monkey King is right about the danger. He reminds Kim that training in imaginary space spares the body but not the mind, and Kim already knows how brutal mental fatigue can be. Kim accepts that the true limit of the method will be how much mental burden he can endure. The Monkey King judges that Kim can currently handle training only 2 achievements simultaneously, which disappoints him. He says that limitation is unavoidable because this kind of training is unlike anything Kim has done before. The dragon emphasizes that the goal of this harsh training is to obtain both of their achievements in the end. Kim sighs and summarizes that the method is possible but far from easy. Then he abruptly circles back to the earlier awkward topic and asks if they were serious about it. The Monkey King innocently asks whether Kim means the question about his ideal type, leaving Kim stuck with that embarrassment again. As talk of ideal types turns awkward, the beast-like companion remarks that ideals are only fantasies, leaving Hyun-woo baffled by the implication. The dragon teasingly notes that any woman would seem young compared with Hyun-woo, while the other companion dismisses age as beside the point and Hyun-woo demands to know what they mean. Their suspicion centers on the photo Hyun-woo had just shown another woman, and he is pressed to explain it. They point out that the woman in the picture looked unusually young and distinctive, while Hyun-woo insists he only used it to shake off the woman questioning him. He explains that if he had admitted he had no one, she would have kept bothering him, so he improvised. To end the nuisance, he simply showed her a screenshot from a game, and the others reluctantly accept the excuse. Even so, the companions quietly question whether he is telling the full truth. Their real concern is that the woman in the image bears a striking resemblance to his disciple Mi Ryong. The beast companion rejects that idea and goes to sleep, while Hyun-woo is left confused by the strange exchange. Elsewhere, a horned white-haired woman reflects that Mi Ryong's master was always unusual. She concludes that his ideal type is even stranger than expected, making Mi Ryong worry that all the seduction methods she learned may fail. The horned woman confidently declares that she has never known defeat and refuses to be discouraged. She orders Mi Ryong to brace herself for a serious lesson. Mi Ryong listens as the horned woman begins laying out a detailed plan step by step. Whatever she hears shocks Mi Ryong badly enough to leave her speechless. 3 days later, the story returns to Hyun-woo's home. A blue-haired woman sits alone with coffee and her phone, reviewing what happened. She recalls Mi Ryong's embarrassed confession to Hyun-woo and how he moved toward her afterward, leaving the outcome unresolved in her mind. Staring at the screen in silence, she tries to make sense of what she read. With a weary sigh, she admits the situation is getting harder to dismiss. She starts to wonder whether the fanfiction-like scenario is overlapping with reality, and whether Mi Ryong might truly end up with Hyun-woo. Still, she remembers Hyun-woo likely only showed that image to brush Mi Ryong off, Yet she also fears returning empty-handed to the tyrannical dragon. Imagining the dragon's wrath, she panics at what might happen to her if she fails. In the end, she resigns herself, deciding she has already done everything asked of her. The scene shifts back to Hyunwoo's large house in daylight. Inside, Hyunwoo is puzzled when someone refers to a disciple. Mi Ryong, now addressing him as master, confirms that she is indeed that disciple. He is then confronted with a table covered in bottles, and can only ask what all of it is for. Mi Ryong bluntly answers that it is alcohol, which does nothing to clarify why she brought so much. Hyunwoo sits across from her, increasingly uneasy about the bizarre setup. His tension rises as he studies her more carefully. He notices her outfit and begins wondering why she is dressed like that. Her posture and costume make the whole situation feel even stranger to him. As she lowers her head shyly, his suspicion only deepens. He finally recognizes the outfit as one worn by another woman he knows, which jolts him. Realizing she is dressed in those clothes specifically, he blurts out the question in disbelief. He tries to rationalize it as cosplay, but that only makes him wonder why she would do that here in front of him. When she calmly pours him a drink, he starts to suspect something may have happened to her. She offers him the glass with formal obedience, calling him master as if this were perfectly normal. Caught off guard, he can only answer cautiously. Mi Ryong politely insists that he accept the drink. When she keeps repeating the same request beside a mountain of bottles, Hyunwoo is left at a total loss. Her eyes shine with determined intensity, showing she is taking this very seriously. Hyunwoo, by contrast, grows visibly more alarmed. Watching from afar, the horned woman admits she had feared Mi Ryong might handle things exactly this badly. She scolds Mi Ryong for trying to force alcohol on him so bluntly, but Mi Ryong insists she is only following instructions. The horned woman sighs at her disciple's obedient but hopeless execution of the plan. She complains that if simply feeding him alcohol were enough, she would not have needed to give such an elaborate lecture. Mi Ryong is stunned to learn she misunderstood the whole point of the meeting. The real objective, the horned woman reminds her, is not just to get him drunk but to use that state to secure their relationship. That means one cup is nowhere near enough, and Mi Ryong must think beyond the drink itself. Mi Ryong falls into a blank, embarrassed silence as she tries to process that. Hyunwoo watches her falter and wonders what on earth is wrong with her. He tells himself that although the cosplay and alcohol are odd, they are both adults, so perhaps she just wants to unwind. Trying to be considerate, he joins her for a drink, thinking she may simply need comfort after everything she has been through. Even as he does, he remains wary and unconvinced. The liquor looks dangerously strong, making him hesitate. He decides to just drink it quickly and get whatever strange ritual this is over with, so he downs the glass in one go. The taste is awful, and he immediately regrets it. The horned woman urgently tells Mi Ryong that this is the critical moment. She orders her to keep going, pour another cup, or at least say something meaningful before the chance slips away. Then she abruptly decides Mi Ryong should not say anything at all, realizing that might only make things worse. Although she could intervene herself, she knows Hyunwoo would become suspicious, so she tells Mi Ryong there is no avoiding a hard choice. Mi Ryong is told that the moment has come to decide what kind of risk she is willing to take. The first option is to stop here and abandon the attempt. The second option is far more drastic. If she cannot make him drink more, then she must drink instead. The horned woman argues that if Mi Ryong gets drunk herself, even a small hint afterward may be enough to move his heart. She urges Mi Ryong to use her own intoxication as the opening Hyunwoo cannot ignore. Mi Ryong hesitates, afraid something could go wrong, but the horned woman reminds her that this is a rare chance while the rival girl is absent, and asks if she really intends to give up now. As Mi Ryong starts to retreat, Hyunwoo mistakes the whole thing for a prank and calls after her. Desperate, Mi Ryong asks him to wait just a few minutes before judging her. He agrees, and she leaves with grim determination, thanking him as if preparing for battle. Left alone, Hyunwoo notices a system window suddenly appear before him. The message announces that he has been invited and that once the countdown ends, he will be forced to accept. The unexpected notice shocks him. Before he can react, the system begins transporting him away. The room empties as the transfer effect sweeps through the house. The strange light fades, leaving only the silent interior behind. Elsewhere, another figure senses the change. A white-haired girl named Eve appears before him and is surprised to find him there. Hyunwoo recognizes her at once and calls her name. Eve smiles as if she has been expecting this meeting. Still suspicious, Hyunwoo immediately smacks her on the head to test whether this is another trap. Eve protests the sudden blow, but Hyunwoo admits he acted because her appearance felt suspicious. She indignantly denies setting a trap, while he insists caution is justified. Eve complains that he always hits first before asking questions. Even so, he keeps a hand on her head, asserting control over the conversation. Hyunwoo tells her he has a great deal he needs explained. Eve agrees and says she also has much to reveal that she could not tell him before. When he presses her about those hidden truths, she asks him to hear one more thing first. She says he may know of her through the Maker, but she wants to introduce herself properly this time. She explains that she has observed and managed all parallel worlds while helping maintain their balance and the order of the tower. Her expression hardens as she prepares to state her true identity plainly. She reveals that she is the administrator. The story then cuts to the tower's first floor, where a major change is underway. A wolf-like guardian, battered and coughing, senses something abnormal. Looking around the ruined floor, he realizes the environment itself is changing. Before he can understand it, he is struck by a sudden revelation. A communication device from the upper floors descends before him, leaving him stunned. He recognizes it as the tool used to communicate with higher floors. The guardian watches tensely as the message activates. The message announces that the first floor's test is being abolished from this moment onward. It further states that climbers will now begin being tested from the 9th floor instead. The wolf guardian reels at the implications of such a decree. Nearby, a furious red demon erupts in rage at the black-haired human who ruined everything for him. As the demon howls for Hyun-woo, the wolf guardian realizes exactly whom he means. The guardian confirms the demon is talking about the black-haired human and is asked where that man went. He lies that Hyun-woo has already moved upward in the tower, steering the demon away. He reinforces the deception by insisting Hyun-woo must be somewhere above them now. Back in the house, Eve explains that she only learned the full truth once Hyun-woo's information authority reached a high enough tier. Hyun-woo is astonished that she once lacked even knowledge of her own identity, and she confirms it. He then asks why she killed herself if she was really the administrator. Eve postpones that answer and says the urgent matter is the current crisis inside the tower. The conversation returns to the house as she prepares to lay out the situation. Meanwhile, Mi Ryong, now drunk herself, blushes and hiccups as the alcohol takes hold. She declares with trembling resolve that her heart is finally ready, as if she has worked up the courage for something important. Her flushed face shows she is trying to steady herself despite the intoxication. When she looks for Hyun-woo, he is no longer where she left him. Surrounded by empty bottles, she sighs and hiccups, realizing she drank far too much. In her dazed state, she keeps drinking directly from the bottle. She concludes that she must be completely knocked out by now, yet continues sitting there in a drunken haze. The horned woman, watching helplessly, tells her to stop drinking already. Mi Ryong only sulks that her master ran away, too drunk and hurt to think clearly. At that moment a subordinate arrives and bows, interrupting her drinking. He reports that a climber has appeared, and Mi Ryong immediately focuses on that news. The subordinate adds that while the exact point is uncertain, the climber is expected to appear near Wojongbu in the Seoul area. Mi Ryong's mood darkens into interest as she confirms the report. Gripping the bottle, she decides this development suits her perfectly. In a foul mood after being abandoned, she welcomes the chance to vent her anger. With a dangerous smile, she decides to go meet the climber personally. Back with Eve, Hyun-woo asks if she was the one who blocked off the level. She answers simply that she was. Eve explains that once Hyun-woo's information authority rose, her administrator memories returned to her. That allowed her to uncover what was happening in the tower, including the way climbers were killing the guardian. She also learned that this would eventually cause the 9th floor itself to collapse. To prevent that, she immediately sealed the level, though doing so made it difficult to stay in contact with him. Hyun-woo asks how long the floor will remain cut off, and Eve estimates roughly 1 to 2 months. He objects that the time frame is frustratingly vague. Eve says that uncertainty is the best result she could manage under the circumstances. She reveals that 3 makers tried to eliminate her, forcing her to expend nearly all her power escaping and to seal away much of her own memory to preserve what remained. Because her strength is still incomplete, she compares her current state to a battery-saving mode. Hyun-woo accepts the explanation and turns the discussion toward what matters most now. He reasons that once the block is lifted, conquerors will flood in groups, so they must prepare before that happens. Eve agrees and adds that they also need people stationed to protect the 9th floor. When he asks why, she begins explaining the crucial difference in movement between the tower's factions. She points out that even if conquerors cannot descend, climbers can still continue ascending. That means the number of climbers reaching the upper levels will only keep increasing, raising the stakes of whatever awaits them next. The tower's former authority reveals that a designer recently rewrote the tower itself and stripped her of control. She explains that the intruder's latest change directly linked the first floor to the 9th. Elsewhere, a red-skinned demon is violently struck down in the middle of his rage. Furious at the one who altered the tower, he swears he will kill that culprit himself. As he seethes, a strange portal or force opens behind him and draws his attention. He turns with predatory confidence, expecting prey rather than a threat. That confidence falters the moment he senses something abnormal approaching. He realizes the overwhelming energy in front of him surpasses even his own power. A horned white-haired girl steps through the flames, and the demon is shaken enough to demand her identity. She coldly tells him to endure, making clear she intends to use him as an outlet for her anger. Caught off guard by her contempt, he can only ask her to repeat herself. She decides that only by beating him down will her fury ease even a little. Without hesitation she slams into him and declares that his suffering will be her small consolation. Back in the real world, the discussion turns to how dangerous the tower's new condition has become. The former administrator confirms that once the floors are connected, climbers will be able to reach the 9th floor directly. She warns that even a single climber already caused huge destruction there, so groups arriving together would be disastrous. Kim Hyun-woo realizes their available defenders are far too few for what is coming. He thinks of Hanarin, who is still in training and not ready to shoulder this burden. He also recalls Mi Ryong, who obtained the Mystical Chaos God's achievement. Then he considers Shurhyun, who is being trained by the Heavenly Demon. He even counts the nine-tailed fox among the few possible assets. When he asks how many climbers to expect, he learns there may be 8 to 10 a day and even more at the start. The first day will be worst because current climbers will arrive together with the new ones, leaving him cursing the situation. The former administrator notes that killing the mediator at least prevented an even worse complication. She explains that if the mediator had survived, the dead climbers under her authority could have risen again as obedient corpses. Kim Hyun-woo is stunned to learn that failed climbers were originally meant to be periodically revived by the system. Later, he finds himself inside an imaginary space and wonders why he has been brought there. Facing a long-haired figure, he hears that this place exists because someone has simply been waiting for him. He finally understands what the Heavenly Demon meant by waiting. The scene snaps back to the battle as the Horned Girl launches another brutal strike. Ignoring the demon's pleas, she orders him to regenerate because she is not finished with him. She presses the attack with savage delight, insisting the fight has only begun. The battered demon tries to counterattack with a desperate burst of force. He laughs in relief after avoiding one blow, trying to reclaim his pride. She instantly appears beside him, mocking him for thinking dodging once or twice would make this entertaining. His bravado collapses into panic when he realizes he cannot follow her movements at all. She knocks him sprawling and casually wonders if he is already finished. When he asks whether she has calmed down, she refuses even the dignity of conversation. He keeps needling her, unable to understand why she is still so sullen. That question finally makes her explode in open outrage. A calmer horned woman then points out that her master actually fled because he cared enough to avoid hurting her. The younger girl is too stunned by that interpretation to process it. The older woman reminds her that until now her master had always remained distant and aloof. The girl protests that running away still feels like rejection, not affection. The older woman insists that his choice to avoid her is exactly the important point. She contrasts it with the past, when he would dismiss her and everything she offered without a second thought. This time, instead of ignoring her, he deliberately chose to avoid her. To the older woman, a man acting differently around a woman than he usually does has only one meaning. She bluntly concludes that her master cares about her. The girl repeats the idea in disbelief, as if hearing a miracle. Meanwhile, the demon on the ground is baffled by her sudden change in mood. He tries to seize the opening and flee, only to be stomped down before he can escape. The girl, now flushed and dreamy, murmurs about her master with a blissful smile. She fully gives in to the thought that he cares about her and becomes giddy with delight. That night, Kim Hyun-woo decides he has no choice but to use the time and space formation to obtain more achievements. He accepts that doing so will remove him from the outside world for about a month. Knowing that, he starts preparing by contacting key allies for the 9th floor's defense. He resolves to put protective measures in place before he disappears. His first call is to the International Hunter Association. An association official greets him and asks why he reached out so suddenly. Kim Hyun-woo warns him that numerous disasters are about to occur across the world. When the official realizes Kim is discussing countermeasures, he understands the warning is serious. Kim is surprised the association already knows, but the official confirms they were about to contact him as well. The association explains it recently developed a device capable of revealing details about impending disasters. Using it, they detected 7 separate disaster signals around the globe. One of those disasters is due to arrive in only 8 hours, making the threat immediate. Still, the official says humanity is better prepared than before because hunters worldwide have recently grown stronger. Kim realizes that the mysterious stat increase from 2 weeks earlier happened globally, not just to him. Since battle power is urgently needed, he accepts that development as fortunate and offers reinforcements from his side. The association agrees to discuss rewards later, and the call ends on practical terms. Kim hangs up, finished with the association and ready for the next step. He immediately asks whether he should now gather the others. The next destination is the Guardian Guild, where his summons has brought everyone together unusually early. Around the table, the guild members wonder what scheme their leader is planning this time. Their speculation ends when the door opens. Kim enters with a bright smile and checks whether everyone has arrived. Shurhyun instantly demands to know what reckless idea Kim is about to spring on them. Before Kim can answer, Hanarin radiates an unnervingly cheerful energy that makes the room tense. She smiles with suspicious serenity, as if she has already accepted something dangerous. The others fall silent, unsettled by how strangely pleased she looks. Shurhyun quietly asks Kim whether his disciple has finally lost her mind, and Kim admits he has no idea. Hanarin cheerfully says she has something important to tell everyone first. She announces that she will be leaving for a while to undergo training. Then Kim drops the real burden on the others by asking them to protect this place while he is gone and help explain everything to Hanarin. Elsewhere, in a vast library, a floating book is ordered to return. The command sends books flying as Mi Rang stands amid the disturbance, forcing the library to respond. One book hesitates in front of her, as if recognizing her progress. A dragon-like observer marvels that she acquired something in a fraction of the time even a dragon would need. As a book shifts on the shelf, someone realizes they may be witnessing true genius. Mi Rang herself seems almost bored by praise that others find astonishing. The floating book informs her that she is already halfway through level 4. but it immediately says that her progress is not the real issue anymore. Mi Raoing admits that something feels wrong inside her. She senses a deep disadvantage and a growing urge to settle things with Hanrin, suggesting jealousy has fused with her talent. When she asks what comes next, the book abruptly tries to slow her down. It suggests she step outside and re-enter later, hoping distance will calm her state. Mi Raoing is told she also needs rest before attempting the next level. She appears to agree, but only on the surface. The moment she decides, her true priority is revealed. She will find Hanrin first. Meanwhile, Kim is told that the preparations for the 9th floor are finally complete. He reassures himself that the people he is leaving behind are dependable enough to survive his month-long absence. Even so, his mentor warns that using the time and space formation for training is dangerous because his mind could break under the strain. Kim accepts the risk because it is the fastest path to becoming stronger. Once that is settled, he asks for the item that will help him persuade climbers later. His mentor hands over a rolled certificate prepared for that purpose. The item activates as soon as Kim takes it in hand. It is a pack certificate that can bind agreements, restrict actions, and punish anyone who violates the contract. Satisfied, Kim says he now has everything he needs. His mentor infers from the certificate that Kim has already chosen whom he intends to revive. Kim confirms it, and says he has selected someone he can truly rely on. After that, the scene shifts to an open field under a wide sky. Kim finishes drawing the formation on the ground and lets out a relieved breath. Standing before the completed magic circle, he declares the setup finished. He still worries about what happens if his training takes longer than the month he promised. A guiding voice tells him that if he performs well, he will learn to control the time inside and stretch that month into far more training. Accepting that possibility, he steps into the formation. With no more hesitation, he tells the process to begin. The dragon instructor appears and explains that the formation will only activate if Kim controls his energy properly. The first instruction is simple: gather energy into his palms. Then he must use that concentrated energy to trigger the spell. Kim follows through, and the formation activates around him in a swirl of power. As the energy settles, he senses something unexpected. He has succeeded, but success means confronting another version of himself inside the formation. Looking at his counterpart, Kim realizes this other self is fundamentally the same as he is. The duplicate studies him with the same uneasy recognition. The two stand face to face like mirrored minds split from one body. Both feel the strangeness of meeting themselves made flesh. The dragon and another guide explain that the preparations are complete, and the achievement trial can now begin. All that remains is for the two minds to choose their paths. The dragon and the fox-like guide preside over the trial with amused confidence. They instruct each version of Kim to choose a different door and learn one of their achievements. Once both minds master their respective achievements and reunite with the main body, the training in this place will end. One Kim immediately selects his door. The other chooses the remaining path without argument. They move to separate doors, each committing to his own trial. Before entering, one offers the other a dry wish for luck. The other returns the sentiment, treating his own reflection like a rival and ally at once. Both doors open simultaneously and swallow them into separate tests. Then the doors close, leaving the white space empty and silent. At that same time, Mi Raoing fixes on her master and vows to reach him soon. Lost in obsession, she promises herself that she will stand by his side before long. Her fixation carries her out of the library and back into the real world. There she is met by a sky suddenly filled with swarming bats outside the city windows. Startled, she rushes to the glass and demands to know what is happening. The bats slam into the windows hard enough to crack them across the surface. The impact escalates into a violent shattering burst. The swarm screeches as it pours forward in a frenzy. Mi Raoing coldly condemns the attackers to be crushed and killed. A blast erupts outward and tears through the incoming swarm with overwhelming force. The sky is left raining debris and bodies as the attack is annihilated in an instant. Dark, tar-like spheres begin gathering in the sky, signaling a sinister disturbance. A colossal demonic presence looms over a lone figure as the threat fully manifests. Inside the darkness, Kim Hyun-woo steadies himself and shuts out panic. He calms his breathing and focuses completely despite the oppressive void around him. Power flares in one eye as he uses his vision-based sorcery to search the darkness. Once his eyes lock on the hidden enemies, he realizes he has finally found them. The creatures lurking nearby answer his detection with a low, hostile growl. Their eyes ignite red as they prepare to rush him. A whole swarm of undead monsters reveals itself from the blackness. Seeing their numbers, he sighs at how many targets he has to clear. His irritation hardens into open hatred for the things surrounding him. He lashes out first, punching one of the monsters with raw anger. While attacking, he complains that fighting blind in such darkness is a miserable way to train. He realizes the blue dragon must have endured an extreme environment to master eye-based sorcery like this. For now, he decides the only answer is to wipe out the entire horde. He clasps his hands together, preparing a more deliberate technique. With a confident grin, he decides the monsters need to beat on him a little first. Elsewhere, his observers note that he was clumsy at first but has now grasped something important. The monkey-like immortal asks the blue dragon whether he interfered, and the dragon admits he adjusted the flow of time. The monkey is surprised that such manipulation is even possible. The blue dragon says he wanted to avoid doing it if he could. He explains that the time-space formation is linked to part of Kim Hyun-woo's consciousness. Any strain placed on the formation, he warns, also burdens Kim Hyun-woo's mind. If pushed too far, that consciousness could collapse entirely. Asked how much he changed it, the dragon says 1 day outside now equals about 10 days inside, though he could force it further. The monkey immediately understands that increasing it more would be too dangerous. 10 days per day still feels tight to the monkey, but manageable. The dragon reassures him because Kim Hyun-woo is not starting from nothing. Unlike them in the past, Kim Hyun-woo already carries many experiences that should help him grow faster. Back in the trial, that accumulated experience lets Kim Hyun-woo unleash a powerful blast through the undead. The dragon notes that rapid progress can lower the quality of an achievement, leaving the monkey thoughtful. Kim Hyun-woo drives his fist forward again, committing to close combat. A bright, cutting stream of force tears through the darkness in front of him. He follows the attack with sharp, controlled hand movements to redirect the flow. Pivoting smoothly, he chains the strike into another blow without losing momentum. The monsters are caught off guard as his movement suddenly shifts position among them. He dives straight into the pack, attacking from above before they can regroup. Another concentrated burst of energy crashes down through the swarm. He pauses just long enough to gauge the effect of his attack. Judging by the bodies swept away, he estimates he has already destroyed around 100 undead. But he also realizes his own energy reserves are nearing exhaustion. He thinks he still has enough left to finish them, yet only barely. Frustration rises as he imagines how much easier this would be with just a little more power. He fixates on that lack, wishing desperately for even a small extra reserve of energy. Still refusing to stop, he lunges forward again. The blue dragon suddenly appears and congratulates him, ending the trial before he overextends. The dragon says Kim Hyun-woo quickly earned the achievement of destroying the dead, which surprises him because he expected the blue dragon achievement itself. The dragon clarifies that the blue dragon achievement is built from many separate parts. It is not a single feat but a structure made from hundreds of high-ranking achievements. Among those many parts, destroying the dead is merely one of the most basic foundations. Kim Hyun-woo groans that he still has an absurdly long way to go. He asks where the great sage is, and the dragon says he is with Kim Hyun-woo's other self in another place. Kim Hyun-woo wonders whether that other side of him is doing well. He decides the other self will probably manage, and asks what the next stage of training is. The dragon answers that the next step is the achievement of suffering, a major component of his own path. That achievement, he explains, is tied to attaining enlightenment through meditation, which sounds maddeningly vague to Kim Hyun-woo. The dragon refuses to hand him the answer directly, insisting enlightenment must be reached personally. He offers only that he may give a hint later, so Kim Hyun-woo resigns himself to moving on. With nowhere else to go, Kim Hyun-woo heads for the next door. On the other side, ruined Manhattan lies under a grim sky as another crisis unfolds. A shark-like disaster beast corners exhausted fighters and boasts that the battle is easy prey for it. It casually devours one victim while looming over a blue-haired armored woman. The woman bitterly reflects that even with recent rank increases and many S ranks joining the war, they were still crushed. She can hardly believe their forces were annihilated so completely. The monster turns to her next and declares she will be food as well, leaving her certain she is about to die. At the last moment, a hidden swordsman draws a glowing blade. He dismisses the beast with cold contempt and strikes. The monster roars in pain as the slash lands. Its severed bloodied fin drops to the ground, proving the blow was real. A long-haired man in dark robes now stands between the monster and the woman he saved. He turns slightly, calm and unreadable, as if the rescue cost him nothing. The beast charges in fury, trying to crush him outright. It screams that the swordsman must have a death wish for interfering. The man answers only by calling the creature foolish. Before the beast can understand, glowing restraints and cuts appear across its body from his movement. His technique shreds the monster in a storm of blue slashes and blood. As the beast collapses screaming, the swordsman calmly sheathes his weapon and repeats that it was a fool. The stunned woman asks who this overwhelming stranger is. After a brief pause, he finally gives his title. Far away, the blue dragon identifies that savior as the heavenly demon and praises his skill. The monkey marvels that an ordinary human reached such a level and says he may even attain immortal ascension. He then asks why the dragon's brother refused to be revived, referring to Ishan. The dragon awkwardly says Ishan likely rejected revival simply because it sounded troublesome. The monkey accepts that they at least found the right successor in Kim Hyun-woo, but he quickly adds that the urgent issue is something else entirely. 99 days into the accelerated training, Kim Hyun-woo has reached Manhua Peak, and the monkey asks for an update on the other side. The blue dragon reports that Kim Hyun-woo is progressing well so far, yet he warns that the next hurdle, the achievement of suffering, is about to begin. He calls it the hardest achievement of all to obtain. Everything Kim Hyun-woo already knows, the dragon says, will be useless for this one. Kim Hyun-woo sits in a blizzard and begins meditating around a concentrated sphere of power. He carefully compresses and stabilizes the energy in his hands as part of the process. Lightning starts to coil around his body while he remains motionless in the storm. When he opens his eyes, he realizes something new has awakened in him. He confirms with satisfaction that he can finally infuse lightning attributes into his magic. That breakthrough gives him the foundation he needs to attempt the achievement of suffering. As he reaches the next door, the dragon explains that enlightenment is subjective, and therefore suffering has no single correct answer. Kim Hyun-woo is baffled by the sudden philosophy. The dragon refuses to explain further, and says Kim Hyun-woo must discover the meaning himself. Kim Hyun-woo doubts whether this kind of training will help at all. The dragon insists that if Kim Hyun-woo feels that doubt, then this stage will indeed help him. What matters most, the dragon says, is not the enlightenment itself but the meaning it carries for the one who reaches it. That only makes the whole thing feel even more incomprehensible to Kim Hyun-woo. Unable to solve it intellectually, he decides to push forward anyway and opens the door. He steps through resolve to rely on whatever progress he has already made. 10 days pass in a desert, and he continues meditating without finding an answer. After 43 days beneath a waterfall, he starts wondering whether following the blue dragon's path has any meaning for him at all. At 75 days in a bamboo forest, he questions whether simply copying the blue dragon's achievement can ever work. By 86 and 92 days, moving through different environments, he still cannot tell whether he is getting closer. At 102 days, he begins to suspect there may be an entirely different meaning he is missing. Even after more time in a fiery landscape, he admits he has no idea what the answer is. The months keep piling up across rock and thorny ground, but meditation alone changes nothing. By 300 days, despair creeps in as he feels enlightenment may never come this way. At 380 days in relentless rain, he still endures without insight. At 510 days in darkness, his patience has become a grim, empty routine. At last he reaches for the door again, deciding to stop forcing the same approach. When it opens, fire blazes on one side and ice rages on the other, revealing a split between his first and current training grounds. He steps out from the fiery side into the frozen field where he began this stage. Recognizing the first training location, he instantly realizes the dragon has looped him back and curses the trick. In the real world, a yellow taxi carries a blue-haired woman through the city as she nears her destination and asks that Anya be informed. She worries she does not know what favor Anya wants, but suspects it concerns the recent crisis. Reading the news about a worldwide explosion of disasters, she concludes Anya's request is probably tied to that surge. The taxi arrives at a modern building, and she gets out. She heads straight for the Guardian Guild Strategy Committee room. Hearing chaos inside, she knocks and cautiously asks whether they are finished. The noise stops just long enough for her confusion to deepen. She opens the door and asks what all the commotion is about. Inside, a furious nine-tailed fox woman is loudly insisting she is a mystical creature and not some mere human subordinate. The heavenly demon dismisses her pride by saying she is still only a middle-rank climber. The fox explodes in outrage at the insult. She screams for the human responsible to come out, while the newcomer realizes this is Kumiho and wonders who else is involved. A voice answers that the situation should already be obvious. The newcomer sees Anya ordering the fox to go to India, and Kumiho refuses to take commands from a brat. Anya coolly replies that Kumiho has to obey because she is beneath her in rank. A purple-haired woman leans in with a dangerous smile and mocks that claim as nonsense. She boasts that she is the master's first disciple and hints at an even more intimate claim, shocking Anya. The blue-haired newcomer is left sweating as the purple-haired woman and Anya trade vicious accusations about what happened during Hyun-woo's absence. Trying to restore order, she nervously calls for Anya while the room's tension keeps rising. Instead, she finds a silver-haired man comforting the distraught fox, who clings to him and complains about how hard things have been. Watching this absurd scene, she can only stare in speechless disbelief before thinking of Hyun-woo. The entire room erupts into overlapping arguments, and the newcomer internally demands to know what Hyun-woo was thinking when he assembled this team. After taking it all in, she concludes she at least roughly understands the mess. She offers practical help by volunteering to handle the Hana Manor magic circle if that burden is the problem. The crying fox thanks her, and the newcomer gently says it would have helped if she had explained sooner, though she understands the urgency. She awkwardly accepts that explanation while still trying to stay polite. Kumiho immediately starts yelling again, while the heavenly demon remains serenely detached beside her. Anya and the purple-haired woman square off face to face, and the newcomer realizes the real issue is their rivalry. The purple-haired woman thinks that if not for the master's order, she would not tolerate this at all. Anya smiles with quiet confidence and declares that despite everything, the other woman is already too late. As the others react in shock, the blue-haired newcomer can only laugh weakly that things have become hopelessly complicated there. Watching Mi Raung lean close to Hyun-woo, the blue-haired woman is startled by how easily her imagination runs away with their relationship. She hastily reins herself in, blaming her own overactive fantasies while Hyun-woo stands there in awkward silence. A long-haired man respectfully addresses Hyun-woo as master, though he is clearly surprised that Hyun-woo came in person. Hyun-woo casually allows the man to stay for now, and the man accepts without much reaction. Their attention shifts when they notice a fox-haired girl asleep nearby in the room. She is curled up on the bed in complete comfort, oblivious to the conversation around her. As she stirs awake, she groggily begins to register that unfamiliar people are present. Still half asleep, she asks who the newcomer is while Hyun-woo starts to explain her to his master. The master immediately dismisses her as a mongrel, provoking the Kumiho into furious outrage and an instant shouting match. Hyun-woo realizes too late that his master and the Kumiho are clashing far more violently than he expected. With both him and the blue-haired woman panicking, they urgently call for Hyun-woo to come back and deal with the chaos. Elsewhere, Hyun-woo snaps back into the snowy training space again and curses the fact that he has returned there once more. The repetition frustrates him so much that his first thought is disbelief at being trapped in this place yet again. Sitting in the snow before the stormy void, he wonders how many times he has already repeated this cycle. He looks up, trying to steady himself and search for a way out of the dead end. Remembering the blue dragon, he decides that the answer must lie with that teacher. He gets to his feet and heads straight for Snake Head, determined to confront the dragon again. The blue dragon peeks out from the doorway and greets him as if this visit were just another routine stop. The dragon is visibly startled when it sees Hyun-woo return so soon and in such a state. Hyun-woo angrily accuses the dragon of being satisfied with forcing him into such a miserable method of training. The dragon coolly turns the blame back on him, saying his anger comes from his own inability to reach enlightenment. Desperate, Hyun-woo demands even a small clue, but the dragon flatly refuses to hand him one. That answer only leaves Hyun-woo stunned and incredulous. The dragon explains that true self-enlightenment is fundamentally different from merely receiving answers from someone else. Because of that, it insists there is nothing it can directly teach him. Hyun-woo briefly considers solving the problem by beating the dragon senseless, but restrains himself. He argues that they do not have the luxury to waste time on ideals when results are urgently needed. The dragon counters by asking whether chasing results alone is really the right way to think. It offers a cryptic Buddhist saying, implying that what one sees depends entirely on what one is. Hyun-woo is left staring, not understanding what the dragon is trying to make him realize. The dragon illustrates the first half of its point with the image that pigs only recognize pigs. It completes the thought by saying that a Buddha sees only Buddha, stressing perception shaped by the self. Then it addresses him directly by name, forcing the lesson to become personal. The dragon asks Hyun-woo what exactly he sees with his own eyes. He falls silent, finally turning the question inward instead of outward. Faced with the dragon's gaze, he begins to confront himself rather than the teacher before him. He settles into meditation, choosing reflection over argument. Leaving the doorway behind, he commits himself to sitting with the question in the empty white space. A monkey-like observer notes that for someone claiming not to teach, the dragon has said quite a lot. The dragon replies that it has not given a hint at all, only a question Hyun-woo must answer himself. As Hyun-woo meditates in the snow, the dragon concludes that he may finally be able to find his own answer. The monkey quietly finds that outcome comforting and even a little touching. Meanwhile, in the outside battle, Hyun-woo's other self keeps fighting the Bull Demon King, and the monkey worries the situation there is becoming dangerous. The stormy mountain battlefield rages on while Hyun-woo remains motionless in meditation. He sits firmly in the snow, shutting out the chaos to focus entirely on the question. The dragon's words echo in his mind, asking again what he truly sees in his eyes. Hyun-woo keeps his composure, refusing to let the wind and cold break his concentration. He repeats the question to himself, and begins tracing the assumptions that led him here. He realizes he had unconsciously believed he needed to become like the blue dragon in order to grow stronger. Looking back, he sees that his first achievement of destroying the dead was his own, not the dragon's. He extends that realization to his current achievement of suffering, understanding that this too belongs to his own path, and he knows he will face many more forms of training in the future that no one else can walk for him. So if he keeps trying to borrow the blue dragon's achievement as a shortcut to strength, he understands the flaw in that approach. He concludes that following another being's path too closely would make him lose himself completely. From there, he identifies what he truly needs to confront. The answer begins to surface as he opens his eyes with new clarity. What he must face is not the dragon's ideal, but himself. He sees his own reflection staring back at him, making the realization literal and undeniable. With that acceptance, he rises in calm confidence, centered in his own identity. The blue dragon congratulates him for obtaining the achievement of suffering at last. Then, to Hyun-woo's surprise, the dragon declares that this marks the end of the training. It explains that the purpose of suffering was never simple endurance, but reflection and self-examination. The dragon reminds him that he first chased techniques because he wanted to imitate the dragon rather than understand himself. Now that he has attained reflection, the dragon says he has effectively gained both enlightenment and the benefit of training. Hyun-woo realizes that everything depended on how he chose to think and perceive the process. Before the moment can settle, the dragon awkwardly clears its throat as if something unpleasant remains unsaid. The monkey interrupts apologetically, admitting there is bad news that cannot wait. He explains that on his side, Hyun-woo has undergone a slight but troubling change that he initially underestimated. Now he admits the situation has escalated beyond what he can casually dismiss. Hyun-woo asks if the problem is simply that his other self is dying, but the monkey says that is not the issue. The monkey points to the battlefield version of Hyun-woo standing over the fallen Bull Demon King. He hesitates, struggling to say aloud what he has recognized. At last he reveals that the Hyun-woo on that side has transformed into a demon. Hyun-woo can only repeat the claim in disbelief, unable to accept it at face value. He calls the idea nonsense, demanding a real explanation instead of absurd labels. The monkey braces himself under Hyun-woo's glare, clearly aware this will be hard to justify. He explains that Hyunwoo's behavior grew increasingly abnormal during the latter half of the training until it culminated in demonic transformation. The monkey adds that he had been puzzled by how quickly Hyunwoo was learning the dragon's achievement, and now thinks he knows why. Hyunwoo still does not see why rapid learning should be treated as a problem. The dragon answers that Hyunwoo's compatibility with that other self is almost unnaturally perfect. Hyunwoo asks whether compatibility alone could really change a person's race or nature so drastically. The monkey reluctantly says it can, because the other self is in fact a demon. The dragon sharply asks why the monkey failed to stop this, and the monkey protests that it happened too suddenly for him to intervene. Hyunwoo tries to calm them, arguing that if his mind has not collapsed yet, then the problem cannot be immediately catastrophic. Their uneasy silence makes it clear that his optimism is missing something important. The dragon finally says the deeper danger may lie in Hyunwoo's personality itself. It warns that if his mind merges with a demon's personality, his own character could become truly diabolical. Hyunwoo cuts off the insults and demands a practical solution instead of more grim commentary. The dragon admits there is a way to resolve it, but it is not a pleasant one. First it asks where the demon version of Hyunwoo is now, and the monkey says he was last seen fighting the bull demon king. The monkey adds that the demon self should emerge from that battle very soon. The dragon accepts that information and immediately reaches a conclusion. It tells Hyunwoo that he needs to go to that place at once. Then it states the solution bluntly. He must kill his other self. Elsewhere, a hooded figure stands inside a cylindrical stone chamber sealed by a glowing barrier. The figure remains calm and unreadable beneath the hood, as if observing events from a protected vantage point. A measured step breaks the stillness inside the chamber. Power ripples around the figure as the barriered space continues to hold firm. The sealed world hums under strain, yet remains intact for the moment. The hooded observer reflects that the administrator managed to isolate this world for an impressively long time. They conclude that she must have gathered a considerable amount of power to sustain such a feat. Even so, the observer sees no reason to rush, confident that patience will suffice. They reason that even if the administrator survives, most of her power is already gone, and the isolation cannot last much longer. At the same time, they judge that Hyunwoo cannot accomplish anything decisive within such a short, remaining window. With that confidence, the hooded figure continues waiting for events to ripen in their favor. Below, several dangerous beings grow restless and hungry to descend, while the observer intends to finish matters quickly once the time comes. The hooded figure regrets not being able to bring down the four heavens themselves, but remains satisfied with the current setup. They decide that the three monsters at hand should be more than enough to deal with Hyunwoo. Certain of victory, the observer resolves to simply wait a little longer. A crack suddenly spreads underfoot, hinting that the supposedly secure barrier is beginning to fail. Back in the real world, the bright sky over the building contrasts sharply with the hidden crisis unfolding inside. The blue-haired woman sits numbly with her phone, exhausted and too drained even to react properly. Reading reports that disasters have continued for 35 straight days, she bleakly concludes that humanity may really die at this rate. Overwhelmed, she collapses onto the couch while nearby allies continue straining to maintain the magic circles keeping the world stable. The burden of sustaining so many circles with so few people leaves them shocked at how much they are being forced to manage. Despite their exhaustion, they know there is still no time to rest. The phone rings again with another call from the International Hunter Association. She trembles with frustration and begs the callers to stop, unable to bear one more demand. Back in the training space, Hyunwoo worries that killing his other self might also erase the achievement he earned. The dragon assures him that killing the split self would only remove that personality, while the achievement remains rightfully his. Hyunwoo stands in thought, accepting that the problem is no longer about power but about what he must choose to do. The dragon warns that even if he succeeds in killing the other self, a second danger will immediately follow. It explains that the other self's accumulated memories and training will flood into Hyunwoo, and if he cannot endure that torrent his mind may collapse. Faced with that grim choice, Hyunwoo can only curse the situation. Then he realizes the answer lies not in the demon self, but in the other version of himself entirely. He asks where that other me can be found. The answer points him to Manhua Peak. At the peak, the bull demon king confronts the demonized Hyunwoo, unsettled by the strange presence before him. Sensing both human and demonic energy from Hyunwoo, the bull demon king demands to know what he really is. The demon Hyunwoo dismisses him as nothing more than a memory and attacks without even bothering to give a name. The bull demon king is struck hard and reels from the sudden blow. Hyunwoo's demon self smiles with cruel satisfaction, clearly enjoying the imbalance of the fight. A familiar voice interrupts, asking why he is acting like that and breaking his predatory focus. The demon Hyunwoo turns toward the newcomer as another presence steps onto the battlefield. He narrows his eyes and demands to know why that person has come here. The newcomer answers that he came because the demon self has been wreaking havoc. The demon Hyunwoo recognizes the challenge and spits out his anger at the intruding bastard before him. A violent impact follows as the confrontation between the two selves begins in earnest. Nearby, the long-haired master has cornered a winged enemy and mocks how easily its arms can be cut, while the foe desperately clings to the chance before it slips away. The master prepares to finish the enemy, but his attention is suddenly pulled elsewhere by an unexpected interruption. Annoyance flashes across his face as he realizes something has intruded on his kill. The Kumiho appears beside him with mischievous delight, clearly having inserted herself into the moment on purpose. Her sudden movement sends a blade flashing through the air before he can react. The strike stops just short of her throat, close enough to show how serious the danger is. Instead of fear, she teasingly asks whether he is really planning to attack one of his own allies. Furious, he vows to kill her anyway, but she smugly reminds him that his contract with her master likely prevents it. He bitterly recalls that contract and the humiliating way it forced him to spare her and even consider her an ally. That memory leaves him visibly shaken with rage and frustration. Even the Kumiho is startled as a new disturbance suddenly erupts overhead. Both of them look up as a figure descends through a spiraling vortex in the sky, announcing the arrival of yet another force into the conflict. A tusked monkey-like figure grins as if he has just found an amusing target. He cheerfully calls out, announcing his presence with unsettling familiarity. In ruined Hawaii, he admires the devastated city as though destruction itself were art. A young man sitting amid the rubble hears the taunt about beauty needing to be broken. The seated man dismisses the scene as dull and notes that without the achievement challenge, this would have been too easy. His eyes sharpen as he senses something incoming. He snatches up his hammer in one swift motion. Rising with the weapon raised, he prepares to counter whatever is above him. He realizes he missed, and two unexpected onlookers have appeared overhead. A white-haired horned girl calmly extends a hand while a purple-haired horned woman watches with a knowing smile. The scene shifts to a barren mountain realm where one version of Kim Hyun-woo confronts another and questions his twisted state. The darker one bluntly asks whether his counterpart has come to kill him. When the other does not deny it, he realizes the truth immediately. He recalls the great sage warning that continuing this path would ruin his personality, and admits that warning was justified. The aggressor says there is no need for long explanations anymore. The other clenches his fist, unable to understand why this is happening. He argues that strength is what they need now and cannot grasp why his counterpart wants him dead. The attacker rejects that excuse and says he refuses to keep living with a broken personality. The target mocks him back, saying he never had a good personality to begin with. The attacker coldly states that he has no intention of dying. He reveals his certainty that he will be the one to kill the other. The threatened Kim Hyun-woo is incredulous and insists he trained too. His counterpart explains that although they underwent similar achievement training, their methods were fundamentally different. He says that while the other stayed still in training, he fought his way through Mangyung Peak. He frames that difference as the gap between passive endurance and real combat experience. Convinced of his superiority, he decides the other truly needs to be beaten down. He drops into a fighting stance and openly declares that lesson. With a mocking laugh, he asks whether the other can really beat him again. Both launch forward, their first clash detonating the ground. Their collision erupts in a blinding burst of force. Elsewhere, someone watching wonders whether it is really acceptable not to intervene. The monkey-like guardian explains that Kim Hyun-woo has already achieved his goal and that they are only allowed to support from nearby. He insists they cannot interfere further, then gets caught being mentally cursed at by the dragon beside him. Sensing the dragon's worry that Kim Hyun-woo might lose, he presses the issue. The dragon tells him not to worry. He refuses to explain more and says that is all the dragon needs to know for now. Back on the mountain, the duel continues as repeated impacts flash across the sky. The two identical fighters trade a storm of kicks and punches at blinding speed. One drives a straight punch in with ruthless precision. The other catches the strike and turns the exchange to his advantage. The first fighter is startled to find his attack read so easily. Locked together midair, they continue exchanging attacks without giving ground. Realizing he is being overwhelmed, one desperately thinks he has to stop his opponent's momentum. He takes a brutal hit to the face before he can recover. The blow sends him spinning away through a vortex of force. His opponent chases immediately, refusing to let him reset. From above, the pursuer raises another crushing strike. The next impact lands hard, driving the victim down again. The battered fighter cries out in pain as the assault keeps coming. He slams into the ground in another explosive crash. Standing over him, the attacker reminds him that he already said this fight was unwinnable for him. The fallen Kim Hyun-woo coughs and struggles to breathe through the pain. Even as he is flung back again, his opponent keeps pressing relentlessly. When he looks up, he is shocked to see the other already waiting in front of him. The attacker mocks his lapse in focus and punishes the hesitation. He reveals that the victim is about to be struck by his own technique for the first time. With cruel satisfaction, he tells him to taste it himself. He unleashes Supreme Ruler's demonic mystic kick straight down at him. The technique detonates in a violent burst of red-black force. For a moment, only the fading shockwave remains. Yet the victim blocks the attack with a dark red energy construct and survives the blow. The attacker recognizes that his counterpart used lightning spirit divine art to defend. The red-black energy rides around them as the clash of arts continues. Smirking, the attacker says he can use that divine art as well. The other realizes with alarm that despite sharing the same base, this version is far more violent and unpredictable. The attacker reminds him that having the same foundation does not make them equal. He even offers a deal, but the battered Kim Hyun-woo immediately tells him to get lost. The attacker says that was the last chance to preserve himself and extends clawed fingers to escalate. Dark demonic power blooms around him, making his threat unmistakable. The other, shaken, mutters that he really has become a demon. The transformed fighter promises to finish things quickly. His opponent calls him delusional, but admits the Blue Dragon achievement may indeed be stronger. The demonized Kim Hyun-woo answers that he only needs to kill him before that power can be used. At the last instant, the threatened fighter calmly raises a hand instead of panicking. A massive burst of blue lightning erupts and blows the demonic assault apart. The demonized one screams in confusion as the blue power tears through him. His counterpart says he pities him because he was not merely stalling this whole time. Wrapped in crackling lightning, he remarks that both of their personalities are badly warped. He follows up by saying the other should never have let his guard down. The demonized fighter realizes too late that he has been caught in a counterattack. A towering technique descends as a nullifying fist is invoked. The scene shifts into a cylindrical chamber of force formed by the technique. A foot steps onto a glowing hexagonal surface inside the construct. The trapped fighter is smashed downward through the chamber floor in a burst of blue impact. A hooded figure overseeing the technique coolly wonders whether he should send the target even deeper. He decides to drive him down further into the abyss of the construct. Back outside, the mountain air is filled only with strained breathing. The demonized Kim Hyun-woo lies in a crater, gasping and badly hurt. He grits his teeth, furious and humiliated. From the crater, he curses as the other approaches. The standing Kim Hyun-woo mocks his condition and says he should have focused on obtaining the right achievement. He explains that with the golden chainmail, the other would not be in such a pathetic state. The one in the crater protests that they had the same amount of time to earn their achievements. The victor agrees on the time limit but points out that the quality of what they obtained was different. When asked to explain, he prepares to spell out the gap between them. He states that the Blue Dragon achievement he earned is complete. By contrast, he says the Great Sage achievement the other obtained was incomplete. He compares that flaw to fighting with only a sword hilt against someone wielding a real blade. Then, almost mockingly, he suggests they settle things peacefully. He offers to send the other away intact if he behaves and accepts defeat. The demonized Kim Hyun-woo answers with bitter laughter instead of surrender. He warns the victor not to toy with him. He roars that he would rather endure the worst suffering imaginable than accept help from this version of himself. The victor snorts that even if they are the same person, the other's personality is truly awful. Seeing there will be no surrender, he plants his foot and decides to force the issue. He launches forward with blue lightning blazing and tells the other to suffer through the consequences. The demonized fighter laughs through the pain as if welcoming the clash. But when the attack should land, his body blurs and slips away. The attacker pauses in midair, confused by the sudden disappearance. A gigantic demonic ape materializes behind him, revealing the other has transformed completely. The lightning-clad Kim Hyun-woo looks up in surprise at the new form. He dryly mocks the transformation by asking if the other has become a real monkey. The beast answers by clenching a massive fist. Its heavy punch crashes down, and the fighter notes that the blows are definitely stronger now. Even so, he remains composed and gathers lightning into his hand. He says that raw power alone changes nothing and counters immediately. His lightning strike launches the giant ape violently into the air. The transformed opponent lands hard, growling in frustration. From above, Kim Hyun-woo taunts the beast by calling it monkey again. The ape glares up and sees him standing calmly on a peak. Kim Hyun-woo decides he no longer has time to drag this out. The ape also resolves to end the fight quickly and prepares a final rush. It charges straight at him with murderous intent. Kim Hyun-woo addresses him by name, Monkey Kim Hyun-woo, as if pronouncing judgment. The beast snarls that meeting him has been nothing but misery. Kim Hyun-woo agrees and says they should never meet again. Blue lightning coils through the storm clouds overhead in answer to his will. A bolt descends toward the charging ape like a guided spear. He executes flash lightning kick, driving the lightning strike down with his own body. The snowy mountains are swallowed by the brilliance of the impact. The strike lands with a towering pillar of force, and the ape coughs from the blow. When the light clears, the monkey guardian has arrived, standing before a kneeling swordsman and the fallen horned girl. The guardian cheerfully praises the swordsman's skill with a blade. The swordsman realizes in shock that his attack has done absolutely nothing to the guardian. The guardian confirms that not even a scratch was left on him. He asks with casual contempt whether that was really all the swordsman had. The swordsman stays silent, measuring the impossible gap. The guardian says that if this is the limit, he should have spared the demon girl instead because she looked more promising. He glances at the unconscious horned girl and judges that she seemed to have more hidden tricks. Deciding to finish the matter, he moves to kill them, starting with the one who is unconscious. He lunges toward the fainted girl without hesitation. The swordsman reacts instantly despite his exhaustion. Steel flashes as he intercepts the descending blade. Locking the guardian's weapon with his sword, he is challenged to show whether he has anything more left. The swordsman steadies himself as blue lightning begins to gather around him. He shifts his footing, preparing a desperate counter. With lightning swirling around his body, he launches himself straight at the guardian. Their clash explodes across the snow in a burst of blue-white force. After the impact, the swordsman remains standing amid crackling lightning, breathing hard. Seeing that the swordsman can still fight, the guardian's amused grin returns. The battered ogre praises his opponent's performance, amused rather than threatened. The black-haired swordsman lunges again, and the ogre only grows more excited by the fight. The swordsman coughs blood, showing the exchange has already pushed him to his limit. The ogre mockingly tells him he should be grateful for being spared a harsher, and so far. Still entertained, the ogre decides to reward the struggle with a personal execution. Before he can finish the swordsman, the monkey-like warrior crashes in and smashes the ogre's face aside. The sudden blow finally makes the ogre reel in pain. The wounded swordsman realizes help has arrived as the newcomer ridicules the ogre for abusing borrowed status. The monkey warrior lands lightly, taking control of the confrontation. A gleam at his brow signals he is about to make this humiliation personal. He confronts the ogre directly, asking whether tormenting the weak was really so enjoyable. Elsewhere, storm clouds hang over a fortified camp already under pressure. Inside a magic circle, a drained young man jokes to Anya that he may die if this keeps up. Anya gently tells him the urgent work is finished, and he can finally rest. At the gate, masked guards are startled when something inhuman approaches. They draw weapons and demand to know who is coming. A gaunt ghoul answers with hunger and murderous intent. The guards brace themselves, but the monster's presence immediately overwhelms the scene. A scream from outside makes the women inside realize the perimeter has been breached. The gate begins to open under the force of the intrusion. A hooded intruder enters with monsters in tow and immediately asks whether they are Kim Hyun-woo's allies. The black-haired girl steps protectively forward and demands answers instead. The hooded figure ignores her defiance and coldly asks where Kim Hyun-woo is right now. The story cuts to a ruined city where another battle is already raging among collapsed towers. A hammer-wielding fighter swings at a horned white-haired woman, but she slips around the attack with ease. He commits to a crushing follow-up, trying to end the exchange with brute force. She flips away from the impact, letting his strike waste itself on the rubble below. Perched above the crater, she calmly measures him while he recovers. She dives straight back at him before he can reset. He realizes too late that he must evade or be hit cleanly. A second woman's command freezes his movement in place at the worst possible moment. He looks up and sees the caster hovering above, confirming he is being coordinated against. The horned fighter recognizes that the purple-haired woman has trapped him with the same trick again. The caster smiles down with a book in hand, pleased by how easily he was caught. The horned woman closes in and mocks his sluggishness as she attacks. Her kick slams into his face before he can defend himself. The force drives him violently downward through the ruined structure. He ends up seated in a crater, dazed and badly rattled. From above, the caster remarks that she expected more from someone bearing the title of conqueror. Standing beside her ally, she concludes that he is not as exceptional as his rank suggests. Spitting back at them, he refuses to accept that the fight is already decided. Dark energy begins to leak from him as he prepares a stronger form. He vows to reveal his true power and stop being underestimated. The two women watch with interest, curious about what shape that power will take. His body mutates into a grotesque catfish-headed form, exposing the monster beneath the title. Gripping his hammer, he declares himself the god of disaster and promises a cruel death. He slams his power into the ground, unleashing a destructive shockwave toward them. The women avoid the attack and openly mock both his appearance and his grandiose ambition. Enraged, he insists that petty tricks will no longer work on him in this form. He challenges them to test that claim with their lives if they dare. The purple-haired caster calmly repeats her command and tries to lock him down again. To his surprise, the spell fails to stop him this time. The horned woman steps into a golden aura and reminds him that she already warned him about being too slow. Her power surges brighter as she prepares to overwhelm him directly. The transformed conqueror strains against the pressure but cannot keep up. The horned woman smiles with complete confidence as the gap in speed becomes obvious. He cannot believe mere humans could dominate his current form so thoroughly. She decides to finish him quickly, noting that her master will arrive soon anyway. Even while being crushed, he still cannot accept that a human is doing this to him. She answers with a named technique and drives a 3-step annihilating strike into him. The scene shifts back to the icy battlefield where another old grudge is still burning. The ogre roars in pain, still recovering from the monkey warrior's earlier hit. The monkey warrior strolls up and taunts him for being absurdly slow even in the cold. Humiliated, the ogre snaps back and tells him to shut up. The monkey warrior only laughs harder, saying the ogre's foul mouth has not improved at all. He needles the ogre about still being angry over a prank he once played in hell. The ogre shouts that those pranks overturned his hell twice, but the monkey dismisses the past as boring. Too busy to indulge the rant, the monkey tells him to stop dwelling on old grievances. With cheerful cruelty, he suggests the ogre should simply die already. The ogre trembles with rage at being looked down on again. Determined to prove he has changed, he ignites a new power in his hand. Red and blue flames rise around him as he asks whether anyone still thinks he is the same as before. The monkey recognizes the technique at once and notes that the ogre has obtained the 8 burning celestials. Even so, he mocks the power as either truly hot nor cold, only disappointingly lukewarm. The ogre insists the flames are affecting him and that the monkey is only pretending otherwise. He boasts that the monkey never matched his original achievement, and cannot win now. The monkey yawns through the threat that he will die helplessly today. Instead of arguing, he reaches into his clothes and says he brought something for exactly this kind of boasting. He reveals the Plague Monarch's achievement like a taunting gift and asks whether the ogre likes it. The ogre is stunned to see that forbidden relic in the monkey's hand. The monkey refuses to explain how he got it, and says the ogre will be dead soon anyway. He begins activating the relic, drawing out its power. As ravens gather, he muses about trying the present he received from his disciple. Back at the camp, bloodstains and wreckage show how completely the defenses have failed. The hooded invader asks the women whether they are done resisting. The blue-haired woman, clutching the unconscious girl, can only wonder who these terrifying intruders are. She realizes every defensive magic formation has already been destroyed. Even Mi Ryong's subordinates have been cut down without being able to stop the assault. Worse, the zombie-like ghoul can absorb every attack thrown at it. Holding the girl tighter, she understands there is almost no way to oppose them. The hooded man gives her one final chance to answer. Fear flashes across her face as she senses the threat becoming absolute. He repeats the question plainly and demands Kim Hyun-woo's location. She swallows her fear and forces herself not to break. Refusing to betray him, she says there is no reason she would tell someone like this. The hooded man labels her a monster for protecting Kim Hyun-woo instead of yielding. After a cold pause, he decides kindness is wasted on her. He forms a dark vortex in his hand and resolves to kill her painfully instead. The attack tears forward in a violent rush. The blue-haired woman screams and shields the unconscious girl with her own body. At the last instant, a hooded defender intercepts the blast with a bright blue barrier. The attacker is visibly startled that someone blocked him. The blue-haired woman, still shaken, scolds the newcomer for making such a reckless entrance. A man in a tracksuit steps in and bluntly asks the attacker whether he wants to die. The hooded invader turns to him and says they finally meet, naming him Kim Hyun-woo. Kim cuts off the formalities at once, making clear he has no patience for this enemy. He openly asks whether anyone could think he feels like talking right now. The hooded man notes that Kim is every bit as arrogant as rumored. He promises to show Kim how lowly he really is. He adds that besides himself and the ghoul, 2 other conquerors are already here cleaning up elsewhere. His point is that Kim's solitary struggle is futile, but Kim translates that as an admission of weakness. Kim smirks, already seeing through the attempt at intimidation. Pointing upward, he reveals he knew about the hidden presence above all along. The hooded man is jolted by the realization that Kim noticed his concealed ally. A blue dragon descends, greeting the hooded man as an old jailer and exposing their history. Kim jokes that even he can have friends, leaving the enemy struggling to process the alliance. When Kim calls him engineer, the hooded man is shaken that his identity has been uncovered. Elsewhere, a silver-haired woman realizes in shock that Kim somehow knows the engineer's secret title. Kim thinks first about summoning the rest of the conquerors before this fight escalates further. The engineer suddenly senses something is wrong with that plan. He discovers the artifact linking him to the others has been broken. Kim reveals that the engineer has been distracted the entire time and never noticed the sabotage. With a taunting smile, Kim asks what is wrong now that the advantage has shifted. At the same time, the horned woman's golden assault continues battering the catfish-headed conqueror. The monkey warrior piles on the mockery as blue birds and the blue dragon harry the ogre from every side. The engineer clenches his fist and admits Kim prepared far more than expected. Even so, he claims it does not matter because he alone is enough to deal with Kim. He orders the ghoul to handle the blue dragon, though the command itself betrays uncertainty. The ghoul looks up at the dragon and dismisses it as nothing more than a giant worm. Then it grins hungrily, deciding the dragon looks edible. The ghoul leaps at the dragon with savage delight, thanking it in advance for the meal. Kim quietly calls on Nimble Nimbus, setting another move into motion. A cloud sweeps in fast, carrying away the vulnerable women from the battlefield. As they are whisked off, Kim orders them to get as far away as possible. The blue-haired woman can only stare after him and call his name. She steadies herself, understanding he intends to face the danger alone. The cloud vanishes into the storm, removing the last hostages from the field. With the bystanders gone, Kim declares that only the truly relevant fight remains. The engineer says he will now reveal his true form to Kim. Kim, unimpressed, asks what kind of nonsense that is supposed to be. The engineer removes his hood enough to present himself more formally behind a grotesque mask. He proclaims that he is the one who created this world and its governing logic. Before he can finish boasting about the truth of creation, Kim suddenly closes the distance. Bent low in motion, Kim cuts in with a curt warning that the speech is over. He tells the engineer to shut that mouth and attacks without hesitation. Kim's strike flashes forward too fast for the engineer to ignore. The engineer skids back in anger, calling Kim an ignorant bastard for interrupting him. Kim seizes on the insult with amused disbelief rather than fear. He laughs and says it will be funny if that so-called ignorant bastard beats him senseless. The exchange turns physical again as Kim's blow crashes into the engineer's masked face. As the masked elder tries to halt him, the young fighter drives forward without hesitation. He rejects the plea outright, insisting no one in his position would stop now. Their clash erupts in a violent burst of force. The young man's strike lands against something far harder and stranger than expected. He realizes his blow has triggered an unfamiliar power instead of breaking through. The elder reveals a forest-like prison of giant wooden trunks rising around them. Mocking the youth's confidence, the elder boasts that such nonsense means nothing before this power. He expands the wooden cage and vows to tear the intruder apart inside it. Rather than panic, the young man scoffs at the threat as beneath him. He raises a hand and calmly prepares a counter. Lightning floods the prison as he dismisses the elder's ambition with contempt. In an instant he closes the distance and seizes the elder by the robe. Grinning, he decides the fight should be moved somewhere more convenient. He pins the elder in place first, making sure there is no escape. The elder is caught off guard as the youth's kick drives into him. Both of them are hurled away from the original battleground at extreme speed. They crash into a new area with explosive force. The elder lands in a crater coughing, clearly hurt by the relocation. Furious and humiliated, he curses the young man. The youth stands amid crackling power while the elder admits he has gained a troublesome new ability. Even so, the elder regains composure and signals that the real threat has not begun. Massive wooden spikes slam down around the youth as the elder resumes his assault. The young man notices the trap a moment before it fully closes. He looks up as the wooden pillars converge into a prison around him. From inside the enclosure, he mocks the attempt to imprison him. He answers by calling down a devastating lightning strike named Lightning Tree to blow the trap apart. With power surging through his hand, he vows to crush the elder before any further tricks can unfold. A new voice interrupts, warning that he is already too late. The youth recoils as an unseen speaker resumes an introduction that had been cut off. A white-haired figure appears, claiming enlightenment through the truths of all creation. He presents himself as one who rose to greatness by his own efforts. A glowing lotus forms in his hand as he prepares to demonstrate that claim. Surrounded by colossal divine statues, he names himself Brahma. His calm expression makes clear he sees himself as a godlike authority rather than a mere opponent. The young fighter immediately senses the scale of the danger and curses under his breath. Brahma hovers before the giant statues, fully in control of the battlefield. Trying to keep his nerve, the youth taunts him for summoning this power only after taking a beating. Brahma dismisses the mockery and notes the youth has grown arrogant from facing only him. He explains that creation, not combat, is his original domain, yet he is fighting anyway for a reason. That reason, he says, is that every creation he makes is born with at least conqueror-level power. The lotus becomes the focus of that declaration as he channels creation into battle. One of the giant statues opens a glowing third eye, signaling activation. Brahma announces that from this moment onward the fight's balance has changed completely. He reveals the youth will now be facing 3 conquerors at once instead of 1. The youth answers with sarcasm, reducing the grand claim to nothing more than ganging up. Brahma coldly wonders whether that bravado will remain when death is near. He predicts the youth will not last long against what he calls his great achievement. The young man looks up, puzzled by what this great achievement could be. Brahma prepares to unveil the power of the Buddha's second heaven scripture. He commands the youth to experience that scripture firsthand as the statues move. Far away, a blue dragon notices the massive eruption of power in the city. Watching the blast, the dragon remarks that the young fighter seems to be struggling badly. The dragon decides he will need help and starts to intervene. At the same time, the dragon confronts a gigantic whale-like ghoul that refuses to step aside. The whale answers that it has no intention of moving because it plans to eat the dragon and be satisfied for a while. The dragon dismisses it as an oversized ghoul but recognizes the creature's form from somewhere. He identifies it as the black whale, startling the creature that its secret is known. The dragon explains he has seen that being before in purgatory. He vividly remembers the black whale devouring the dead there. The whale is amused that the dragon knows it so well. Boasting shamelessly, it praises its own achievement, and claims it can swallow a great serpent like the dragon whole. Hungry and eager, the whale opens its maw to eat him immediately. It lunges to devour the dragon in one bite. The dragon warns the creature to shut its mouth before charging. Lightning gathers around him as he accelerates into attack. He slams the whale with a lightning strike and mocks its foul breath. The whale shrugs off the ambush and calls it unfortunate for the dragon. Its body bubbles and repairs the damage almost instantly. It smugly declares that the attack accomplished nothing. The whale explains that its regeneration is nearly infinite, though the dragon notes one hit was never going to be enough. He follows with a second lightning strike meant to finish the job. Even then the whale only begins to worry, realizing the dragon may be more dangerous than expected. The dragon calmly asks whether 2 strikes are still insufficient. Without waiting for an answer, he unleashes a barrage, wondering if 100 consecutive hits will do. As the whale is battered repeatedly, the dragon admits the fusion of ghoul and black whale is indeed formidable. After pouring out his full power, he notes the creature's core still has not been exposed, shocking the whale that he knows such a weakness exists. The dragon reveals that this hidden flaw is no secret to him. He begins explaining why almost no one knows the truth behind the black whale achievement. The whale grows uneasy and demands to know what he means. The dragon answers that the reason goes back to a very long time ago. He states plainly that he once killed the original black whale himself. Then he challenges the imitation to see how long it can endure against someone who knows its origin. The whale starts to falter, its confidence cracking under the sustained assault. Another brutal lightning blast tears into it, forcing out a scream. Back at the main battlefield, the young fighter is left breathing hard amid the wreckage. He struggles to steady himself, already showing signs of exhaustion. Brahma remarks with surprise that the youth has endured this long against his creation. He even praises him as a monster for surviving so stubbornly. The young man dismisses the compliment as empty nonsense while Brahma acknowledges his tenacity. Brahma warns that no matter how fierce he is, he remains mortal and his stamina will eventually fail. By contrast, Brahma turns attention back to the inexhaustible divine constructs behind him. He declares that his Buddha second heaven scripture has no limits, and proves it with another crushing strike. The youth understands the implication immediately. The longer this drags on, the worse it becomes for him. Instead of despairing, he claims he has found a way around that problem. He decides the answer is to eliminate the puppet master before the puppets wear him down. Launching himself straight at Brahma, he vows to beat him quickly. Brahma accepts the logic but doubts the youth can actually pull it off. The divine statues move to block the charge, proving Brahma's point. The young man barrels forward anyway, teeth bared in frustration. He curses the obstacles and tries to blast through them. Using a flash lightning kick, he tears through the air toward Brahma. Brahma is briefly startled by the speed of the sudden approach. The youth closes in with killing intent, determined to end the puppet show. He twists for the finishing blow at point-blank range. At the last instant he senses something wrong and his confidence breaks. His body betrays him mid-attack as the side effects of overusing his power finally hit. Brahma immediately notices the failure and mocks the collapse of the youth's plan. The statues answer by launching him upward and away before he can recover. Dark bindings coil around his limbs in midair, trapping him helplessly. Brahma turns the youth's own strategy against him, preparing to hurl the bound attacker back like a weapon. Realizing he has been completely outplayed, the youth can only curse. A new voice cuts in from off-screen, asking why he is getting beaten so badly. A staff smashes through the attack and shatters the immediate threat around the youth. The young man stares upward in disbelief as the interruption sinks in. The newcomer casually asks what is wrong, as if arriving in the middle of a game. The great sage appears with a grin, teasing the stunned youth about whether he looks too cool. The youth complains that the sage took his time, while the sage apologizes and says he was still getting used to the toy he had been given. Brahma recognizes the great sage and is shaken that such a figure has arrived here. The sage explains he was delayed because the subordinate sent to stop him was troublesome. He reveals that subordinate was the Lord of Eight Cold, a being famed even in hell for overwhelming defense. As Brahma tries to dismiss this as nonsense, the sage adds that it took time only because he wanted to make sure that foe was completely defeated. Brahma, now alarmed, demands to know who exactly the sage claims to have beaten. The sage mocks him for needing the obvious repeated. He ignites his staff with blazing power and tells Brahma to see the truth for himself. Holding the flaming weapon aloft, he asks whether the sight finally makes things clear. Brahma recognizes the weapon and realizes in shock that it belongs to the Lord of Eight Cold. Before he can process that, another voice announces a second arrival. The black whale's massive body looms overhead, drawing Brahma's attention upward. It dives toward the battlefield at tremendous speed. Brahma braces as the creature closes in. Then he realizes with horror that the whale is not acting as his ally but has been overtaken by the dragon. The dragon appears above, calmly taking his turn to join the punishment. Facing Brahma directly, the dragon accuses him of trying to imitate the gods and says punishment is due. Brahma erupts in outrage at being called a sinner and an arrogant fraud. The dragon answers that anyone who steals another's achievement and plays God deserves exactly that name. The great sage shrugs at Brahma's protests, saying he does not care about the details of real or fake. What matters to him is that reinforcements have arrived and the balance has shifted. The young fighter clenches his fist again as his confidence returns. With his allies beside him, he tells Brahma bluntly that he is finished. Brahma looks at the three opponents now gathered against him and mocks their confidence as mere reliance on extra help. Even so, he calls the situation absurd enough to warrant a serious response. He unleashes a blinding surge and declares he will show his full power as well. The flash forces the others to shield their eyes, and the sage dismisses it as a petty trick. Brahma orders them to look carefully at what he has done. When the light clears, he reveals he has summoned Virutika and Vice Ravana in addition to the others. He presents the assembled four heavenly kings as the completed form of his scripture. With all four divine kings gathered, Brahma declares there is no hope left for his enemies. The young fighter falls silent for a beat, then casually addresses his masters. Confusing both the sage and the dragon, he admits he has been beaten badly and is running low on stamina. Still smirking as he loosens up, he prepares to say what he wants from them next. With a smug grin, Kim Hyun-woo asks the heavenly beings to do him a favor. He orders the four heavenly kings to open a path for their exhausted disciples so he can finish the fight. Confident and playful, he declares he will end everything with a single blow. The blue dragon mocks his bravado as absurd. The monkey-like sage catches on that Hyun-woo wants to use them as his escorts. Amused rather than offended, the heavenly allies agree to help because he asked properly. They unleash a blazing strike to tear open the enemy formation for him. Watching his side get pushed back, the white-haired immortal seethes and calls Hyun-woo vermin. He orders the heavenly kings to kill Hyun-woo at once. The sage answers by enlarging his staff for a heavier counterattack. The staff surges forward with crushing speed. One of the heavenly kings cries out as the blow catches him off guard. The impact blasts the king away and disrupts the enemy line. The sage is startled that the exchange turned so decisively. Another heavenly king, a bearded musician, calmly prepares his instrument. He plucks the strings and turns music into an attack. The sound wave slams into the sage and chokes off his advance. The dragon coldly judges the performance as pathetic. The sage, however, only laughs harder as the battle escalates. Seeing the enemy still resisting, the dragon decides to intervene directly. Wrapped in lightning, the dragon announces he will teach them a lesson. A massive thunderous blast erupts over the city. The heavenly kings brace themselves as the dragon's lightning crashes into them. From below, Hyunwoo claps and cheers his allies on like a delighted spectator. Then his expression sharpens as he decides it is finally his turn. He charges forward, intent on riding the opening they created. The white-haired immortal curses him in disgust as Hyunwoo closes in. In desperation, the immortal commands another attack. A many-armed heavenly king summons a storm of divine weapons to block Hyunwoo. The dragon dismisses the attempt and says it has no chance of stopping him. A pillar of lightning tears through the summoned weapons, and the king behind them. Using the dragon as a launch point, Hyunwoo is sent straight toward his true target and thanks him for the boost. The white-haired immortal is shaken that the 4 heavenly kings were repelled so easily. Panicking, he reaches for another technique through the floating lotus. He summons 1,000 army of divine soldiers to overwhelm Hyunwoo by numbers. Hyunwoo drops toward the massed troops, mildly surprised by the sudden crowd. The sage scoffs that if the enemy wants a numbers fight, they can play that game too. He calls in a flock of blue birds as his own swarm. The birds tear into the summoned soldiers and open gaps in their ranks. The sage tells Hyunwoo the path is open and urges him to hurry in and beat the immortal down. The white-haired immortal looks up just in time to realize Hyunwoo is already upon him. Hyunwoo's strike lands before the immortal can defend, making him cough blood. Standing over him with cold fury, Hyunwoo calls him a sickening bastard. He forms a finishing technique and decides to end the fight. The immortal's eyes widen as he senses the attack scale. A colossal, annihilating beam descends from the sky onto the city. The immortal can only scream in terror as the blast engulfs him. The beam tears through him and forces blood from his mouth. Even while dying, he cannot accept what is happening. He is left reeling at the idea that a mere mortal could surpass an immortal. Hyunwoo drops through the aftermath as the attack finishes carving the ground apart. He mocks the claim of immortality, saying anyone dies if they are beaten badly enough. Broken on the ground, the immortal fixates on Hyunwoo's unbearable arrogance. As his consciousness fades, he stares blankly and reaches a bitter conclusion. He admits to himself that in the end he could not surpass Hyunwoo. Still alive for a moment longer, he says he is curious about something. He wonders whether Hyunwoo will be able to surpass what lies ahead, leaving Hyunwoo confused. With his last strength, he reveals that the true threshold is higher up. He names that higher place as the tower while golden energy begins to unravel around him. A system window appears before Hyunwoo, interrupting the moment. The notice confirms he defeated the engineer and that his information authority has risen from high tier to highest tier. Hyunwoo notes that the enemy vanished before he could even finish speaking. Before he can dwell on it, he notices something else left behind. He reaches toward a floating pink lotus and wonders what it is. His new authority reveals it as Kulpa's lotus flower, a fragment tied to Brahma and the achievement called Kulpa, though much of the deeper information remains obscured. Too exhausted to care about the mystery right away, he flops onto the road and gives up on thinking further. He decides the only thing he wants first is sleep. As the ruined city settles under the evening sky, he lies there drained after the battle. A week later, the story shifts to the aftermath. Recovered enough to appear in public, Hyunwoo sits before a packed press conference. He remarks that it has been a while since his last press conference, and asks everyone to keep it quiet because a hospital ward is nearby. The reporters ignore that request and erupt into a frenzy, shouting his name. One asks how he feels about his battle video already passing 100 million views, and he says he has no particular thoughts about it. Another reporter presses him by saying the video has sparked huge controversy. The controversy centers on the Blue Dragon and the Great Sage seen fighting beside him and destroying the city. Rumors now claim Hyunwoo is secretly working with the conquerors. Worse, some people suspect he staged the entire disaster himself. Annoyed by the noise, he repeats his request for them to calm down. When they keep shouting, he slams the table and roars that they are unbearably loud. The room falls into stunned silence as the reporters recall. He says he understands they want an exclusive, but he is tired from protecting Earth and will answer the controversy with only one statement. His answer is a blunt threat that anyone who wants to live should not cross the line. After dropping that warning, he says that is all he has to say. He casually waves goodbye and starts leaving the wrecked podium behind. The reporters can only stare as he cheerfully ends the conference. They are left wondering what kind of press conference they just witnessed. Outside, a limousine departs the venue. Someone watching the live broadcast on a device is delighted by Hyunwoo's rough attitude. That admirer is a purple-haired woman who calls him harsh with obvious affection. She gleefully notes that once the press conference ends, he will soon be alone. To her, that makes the situation perfect. Elsewhere, a black-haired woman reflects that the kid took the bait she threw and returned to the tyrant fortress. She notes that Lee Seo-yeon and Han Suk-won are occupied at the dungeon meeting arranged by the Dark Guild. She also confirms Kim Soo-hyun and Anya are tied up on a date at the restaurant she chose for them. Satisfied, she thinks everything is proceeding exactly according to plan. The purple-haired woman, meanwhile, fumes that the black-haired woman dared to show such a smug face to their master. She tells herself she does not know what trick was used on him, but resents that the other woman got ahead of her. Still smiling, she decides that today will be different. She vows to go much farther than her rival ever did. At that same time, Hyun-woo suddenly feels a chill without knowing why. Walking through the hospital corridor, he assumes it is just exhaustion from dealing with the press. Yet his unease lingers as he keeps moving. He stops in the hallway and wonders whether what he is about to do is really okay. He recalls hearing that the Kumaho and the heavenly demon have a terrible relationship. By rumor, they were practically at each other's throats, so he even considered putting them in separate hospitals. Then he hears furious shouting from inside and realizes the problem may already be happening. The noise is so chaotic that he cannot even tell what they are saying. He imagines they have been fighting non-stop the whole time and braces for disaster. Opening the door, he starts scolding them for fighting in a hospital full of civilians. He storms and ready to order the lunatics outside if they want to brawl. But the sight before him makes him freeze mid-rant. Instead of fighting, the Kumiho is clinging to the heavenly demon and kissing his face while Hyun-woo stares in disbelief. The heavenly demon tries to pry her off while Hyun-woo can only ask what on earth they are doing. The fox lights up at Hyun-woo's arrival and happily calls him master while still hanging on. Hyun-woo is left speechless by the absurdly affectionate scene. He starts wondering if he should have arranged separate accommodations after all, while the heavenly demon desperately insists this is not what it looks like. The heavenly demon explains that the fox attached herself to him without permission just because he saved her. She teases him by using his name, and says he secretly likes the attention, making him snap back in embarrassment. Unable to deal with it, Hyun-woo quietly closes the door and leaves them to it. Back in the hallway, he concludes he has just witnessed something truly disgusting. He decides to stop worrying about other people's messes and focus on his own priorities. That resolve leads him to another room. Inside, he finds the familiar signs of Eve's usual chaos scattered everywhere. Eve greets him from the middle of the mess and awkwardly claims she was just about to clean up. He asks whether she has at least been playing only after handling what she needed to do, and she hurriedly insists she has. Trying to sound responsible, Eve says there still have not been any movements from above. She adds that she is investigating the reason but needs more time, while Hyun-woo silently doubts her seriousness. He lets it pass and tells her to inform him if anything changes, and she nervously insists again that she is not lying. Then he brings up his new highest-tier information authority, and asks whether that means conversations should no longer be filtered from him. Eve agrees uncertainly, and he takes that as good news. He steps closer and says there is something he wants to ask her directly. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he addresses her by name and gets her full attention. He orders Eve to tell him everything she knows about the designer. Far away at Tyrant Castle, the consequences of that question are already in motion. The black-haired ruler sits on her throne while a subordinate kneels in terror before her. The subordinate jolts in panic under her oppressive presence. He realizes the report claiming some group attacked their master may have been false. Terrified, he admits that if it was a lie then he has committed a crime worthy of death. He hurriedly explains that a purple long-haired woman suddenly barged in and manipulated the situation. That woman had ordered him to use Kim Hyun-woo as bait at noon the next day to lure the guild leader back to Tyrant Castle. She also told him to invent the reason himself, and he obeyed out of fear. The ruler's anger explodes, making the subordinate shriek. Furious at the deception, she curses the culprit as a bastard. Elsewhere, the purple-haired schemer beams sweetly while thinking only of her master. Back in the hospital, she asks Hyun-woo whether his checkup results were bad, but he says that is not the issue. He explains that something annoying happened and returns to the subject on his mind. He asks Eve directly whether she knows about the designer, and she says yes. But she immediately undercuts that answer by claiming she does not actually know anything. When he presses whether she truly knows nothing at all, she keeps insisting that the answer is yes. Hyun-woo can only stare in baffled silence at Eve's impossible response. As the dark-haired man grabs his tablet to leave, the white-haired girl panics over how little she truly knows about him. Watching him walk away through the mess, she realizes she has no idea who he really is despite everything they built together. She lunges after him and blurts out that even while they created the tower together, he never truly revealed himself. Desperate to preserve the game world they made, she stops him and vows to investigate him properly before he ruins anything. Elsewhere, the man broods that his supposedly supreme information authority has been useless, and only adds to his irritation. His thoughts are interrupted when a purple-haired woman arrives, and he asks why she has come. She explains that she came because she has something she wants to ask him directly. Opening a large spell book, she prepares some kind of probing technique to force honest answers from him. With a sly smile, she asks him to answer her questions as if expecting the book to compel him. He immediately senses that she is trying to dig into his mind rather than simply question him. Already annoyed, he decides he has had enough of being toyed with. Instead of resisting openly, he suddenly plays along so convincingly that she thinks her method has worked. Thrilled, she jumps straight to asking how far things have progressed between him and Mi Raung. When he asks what she means, she awkwardly clarifies that she is asking about physical intimacy. Embarrassed by her own question, she presses on and asks whether he has any experience at all. He answers plainly that he has never done anything like that, leaving her stunned. Unable to believe it, she asks again, and he calmly confirms that he is serious. She instantly feels betrayed by the woman who had led her to expect otherwise and fumes at being misled. Then she decides this is even better, because his inexperience gives her a chance to eliminate her romantic rival. Composing herself, she addresses him with sudden deference and prepares a new approach. Blushing, she asks what he thinks of her personally. Leaning close enough to unsettle him, she asks whether he has any intention of making progress with her instead. He catches her hand and repeats her words back at her, forcing her to confront what she is really asking. As she starts to melt under the contact, she becomes convinced her seduction is finally working. He abruptly flicks her hand away and teasingly asks whether she really thinks he would have such thoughts. The rejection leaves her frozen in confusion, unable to process what just happened. She realizes in horror that he was never bewitched at all and that he had been toying with her the whole time. He casually confirms that the trick simply vanished once he decided to get rid of it. Her outrage spikes as she understands how effortlessly he dismissed her spell. He admits he usually finds her reactions repetitive, but this time her many expressions made teasing her worthwhile. Humiliated and flustered, she can only groan while he cheerfully thanks her for entertaining him. Unable to bear the embarrassment, she screams and bolts from the room. Left alone, he laughs that tormenting her turned out to be a surprisingly effective way to relieve stress. Now in a better mood, he decides he can return to the work he had been putting off. He asks whether he should go ahead and finish the remaining task. The scene shifts into the system space where that work can be discussed more directly. A weary white-haired sage appears there, already sounding troubled before the conversation even begins. The man arrives smiling, and when asked why he seems so pleased, he says something interesting happened. The sage warns that this good mood is fortunate, because the news he is about to deliver will be painful. Gathering himself, the sage begins with the first major problem. He explains that the next designer the man must face is far more troublesome than Brahma was. That designer is powerful in his own right and commands the four heavens, a four-member conqueror squad whose strength cannot be underestimated. At the man's current level, the sage bluntly says facing them head-on would be extremely difficult. Before despair can settle in, the sage adds that there is good news as well. He produces the lotus flower the man had given him earlier and presents it as the key to that good news. The sage reveals that he has finally figured out how to use the lotus and access its hidden information. When the man sees that it requires hardships and trials, he immediately recoils because those are exactly the words he hates most. He suspects the sage is about to drag him into more brutal training and protests before the explanation is finished. The sage confirms his suspicion, prompting the man to explode in anger. He rants that he still feels sick from the last round of training and cannot understand why he would need more so soon. The sage insists that what lies inside the lotus is a truly great achievement, making the suffering worthwhile. That phrase reminds the man of another enemy who had boasted about possessing a great achievement. Curious despite himself, he asks whether the lotus contains something that extraordinary. The sage explains it as an achievement that surpasses ordinary achievements, something on an entirely different level. Unlike the false Brahma the man defeated, the power sealed in this lotus is genuine. The man reluctantly concludes that if such power is at stake, harsh training must be unavoidable. The sage says that would be true only if they followed the standard method. Then he proposes ignoring the standard procedures altogether. He says the shortcut is actually very simple. Instead of earning it through training, the man only needs to swallow the great achievement whole. Far away, in a dark hall, another force begins to take interest in what the man will do next. A black-haired figure with glowing eyes wonders aloud how the man will act this time. When addressed, he apologizes for drifting into thought and turns his attention back to the meeting before him. Since everyone is busy, he decides to keep the discussion brief. He explains that he has gathered the four heavens because he has a proposal to make to all of them. He addresses the group directly by their collective title, Four Heavens. One of them reacts with suspicion at this sudden proposal. Before explaining the offer, the black-haired leader says there is something more urgent they must hear first. He announces that the engineer was killed by a mortal on the 9th floor, shocking the entire group. White can hardly believe that the engineer, who possessed Brahma's achievement, was slain by an ordinary mortal. Scarlet voices the same disbelief and questions whether such a thing is even possible. Immortal calls the report unbelievable as well. Demon bristles at that reaction, as if the impossibility itself offends him. He coldly remarks that the fake engineer was doomed anyway once he started using a stolen Brahma achievement. Immortal fires back that Demon sounds as though he is describing his own crimes. He openly accuses Demon of having climbed the tower by stealing his own sister's achievement. Demon immediately threatens to mutilate Immortal if he says another word. The two surge toward violence, their hostility erupting across the table. They lock into a tense standoff, ready to attack each other at any moment. Their leader only laughs, amused to witness such a display of twisted camaraderie. Pleased by their passion, he says he will now finish the proposal he had started to mention. Demon, still irritated, demands to know what this half-explained suggestion actually is. The leader dismisses the interruption and says his offer matters even more than the engineer's death because it is really a gift. He gathers 4 glowing spheres in his hands and announces that all of them will receive one. Those spheres are revealed to be great achievements of the highest quality. The 4 heavens stare in shock as he boasts that the gifts are top grade and meant to make them truly great. White immediately asks what the leader wants in return for something so valuable. He even wonders whether the price is simply for them to eliminate the mortal from the 9th floor. The leader denies that there is any price at all and insists this is merely a gift. White refuses to accept that answer and presses him for the real reason behind such generosity. Then White realizes the exact motive may not matter as much as what the leader intends to do with them afterward. The leader reveals his true outlook, saying that whatever they do with the gifts will ultimately become ingredients for his grand feast. He pauses ominously before explaining what that feast really means. He declares that the entire tower itself will soon become his dining table. The 4 heavens absorb the threat in uneasy silence as he urges them to make full use of his present. He says he is doing all this simply for the sake of the delicious food he plans to eat. Back in the system space, the man tries to restate the sage's shortcut in practical terms. He asks whether the method is to extract only the great achievement from the lotus and convert it into something he can absorb. The sage says that would once have been possible, but circumstances have changed. He points to the spoils the man brought back and says those items can now serve a useful purpose. One of the recovered achievements should be enough to power the process they need. The man immediately asks whether that means he can give the other 2 achievements to someone else. The sage agrees and advises him not to use the Guandao and Black Whale achievements because others may be better suited for them. He says the conversion will take about 2 weeks and tells the man to rest until then. Before he leaves, the sage asks him to bring the great sage along the next time they meet. Smiling to himself, the sage hints that he may be able to prepare an enormous gift for that person as well. The focus returns to the dark hall where the 4 heavens are still processing the leader's offer. The glowing achievements linger in their minds as the word gift takes on a more sinister meaning. Immortal asks White what he thinks the leader is really after, and White says he has a likely answer. Demon snaps at them for overthinking instead of simply taking the power being offered. He argues that if the leader called it a gift, they should just use it without hesitation. Immortal rebukes him, saying they should first determine whether the achievements are beneficial or poisonous. Demon mocks that caution and says he is willing to sacrifice himself if necessary. He goes further and suggests taking all of the achievements for himself. The moment he reaches out, another hand slams down to stop him. White seizes Demon's wrist before he can claim the power. At the same time, Scarlet snaps her fan into place, ready to intervene as well. Their leader laughs, delighted that greed and distrust have surfaced exactly as expected. As White, Immortal, and Scarlet move in together, he says he knew they would never be able to hide their true feelings. Scarlet warns Demon to keep the achievement away from her while Demon insists he was only joking. The leader tells them to stop worrying about whether they should use the gifts. Demon ignores the warning and declares that he will use his gift to his heart's content. Someone immediately attacks, the strike exploding through the room before he can act freely. Immortal, disgusted, judges the leader to be worse than a beast. White then asks Immortal to finish the thought he had started earlier. Holding one of the blue achievements, White says what follows is only his guess. He reasons that the leader chose this moment, right after the engineer's death, to hand out achievements while talking about delicious food. From that pattern, White concludes everything centers on the mortal from the 9th floor. Scarlet is shaken as the implication suddenly becomes clear to her. White says the leader may deny any connection, but the designer has already chosen that mortal as his target. In White's view, the mortal is meant to become the main course of the designer's feast, and the achievements being handed out are merely tools to prepare for devouring that prey. As he studies the sphere in his hand, White realizes they may be part of that preparation too. He grimly concludes that the designer is using them as well, and that they themselves may also end up on the menu. Back in the real world, the story returns to the man's modern house. Thinking over what he heard, he mutters that the so-called gift for those beings was deeply suspicious. His thoughts are interrupted when a monkey-like warrior and a blue dragon start brawling in his home over their favorite idols. Their argument escalates into insults, as each insists a different pentacle member is the best. He watches their ridiculous fight in exhausted silence while they tumble around the room. Not wanting any part of that nonsense, he rubs his head and decides to stay out of it. Then a vertical system light appears before him, drawing his attention upward. A system message informs him that he has been invited somewhere, and will be forcibly transferred when the countdown ends. Startled by the sudden notice, he protests that it came completely out of nowhere. Before he can react further, the transfer activates in a burst of light. He stands frozen as the teleportation completes around him. Expecting Eve to be responsible, he starts to question her but realizes something is off. The unfamiliar surroundings make him stop short in confusion. Pointing ahead in alarm, he demands to know who is there and what they are doing in this place. The white-haired sage greets him cheerfully, surprised but pleased that he can now enter the system room, and notes that a week has passed since they last met. The sage explains that he had important business with the administrator and used that opportunity to gain access to this room, leaving the man asking what those important matters were. Noah confirms he is talking about the great sage's gift but postpones that explanation for later. Instead, he asks Kim Hyun-woo for help, and the young woman with them immediately wants to know what he needs. Noah reminds Kim Hyun-woo of the eerie tower on the 12th floor, which Kim remembers at once. Noah asks him to retrieve something from that tower, prompting Kim Hyun-woo to ask what exactly it is. He explains that the top floor holds the monolith rock, the only vessel capable of storing the Brahma achievement. Noah adds that fierce demons guard the place, though he believes Kim Hyun-woo can handle them easily. He even says Kim Hyun-woo need not climb the tower and can simply break through the outer wall near the top. Kim Hyun-woo sighs that things had been going too smoothly lately and recognizes this as another troublesome errand. Even so, he accepts, deciding to do what is necessary and return, while Noah thanks him. Before he leaves, Noah asks about the achievements Kim Hyun-woo took earlier, forcing him to clarify which ones. Kim Hyun-woo admits he already passed those achievements on to others. He adds that the recipients seem to have many thoughts about the power they received. A blue dragon studies one of the achievements in silence, clearly weighing its meaning. Pentacle teases the Monkey King for suddenly turning serious after enjoying Pentacle's performance, while the dragon brusquely tells him to use the power or not. The Monkey King admits he still has concerns but says he has made up his mind. He decides he will not use that achievement after all. Pentacle is unsurprised and remarks that he had expected as much. The blue dragon notes that both of them seem to think alike, and the Monkey King agrees because he has used another borrowed achievement before. He says that although absorbing that borrowed power made him stronger, it felt deeply unnatural, like wearing something that did not fit him. He explains that the discomfort was manageable in a group fight against Brahma, but it would become a weakness in an equal one-on-one battle. So he concludes that if he cannot trust himself to use such power properly, he should not use it at all. Still, he laments that his own achievement remains incomplete, leaving him unable to do much with it yet. The blue dragon mutters that the Monkey King is still a monkey, half in criticism and half in familiarity. The Monkey King looks up, startled by the dragon's sudden movement and attention. Then he notices Kim Hyun-woo and casually greets him from the couch. When asked where he is going, Kim Hyun-woo only says he has something to do before handling something else, leaving the Monkey King confused. Kim Hyun-woo heads out anyway and jokingly tells them to guard his house, which only irritates the Monkey King further. After the door closes, the Monkey King falls into thought. He remarks that something about Kim Hyun-woo is genuinely strange, and the dragon asks what he means. The Monkey King points out that people who borrow another's achievement normally never wield it as naturally as Kim Hyun-woo does. The blue dragon agrees and says Kim Hyun-woo has gone beyond mere imitation in how he uses others' achievements. That leads the Monkey King to wonder if Kim Hyun-woo has a talent for making other people's achievements his own. A shadowed observer considers that absurd idea and yet treats it as a serious possibility. The hidden figure concludes that if it is true, Kim Hyun-woo may be even more extraordinary than the tower itself. Elsewhere, a horned skull-faced visitor arrives to see whether his gift has been used. He finds the long-haired man surrounded by affectionate fox girls and mocks him for being too busy enjoying the gift to test it. The man curtly tells him to shut up, then admits the achievement is huge and uncomfortable but that he is gradually adapting to it. Kim Hyun-woo notes that this means the man is handling it better than expected, though the blue dragon had rejected such borrowed power outright. The long-haired man answers that using someone else's achievement feels revolting and that he only accepted it because necessity left him no choice. He confesses that his pride had to yield once he realized he was too weak to remain stubborn. Now that he has set pride aside, he reminds Kim Hyun-woo of the deal they made. Kim Hyun-woo restates the bargain as helping him recover the Sword God achievement after defeating the designer at the top of the tower. The man sharply corrects him, insisting this is not help but a binding deal, and Kim Hyun-woo casually lets the distinctions slide. Kim Hyun-woo points out that taking others' achievements is unlike him, so he wonders why the man wants that power so badly. He then advises him to train hard, since defeating the designer should let him claim whatever achievement he wants. The man answers with quiet resolve that he will do exactly that. Kim Hyun-woo rises with a grin, saying he will also be taking care of his own business. As he enters the tower's passage, he admits his earlier cool words sounded better than the reality feels. Riding a cloud through the endless shaft, he complains that the repeated scenery makes the trip unbearably dull. He can only mutter to himself while enduring the monotony. At last he reaches the upper region quickly and is pleased by how fast the trip turned out to be. Remembering Noah's instructions, he confirms that all he needs to do is break through the outer wall near the top. Confident it should be simple, he launches himself straight at the wall. He streaks forward at high speed toward the tower's surface. The cloud carries him to the very top edge of the immense structure. Arriving in an instant, he prepares to smash his way inside. He steadies himself and cocks his fist. Then he drives his punch into the wall and announces his entry with reckless confidence. The impact feels unexpectedly heavy, immediately warning him that the wall is tougher than it looked. When the outer layer cracks, he discovers a second barrier hidden behind it. Rather than back off, he charges up another strike and decides to force a contest of strength. Lightning-like power erupts from his fist as he attacks again. While winding up, he recalls an old saying about persistence. The second barrier begins to fracture under the renewed assault. He follows through with another electrified blow. The wall finally gives way under the repeated impacts. Kim Hyun-woo lands inside amid drifting dust and residual energy. Relieved, he jokes that old sayings really do hold true after all. He decides to grab the item quickly before the demons Noah mentioned can appear, but something underfoot stops him. Realizing his foot has snagged on something, he looks down in confusion. He finds a demon corpse at his feet and wonders whether it was already dead before he arrived. A hostile voice suddenly demands to know who he is. The unseen speaker furiously condemns him for barging in so noisily. A horned red-haired demon emerges and declares this place the hard-won playground he struggled to find. Kim Hyun-woo asks who he is, noting that he does not resemble the lesser demons Noah described. The demon notices the monolith rock in his hand and immediately asks whether Kim Hyun-woo wants something from it. Kim Hyun-woo apologizes without remorse and makes clear that he intends to keep the rock for himself. He instantly moves to leave rather than prolong the encounter. The demon is caught off guard when Kim Hyun-woo abruptly closes in and tells him to be quiet. Kim Hyun-woo demands the rock stay with him and attacks before the demon can react properly. He dives in with a brutal descending strike aimed straight at the demon. The blow sends the demon crashing backward and knocks the monolith rock loose. The impact slams the demon into the floor hard enough to make him cough in pain. Kim Hyun-woo coldly remarks that there was no reason for a stranger to talk so much. He calmly retrieves the fallen jewel and confirms through inspection that it really is the monolith rock. Its information reveals that demons of the 12th floor are elite guardians who will kill anyone holding the rock, but Kim Hyun-woo treats the errand as complete. Satisfied, he decides all that remains is to leave. Before he can go, the demon calls out and stops him. A violent golden aura erupts as the demon praises Kim Hyun-woo's fighting skill and reveals far more dangerous power. Kim Hyun-woo is alarmed by the savage energy surging from his opponent. The demon explains that he had been disappointed because the other demons were not even enough for a warm-up. Armor-like changes spread over his body as he transforms into a more fearsome state. He says Kim Hyun-woo's punch at least loosened his muscles a little. Now fully transformed as Four Heavens Deokshini, he mocks that earlier strike as nothing more than a massage. Kim Hyun-woo realizes this enemy is no ordinary thug, and that his appearance shift signals a much higher class of threat. Deokshini lunges forward, promising to repay that massage in kind. He commits to the attack with murderous enthusiasm. Kim Hyun-woo is caught off guard by the sudden speed. Deokshini's kick tears in with overwhelming force and sends Kim Hyun-woo flying. Kim Hyun-woo crashes through the interior structure, smashing holes through the tower's floor. Deokshini follows by driving his massive weapon down through the shattered levels after him. Watching the destruction, Kim Hyun-woo realizes the floor is made of the same material as the wall he struggled to break, yet Deokshini shatters it in one blow. He further notes that the giant demon is absurdly fast for someone of that size and understands the danger of this matchup. Kim Hyun-woo concludes that Deokshini is a conqueror, one of the highest-ranked beings in the tower. Deokshini is delighted that Kim Hyun-woo dodged and says meeting someone this extraordinary means his long effort was not wasted. He reveals that he intends to use a great achievement exactly as he planned, making Kim Hyun-woo realize the demon possesses one. Kim Hyun-woo quickly pieces together that a newly appeared conqueror with a rare great achievement must be connected to the tower's hidden powers. He bluntly asks whether Deokshini is one of the four heavens serving the designer, which enrages the demon at being called a mere lackey. Deokshini demands to know how Kim Hyun-woo learned that, and Kim Hyun-woo takes his reaction as confirmation. Deokshini admits Kim Hyun-woo is extraordinary but says that only makes him more suspicious. His suspicion turns murderous as he decides simple killing will not be enough and wants to tear Kim Hyun-woo apart. Kim Hyun-woo answers with mocking calm, asking why he would be treated like something to be ripped apart. He escalates the taunt by telling Deokshini to tear out his own ugly eyes and head instead, provoking him further. Furious, Deokshini clenches his fist and prepares a savage counterattack. He dives down with the intent to smash Kim Hyun-woo's mouth first. Kim Hyun-woo refuses to indulge the fight any longer, saying he has no more business here and no reason to play with him. With a smug farewell, he activates exit and vanishes. The teleportation detonates in a burst of light, leaving only the shock of his disappearance behind. Deokshini can only curse as his prey slips away. He rages through the tower, demanding to know where Kim Hyun-woo went. Back at home, someone dryly summarizes that Kim Hyun-woo ran away from the demon. Kim Hyun-woo rejects that wording and insists it was a strategic retreat after returning to the apartment. He argues that with the monolith rock secured and one of the four heavens roughly assessed, wasting more strength there would have been pointless. Turning practical again, he asks the white-haired woman whether her recovered power now lets him teleport directly to a chosen location on the 9th floor. She awkwardly admits she was only using what power she had available and says such a teleport still needs about 5 hours of preparation. Kim Hyun-woo accepts that delay as manageable and says he has questions he has wanted to ask, starting with great achievements. As he mentions hearing about them from Noah and from recent enemies who flaunted them, the scene shifts toward the hidden side of that mystery. The woman thinks for a moment and says the full explanation is too long to tell in detail. She decides it will be easier to explain by comparing great achievements with ordinary achievements, and Kim Hyun-woo asks how they differ. The Blue Dragon's example explains that an ordinary achievement is earned through pure training that receives divine recognition. Figures like the Jade Emperor, Blue Dragon, Great Sage, and other conquerors are cited as beings who built legends and gained such recognized power. Kim Hyun-woo summarizes that as power obtained through hard work, and she agrees that this is the simple version. She then clarifies that great achievements cannot be gained through effort alone because they are not powers that need recognition from anyone. Ordinarily, she says, no one can obtain a great achievement by themselves, especially not without undergoing a special process like Kim Hyun-woo has. When he asks what that means, she explains that a great achievement is a power a special being possesses from birth. Its existence itself is complete and perfect divinity, requiring no validation from outside. Elsewhere, in a dark chamber, a new conversation begins around that dangerous truth. A shadowed man asks whether giving the four heavens great achievements is what she finds suspicious. The seated woman answers that she is less suspicious than puzzled by his actions. She points out that he has monopolized nearly every achievement produced by the tower except the great achievements, yet now he is suddenly handing those out. The shadowed man admits he has long sensed her intelligence. He openly praises her sharpness, leaving her unsettled. He says that even though greed burns within her, she still notices what is suspicious. He adds that this prudence is one reason he accepted her into the four heavens, while she struggles to understand what he is implying. He dismisses her attempt to act ignorant, saying her face already shows she knows what he is really after. Pressed into silence, she can only ask in dread whether he truly means what she suspects. She finally voices the horror directly, asking whether the four heavens are merely food meant to fatten up that mortal. The shadowed man calmly admits he will not deny it. Shaken, she demands to know whether he really believes that mortal can survive fighting all four of them. He laughs that such a thing is impossible with Kim Hyun-woo's current strength, which only makes her ask why he would set this in motion at all. A lurking voice begins musing that if the impossible man truly reaches her, everything could change. The silver-haired woman tenses at the thought that he might actually break through to her. A crazed demon relishes the idea that such a man would be an extraordinary prize to consume. She can only call that obsession madness, while he laughs it off. The demon openly accepts his insanity if it lets him claim the one thing he craves. Back in the present, Kim Hyun-woo can only hum at the incomprehensible explanation he has just heard. He admits bluntly that none of it made any sense to him. Rather than chase lofty distinctions, he reduces it all to simple tiers of stronger, and even stronger people. Done overthinking, he casually hands the small spirit a monolith rock. She recognizes the stone, and he asks her to deliver it to Noah since travel between them should work both ways. She agrees to pass it along, and he adds one more request just in case. He asks whether she can recreate the barrier that once kept other conquerors from entering his floor. She admits she could only manage it for about an hour, which he dismisses as barely useful. Remembering the conqueror he recently faced and the others who may come, he worries about attacks while he is away. When he says he needs a way to protect the 9th floor in his absence, she suddenly realizes there may be another answer. She says the Maker's gift to the Great Sage should help, and he recalls Noah mentioning such a thing before. Brightening, she reveals Noah asked her to pass that exact message to the Great Sage. The Great Sage is told that Noah has found a method to restore his complete achievement. The news hits so hard that his disbelief echoes outward. He lunges at Kim Hyun-woo in shock, demanding confirmation, and gets a shaky yes. As they plan to meet Noah a week later, the Blue Dragon remains baffled by how a stolen achievement could be recovered at all. The Great Sage insists Kim trust him, arguing he has no reason to lie about something this important. The dragon reluctantly accepts that point, and Kim shifts to a more pressing question. He asks whether they know someone named Deokshini, instantly startling both of them. The Great Sage demands to know why that name came up, and Kim explains he met the man while running an errand for Noah. From their reaction, Kim infers they do know him, and the dragon says they know a woman who knows him best. That woman is identified as the mystical chaos god, who is currently with the Great Sage's disciple. The scene shifts toward the city where that meeting is taking place. Inside, the disciple and a purple-haired woman sit across from each other in a tense clash of tastes and wills. The disciple reacts with disbelief to the absurd residence being proposed for her master. She cannot believe anyone would seriously want to build such a place for him.